Chapter 1. Possession by the Beast. By the lakeside at dusk, a man was bent over, expelling the river water from his stomach. Li Guotao had traversed into this new existence, inheriting the memories of this body. This was a planet more than 10 times the size of Blue Star, yet its technological advancement was comparable. What distinguished it most were the numerous forbidden zones scattered across the landscape. These areas earned their ominous title due to the countless bodies of intrepid explorers who had perished there. To better govern this world, the global leaders initiated a program known as the Forbidden Zone Expedition, allowing audiences worldwide to participate vicariously through live broadcasts. The program's debut sent the entire globe into a frenzy, even resulting in a decrease in crime rates. Anyone aged 16 and above could enlist, and each airing attracted hundreds of millions of applicants. Were it not for the high mortality rate, the numbers would undoubtedly swell further. The production team selected 60 individuals for the expedition. After purging the lake's water from his stomach, Li Guotao made his way to a nearby convenience store, intending to purchase a pack of cigarettes to alleviate his foul mood. The only solace was that his phone had remained dry. This world embraced QR code payments, and as he unlocked his device, a woman's image on the home screen caught his eye, abruptly reminding him of the tragic circumstances surrounding the original owner's fall into the water. The man, also named Li Guotao, had planned to marry his girlfriend of a year. However, as an orphan, he was unable to procure the $2 million in dowry demanded by her parents. In a fit of despair, he had signed up for the expedition. Just that afternoon, his girlfriend had informed him that she had found a man who could provide the required dowry and requested he cease all communication. In overwhelming anguish, he chose to end his life by drowning, only to have his consciousness occupy this new vessel. At that moment, the convenience store television began airing the Forbidden Zone Expedition program, which was set to announce the contestants. The 31st edition of the Forbidden Zone Expedition, organized by the world government, is about to commence. This program will provide real-time coverage of the participants entering the Forbidden Zones, allowing viewers at home to experience the thrill and danger. We have prepared substantial rewards for each contestant. Survive for the designated number of days, and you will receive a staggering sum of 100 million, tax-free. The top scorer will additionally receive a grand prize of 3 billion. Now, we will reveal the list of contestants, comprising both skilled newcomers and seasoned veterans. First up, from the Western continent, Will Smith, a military professional. Jack Flay, a professional rugby league player. Finally, from the Dragon continent, Wang Yi, the 48th direct disciple of Wudong. Bai Yuhui, a medical doctor and expert in brain science. Li Guotao, a security personnel from Longting International. This concludes the list of 60 contestants. Please leave your comments and support your favorite participants. At this moment, the discussion in the live chat revolves solely around the security guard named Li Guotao. Isn't there some inside information? Why is a mere watchdog among the chosen? Agreed. The other 59 are all elite figures. This is absurd. How did such an oddity slip into the mix? Let's hope he drops out early. I sense something unusual. I'll wager $5 on him securing the top score. The comments section flooded with ridicule. Standing at the convenience store's entrance, Li Guotao was taken aback, realizing his name had appeared on the final list. At that moment, a dispassionate voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on qualifying for the Forbidden Zone Expedition. The ancient treasure record has been activated. You have received one lottery ticket for the initial activation of the system. Would you like a draw? Exhaling a smoke ring, a smile crept across Li Guotao's lips. It seemed fortune favored him. He resolved to confirm the draw. Drawing in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained one of the 4 ancient beasts, Taotie. As the words faded, he felt a sharp pang, and a creature with a tiger's head and a goat's body was imprinted upon his forearm like a tattoo, its eyes situated beneath its armpits, and a gaping maw seemingly capable of devouring all. At that moment, an attribute panel manifested in his mind. Ancient treasure record activated. Host, Li Guotao, age, 20, legendary creature, Taotie, growth 0. Attributes, strength 5, average male 6, maximum 20, speed 5, average male 6, maximum 20, endurance 7, average male 6, maximum 20. Skills, 24 styles of security fist, special ability. Ancestor of gluttony. Consuming energy-rich substances can enhance physical attributes. Friendly reminder, Please refrain from consuming yourself. Li Guotao inhaled deeply, attempting to quell his excitement. Yet, a voice echoed in his mind, indicating a reduction of 0.001 in physical attributes due to low toxicity. Stunned, Li Guotao realized the absurdity of the reverse enhancement. It seemed he could no longer indulge in cigarettes. He quickly scanned a code to purchase a bottle of Happy Water from the convenience store. Dubbed Happy Water for its explosive caloric content, it promised unparalleled joy to its consumers. Li Guotao downed it in one gulp, letting out a satisfied burp, and shortly thereafter received a notification indicating a 0.1 increase in physical attributes from consuming high-energy food. Just then, his phone rang, displaying the caller ID as the Forbidden Zone production team. "Hello, this is Li Guotao. Greetings. We are the official team of the Forbidden Zone expedition. Congratulations. You have been selected as a contestant. We now require you to sign a waiver." Two options appeared on his phone, and without hesitation, Li Guotao chose to confirm. Surviving the stipulated days would grant him 100 million. He was eager to explore the mysteries of the Forbidden Zones, especially with the ancient treasure record as his golden ticket. "Mr. Li Guotao, welcome to the Forbidden Zone expedition. Please report to the local Forbidden Zone Guard Corps 3 days from now. They will escort you to the competition site. We wish you a pleasant journey." After hanging up, Li Guotao began to contemplate his plans for the next 3 days. His foremost goal was to enhance his strength, and the method was clear: through consumption. Gazing at the Taotie tattoo on his forearm, he embarked on his journey as a glutton. In this world, his home was situated close to the riverside. Returning to his less than 20 square meter rental, he entered to be greeted by a robot resembling an alarm clock. "Xiangxi welcomes you home, master." As a housekeeping robot, its AI was remarkably advanced, capable of managing all of its owner's online activities. Li Guotao inquired, "Xiangxi, how much money do I currently have at my disposal?" Master currently possesses 20,000 federal coins in savings, with a personal credit rating of 95 and a loan limit of 50,000 federal coins. After pondering for a moment, Li Guotao responded, "Xiangxi, I would like to take out a loan of 50,000 with the repayment date set for 1 month. "Understood, master." The voice print has been recorded. The 50,000 has been credited, leaving a balance of 70,000 federal coins. Li Guotao's mind was consumed with thoughts of the abilities bestowed upon him by the gluttonous legacy, pondering how he might swiftly enhance his strength. Consequently, he devoured all the biscuits and instant noodles in his home, yet his physical prowess improved by a mere 0.5. Such a pace was far too sluggish. Li Guotao resolved to consult Xiangxi for guidance. "Xiangxi, what food contains the highest energy content?" According to data from the World Academy of Sciences, regular meat contains approximately 400 kilocalories per 100 grams, while the six-legged beast meat, which has been artificially bred for a decade, boasts 5,000 kilocalories. When prepared as jerky, it provides 20,000 kilocalories. In terms of cost-effectiveness, six-legged beast jerky offers the highest energy. Upon hearing this, Li Guotao smiled and promptly instructed Xiangxi to place an order for six-legged beast jerky at the cost of 70,000 federal coins. At that moment, his assets dwindled to just a few hundred yuan. This reckless gamble stemmed from his inherent nature. Chapter 2. The Journey of the Glutton. As the sun rose in the morning sky, one large and one small, Li Guotao was awakened by a text notification on his phone. Just as he rose to check, the doorbell rang. A breathless man called out, "Mr. Li, your package has arrived." Upon opening the door, Li Guotao was greeted by a delivery man drenched in sweat, standing before a hallway stacked high with cardboard boxes. He had not anticipated that his order of six-legged beast jerky would be so voluminous. The delivery man, clad in a yellow vest, spent a solid 10 minutes moving all the boxes into the 20-square-meter apartment, leaving Li Guotao with barely 2 square meters of space to maneuver. Skillfully, he opened one of the boxes, revealing the jerky sealed in golden foil. As he unwrapped it and placed a piece of the golden jerky into his mouth, it appeared tough yet was remarkably tender. In just a few bites, he polished off an entire bag. His mind echoed with notifications. Acquired high-energy food. Physical prowess increased by 0.1. Acquired high-energy food. Physical prowess increased by 0.1. Acquired high-energy food. Physical prowess increased by 0.1. Merely one bag of 100 grams had elevated Li Guotao's physical prowess by 0.5, and the taste was delightful. He quickly tore into the second bag while perusing the text messages on his phone. The first message was from Xiangxi. Guitao, yesterday when I mentioned marrying a wealthy heir, it was said in jest. If you can secure the adventure prize, we will marry immediately upon your return. You must strive for it. Forever yours, Wenwen. After reading the first message, Li Guitao emptied the remaining jerky into his mouth. In his previous life, as the leader of the Dragon Team, the most formidable secret organization in Huagua, he fully understood Xia Wenwen's intentions. Was she not the quintessential siren? As he continued scrolling through the messages, most were from former classmates congratulating him on being selected for the Forbidden Zone expedition. However, upon encountering a text message screenshot that stirred his anger, he was taken aback. The sender was his colleague, Xiao Yang, and the image was a capture from the Forbidden Zone forum. The poster, a participant named Sasaki, wrote, Li Guitao, the disgrace of the Dragon Continent. His participation is an insult to us elites. This is a game for the strong, and he is nothing but an insignificant ant. I, Sasaki, advise him to withdraw voluntarily. Otherwise, should we meet, he will feel the might of the Fusang people. The replies predominantly echoed support for Sasaki's sentiments. Li Guitao harbored a deep-seated disdain for that bullying nation, convinced it would be best for Sasaki to avoid crossing paths with him. After digesting the message, Li Guitao opened the expedition rules sent by the program organizers. As the epitome of elite soldiers, he approached this expedition as a mission, his execution capabilities unfathomable to others. With remarkable efficiency, he tore open the jerky packaging and poured it into his mouth, chewing briefly before swallowing. He seamlessly blocked out the system notifications. Acquired high-energy food, physical prowess increased by 0.1. Focusing intently on the rules provided, he learned that participants must endure 15 days in the Forbidden Zone to qualify for the 100 million reward. A proactive attitude was imperative. Stagnation or negligence would lead to disqualification. Contestants were permitted to bring only personal clothing into the Forbidden Zone, yet could select one supply item offered by the organizers before entry. If further supplies were desired post-entry, they could be exchanged for points earned by hunting new species or uncovering the zone's secrets. The first to kill a new species would receive all points. If multiple participants contributed, points would be divided accordingly. Supplies exchanged for points would be delivered by drone, but only to the fringe of the Forbidden Zone, as drones could not penetrate its depths. Once inside, contestants could form teams freely. Selecting a capable team was the most effective strategy for securing the prize. Having perused over 100 pages of rules, Li Guitao's urgency for strength grew, for the guidelines indicated that fewer than 10 of the 60 participants would survive, with only 3 to 4 ultimately claiming the reward. Just as he was preparing to tackle the fourth box of jerky, his phone rang. An incoming call from Supervisor Li. Hello, Supervisor Li. Is there something you need? A sharp voice responded from the other end. Li Guitao, how dare you ask me what I need? Just because I wasn't at the company to oversee you, do not presume you could skip work. I just checked, and you didn't clock in today. I had considered finding an excuse to dismiss you, but now you need not return. As a mere security guard, do you not realize the audacity of offending the young master of the Qian family? He has already alerted all the real estate agents he knows. Oh, you mean Xin Yuyong, the young master? He is my ex-girlfriend's current wealthy heir. No need for you to fire me. I quit, he declared, ending the call abruptly. Fuming, Supervisor Li cursed in frustration, attempting to reach back to berate this ordinarily docile man, only to find herself blocked. Li Guitao continued his efficient consumption of the jerky, determined to strengthen himself rapidly, so that the Fusang man would recognize the might of a Huagua man. Upon his return from the Forbidden Zone, he would ensure that the treacherous duo paid for their betrayal. Discarding the final golden foil packaging, Li Guitao stood and stretched, feeling the contours of his six-pack abs. He was now perplexed, for in his relentless pursuit of nourishment, he had finished all the jerky in just half a day. According to his calculations, the 70,000 spent had procured over 200 pounds of six-legged beast meat. Having consumed all the jerky, he found that his physique remained unchanged, and there was no discomfort from overeating. However, when he attempted to reach for water on the table, the dissonance caused by his rapid physical enhancement led to his fall, resulting in his forehead colliding with the corner of the table. The solid wooden dining table was shattered upon impact, yet he emerged unscathed, devoid of any sensation of pain. He hastily examined his attributes. Ancient Rare Treasures record activated. Host, Li Guotao, age, 20. Possessing legendary beings, Taotie. Growth rate 10. Attributes, strength 30. The average male scores 6, with a maximum of 20. Speed 30. The average male scores 6, with a maximum of 20. Endurance 35. The average male scores 6, with a maximum of 20. Skills, 24 style, security fist, hallucinogenic toxin resistance. Special ability, culinary ancestor. By consuming energy-rich items, one can enhance physical attributes. A gentle reminder, please do not consume yourself. It dawned on him just how formidable he had become. With only 2 days remaining until the exploration of the Forbidden Lands, Li Guotao felt entirely confident in his ability to master this body, for his current physical prowess far surpassed that of his former self. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the commencement of the Forbidden Land exploration program had arrived. Contestants were to travel from 4 different continents to this site of adventure. At the airport in the capital of Dragon Continent, Li Guotao mechanically tossed chips into his mouth while carrying a large canvas bag on his back, filled with high-calorie snacks. These were purchased with his last savings, for he would not squander any opportunity to elevate himself. Upon boarding the program's aircraft, a middle-aged man clad in a karate uniform stood up and, in a garbled version of Chinese, exclaimed, "How can you consume junk food while participating in a competition? Truly, a trash person indulging in trash food. It is no surprise that you are the sole ant among our 60 elites. It is indeed a stroke of misfortune for me, Sasaki, to share a flight with you." Chapter 3. Hidden Intentions. Li Guotao hastily swallowed the potato chips in his mouth. As a citizen of Huagua in a previous life, he harbored a strong disdain for the people of Fusang. Even in his past existence, he could effortlessly defeat this karate master with a black belt. However, the regulations prohibited any altercations before the match, as it would lead to disqualification. He turned to the sarcastic Sasaki and remarked, "Do not provoke me, or you will find yourself regretting it." He then chose a seat near the cabin door, placing his backpack beside his feet for easy access to food, and began to inspect the seat and emergency equipment to ensure everything was in order. This was a habit cultivated over many years. Sasaki, infuriated by the audacity of this insignificant insect to threaten him, could only curse in frustration. Trash, flea, cockroach. At that moment, a young man seated in the back row approached Li Guotao by the cabin door. He wore a baseball cap, with a braid tied at the back of his head, and a gentle smile graced his handsome face. After sitting next to Li Guotao, he extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Wang Yi. I am a disciple of Wudong and possess considerable knowledge in fortune-telling. Would you like to have a reading?" As Li Guotao was in the midst of consuming a freshly opened bag of tomato-flavored chips, he continued his actions without pause, swallowing the chips in a few bites. He replied to Wang Yi, "I am an atheist. I do not believe in such things." Wang Yi instantly felt awkward, withdrawing his hand but opting to stay, taking out his headphones to listen to music. Just before the plane took off, the final contestant arrived. She was a striking silver-haired beauty with an oval face, clad in a fitted qipao that accentuated her flawless curves. A shawl made from an unknown animal's fur lent her an air of authority. Upon entering, the beauty walked directly to Wang Yi, and they exchanged greetings. She inquired, "Is this person next to you the little security guard who has been the talk of the forum? Do you know him?" Wang Yi removed his headphones and replied, "We just met. I didn't expect you to sign up for this program as well. I recall you were injured quite severely last time." Their conversation piqued Li Guotao's interest, as it appeared they were not novices in the realm of forbidden exploration. If he could team up with these 2 seasoned individuals, the likelihood of success in their mission would significantly increase. Swiftly swallowing his food, Li Guotao addressed both of them. "Greetings, I am Li Guotao. I possess considerable knowledge in wilderness survival, and my combat abilities are quite commendable. Shall we form a team?" Meanwhile, Sasaki, seated behind them, glared at Li Guotao, annoyed that this insignificant creature dared to seek to ally with seasoned explorers. With a mocking tone, he remarked, "Ants are merely ants. When they encounter someone formidable, they shamelessly seek to form a team. What a disgraceful lack of masculinity. How could anyone possibly want to team up with such trash? It's utterly laughable." Wang, feeling quite pleased, responded, "Indeed. I share the same sentiment. Miss Bai, would you care to join us?" Bai Yuehui found herself perplexed by the antics of these 2 individuals. However, She recognized that Wang was no ordinary person. Anyone he wished to team up with would undoubtedly possess exceptional qualities. It seemed the data from the production team was not entirely reliable. Nonetheless, she decided to probe the other party. Extending her hand towards Li Guotao, she introduced herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Bai Yuehui, a doctor specializing in the study of the brain." Li Guotao hesitated, sensing something amiss with the handshake being offered. Nevertheless, he steeled himself. Given his current abilities, he believed he could manage with caution. Thus, he extended his hand to shake hers. The moment their hands met, an overwhelming force surged through, surpassing the limits of human strength. Noticing his lack of reaction, Bai Yuehui gritted her teeth and tightened her grip. A faint smile graced Li Guotao's lips. This formidable beauty was indeed impressive, and her strength was nearly on par with his own. Moreover, being a doctor, she would be both a powerful ally and a healer. As beads of fine sweat began to form on Bai Yuehui's forehead, Li Guotao released her hand, complimenting, "Miss Bai, you are truly a woman of valor. It is a pleasure to team up with you." Bai Yuehui nodded and took a seat behind the two. Despite Li Guotao's words of admiration, it was evident from his demeanor that he had not exerted his full strength. Bai Yuehui felt a growing anticipation for their trio's synergy. Sasaki, witnessing the ants successfully team up with a previous star contestant, was left speechless, muttering to himself. They must be using him as bait. Yes, bait. With their team formation complete, Wang turned to Li Guotao and said, "I possess some knowledge of the art of Qimendunjia. Coupled with Miss Bai's medical expertise, our team should navigate challenges with relative ease. From what I observed of your strength, it certainly does not align with the records stating you are weak. When the time comes for battle, we will rely on you." Li Guotao rummaged through his bag for food, his mouth too full to respond verbally. He merely nodded to signify his understanding. Wang mused internally, what an odd individual. He had chosen to sit in the rear of the airplane because that position served as his focal point, allowing him to decipher the destinies of the contestants in this competition. However, upon boarding, he found himself unable to discern the presence of this individual, let alone predict his fate. This enigma sparked Wang's profound curiosity. "Welcome, everyone, to Expedition into Forbidden Lands. I am your host, Li Hong." The chat is filled with adoration for this beloved national presenter. Li Hong begins to introduce the profiles of the 60 contestants, while the large screen behind her displays their photographs. Is this the genius neuroscientist, Bai Yuehui? Absolutely captivating. Boss Bai is a super wealthy woman managing over a dozen pharmaceutical companies. One can't help but wish for 100 years of effortless toil. Taoist Wang Yi is incredibly handsome. I would gladly bear his children. Did the production team really select these contestants? How could someone like Li Guotao, a mere security guard, be chosen? Isn't this a disgrace for our nation? I wholeheartedly support the previous comment. Were it not for my wife's disapproval, I could easily surpass him. You know nothing. I've heard this fellow is an alien. Just wait until he transforms into Ultraman, and you will see his true prowess. Initially, the comments were quite reasonable, but when Li Hong introduced Li Guotao, they took a sharp turn. Even before the show has officially begun, the live chat is already inundated with mockery directed at him. At this moment, in the studio, a middle-aged man, standing at 1.6 meters tall and rather portly, chuckled at the chaos in the live chat and remarked to the assistant director beside him, "Just as planned, let the online army stir the pot a little more. I'm grateful I chose an ordinary person. The hype is simply unparalleled." The assistant director, eager to ingratiate himself, quickly responded, "Director Wang, you are indeed wise." Chapter 4. Entering the Forbidden Land near the military base in the Toxins Valley of the Dragon's Continent in Xiangxi. The crew made a point to have Li Guotao disembark from the plane first. As he stepped out, countless cameras were pointed at him, as if they had coordinated their actions. Not far from the airport, Director Wang observed the flood of insults on his phone, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. At that moment, Wang Yi followed Li Guotao off the plane. The live chat's derision abruptly transformed into, "Taoist Wang, I want to bear your children. Handsome, do you mind if your partner is a man? You monstrous beings, step aside, Taoist is mine." Next to emerge was Bai Yuehui, her frost-bitten visage devoid of expression. Boss Bai is nothing short of a celestial being. Just look at her icy demeanor, it's nearly overwhelming. The previous commenter suggested seeking medical attention. I am truly curious what kind of man could capture her heart. Once all 60 contestants had disembarked from the 4 planes, the scene shifted back to Li Hong. "Hello, everyone. I am Li Hong. Next, we will proceed to the equipment distribution segment. The participating contestants may select one item from our provided weapons, food, medicine, or gear to bring into the Forbidden Land. This is a benefit from the production team. Now, let us distribute the video watches as we connect with our on-site host. Teacher He. The screen transitions to a military base adjacent to the Worm Valley in Xiangxi. A youthful, cherubic-faced man addresses the camera. Greetings, dear viewers. Welcome to Forbidden Land Exploration. I am your host, Teacher He. We are about to distribute these video watches to the contestants. These watches are the pinnacle of our Federation's cutting-edge technology. The scene shifts as Teacher He approaches a clearing adorned with numerous helicopters, where the 60 participating contestants await. The participants have already formed various small groups, with one group of 10 particularly standing out. After instructing his assistant to distribute the watches, Teacher He continues, I'm sure our viewers are curious about the new features of these watches. Regrettably, aside from their varied colors, there are no novel functions. As per tradition, I must convey some important information to our 60 contestants. You elite individuals, meticulously selected from diverse fields, should note that the first function of the watch is to display the time, temperature, and humidity. The second function serves as a video recording device, capturing your adventurous experiences for our billions of viewers to witness. There is a red button on the watch. Should you require privacy and wish to pause the recording, simply press it. A long press of 10 seconds signifies your withdrawal from the competition, prompting our station military forces to dispatch a helicopter for your rescue. Entertainment is secondary. Life is paramount. I hope you will press the red button promptly should you find yourselves in danger. The final function of the watch is to record your scores. We are now at the stage of selecting initial equipment. You may choose only one item and collect it from the tents over there. As the contestants return to the clearing after making their selections, the live stream is once again flooded with comments. I told you Li Guotao is a fool. Look what he chose. Indeed, lacking any skills, he opted for a pack of food. Ha ha ha. Not choosing a weapon means a long press of 10 seconds ends it all. Our boss has an eye for practicality. Look at that backpack of mineral water. Even without food, he can last several days. With a bit of luck, he could secure the prize in 15 days. You fools upstairs, how could Miss Bai be interested in a mere 100 million prize? She is seeking thrills in the Forbidden Land, understand? You are all hypocrites. Look at Wang Yi. That ancient sword of his is magnificent. I didn't see such a beautiful sword in the official Lao. You're a fake fan. That sword is clearly the treasure he acquired in his last adventure. The medical kit at his waist is what he chose this time. Don't you know contestants can carry items obtained from previous explorations in the Forbidden Land? Have you noticed something odd? Why is there a peculiar object beside Boss Bai and Wang Yi? Oh my, I see it too. Isn't that the most lackluster security guard, Li Guotao, of this event? A new wave of curses began to flood the screen. Teacher He, noticing that everyone was prepared, smiled at the camera and declared, the competition officially begins. Ahead lies the mode of transportation that the contestants will embark upon. These military helicopters, coated with a special anti-corrosive layer, would directly deliver them to the periphery of the Forbidden Realm. In the days to come, their video watches would provide thrilling and exhilarating recordings of their adventures. The unknown and mysterious depths of this realm are sure to ignite your passions. At this moment, the live stream divided into 60 segments, allowing viewers to select any contestant to watch. The broadcasts of all contestants would continue uninterrupted for 24 hours unless the contestants chose to turn them off. However, the rules stipulated that the watches could not be turned off for more than 12 hours, or else it would be considered a forfeiture. The watches worn by the contestants were high-tech devices capable of capturing the entire image of the wearer, providing the audience with a more immersive experience of the dangers within the Forbidden Zone. As the helicopter ascended, Li Guotao finally beheld the entirety of the Xiangxi venomous insect valley. Outside this 4-square-kilometer expanse of verdant jungle lay a 10-meter-high wall forged from steel and concrete, topped with a dense network of high-voltage wires. Surrounding it were military camps and bunkers, encircling this forbidden ground. At the very heart of the Forbidden Zone was a shroud of mist, which must be what they referred to as the depths of the forbidden area. At that moment, the bespectacled gentleman sitting opposite them spoke up. Hello, my name is Jiang Wan. I have a team of 10, and I believe you two possess considerable strength. Shall we team up? Li Guotao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I already have a team. The muscular man beside Jiang Wan bellowed, Trash. Young Master Jiang did not ask you. He was inquiring about the two next to you. The viewers watching the video bombarded the chat with comments. Oh my, this security guard is so full of himself. Thinking someone would invite him to join. Exactly, he should know his own worth. Teaming up with him would just be a hindrance. Did I hear correctly? He said he already has a team? Who would be blind enough to team up with him? At this moment, Bai Yuekue glanced at Wang Yi beside her, then turned to observe the jungle below, showing no intention of responding to Jiang Wan. Wang Yi chuckled awkwardly, eliciting cheers of husband from women of all ages watching the live stream. He addressed Jiang Wan, saying, "You must be young Master Jiang, right? I apologize. But Bai Jing and I have already teamed up with Li Guotao. Our team has no need for trash." Chapter 5. The Elderly Egg Remaining. At this point, the live stream erupted in excitement. Oh my, Li Guotao actually teamed up with Bai Yuekue and Wang Yi. My ears must be deceiving me. The young security guard employed some cunning stratagem, managing to embrace 2 robust legs. However, in my opinion, this guard possesses a certain charm. After all, everyone is drawn to beauty, are they not? After being ridiculed by Wang Yi, the muscular man rose, intent on confrontation, but was restrained by Jiang Wan. With a smile, Jiang Wan remarked, "Since everyone has their own aspirations, I wish you all the best." At that moment, the live stream was flooded with numerous supporters of Jiang Wan. Wow, what a charismatic gentleman. Even when mocked, he remains so courteous. Are you foolish? That bespectacled fellow is clearly no good. He hides a dagger beneath his smile. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share some insider information. This man is named Jiang Wan, from the Jiang family of Huagua, known for real estate. He has come here seeking thrills. His so-called team of 10 might very well be hired by him. This was met with a barrage of comments expressing outrage, accusing him of cheating and other foul play. Suddenly, a helicopter in the distance lost control and plummeted into the nearby forest, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The 6 individuals inside were likely in grave peril. Upon witnessing this, Li Guotao glanced downward, observing countless black worms, as thick as fingers, launching towards the aircraft. Bai Yuekue shouted, "Those are land leeches. The other parts of the helicopter should be sealed. You all guard the entrance while I fetch the insect repellent." Li Guotao promptly stationed himself at the doorway, fists tightly clenched. Wang Yi, too, drew forth his ancient sword, its hilt adorned with the symbol of yin and yang, its blade etched with runes, radiating a chilling brilliance that attested to its extraordinary quality. As the land leeches began to ascend, Li Guotao swiftly kicked them down, while some unfortunate ones met their fate at the hands of Wang Ye's blade, cleaved into segments. The two effectively thwarted the invasion of the land leeches, while Jiang Wan and the muscular man cowered at the rear of the helicopter. Finally, Bai Yuekue unearthed a vial from her backpack and poured its contents at the helicopter's exit. The land leeches, upon nearing the liquid, fell back, thus ending the crisis. A goddess indeed, she possesses the means to combat even the rarest of land leeches. Brother Wang Yi, look at the others in the live stream. They can only focus on Bai Yuekue, unlike me, who can only feel sympathy for Gai. As you can see, out of 60 screens, 5 have already lost signal. Those must be the unfortunate souls from the fallen helicopter, reducing our number even before the adventure truly began. Li Guotao, witnessing the resolution of the crisis, inquired. These land leeches can leap remarkably high, and their size is absurd. I wonder if Miss Bai has any of that liquid left? Bai Yuekue inspected her backpack once more and replied, "The previous liquid was an insect repellent, effective against many venomous creatures. I still have some remaining. The land leeches we encountered earlier are quite rare, even in the valley of venomous insects. If a person is bitten, they will suffer muscle spasms until all bodily fluids are drained by them." The helicopter that had just flown by was evidently the one that crashed due to the pilot being bitten. At last, the helicopter delivered them to the outskirts of the Venom Valley. The pilot, clearly shaken, hastily departed before they could even regain their balance. In the studio of the Forbidden Zone Exploration Program, Director Wang gazed at the enormous screen displaying the grayscale images of 5 individuals. He turned to the assistant director beside him and remarked, "The newcomers possess quite poor capabilities. 5 have perished before we even began. I wonder how many will endure until the end." The viewers in the live broadcast room seemed unfazed, as it was customary for a significant portion of contestants to meet their demise during each expedition. This morbid thrill was the source of excitement for many. The recent deaths of the 5 individuals had sent the hormones of the audience, unable to embark on the adventure themselves, into a frenzy. with the comments section overflowing with curses directed at certain contestants to swiftly meet their end. After disembarking from the helicopter, Wang remained stationary with his eyes closed, seemingly in deep contemplation. Li Guotao, puzzled, was approached by Bai Yuehui, who explained, "He is divining the location of the life gate. We should wait for him." Jiang Wen wiped the fine sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, while the towering figure beside him gripped a large machete, remaining vigilant. As a disciple of the 8 trigrams blade, Xie Datu was indeed a formidable expert. Li Guotao surveyed the surroundings, feeling no immediate threat, and quickly opened his backpack to retrieve 2 chocolate bars. He unwrapped one and took a bite, offering the other to Bai Yuehui. Eager to seize every moment to enhance himself, Bai Yuehui hesitated for a moment before accepting the chocolate and indulging in it. After all, among the 3 of them, only Li Guotao had opted for sustenance. Until they discovered a source of food, they would have to rely on what he carried, unless they exchanged precious points for supplies. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the men observing Bai Yuehui through Jiang Wen's perspective were incensed. They had initially hoped to relish the sight of the beauty through the gaze of Jiang Wen, who was fixated on her, only to be fed a mouthful of dog food by Li Guotao. This little security guard had the audacity to offer chocolate to Bai Yuehui. Did he not understand the implications of such a gesture? They were filled with a desire to strike him down. The sight of Bai Yuehui licking the chocolate was utterly enthralling. "Oh, how I am undone. Do any of you think this little security guard possesses a hint of charm? Get lost. We don't know you." A gust of wind swept through, causing the leaves to rustle around them, prompting Xie Datu and Jiang Wen to quickly scan their surroundings. At that moment, Wang finally opened his eyes and pointed towards the heart of the Xiangxi insect valley, where the mist was thickest, declaring, "Let us venture there. I sense there are treasures awaiting." Jiang Wen hastily interjected, "There are only 3 of you. It would be perilous to delve deeper into the forbidden zone. Why not join me and the other 8 friends before proceeding?" Noticing that the 3 had ignored his suggestion, he felt a sense of urgency. Jiang Wen gritted his teeth and continued, "How about I offer each of you 100 million as a reward?" Wang Yi, feeling helpless, shook his head and ventured deeper into the forbidden area, while Bai Yuehui trailed behind him, indulging in chocolate, completely oblivious to the others. Li Guotao held a deep disdain for such wealthy second-generation individuals. After making an international gesture of insult, he followed his teammates away. Jiang Wen stamped his foot, acutely aware that his earlier actions were likely the subject of ridicule among the audience. Gritting his teeth, he addressed the burly man beside him, "Datu, please check the surroundings for any potential poisonous creatures. We shall wait here for the others to arrive." With that, he produced a signal gun, which was his chosen initial equipment. Wang Yi led the way ahead, and after 2 minutes of walking, they had yet to encounter a single venomous creature, despite being in the infamous Xiangxi Valley, teeming with insects. Sensing Li Guotao's and the audience's apprehension, Wang Yi turned and remarked, "Do not be deceived by our current pace. It will soon diminish. I cannot make the poisonous creatures vanish. I am merely avoiding their paths for now." Li Guotao retrieved some chocolate to share among the group, and Bai Yuehui frowned, saying, "I already had one. I don't need any more. Your supply isn't vast, and consuming it too quickly may not be wise." Wang Yi took the chocolate and responded, "Ah, Miss Bai, you are mistaken. He truly has an insatiable appetite. When we first met on the plane, he devoured an entire backpack full of snacks, nearly as tall as himself. I envy his ability to eat without gaining weight." This remark only served to further dampen Bai Yuehui's spirits, as she, unfortunately, had a physique that gained weight even from drinking water. She had made significant sacrifices for beauty, including past injections of angelic serums. The 3 continued toward the mist-laden center, and as Wang Yi had predicted, their pace gradually slowed. Every few steps, Wang Yi would close his eyes to divine their path. By the time dusk approached, they had only progressed 2,000 meters. Upon reopening his eyes, Wang Yi resignedly stated, "From this moment onward, there is no safe haven. Every route ahead is fraught with various venomous creatures. Nightfall is imminent, and it will be their paradise. We must urgently start a fire." Bai Yuehui retrieved a magnesium stick from the strap of her boot. Waving it towards the 2 men, they instinctively began gathering branches nearby. Wang Yi muttered about his capability to start a fire as well. The 2 separated to collect sticks, with Li Guotao, the leader of the dragon team, recalling his previous experiences in wilderness survival, aware of what to heed, yet he forgot that this was not Blue Star. Grasping a long stick, He struck any area covered by leaves to stir any lurking serpents, a tactic known as beating the grass to scare the snake. Suddenly, from a distance, Wang Yi shouted a warning. Li Guotao, already in a heightened state of concentration, was startled by the shout. Yet he remained oblivious to the source of danger. In a frantic attempt to defend himself, he swung his stick vigorously in front of him, hoping to strike an unseen foe. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the wooden stick splintered under the strain of his forceful movements. At that moment, a 5-foot-long azure serpent, adorned with wings, descended from above, sinking its fangs into the root of his thigh before he could even react. Gazing at the triangular head of the serpent, perilously close to his vital organs, Li Guotao was filled with rage, teetering on the brink of becoming a mere relic of his former self. Grasping the azure serpent, he bit down at a vital point, and an unparalleled sweetness flooded his mouth as the serpent's blood filled him with an insatiable hunger. The insatiable maw on his forearm seemed to swell, yearning to consume the azure serpent whole. Li Guotao did not bother to chew. He merely tore the serpent's flesh and swallowed it down without hesitation. By the time Wang Yi arrived, he had devoured the entire creature and was licking the blood from the corners of his mouth. A sight that was nothing short of terrifying. Goodness, that little security guard is surprisingly formidable. I feel a chill of fear. While formidable indeed, his life was hanging by a thread. That serpent appeared to be an unknown species. The individual upstairs was correct. It was indeed an unknown organism, though it was a pity to have points without life to spend them on. Li Guotao felt a vibration from his watch, which displayed, eliminated unknown creature, earned 10 points. Organism named winged serpent. Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through his thigh, and his eyelids grew heavier until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 6. Bloodline of the Flood. Dragon. The night in the jungle was alive with rustling sounds. As the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through, the surroundings fell silent. Li Guotao opened his eyes to find the nearby fire pit nearly extinguished. Wang Yi rested against a tree, a ring of dampness surrounding him, feeling warmth enveloping his body. He looked down to discover a silver-coated emergency thermal blanket draped over him, a lightweight, towel-sized essential for wilderness survival. It must have been acquired by Yuekue and Wang Yi during their previous expedition, exchanged for points. Reflecting on points, he realized he too possessed 10, though he was unaware of their worth. Li Guotao recalled being bitten by the winged azure serpent before losing consciousness, yet he felt no ill effects of poisoning. Could it be that Yuekue had saved him? He quickly checked his condition. Ancient Treasures Chronicle, Activation Host. Li Guotao. Age 20. Possessing legendary creature. Gourmand. Length 20. Attributes. Strength 40. Average male 6. Limit 20. Speed 40. Average male 6. Limit 20. Stamina 45. Average male 6. Limit 20. Skills 24. Style Security Fist. Special abilities. Ancestor of Gluttony. Dragon bloodline. Upon merging with the venom of the green flood dragon and its venom sac, becomes immune to most toxins. Bodily fluids possess the efficacy to repel toxins. Upon this revelation, Li Guotao was utterly delighted. Truly, this was a blessing in disguise. Not only was he unharmed, but he had also gained a toxin immunity buff. It turned out that the green serpent he had consumed was, in fact, the legendary green flood dragon. In his previous life, it was considered a mythical being. The gluttonous gourmand not only feasted but also absorbed the abilities of its prey. Noticing that the fire beside him was on the verge of extinguishing, Li Guotao prepared to rise and add some firewood, along with a morsel of food, for he had been unconscious the entire night. However, when he lifted the blanket that had covered him, he was taken aback. For beneath the thermal blanket lay another person, a woman, with silvery white hair, delicate features, and a slightly disheveled white chi-pao. It could only be Yuekue. Why was she sharing a blanket with him? Perhaps there was only one blanket to spare. As those who awoke began streaming live to watch the contestants' conditions, the audience was astounded. Initially, they were simply amazed that the young security guard had survived, truly resilient. Yet, the moment the blanket was lifted, a deluge of comments inundated the screen, obscuring everyone's view. Those wishing to catch a glimpse of Yuekue's sleeping posture had to disable the comments, although this did not hinder their desire to flood the chat with remarks to annoy others. Wow, is this really the icy beauty boss Bai? She's so adorable. You guys are blocking my view of my wife. I will take revenge. I will take revenge. I will take revenge. Are you all fools? Pay attention. Have you not noticed that our goddess is sleeping beside this young security guard? Could it be that last night, I have lost my youth. You are the fool. Your entire family is foolish. Do not tarnish my wife's reputation, or I shall crawl through the internet to confront you. Why didn't T by Yuehui sleep with our Wang? Is she blind? She chose a slightly handsome security guard instead, while our Wang possesses celestial grace. My Yuehui has no interest in sorcerers. A man with long hair is simply unattractive. The atmosphere in the live stream took a peculiar turn as the popularity soared towards 10 billion, while the instigator, Li Guotao, had already distanced himself from the center of the debate. At that moment, Wang also awakened, opening his eyes. The air around me dispersed like ripples upon water, and soon I found myself succumbing to a languid state. Brotherly, you certainly have surprised me. I expressed my admiration for him. Would you care to inspect your wound again? It was Miss Bai who tended to it yesterday. Do remember to extend your gratitude to her. With a playful wink, I spoke. Li Guotao sensed an unusual expression on Wang Ye's face, as the area he had been bitten was most inconvenient. How exactly had Bai Yuehui managed to treat his injury? This thought caused the emotionally inexperienced warrior to blush, casting a glance at the beauty beside him. Still in the depths of slumber, he deftly covered her with a thermal blanket before examining his wounds. Indeed, he found 2 crimson marks in that sensitive area. However, there was no inflammation, and they felt neither painful nor itchy, suggesting that all was well. At that moment, Wang Yi placed a hand on his forehead and remarked, "Brotherly, did you happen to turn off the camera function on your watch? This is rather unseemly." It was only then that Li Guotao noticed the intrusive presence near his wound. He experienced the typical response of a man awakening in the morning, compounded by the sight of Bai Yuehui's sleeping form. Hastily glancing at his watch, he discovered it was in recording mode and promptly pressed the stop button. A cold sweat broke out upon him as he foresaw the impending social demise he would face. In Li Guotao's live streaming room, viewers bombarded the screen with frantic comments. "Security guard, I want you to bear my child." It was no wonder the production team had chosen a security guard. He was not without his merits, after all. Envy and jealousy surged, with curses wishing him to diminish by a centimeter each day. That's illogical. Even if he shrinks by a centimeter daily, it would take a month to become a eunuch. Director Wang, while enjoying breakfast and watching the live stream, was astounded. The seemingly insignificant security guard he had casually recruited to boost the show's appeal had unexpectedly skyrocketed in popularity, shattering the viewership records since the adventure program's inception. The single live stream had surpassed 2 billion viewers, and perplexingly, even with the camera turned off, the audience continued to swell at a staggering rate of 10 million per minute. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the misty center of the forest. It was impossible to discern the creature's species from the sound alone, but the sheer range of the sonic waves indicated that whatever it was, it would not be easily trifled with. After a night of brutal eliminations, only 35 of the original 60 contestants remained. Leading a group of 15, Zhang Wan, upon hearing a resounding roar, began to incite his companions to investigate. The prospect of encountering a rare, unknown species promised rewards so abundant that one could scarcely exhaust them in a lifetime. He even pledged to personally bestow an additional 200 million Federation coins should the discovery prove particularly exhilarating. The gathering around Jiang Wen comprised desperate souls, all motivated by the allure of wealth, and upon hearing such generous promises, they eagerly prepared for action. Chapter 7. The Red-Tailed Cockatoo Snake by a Forest Puddle. Sasaki and 6 others were engaged in collecting water, evidently having formed a team. 3 of them were wrapped in bandages, suggesting their previous night had been far from pleasant. Together, they excavated a substantial pit beside the puddle. Through the filtration of soil, the water seeping into the pit became suitable for drinking. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from a distance, prompting the group to lift their gazes towards the source of the sound. Sasaki chuckled. "It seems our chance for fame has arrived. There must be a colossal creature over there. I hope that ant from Huagua hasn't perished. If we encounter him, I shall break his limbs." The 6 companions laughed heartily, entirely unconcerned about the potential trouble their mirth might attract. The mighty sound waves roused by Yuehui, who had been draped in a thermal blanket. She adjusted her crinkled chi-pao, recalling how they had faced attacks from certain arthropods the previous night. Ultimately, it was the insect repellent that had allowed them a peaceful slumber. Observing her surroundings, she noted that the carcasses of the arthropods had vanished, likely taken away by their kin as sustenance. Gazing towards the direction of the roar, her eyes sparkled with the thrill of a researcher. Rising to gather her thermal blanket, she turned to Li Guotao, who was voraciously consuming Oreos, and said, "There must be a large, unknown creature over there. Let us hasten before the other competitors arrive first." Wang Yi nonchalantly nodded, "No problem. But should I assess the danger as too great, I shall be the first to flee." Li Guotao felt a bit awkward in the presence of Bai Yuehui. As a super soldier who had never interacted with women before, he took a deep breath and addressed her. Miss Bai, I truly appreciate your help yesterday when I was injured." Bai Yuehui cast a complex glance at Li Guotao and replied, "It was all you. I did nothing significant." Reflecting on her treatment of him the day prior, Bai Yuehui found herself perplexed. Despite the evident venomous bite from an unknown green snake, when she had examined the wound by removing his trousers, she discovered a greenish trail extending from the bite on his thigh to the mouth of a monstrous tattoo on his forearm, as if the beast were consuming the venom from the wound, an exceedingly strange sight. Faced with the unknown, Bai Yuehui refrained from making any hasty decisions. After administering a few doses of the antidote from Wang Ye's first aid kit, he positioned Li Guotao beside the fire, observing whether he could endure the ordeal. Initially, Bai Yuehui contemplated pressing the button on his watch to summon rescue, but upon realizing that it required the person's conscious state to be effective, he abandoned the idea. Both he and Wang Yi were unwilling to forfeit the competition for the sake of calling for help for Li Guotao, as their acquaintance was not yet sufficiently deep. The subsequent reason for Bai Yuehui sleeping beside Li Guotao, which sent the live stream into a frenzy, was simply due to the exhaustion of a night filled with battles, leading him to unintentionally crawl into the thermal blanket while in a daze. Li Guotao divided the energy bars from his backpack between the two, while Bai Yuehui produced 3 bottles of water. Noting Wang Ye's complex expression, Bai Yuehui remarked, "This is mineral water. However, in the future, if you wish to drink, I shall fetch it for you. It would be quite troublesome if you mistakenly consumed the wrong one, even if you were to vomit it back up." After finishing their meal, Li Guotao inquired, "That roar we heard earlier seemed to come from quite a distance. How shall we proceed?" Wang Yi shrugged his shoulders, stating, "There are no shortcuts. We must walk straight ahead." Bai Yuehui concurred, and ultimately, Wang Yi took the lead with his ancient sword, while Li Guotao trailed behind as they ventured towards the heart of the Xiangxi venomous insect valley. Along the way, Li Guotao's chatter was incessant, occasionally popping a piece of chocolate into his mouth, which caused Bai Yuehui, ahead of him, to frown repeatedly, though he said nothing. The little security guard had finally activated the camera function, which was splendid, allowing them to witness Bai's graceful silhouette. It was indeed a sight to behold. One could not help but wonder if the last instant man had finished his business. He could really eat. It seemed he had consumed more than half of the food alone from the backpack. One felt a pang of sympathy for our dear Geijai, who was forging ahead alone. Li Guotao swallowed a piece of chocolate and asked, "Wang Yi, have you ever encountered a zombie? You know, the kind that jumps around and sucks blood." The earlier scream bore a striking resemblance to a zombie's cry. Bai Yuehui rolled his eyes elegantly upon hearing this. Wang Yi responded, brotherly, "Perhaps you've indulged too much in novels. Have you ever heard a true zombie scream? Once a person dies, their essence departs from the body. What remains can hardly move, let alone drain blood. I believe this knowledge is more familiar to Miss Bai than to me." Caught between the two, Bai Yuehui felt compelled to break his silence. As this topic was undermining his authority as a scientist, the notion of zombies was utter nonsense to those engaged in research. Thus, he stated, "Based on extensive research over the years, zombies are merely figments of novelists' imaginations. The moving corpses are simply a result of microbial changes occurring within the body after death. For instance, nails and hair appear to grow longer post-mortem. One reason is dehydration, which makes them seem more elongated than during life. Additionally, the calcium in the human body allows nails to continue growing for approximately 23 months after death. The sharp claws of zombies depicted in novels likely stem from this phenomenon. As for the movement of corpses, it is attributed to the bacteria within the body that remain active after death. When gas is expelled from the body through the rectum, it creates the illusion of movement, while dehydration of the muscles can cause the joints to contort, leading to actions such as the corpse sitting up." Li Guotao still believed in the existence of zombies, especially since he had consumed a dragon from the sea just yesterday. With a hint of disappointment, he remarked, "Professionals truly possess remarkable knowledge, but that roar we heard earlier was undeniably loud. I wonder what it was." "Does Miss Bai know about Taotie?" he inquired. Bai Yuehui shook her head, indicating her disinterest in continuing the topic. At that moment, Wang also suddenly laughed from the front, saying, Brotherly, you are truly a talent. I assume you must be single. Li Guotao skeptically asked, Taoist Wang, can you really predict the future? Could you tell me when I might find a partner? Wang paused, indeed counting on his fingers. After 2 minutes, he sighed, Brotherly, who exactly are you? I still cannot deduce your fate. Are you perhaps an anomaly that transcends the realms? Li Guotao hastily inquired, what anomaly? Wang covered his mouth and laughed. Isn't that how zombies are described in novels? Ha ha. Bai Yuequi also chuckled but quickly covered her mouth. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from all directions. Looking around, the trio discovered countless brownish creatures crawling towards them. Upon closer inspection, they realized they were snakes, each adorned with red feathers at their tails and topped with a red comb. Li Guotao quickly exclaimed, These are red-tailed comb snakes. They are highly venomous. They will compare their height with yours. If they exceed your height, they will attack, but if you are taller, they will retreat. Wang asked, Brotherly, do you recognize these creatures? Li Guotao nodded. I have heard of them before, but I have never encountered them personally. The three stood back to back, on high alert. Strangely, the snake horde did not attack. They merely surrounded them, as if fearing something. I have a phobia of clusters. This is terrifying. I looked them up, and these snakes are quite rare. That little security guard actually recognized them. Honey, quickly press and hold the watch for 10 seconds to call for help. How can you escape with so many snakes around? The person above, quickly reveal your gender, or we will hunt you down. Chapter 8. The birth of the spraying god in a room entirely composed of glass. 3 middle-aged men gazed upon the lifeless body of a man lying on the bed. One of the bald men remarked, This is indeed the final experimental subject. A slender woman replied, I hope Miss Bai's sister can endure a little longer. After all, the refinement of the angelic serum does not occur swiftly. The elder gentleman then lamented, We should never have consented to allow her to partake in that absurd expedition, claiming it was a quest for materials to create the perfect angelic serum. How perilous it is. Does she not realize her life is far more valuable than ours? Alas, is it really worth it for her sister? Wang drew his ancient sword but hesitated to act, for no calculations had yielded a definitive escape route. At that moment, Li Guotao's mind echoed with the system's emotionless voice. Task triggered. Explore the secrets of the poison insect valley in Xiangxi. Task reward, 2 lottery tickets. Just as the task notification concluded, 10 individuals came rushing from afar, a team comprised of both black and white members. Their terrified expressions suggested that whatever pursued them was truly horrifying. However, upon sighting the sea of snakes ahead, despair engulfed them. They frantically pressed the buttons on their watches, hoping for timely rescue. Yet, all was in vain. Soon, the sound of massive bodies crashing to the ground reverberated. As 5 monstrous creatures with ghastly faces and long fur emerged, each towering at 3 meters, their razor-sharp teeth seemingly capable of devouring a human head whole. Li Guotao exclaimed, What the hell? Since when did the baboons grow so large? Bai Yuehui and Wang turned to him. Did he recognize them as well? This little security guard was astonishing. He had just verified that those behemoths were indeed called baboons, albeit these were remarkably oversized, as typical baboons stood just over a meter tall. These individuals were doomed. The rescue helicopter would never arrive in time. Who can save my wife? I would give up all my savings for that. The brother muttered under his breath. You mean your billions in business, right? Look, one of the giants is making a move. Just then, a colossal baboon let out a roar and charged towards the group. The first to encounter, it was a bearded white man clad in iron armor. Grasping a wooden club, he hoped to leverage his armor's strength to retaliate. However, he underestimated the baboon, which withstood the blow and promptly clamped its jaws around his head, severing it with ease and swallowing it whole. The other 4 baboons quickly joined in to feast. Witnessing this, the remaining 9 individuals seized the moment to flee through the gaps left by the red-tailed chicken snake and the baboons. Yet, the baboons proved more cunning than they had anticipated. Just as they thought they could escape, a male baboon, nearly 5 meters tall, leaped down from a tree. It was crucial to note its gender, as it possessed attributes that the other 5 baboons lacked. This individual possesses remarkable prowess, which explains why he has 5 wives. Such a feat transcends the dimensions of humanity. No, you are mistaken. The young security guard embodies this very form. These 9 individuals are undoubtedly doomed, with no retreat remaining. The rescue aircraft will likely arrive too late. According to my calculations, it will require at least 10 minutes to reach us. The male mandrill not only boasts a considerable size, but also possesses elongated upper canines reminiscent of the prehistoric saber-toothed tiger. Its front claws resemble those of a feline, protruding like daggers, each one as sharp as a stiletto. 3 of the African men, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere, screamed and dashed toward the red-tailed boa constrictors, preferring to confront the serpentine onslaught rather than face this colossal beast. The male mandrill did not pursue. Instead, it fixated on the remaining 6 individuals. Li Guotao remarked, "It appears that it is waiting for its 5 wives to finish before making its move. Evidently, their intellect is not to be underestimated. We are in grave peril." Wang Yi caressed the ancient sword, a golden light glimmering along its blade. With a hint of excitement, he declared, "Leave the largest one to me." Bai Yu Kuei then retrieved a small metallic vial from her undergarments, poised to consume its contents at a moment's notice. Li Guotao stated, "Since you are all prepared to fight to the death, I shall accompany you in this noble endeavor." At that moment, the 3 African men had nearly reached the throng of red-tailed boa constrictors. Upon seeing the 3 individuals trapped back-to-back within the serpentine mass, the leader, a curly-haired African man, shouted in English, "Help! Please save us." However, the 3 ensnared individuals were akin to clay idols traversing a river, unable to fend for themselves. The red-tailed boa constrictors, which had not attacked the trio, rose up upon the arrival of the newcomers. Each serpent towered over 2 meters, their heads looking down upon the 3 African men in a spectacular display. Terrified, the 3 men fell to the ground, and as if rehearsed, the fearsome snake horde lunged downward, swiftly engulfing them. They were unable to utter a single cry before their fate was sealed. In the distance, the remaining 6 witnessed the grim fate of their companions and dared not approach the serpent swarm. Yet, their other escape routes were obstructed by the gigantic male mandrill. Regardless of their attempts to move, the mandrill followed suit without attacking, the immense pressure nearly driving them to madness. At that moment, Li Guotao wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and casually flicked them away. To his astonishment, a drop of his sweat splashed onto a nearby red-tailed boa constrictor, causing it to emit a shrill cry of distress and flee rapidly. Moreover, the ground where his sweat landed became a no-go zone for any snake. The 3 individuals exchanged glances, recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes, while only Li Guotao comprehended the underlying reason, his lineage of dragon blood. He then spat towards the surrounding red-tailed boa constrictors, causing the snake horde to erupt into chaos, desperately attempting to evade the saliva he had cast forth. This is outrageous. Can they truly act this way? Surely, the saliva of the security guard must be toxic. All present here are nothing but worthless. Just look at that individual. He is the progenitor of all critics. Oh, revered critic, allow me to pay my respects. The critic's might is unparalleled. Wang Yi attempts to spit as well, yet his efforts yield no effect whatsoever. Originally, Bai Yu Kuei intended to imitate him, but upon witnessing Wang Yi's futile attempt against the red-tailed crowing snake, she refrained, as she did not consider herself to be as exceptional as Li Guotao. As Li Guotao spat while striding forward, Wang Yi and Bai Yu Kuei followed closely behind. In no time, the trio had traversed beyond the serpentine throng. Li Guotao ceased recording and, facing the snake horde, began to urinate, hoping to deter their pursuit. However, he forgot that the 2 behind him had not turned off their camera. Fortunately, they were turned away from the lens, or countless youths would have been left feeling inferior and young women sleepless. Chapter 9. Crisis averted at that moment. A tremendous roar emanated from the depths of the forbidden ground, causing the previously gathered red-tailed crowing snakes to vanish without a trace, leaving behind only 3 desiccated skeletons. 5 female macaques shrieked towards the direction of a lone male macaque, their cries laden with urgency. The male macaque glanced up at the source of the roar before swiftly charging towards the humans before him. Someone shouted for everyone to scatter, lest they meet their demise. However, they could hardly outrun the macaques. By the time Li Guotao and his companions arrived, only 2 fortunate individuals remained. Among the survivors, a bespectacled black woman expressed in English, "Thank you for coming to our rescue. The helicopter is on its way. Can you stay a little longer?" The other survivor, a burly white man, chimed in, "Indeed, those monsters have departed. We are truly lucky. Thankfully, they left after having had their fill. This place is utterly terrifying." Just as he finished speaking, Li Guotao's anger flared, and he struck the man down with a resounding slap, exclaiming, "What do you mean they had enough food? Those creatures were your companions. You despicable egotists from the Western continent are truly repugnant. The white man, having been slapped and now subjected to Li Guotao's scorn, leapt to his feet, wide-eyed and indignant. How dare you strike me? I am a member of the Mark family. Once we escape the valley of poisonous insects, you will pay dearly. Wang Yi interjected, brotherly, do not let your anger consume you. This is human nature. They fear the monsters, yet have no regard for those who come to their aid. Have you heard the tale of Mr. Donghua and the wolf? Li Guotao nodded in understanding. I see now. If my life is threatened, then there is no other recourse. With that, he delivered a powerful punch to the nameless white man. Blood streamed from the man's 5 orifices, making it clear that he would not survive. A bespectacled black woman crouched on the ground, covering her mouth as she sobbed. Wang Yi and Bai Yukuei were taken aback by Li Guotao's decisive actions. This man was indeed resolute. At that moment, the rescue helicopter arrived, and the black woman ascended the descending rope ladder. Not once did she glance back at the 3 individuals on the ground until the aircraft vanished from sight. Let us proceed. Saving lives is our choice, while expressing gratitude is theirs. No one should impose upon another, Wang Yi articulated with profound wisdom. Li Guotao licked his parched lips, which had dried from lack of moisture. To hell with the weaklings. Those who flee while their comrades are captured are mere cowards. Were I in their place, I would fight to the bitter end against those mountain demons. At that moment, Bai Yukuei, who had remained silent, spoke up, setting aside notions of brotherhood. Did you not notice that upon the great roar, not only did the red-tailed chicken snake slither towards that direction, but even the 6 mountain demons followed suit? If all the monsters in this forbidden area are drawn to that sound, would it not be perilous for us to venture forth? Though Bai Yukuei yearned to meet the source of that voice, reason cautioned her that danger likely awaited. Wang Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Allow me to assess the situation. After all, we cannot have come here without purpose. I trust you both do not seek merely a paltry reward of 100 million. With that, Wang Yi closed his eyes. His robe billowed without wind, and he became a focal point, anchoring himself to the ground as the formation extended into the depths of the forbidden area. After a short while, Wang Yi opened his eyes. Li Guotao inquired, what did you discern? Can we proceed? Wang Yi furrowed his brow. Strange, it is indeed peculiar. I am unable to predict the outcome of what lies ahead. Li Guotao replied. If you cannot foresee it, then let us keep our distance. If trouble arises, we shall flee. Bai Yukuei felt conflicted, yet the improved angelic elixir was more vital than her own life. She placed the small metallic vial back into her attire and nodded in agreement to investigate further. Seeing that both were undeterred by peril, Wang Yi, being adept in speed, consented as well. However, they now faced a rather trivial dilemma. Their provisions had been consumed by Li Guotao. The quest for sustenance had now become their foremost concern. At this juncture, Li Guotao recalled his remaining 10 points and asked, did you not both participate in the last program? Do you still possess any points? Wang Yi shook his head. I converted mine into money to aid those in need. Bai Yukuei also shook her head. I exchanged mine for experimental materials. Li Guotao remarked, I have 10 points, a reward for slaying that flying green snake. I wonder what I could exchange them for. Wang Yi expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, is it truly that many? The last time I ventured deep into the forbidden area, I only acquired 15 points. Each point can be exchanged for an astounding 100 million Federation coins. Li Guotao inquired, then how much food can I obtain with just 1 point? Wang Yi sighed. Due to the nature of this forbidden place, redeeming here would be disadvantageous. 1 point would likely only procure 5 of the initial food packages you selected. I have yet to hear of anyone engaging in such folly. It would be wiser to seek food elsewhere. Undeterred by Wang Yi's counsel, Li Guotao proceeded to exchange 1 point for food. You all claim he is merely a junior security guard, yet I perceive him as a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. 100 million coins for just 5 food packages. I cannot shake the feeling that this junior guard grows ever more dashing. I almost wish to bear his offspring. To the lady above, adorned with the title of Taoist Wang, is it truly appropriate for you to speak in such a manner? I suspect there may be a connection between the junior guard and the production team. Do you see those 5 packages of food? They appear to be significantly larger than those distributed before the competition. Soon, a drone arrived, and indeed, the backpacks it carried were twice the size of the one chosen by Li Guotao. However, the 3 of them found it inconvenient to transport all the backpacks. At that moment, chaotic footsteps echoed from a distance, as Sasaki approached with 6 companions. They must have followed the drone. And upon seeing the 5 enormous backpacks on the ground, their eyes gleamed with avarice as they glimpsed the food and beverages within. Chapter 10. The battle for food. Sasaki's wooden clogs pressed against the ground, squeezing out a pale green liquid from the moss beneath. Behind him, a young black man with cracked lips glanced at the liquid on the ground and shook his head. Yet, when he looked up at the 5 massive backpacks in the distance, a glimmer of greedy desire illuminated his expression. Since venturing deeper into the forbidden area, Sasaki and his group had failed to locate any potable water, and their food supplies were dwindling. Nevertheless, fortune smiled upon them as they spotted a supply drone hovering in the sky. Disregarding who had purchased the points, driven by hunger and thirst, they pursued the drone. At that moment, a burly Caucasian man wielding a massive axe chuckled. "Ha, we are indeed fortunate. There are only 3 of them." Another young black man quickly interjected. "Sam, do not underestimate them. That white-haired woman and the man in the cap are participants from the last competition and are formidable opponents." Gritting his teeth, Sasaki declared, "They may only have 2, but we are 7. A yellow-skinned man standing beside Sasaki chimed in. "Brother Sasaki is right. They are merely 2. And the other is just a junior guard sourced by the production team." The distance between the 2 groups was merely 30 meters, and the exchanges between them naturally reached the ears of their adversaries. Wang Yi slowly drew the ancient sword from his hand, his gaze languid, yet unexpectedly imbued with a hint of icy coldness. Bai Yukuei clenched her fist tightly, while Li Guotao chuckled, for he had finally encountered that person from Fusang. This was a forbidden ground, devoid of any legal constraints. The recent act of slaying that white man had already stirred his primal instincts. He discarded his empty backpack onto the ground and strode forward. However, Bai Yukuei grasped the hem of his garment, imploring, "Do not act impulsively. Do you see the black man behind us? He wields a semi-automatic rifle, and the one carrying the hefty chainsaw is quite formidable as well." Wang Yi responded, "I find the other 3 martial artists to be more troublesome." Setting aside that karate fool, the dual-wielding swordsman beside him displays an unordinary grip on his blades. Furthermore, the one adorned with a rope and wearing a tiger claw is evidently a master of Muay Thai. Li Guotao had already discerned the composition of their adversaries. Having navigated the treacherous line between life and death for years, he never believed the opponents could inflict harm upon him, even with their firearms. He retrieved a cigarette from the hidden pocket of his attire, ignited it, and exhaled a smoke ring, disregarding the system's alerts echoing in his mind. He turned to his companions, saying, "Taoist Wang, you have been tirelessly forging the path these past few days. Refrain from engaging in combat this time. As for Miss Bai, I recognize your prowess, yet allow me to demonstrate as a man." These few words stirred an indescribable sentiment in the 2 companions, offering them a fresh perspective on this man who seemed solely preoccupied with food. Goodness, is this little security guard attempting a 1v7? It may be exhilarating to show off before a beauty, but one must brace for the humiliation of a beating. As a citizen of the Hua Nation, I support the spitting deity. Let your saliva vanquish the foes. Alas, what a pity for such remarkable potential to be squandered. Our establishment is the perfect arena for your grand ambitions. Why resort to violence? I am Qian Yuyong of Qian Real Estate. The little security guard's 1v7 offers odds of 50 to 1, while a 3v7 yields odds of 10 to 1. Those wishing to partake in the betting for the Forbidden Ground expedition, take a chance. A bicycle may transform into a motorcycle. I, the Spitting Army supporter. Wager 5 on the Spitting Deities, 1v7. Such a meager sum, and you dare call yourself a supporter of the Spitting Army? I wager 10 on the Spitting Deities, 1v7. At this moment, Li Guotao had reached the open space between the 2 parties. Wang Yi sheathed his sword and began rummaging through one of the backpacks, retrieving sustenance. Bai Yukuei approached the other backpack, sifting through its contents until she selected a bag of whole grain bread to consume. The onlookers from the opposing side were nearly driven to madness by this spectacle. Such provisions had already been deemed theirs. The slender man, adorned with a conical hat and wielding a knife and shield, charged towards Li Guotao, while the remaining 6 did not act in unison. This yellow-skinned warrior's eyes sparkled with intensity as he ran, the short blade rhythmically striking against the leather shield, producing a series of thundering sounds. As they drew closer, the man raised his circular shield and swung his right-hand dagger towards Li Guotao's neck. Before he could feel the blade meet flesh, a glimmering red object flew towards him, igniting a fierce burning sensation in his right eye. The sudden pain distorted his practiced movements, and by the time he regained his composure, his hands were left empty. His knife and shield had been seized by his opponent. Enraged, the man in the conical hat attempted to reclaim his weapons, but before he could react, the adversary, now grasping the circular shield, charged at him. Due to the height disparity, the shield collided squarely with the conical hat man's head, resulting in a sharp crack. He collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes back as his brain turned to mush from the impact, red and white fluids oozing from his ears. How pathetic. This little fellow. Was it merely a burn from a cigarette? I could have just pinched it with my eyelids. Look, the odds on the betting site have changed. I'm going to wager my entire year's savings on the spraying god in a 1v7 match, with a payout of 40-1 if the spraying god wins. I'll be rich with $4,000. This little security guard is no ordinary person. He has fully mastered the 24 styles of security boxing. That move to disarm was effortlessly executed. Li Guotao struck the shield a few times with the short knife before carelessly tossing it aside, a clear act of provocation. Sasaki was furious. The 4 from the Dragon Continent had initially held an advantage over the 3 from the Western Continent. With the conical hat man defeated, his influence would wane, and the one responsible for this outcome was the detestable trash from Huagua, causing his body to tremble with rage. Sasaki turned to his counterparts from the Western Continent and declared, "This battle can be resolved by the 3 of us, but we demand 3 backpacks." The young black man, armed with a semi-automatic rifle, replied, "I have no objections. It's up to Sam." Sam, wielding a massive axe, glanced at the chainsaw man beside him, who was half a head taller, and stated, "Fine, but if you fail, when we step in, we will take 4 backpacks." Sasaki nodded confidently, "No problem. We from Fusong have no concept of defeat, only death. In that case, all 5 backpacks will be yours. Ji Xiong, oil milk, Nasukawa Tenshin. Show these 3 Huagua individuals the might of our Fusong people." Chapter 11. The Advancing Security Guards. A thunderous roar emanated from the depths of the forbidden ground, akin to the signal for a duel. Xixiang Yonai drew 2 samurai swords and circled around Wang Yi, while Nasukawa Tenshin fixed his gaze upon by Yuekue, his tongue incessantly licking his parched lips, the beauty before him intensifying his thirst. Sasaki clenched his fists, producing a series of crackling sounds as he advanced towards Li Guotao. Though he appeared at ease, every muscle in his body was taut. Since the defeat of the man in the conical hat, he had ceased to underestimate his opponent. Li Guotao's lips curled into a smirk, realizing his intent. He resolved to deal with Sasaki first before turning his attention to the other 2. However, to the left and right, Xixiang Yonai and Nasukawa Tenshin, as if in perfect synchrony, swiftly shifted their focus and launched a pincer attack on Li Guotao alongside Sasaki. Each of the 3 unleashed their signature moves, targeting vital points. Xixiang Yonai executed the dual-wielding technique, Demon Slash, directing his swords towards Li Guotao's neck and waist. Nasukawa Tenshin leaped into the air, employing an elbow strike. For a Muay Thai expert like him, a blow to the head could be devastating. Sasaki, with his palms poised, aimed a knife-hand strike at Li Guotao's knee, his skill capable of shattering the meniscus upon impact. Witnessing such cunning from their adversaries, Wang Yi and Bai Yuekue tensed, realizing it was too late to intervene. "See, I told you that little security guard was doomed. Thankfully, I bet on the 7-man team to win. Though the payout is modest, it's a safe bet. Those 3 are despicably clever, feigning one attack while planning another. If I could, I would defiantly raise my middle finger at them, at least to die with dignity. Wang, where's your spit? I've been stashing my savings for a year. Can you believe it? I calculated that you only made a measly $100 this year." In truth, Li Guotao had already seen through their scheme. A seasoned warrior, he sensed the anomaly the moment his foes made their first move. Sasaki, initially standing with his hands behind his back, had prompted the other 2 to split their approach based on the positioning of his hands. He must have been signaling in silence. Although unaware of their precise plan, it would not alter the outcome of the battle. Li Guotao had intended to tackle Sasaki first, but with all 3 attacking together, he would not hold back. As their strikes drew near, Li Guotao swiftly stepped forward twice, evading the 2 slashes from the right and the descending elbow strike. However, Sasaki's knife-hand strike found its mark on his knee. As Sasaki believed he was about to launch an offensive, an excruciating pain shot through his hands, as if his bones were shattering. In that fleeting moment of agony, his head was seized by another. After taking a couple of steps forward, Li Guotao grasped Sasaki's head firmly, With a vicious knee strike aimed at Sasaki's face, he unleashed a rapid flurry of blows, delivering over 10 strikes in less than a second. Before the second wave of attacks from Shixiang Yuna and Nasukawa Tengxin could arrive, Sasaki's entire visage was crushed into his skull, his eye sockets collapsing as his eyeballs were expelled from their confines. In a swift motion, Li Guotao caught them mid-fall. He then discarded Sasaki's lifeless body, sending it careening towards the two assailants who were advancing once more. Yuna instinctively swung his sword to block, only to cleave Sasaki's corpse into several pieces. Mistakenly believing he had killed Sasaki, Yuna roared and charged at Li Guotao, wielding two samurai swords with formidable ferocity. Nasukawa, unable to intervene, could only watch in dismay. Yet, it wasn't long before Li Guotao resolved the predicament. Although Yuna's strikes were swift, he found himself unable to inflict any harm upon the man before him. As he bellowed and unleashed another vicious slash, two bloodied objects flew into his mouth. Upon spitting them out, Yuna was horrified to discover they were Sasaki's eyes, prompting him to retch uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Li Guotao executed a technique from the 24 styles of security fist, disarming Yuna of his twin swords. The moment he grasped the blades, the fate of both adversaries was sealed. Once the swords changed hands, they became remarkably agile, and in a flurry, Yuna was transformed into 6 separate entities. Witnessing this, Nasukawa cried out for help, attempting to flee. However, it was too late. He stood no chance against Li Guotao. In just a few strides, he was caught. As the saying goes, one should never turn their back to their enemy while fleeing. Unfortunately, being a native of Fusong, Nasukawa was unaware of this adage. He continued to sprint even as his legs were severed at the knees, crashing to the ground in a pitiful heap. It is a prudent habit to finish off one's opponent, and as the twin swords were withdrawn from Nasukawa's chest, the Muay Thai expert breathed his last. At that moment, several bullets whizzed through the air. In this perilous moment, Li Guotao elegantly twirled a sword, flinging the blood from its blade before slicing through the oncoming bullets, deflecting them all. Only then did the sound of gunfire reach the air. Could it be that I am mistaken? This man is too formidable, cleaving bullets with a samurai sword as if it were a scene from a film. It is utterly grotesque. He fed that dual-wielding fighter an eyeball. I feel nauseated. This man is a security guard. Give me 100 like him, and I could dominate the Western continent. Everyone, hurry and place your bets. The odds for 1v7 have plummeted to 1-11. Fortunately, I just witnessed the Hat Man being swiftly purchased for 100,000. As a fellow enthusiast, I placed my bet on 3v7, investing 5 million. Whether it's 3 opponents or a single one matters not. As long as those 7 adversaries are vanquished, I shall consider it a victory. I am indeed a fervent admirer of Taoist Wang and Miss Bai, though it appears they need not intervene. Before the opposing team could fire again, Li Guotao had already charged forth with dual blades. His approach was not linear, but rather a serpentine maneuver akin to military evasion tactics. Given his current speed and reflexes, the opposing black man would find it exceedingly difficult to land a hit. Buzzing ominously, the towering white giant had activated the chainsaw he wielded. The sound suggested it was diesel-powered, and the large tank behind him likely contained the fuel. This brought to mind the endeavors Li Guotao cherished in his past life. Chapter 12. Not a security guard, but a god of war at this moment. Sam had lost the thrill of discovering sustenance. Tightening his grip on the massive axe, he swung down toward the man whose speed surpassed even that of Bolt. Simultaneously, the black youth behind him switched his rifle to automatic mode, unleashing a barrage of 7.62mm dum-dum rounds toward his opponent. Alas, Li Guotao's movements were far too swift, his direction unpredictable. By the time the black youth anticipated pulling the trigger, Li had already veered towards the chainsaw-wielding man. This swift maneuver not only evaded Sam's axe, but also caused the black youth's bullets to miss entirely. As he sought to continue firing, his line of sight was obstructed by the imposing chainsaw man. Just as the black youth contemplated retreating to find a more advantageous position, Li Guotao had already evaded the chainsaw man's attack, swiftly slicing through his legs and positioning himself before the black youth. The latter had barely retreated a few steps when he was forced to raise his weapon, desperately attempting to delay the inevitable. However, the gun did not fire. His hand, along with the rifle, had been severed by Li's blade. Only then did Sam's massive axe arrive, but by that point, his 2 companions had already been rendered incapacitated. Li leaped back, narrowly dodging Sam's axe, but unexpectedly, the chainsaw man swung his weapon toward Li's legs. Remarkably, despite losing both shins, the chainsaw man managed to support himself on his knees, truly a figure of unyielding resilience. I can hardly believe it. The spray god is on the verge of victory, utterly dominating the opposition. I too shall join the ranks of the spray army. That chainsaw man is indeed a tough character. Despite his condition, he did not utter a single sound. Could he be mute? Or perhaps the selection of opponents was simply too feeble. Had it been me, I would have riddled that little security guard with bullets. The spray army assembles. Let us charge forth against this sage who dares to disrespect our esteemed spray god. As Li Guotao showcased his formidable prowess, the number of spectators aligned with the detractors surged dramatically. After narrowly evading the chainsaw-wielding maniac's attack, Li Guotao retreated a few paces, refraining from further aggression. The chainsaw man, in a frenzy, brandished his weapon wildly, having already cleaved a young African-American man in two, his entrails spilling forth amidst his bewildered and vacant gaze. Realizing the dire situation, Sam discarded his heavy axe and pressed the red button on his watch, making a frantic dash into the thicket. The age-old adage echoed in his mind, never turn your back on the enemy. No sooner had Sam turned than he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he was horrified to see two katana blades protruding from his torso, one having pierced his heart. Now, only the limping giant, still desperately swinging the chainsaw, remained of Sasaki's group. Li Guotao, unfazed, nonchalantly retrieved a cigarette from his concealed pocket, igniting it and taking a leisurely drag. Ever since he had sent a band of villains skyward with C4 in his previous life, he had developed a fondness for the splendor of explosions, particularly when they rendered his adversaries into disarray. Taking a deep breath to soothe his nerves, he ambled towards the chainsaw man. Observing the enemy approach, the maniac's swings grew more frantic, his mouth agape yet producing no sound. It was then that Li Guotao discerned the absence of a tongue. The gaping maw was hollow, devoid of teeth. He had encountered such beings before. Typically, they were the soulless creations of slave traders. In a split second, as the chainsaw swung toward him, Li Guotao leapt into the air, executing a somersault like a gymnast, simultaneously twisting the lid off the barrel the chainsaw man carried. As the man struggled to pivot on his shattered knee, Li Guotao deftly tossed his cigarette, but into the barrel and swiftly dove to the ground, a seamless series of movements. The chainsaw man's life came to a fiery end amidst a deafening explosion, resulting in the annihilation of the 7-member squad, leaving Li Guotao as the sole combatant. I've struck it rich. I am the one who purchased the 500 million 3v7 ticket, he exclaimed. In a moment, I'll distribute 100,000 in red envelopes in the spraying god live stream, and I shall also join the ranks of the detractors. With such wealth, even I, a humble follower who spent a year's savings on the spraying god, will give away 100 in red envelopes, despite only earning 4,000. Hurry to the official betting site. It seems the odds are stacked against those who wagered on the trio's victory. Many are confident in Wang Yi and Bai Yuehui. The most absurd is a certain spray tyrant, who bet 100 million on Li Guotao to win 1v7 at 50-1 odds. This time, the money from the Money family real estate is bound to shrink by a third. Quickly, everyone, seize the opportunity. Moments ago, the affluent user spray tyrant distributed a staggering 50 million in red envelopes, of which I managed to seize a mere 2,000. Alas, my reflexes were too slow to capture more. It is truly enviable that the luckiest individual snatched up 30,000. To my astonishment, Spray Emperor just released 100,000. Presumably from that same extravagant spendthrift who had earlier contributed 5 million. Furthermore, the 30-centimeter tyrant also bestowed a generous 300,000 in red envelopes. The reign of red envelopes in Li Guotao's livestream persisted throughout the day, and by evening, the official statistics revealed an astonishing surge to 300 billion, shattering Li Guotao's own previous record of 200 billion. When Li Guotao, after witnessing the fireworks he had set off, returned to his teammates, the gazes of Wang Yi and Bai Yuehui towards him had transformed entirely. He was no longer merely a security guard. He resembled a veritable warrior. One wonders if the selection committee was blind during the casting process. At that moment, Director Wang in the control room was rubbing his eyes in disbelief, staring at his phone in utter astonishment. Li Guotao remarked, "I'm not too shabby, am I? I told you all that I excel in wilderness survival." Wang Yi, pressing his forehead, retorted, "What you've done can only be classified as wilderness slaughter. No wonder I cannot gauge your capabilities. You are decidedly not of this realm. You are that unique entity that transcends the three realms and exists outside the five elements. Bai Yuekue bit her lip and said, Li Guotao, after our adventure, I have a request. Would you be willing to accommodate me? What is it? Speak freely, as long as it's not unlawful. I shall do my utmost to assist you. I need to draw some of your blood for research purposes. You have surpassed normal limits by a considerable margin. Even I fall short in comparison. Moreover, my sister's time is running out, and I hope you can lend me your aid. If I can save her, then I shall bestow my reward upon you. At this point, Bai Yuekue deftly altered her initial proposition of offering herself, instead pledging her reward. Li Guotao shook his head, stating, since we are teammates now, a little blood is of no consequence. If your sister has any other needs that I can assist with, I am at your service. At that moment, Wang Yi interjected, we have too many provisions. Let us partake in some food first. Both nodded in agreement, unaware that Li Guotao's prodigious appetite would soon challenge their perceptions. Chapter 13. The impressive appetite of the spray god. The weather in the poison insect valley of Xiangxi is perpetually overcast. Even if the skies are clear 4 kilometers away, the sunlight is thwarted by an unknown barrier upon entering the valley's confines. To avoid the complications that the corpses of the 7 deceased might invoke, the trio proceeded several hundred meters forward with their burdens. Wang Yi glanced at his watch. It was already 4 in the afternoon. At last, we can commence our meal. For carrying this weight is exhausting. It would be far lighter to store it in our stomachs. Bai Yuekue found herself increasingly exasperated with these 2 ironclad men. Hastily rummaging through her backpack, she unearthed 2 bags of whole wheat bread and a bottle of soda, hastily consuming them. Genuinely apprehensive that Li Guotao might pose once more the question of whether zombies could procreate, Wang, also a Taoist from Wudong Mountain, adhered to his dietary restrictions, refraining from meat, alcohol, and matrimony. Selecting only plant-based provisions from his backpack, he found his appetite to be akin to that of an average person and soon felt satiated. Observing that 80% of the food in the first backpack remained, he patted Li Guotao, who was still eating, and retreated to rest. Li Guotao stood before the backpack, vigorously consuming his meal, his mechanical motions of grasping and swallowing resembling those of a robot. Initially, Bai Yuekue had engaged in post-meal yoga to maintain her physique. But as time passed, she sensed something amiss. Why was Li Guotao still eating? Wang, leaning against a tree and caressing an ancient sword, was not surprised, as he knew well of Li Guotao's prodigious appetite. Yet, when the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Guotao was still at it, having progressed to the 3rd backpack. Prompting Wang's concern, he and Bai Yuekue positioned a log, sitting by the fire, observing Li Guotao's eating habits. Who could enlighten me as to why I'm compelled to witness this spectacle of gluttony for 3 hours? I possess more enthusiasm for watching a beautiful woman dance. Focus. Focus. Each package of food weighs over 30 pounds. I wonder what the volumetric capacity of this man's stomach could be. My interest lies not in the capacity of his stomach, but rather in the grandeur of his subsequent bowel movements. He could easily achieve fame through gluttony, ascending to the pinnacle of life, yet he chooses to embark on perilous explorations in forbidden territories. Attention, everyone. The chat of the Spray clan has announced that red envelopes will be distributed in 5 minutes. Those swift of hand will reap rewards, while the slow will be left wanting. Long live the Spray god. This month's lodging expenses depend on the generosity of the Spray clan. Unable to contain himself, Wang interjected, Brotherly, are you not yet full? Dividing the remaining food into 3 portions should suffice. Do not overindulge. It was only then that Li Guotao, who had been in a mechanical state of consumption, came to his senses, swallowing the last sausage and remarking, Oh, it has grown dark. I cannot ascertain whether I am full, but it should be about right. Good sir, do you possess any sense? You have consumed nearly a month's worth of my rations and remain uncertain of your satiety? Surely, your faculties are lacking. Boldly, the common folk dare to insult the Spray god. Where is the Spray clan? Charge forth, charge forth. He, as darkness falls. When do you suppose my wife will retire for the night? I hope she does not turn off the camera. Return to your own abode, Mr. Bai. What business do you have here with the Spray god? Members of the Spray clan, do calm yourselves. We are diverse, after all. Observe, I too bear the insignia of the Spray god, a member of the family. In truth, most of us in the Spray clan are here to witness Miss Bai. After all, the Spray god enjoys a prime vantage point for the spectacle. However, let us keep our thoughts unspoken and observe quietly. We need to avoid any reckless actions. Wang also found himself momentarily choked by the phrase concerning whether one was full or not. It's nearly dark. We should not stray too far apart. We must take turns keeping watch and hope for a peaceful night. Bai Yuehui declared, I shall take the last watch. Staying up late leads to wrinkles. And I trust you two gentlemen will not object. Without waiting for their response, she reclined against a wooden stump, draping a thermal blanket over herself, feeling quite comfortable with the fire still crackling nearby. At that moment, Li Guotao approached Bai Yuehui, causing her to feel a twinge of anxiety as she instinctively recoiled, preparing to inquire about his intentions. Given Li Guotao's formidable strength, she realized that resisting him was futile. Suddenly, a series of spitting sounds erupted. Peh, 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 peh. Li Guotao was wildly expelling saliva until it encircled the three of them and the campfire before he ceased. Oh, so that's what it is. Wang quickly grasped Li Guotao's intent, though he was equally repulsed by his actions. Bai Yuehui's cheeks turned slightly red. She adjusted the thermal blanket to cover her head, evidently realizing that she had overthought the situation. After all, he was an unyielding man. Goodness, the spitting phenomenon has commenced with full force, she mused. I shall dub it the venomous insect valley's annihilation of the black dragon spray. Indeed, Li Guotao had managed to drench Bai with his spittle, leaving her covered in a white shroud. You're the one wrapped in a shroud, and your entire family as well. That's merely a silver thermal blanket, you ignorant fool. Still, my husband, Wang Daolong, is the most handsome. Just look at how enticing his slightly parted lips and furrowed brow are. You infatuated fool, Wang was merely startled. If someone spat at me for 2 minutes, I would wear a similar expression. After finishing his spitting spree, Li Guotao fetched a bottle of soda, seating himself beside Wang and exclaiming, all set. This soda is truly delightful. I lost quite a bit of bodily fluid earlier and must replenish it. Wang shifted slightly away from Li Guotao, remarking, what is up with your saliva? Does it truly have a curative effect against venomous insects? Li Guotao tossed a chocolate into his mouth, responding, indeed, this is my secret that cannot be divulged. By the way, I am the nemesis of these venomous insects. Who shall take the first watch? I will, Wang volunteered. I tend to stay up late. Li Guotao stretched lazily. Perfect. I've consumed too many sweets and feel a bit drowsy, so I shall sleep first. With that, Li Guotao leaned against the wooden post and closed his eyes. However, he was not truly asleep. Instead, he began to examine his attribute panel. Ancient Treasures Chronicle, Activation Host. Li Guotao age, 20 possessing legendary creature. Gluttonous beast. Length 25. Attributes. Strength 45. Average male 6. Maximum 20. Speed 45. Average male 6. Maximum 20. Stamina 49. Average male 6. Maximum 20. Skills. 24 style security fist. Special abilities. Ancestral glutton. Dragon bloodline. After merging with the venom and poison sac of the green dragon, immune to most toxins, bodily fluids possess the efficacy of repelling poisons. Task. Explore the secrets of the poison insect valley in Xiangxi. Task reward. 2 lottery tickets. Observing the attributes in his mind, Li Guotao reflected that his earlier indulgence had not been in vain. He nearly forgot about the task at the bottom of the list. To delve into the poison insect valley, one must venture into the depths of the mist, likely related to the monstrous roars echoing around. With these thoughts, Li Guotao succumbed to slumber. Chapter 14. Axe Blade Storm Roar, Roar, Roar. A series of thunderous howls reverberated, causing the surrounding branches to rustle. Li Guotao and Wang Yi simultaneously opened their eyes. Bai Yuehui remarked, just in time, dawn is approaching. Let us have breakfast. However, her and Wang Yi's gazes towards Li Guotao were tinged with complexity. During breakfast, Li Guotao refrained from his usual voracity, opting for a few energy bars instead. He then took several empty plastic bottles and made his way into the jungle. Wang Yi, observing this, chuckled, Li brother, be careful. Don't end up like a leftover egg. Bai Yuehui blushed slightly and said, I'll go over there. Please turn off the watch video. Do not be timid. Wang Daochong, hurry and sneak over. I promise not to look if you capture it. Have some dignity. Such matters should not be broadcasted live. Please privately message me. Do you know what the spray god is doing with the bottles? I have a hunch, but you wouldn't want to know. I suggest the spray army shed their disguises. Brothers of the spray army, I advise you to prepare yourselves. The spray god is about to abandon all decorum. Before long, Bai Yuehui returned. She and Wang Yi began to pack their gear, preparing to continue their journey. Just as Wang Yi was about to check if Li Guotao had encountered trouble again, Li returned, cheerily holding 3 bottles filled with water, albeit the liquid was somewhat yellowish. Bai Yuekue inquired, "Did you find a water source? By its color, it seems undrinkable. There is still plenty of water in the backpack. If necessary, we can find wild bananas or palm trees for hydration. It would be best to discard this water." Wang Yi, struggling to suppress laughter, turned red-faced. Bai Yuekue glanced over. Frowning, "What is Wang Daochong up to? Did I say something wrong?" Li Guotao awkwardly remarked, "The latter part is correct, but there are some issues with the earlier statements. This is not mere water. It is a potent ally in exterminating pests. It should prove far more effective than your insecticides, as it also works on animals." Bai Yuehue's face paled instantly, a rare expression for her. She retorted, "All right, you stay there, do not approach. Wang, and I will handle the items. Quickly discard what you have in your hands." Li Guotao, embodying the archetype of a steadfast man, replied, "How can that be? I endured an entire night to gather these 3 bottles. The opening is rather small, and I nearly spilled it all on the ground." He continued, "Each of you can take a bottle. Should danger arise, we will use it. No snake, insect, or rodent will escape unscathed. Ugh, who wants to consume it? Snakes, insects, and rodents have no rights." Bai Yuehui had never before exhibited such an expression, and the young security guard seemed utterly inhuman. Wang was right. He truly was beyond the realm of normalcy. My husband was merely jesting with him. He clearly wasn't paying attention to the live broadcast. I am now solely concerned with how Bai Yuehui will manage the situation. No wonder some said that the spray god lacked martial ethics. This must be what they meant. However, relying on the spray god to spit is not a sustainable solution. Is this not a brilliant repurposing? My dear fellow, you must be a solitary soul, indeed. Ha ha. Oh my. You should elevate your perspective. Something is approaching from the trees over there. Bai Yuehui vigorously shook her head, declaring, "I refuse. I, Bai Yuehui, would rather perish than use your concoction. You and Wang can have it." Wang, frantically gesturing, exclaimed, "I do not want it either. If danger arises, I have my ancient sword to accompany me, and that is sufficient." Li Guotao, somewhat disheartened, responded, "You too are truly delicate. In our days of wilderness training, we would eat tree bark and insects when hungry. When thirsty, having our own urine was a blessing. I have even drunk water extracted from elephant dung." He added, "This is merely through a plastic bottle. If you do not want it, I shall take it. We cannot let it go to waste. Who knows when it might come in handy." Just then, a rustling sound echoed above them. Li Guotao quickly stowed the 3 bottles in the outer pocket of his backpack, seizing the massive axe discarded by Sam, and said, "Prepare yourselves. It could be the mountain demon from last time." Wang drew his ancient sword, brushing his hand along the blade, causing a rune to flash and vanish into the sword. Bai Yuehui now wielded weapons as well, brandishing a katana in each hand, exuding an aura of fierce determination. Suddenly, a low, ominous growl resonated from above, and 3 3-meter-tall mountain demons leapt down from the trees, encircling the trio. Wang shouted, "Be cautious. They are cunning, and the other 3 may be lurking elsewhere." Li Guotao chuckled, remarking, "Don't let the meat offered to us go to waste. You too. Be cautious. I am coming." At this moment, not only had Li Guotao enhanced his attributes, but he also wielded a massive axe, completely disregarding the mountain demons before him. He charged towards the 2 nearest mountain demons, his eyes filled with the knowledge of their attack patterns and vulnerabilities, honed from extensive combat experience. The 2 mountain demons, taken aback by the audacity of their prey charging at them, extended their sharp claws in an attempt to seize him. However, Li Guotao suddenly accelerated, crashing into one of the mountain demon's chests, exploiting the moment when its previous strength had waned and its new strength had yet to materialize. He swung his colossal axe diagonally upward, severing a head filled with razor-sharp teeth. Blood gushed from the neck, propelled by the heartbeat, spraying nearly a meter high like a fountain. The other 2 mountain demons emitted a piercing roar, disregarding Wang Yi and Bai Yuekue, and lunged directly at Li Guotao. Witnessing the 2 mountain demons flanking him, Li Guotao swung his axe with fervor, his legs spinning on the ground. In his past life, he would have never dared to execute such a maneuver, but his current physique was capable of performing a whirlwind slash reminiscent of animated fantasies. The 2 approaching mountain demons slashed with their 3-inch claws at the human who had slain their companion. Yet, as their claws made contact with the spinning figure, they shattered inch by inch from the tips. Then, The whirling humans sprang into action, colliding repeatedly with the mountain demons before they could retract their arms. When Li Guotao finally halted, the left and right halves of the mountain demons' bodies appeared as though they had been subjected to a brutal execution, one half intact, while the other lay as mere skeletal remains. Surprisingly, Li Guotao himself bore no traces of blood or flesh, perhaps due to the centrifugal force of his spin repelling the filth away. I have once again donned the mantle of the spray army. Long live our beloved deity. One onlooker exclaimed. This is not a blade storm. No, it must be an axe storm. Can this truly still be a human? We are not of the same species, are we? The spray army welcomes anyone, as long as they are attractive or have a melodious voice. Even cross-dressing enthusiasts are welcome, provided they are pleasing to the eye. You members of the spray army lack decency. Such sordid matters, please count me in. Just as the audience believed the battle had concluded, Li Guotao shouted, Be careful. Chapter 15. The mountain demon zombies. Amidst the frenzied swaying of branches, the last 3 mountain demons could no longer restrain themselves. A 5-meter-tall male mountain demon charged towards Wang Yi, while the 2 female mountain demons lunged at Bai Yuekue. Wang Yi's eyes radiated a blue glow as he shouted, Earthly river carriage. Instantly, the soil and stones beneath began to shift, forming a colossal semi-spherical barrier that enveloped Wang Yi and the 3 mountain demons within. Bai Yuekue found herself confined outside, clutching a metallic vial tightly in her grasp. At that moment, Li Guotao rushed over, gazing at the circular earthen wall without making any move. Wang Yi must have his reasons for taking such action, and he had previously boasted of his remarkable escape skills. It is only fitting to have faith in his comrades, a trait befitting a warrior king. The 3 mountain demons trapped behind the earthen wall roared furiously, launching assaults on everything around them. Meanwhile, Wang Yi had already employed the Jin character's Earth Dragon technique, enveloping his body in a flow of qi that rendered the soil and stones beneath him liquid, allowing him to glide beneath the surface like a fish. What transpired? Taoist Wang called out, only to be buried beneath the earth and stones. The sight increasingly resembled that of a grave mound. Shut your crow's mouth. My husband possesses remarkable abilities. This is called Taoist magic. Do you understand? How ignorant you are? Allow me to enlighten you. This is a technique from the wind after the strange gates, known as the Kuan character's Earth River Chariot. It allows the earth to flow like water, thereby granting control over it. This mound, no, this fortress, was constructed using this very method. Taoist Wang must have intended to trap the mountain demons within, awaiting the arrival of the divine sprayer to resolve the situation. Why would he entrap himself as well? Isn't that courting death? Not necessarily. Setting aside the prowess of the ancient sword in Taoist Wang's possession, his prior use of the Earth Dragon technique has kept him undefeated. Before long, 2 female mountain demons lay mangled and bloodied on the ground within the earthen mound. The male mountain demon continued to lash out violently at the corpses, its eyes reddened with rage. Wang Yi, concealed underground, peeked out and muttered to himself, It seems the Qian character's illusion is indeed effective against these beasts. Only one remains. I must deal with it swiftly. I cannot afford to disable the cameras every time I engage in battle. As Wang Yi emerged from the earth, the male mountain demon lunged at him, bewildered and attacking indiscriminately at any creature in sight. Wang Yi easily evaded its assault, his eyes shifting from blue to red as he softly intoned Li character's Firefly Flow. A multitude of fiery sparks erupted from before him, though small in surface area. They possessed an exceedingly high temperature. The sparks latched onto the male mountain demon, akin to maggots on decaying flesh. Before the creature could swat them away, the sparks had already penetrated its skin, and its internal organs were unable to withstand such extreme heat. It collapsed shortly thereafter. Although the male mountain demon perished, the sparks upon its body did not extinguish. Within a minute, the 5-meter-tall beast was reduced to a heap of ash. Only then did Wang Yi withdraw the Earth River Chariot. When Li Guotao and Bai Yuekue beheld the aftermath of the battle, they were left utterly astonished. The 2 bloodied corpses on the ground were a gruesome sight, resembling the result of mutual combat rather than the handiwork of Wang Yi's ancient sword. As for the colossal male baboon, it had vanished, leaving only the smoldering ashes on the ground to evoke endless speculation. Li Guotao remarked, Taoist Wang is indeed formidable. It's a pity that all 6 baboons have been utterly pulverized, rendering them inedible. This comment elicited laughter from Bai Yuekue and Wang Yi, instantly alleviating the tense atmosphere. Reflecting on their combat prowess, One could not help but remember how 7 fools had attempted to seize their belongings the previous day. Had they been kicked in the head by a donkey? My husband is invincible, having single-handedly dealt with 3 of them, and there was even one of considerable size. Oh, where did that large one go? Look at the ashes and black smoke on the ground. Could it be that Taoist Wang incinerated it on the spot? Goodness, Spraying King has sent out 1,000,000 red envelopes. Everyone, hurry and grab them. After finishing their lunch, the trio continued deeper into the forbidden area. At this moment, visibility in the air began to diminish. With a thick fog enveloping everything, the sole silver lining was the near absence of snakes, insects, and rodents. Consequently, their pace quickened, and before long, they had exited the fog-laden region. Wang Yi declared, "This must be the heart of the forbidden area. Drones and rescue helicopters cannot reach this place, so we must remain vigilant." Bai Yuekue nodded, saying, "This area is not very large. Let us place our belongings on that tree to avoid hindering our movements later." Li Guotao agreed. "That's a splendid idea. I was just thinking the same, but we should take this with us." He then retrieved 3 bottles of yellow liquid. Wang Yi and Bai Yuekue shook their heads in refusal, insisting that they would not touch it even if it meant death. Reluctantly, Li Guotao removed the nylon rope from his backpack and strung the 3 bottles together, fastening them to his waist. However, as they proceeded, Bai Yuekue and Wang Yi maintained a distance of 1 meter from Li Guotao, leaving him exasperated. It was just urine. After all, not something they hadn't encountered before, yet their faces turned green with distaste. At that moment, another roar echoed, a deep and resonant sound that sent ripples through the surrounding branches. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with gravity. Li Guotao raised his right hand and said, "We need to slow our pace. The creature that emitted that roar is not far ahead." Thus, they crouched and crept forward, the frequency of the roars increasing. Upon reaching a small hillside, the scene below left them astounded. Goodness, what on earth is that? Does such a creature truly exist in this world? Look at the gaping hole in its abdomen. Its innards are desiccated like jerky. How can it still be alive? I believe it is a baboon, merely shriveled and dehydrated. The more I look, the more it resembles a zombie from a novel, albeit a baboon zombie. Over there, it seems someone is present. And there are numerous desiccated corpses on the ground. My heavens! Hurry, my dear, Li Guotao whispered urgently. The desiccated corpse on the ground must belong to the 3 who were recently captured. The additional 10 or so bodies are likely those of the participants in this competition. It seems that those 6 mountain demons are its minions, and they must have come here to seize us. Look, it intends to attack the living nearby. Should we descend to assist? Wang Yi remarked, among those individuals, there appears to be an old acquaintance, the wealthy heir we encountered on the helicopter. Bai Yuekue once again produced the metallic vial that had yet to find its purpose, drinking the pale blue liquid within. Regardless of whether they express gratitude later, we cannot stand idly by while others perish. It seems that the creature is using human blood to restore its form. This certainly broadens my horizons. I must acquire a sample of its tissue, and I hope you will assist me. Chapter 16. Boss Bai's Iron Fist. A deafening roar erupted from the mountain demon zombie as it lunged towards a nearby blonde woman, sinking its teeth into her neck. Blood surged through her veins, flowing into the creature's maw. In an instant, the once voluptuous woman was reduced to a lifeless husk. The organs within the mountain demon's abdomen began to writhe, transitioning from desiccation to a state of gleaming vitality. Even the exterior flesh began to regenerate. The mountain demon zombie appeared elated, its roar sounding like the clarion call to battle. Bai Yuekue charged down the slope, wielding dual swords with unparalleled vigor. Perhaps it was an illusion, but her eyes shimmered with a crimson glow, and the exposed skin radiated a similar luminescence. In a fit of urgency, Wang Yi activated the tortoise fly technique, a secret method that sacrificed his own vitality to enhance his speed. Originally intended to complement the chaotic golden drum, it now served to hasten his movements, allowing him to surpass Bai Yuekue in no time. Li Guotao lagged behind, astonished by the prowess of his 2 companions, who, despite his superior physical attributes, left him trailing. Nevertheless, he still believed he could prevail if it came to a life-and-death struggle. At that moment, the mountain demon zombie spotted the approaching trio, its withered visage betraying a glimmer of delight. It seized a black man, biting into his neck, claiming yet another victim before the trio could intervene. Only Jiangwen remained, bound on the ground, his face stained with tears and mucus, his glasses lost in the chaos. He was now so paralyzed by fear that he could not even call for help, utterly devoid of the spirited confidence he had exhibited on the helicopter. This creature is indeed a zombie. No one would dispute that, would they? My husband is truly a man. He charges to the forefront without hesitation. Unlike certain timid security guards who cower at the sight of real monsters. That creature, capable of coiling around one's waist, is nothing remarkable, merely a useless thing. Are you a fool summoned by a monkey? My dear companion has done nothing to provoke you. It is evident that Wang Yi excels at evasion, hence his swift retreat. Should you dare to challenge, I could easily dispatch you with a mere spit. Yet, my wife is unparalleled. Just behold her graceful sprint. A vision of beauty that leaves me breathless. Pathetic second-rate men, typing with both hands to assert their innocence. Though I have recorded the events, I am not like you. Alas, it appears they have arrived too late. The man on the ground is doomed. As the mountain monkey zombie prepared to strike Jiang Wan, Bai Yukuei swiftly hurled a katana, delivering a rapid and powerful blow that pierced the zombie's outstretched arm, creating a considerable wound. Bai Yukuei initially aimed to pin the arm to a nearby tree, but to her astonishment, the arm swiftly regenerated, returning to its former state in less than a second. The mountain monkey zombie even retrieved the katana from the tree, as if Bai Yukuei had merely provided it with a weapon. Enraged, the enchanting woman radiated blue light, her speed augmenting to the point of nearly surpassing Wang Yi. Upon witnessing Bai Yukuei's act of support, Wang Yi also took action. After all, his current state, the turtle fly form, could not be sustained for long, as it consumed his lifespan. Channeling the ancient sword with the firefly light of the departure characters, the starry sparks enveloped the blade, visually enhancing its potency. At that moment, Wang Yi was less than 5 meters from the mountain monkey zombie. The fiery ancient sword lunged towards the zombie's neck, aiming for decapitation. However, to his astonishment, the mountain monkey zombie managed to deflect the fiery sword with the katana. Unbelievable. This zombie wields a blade with surprising finesse. It has managed to withstand my husband's ultimate technique. It is as good as dead. Do you think they can defeat this creature? Its regeneration speed is astonishing. It is practically a zombie version of Wolverine. It likely feels no pain, rendering it nearly invincible. But fear not, for behind us stands our spray god. The leader of the spray family is even more formidable. Just as Wang Yi's sword was deflected, Bai Yukuei's katana struck from an angle the mountain monkey zombie could not defend against. The clash resonated with a metallic ring as the blade met the zombie's neck. A pair of 3-inch-long claws lashed out towards Bai Yukuei, yet the angel-enhanced Bai could not be so easily thwarted. Employing the principle of Tai Chi, she deftly seized the incoming foot, using its momentum to execute a remarkable split. Bai Yukuei plunged her katana into the ground and commenced a merciless assault on the mountain monkey zombie. In terms of combat technique, Bai Yukuei was nothing short of a master. However, the mountain monkey zombie possessed an seemingly boundless regenerative capability, with vital areas such as its neck and head as resilient as steel. Witnessing this, Wang Yi dispelled his turtle fly form, recognizing that he could not intervene in Bai Yukuei's close-quarters battle. Unbeknownst to them, some black liquid from the mountain monkey zombie splattered into Jiang Wan's mouth amidst Bai Yukuei's onslaught. Li Guotao could only observe beside Wang Yi, watching the beauty unleash her fury. My wife is invincible, unlike you men, utterly useless. It sounds as if you aren't a man yourself. He quipped. I'm contemplating whether to marry Yukuei, but what if she strikes me in the future? Marry her? You must be still dreaming. You've barely had a few peanuts and are already intoxicated. Look, the red glow on my wife is fading. As the spectators remarked, under Bai Yukuei's relentless barrage, the mountain monkey zombie's limbs had been shattered, its body reduced to tatters. Bai Yukuei's own red aura began to wane as well, just before it completely dissipated. She retreated behind the two men, her voluptuous figure alluring as she gasped for breath. Even the straight-laced Li Guotao couldn't help but steal glances, and those few looks prompted many viewers to exclaim in appreciation. You go ahead. That thing is indestructible and should soon regenerate. Even my attack should have rendered a mere Iron Man obsolete, yet that creature continuously mends itself amidst my strikes. Chapter 17. The Secret of the Black Crystal. Just as Bai Yukuei finished speaking, a series of unsettling sounds emanated from the mountain monkey zombie, crackling, chattering, and clacking. The zombie, previously limbless, rose to its feet, seizing the katana from the ground to strike at Wang Yi. Swift as lightning, Wang Yi silently invoked the turtle fly form, parrying the descending katana with his ancient flame sword, which shattered the weapon upon impact. Seizing the opportunity while the mountain monkey zombie was momentarily distracted by its broken weapon, Wang Yi swiftly thrust the flaming sword into the gaping wound in the creature's abdomen, hoping to sear its insides. At this moment, Li Guotao also sprang into action, aiming his colossal axe at the zombie's knee, believing that incapacitating the opponent was the surest means to ensure victory. Both men succeeded in their endeavors. As the flames of Wang Yi's ancient sword extinguished, the interior of the mountain monkey zombie had turned a charred black. Yet it did not disintegrate into ashes like the male mountain monkey had. Li Guotao had similarly severed the zombie's legs at the knees. However, the trio found it peculiar that the typically vociferous mountain monkey zombie had yet to utter a single sound. At that moment, a dark glow began to emanate from the center of the mountain demon zombie's forehead, revealing a diamond-shaped gem upon closer inspection. The mountain demon zombie roared once more, but was interrupted by Li Guotao, who struck its mouth with a powerful axe. Unfortunately, even Li Guotao's extraordinary strength couldn't cleave the zombie's jaw. Instead, the axe suffered several cracks. At that juncture, countless black threads emerged from the severed leg of the mountain demon zombie, connecting to the fractured area and reattaching the leg as if no injury had occurred. How could one combat such a foe? This creature was not only stubborn, but seemingly indestructible, capable of reattaching severed limbs. Surely, that gem atop its head must possess considerable value. Yet, amidst the peril, one couldn't help but worry about their spouse's safety. They were deep within a forbidden zone, far from rescue helicopters. The bound-rich heir appeared to be in agony when the mountain demon zombie roared earlier. Could it be that he was already driven to madness by fear? Witnessing the mountain demon zombie's resilience, Li Guotao cast aside his nearly shattered axe and charged forward, embodying the spirit of a super soldier unafraid. He positioned his legs together and placed his hands at his sides, assuming the initial stance of the 24 security fist. With a physique akin to that of a superhero, he executed the second move, seizing the zombie's hand that clutched a broken blade and delivering a powerful kick with his right leg, propelling the creature into the air. Had he not held onto one of its hands, the mountain demon zombie might have soared far beyond reach. Li Guotao then unleashed a series of relentless attacks. The fifth move, an arm press to the forehead. The seventh move, a stepping throw. And the eighth move, a wrist grab to lock the elbow. This string of coordinated assaults left the mountain demon zombie with no chance to retaliate. However, the instant Li Guotao paused to catch his breath, the black diamond gem on the zombie's forehead glowed ominously once more, as if it had resurrected in full form. Reminiscent of a certain legendary figure. How impressive indeed. Even instructors from the security academy could not match its prowess. Have you noticed that whenever the black gem glows, the monster seems to be invigorated? They ought to incapacitate that gem before engaging in battle. The creature appeared to fear the renowned figure, having yet to retaliate. Its expression betraying trembling trepidation. Can you even discern its expression? Someone quipped. Quickly unleashed the venomous dragon spray. It was as if Li Guotao could hear the audience's fervent cries. Yet, rather than spitting, he reached for 3 bottles of liquid from his waist. By Yuekue and Wang, upon seeing Li Guotao's movement, swiftly retreated, as if confronted by a terrifying sight. Just as everyone anticipated, Li Guotao was preparing to douse the mountain demon zombie with the liquid. The darkness between the brows had yet to dissipate, and the grotesque visage of the mountain demon zombie was rife with mockery. Its pupils, devoid of whites, gazed intently at the man opposite. Despite the emanation of fear from the other, the diamond-shaped gem nestled between its brows had never failed it since its acquisition. This tale unfolds in a rather cliched manner. An aged and frail mountain demon stumbled upon a black gem, which it, in playful curiosity, embedded into its forehead, consequently transforming itself into a zombie. The malevolence radiating from it affected all flora and fauna within a 4-kilometer radius, thus giving rise to the infamous poisonous insect valley in Xiangxi. At that moment, the man before it poured several vials of an unknown yellow liquid over himself. The mountain demon zombie, never one to evade an attack, remained motionless. However, as the yellow liquid drenched its form, white smoke began to rise from the areas it touched. Though devoid of pain, the scorched spots showed no signs of healing, and the gem atop its head appeared to lose its potency, prompting it to flail about in a frantic dance, attempting to shake off the liquid. It succeeded in part, splattering some of the liquid onto Jiang Wan, who then also began to flail wildly. Li Guotao, having tossed 3 bottles, swiftly retreated. He joined the other 2 at a safe distance. And the trio observed Jiang Wan and the mountain demon zombie engaged in their peculiar dance. What a sight to behold! My titanium-enhanced eyes could scarcely believe it. This creature was dancing even better than I could. Why, pray tell, was that wealthy heir joining in? He is no zombie. Could it be that the god's urine compels all beings to dance? Yet, they were not dancing. Observe the white smoke rising from them, clearly. They were being corroded by the substance poured upon them. The god's might is formidable. Not only is its saliva toxic, but even its urine can incite a revelry. My admiration for this deity is boundless, akin to the ceaseless flow of a vast river, as unstoppable as the Yellow River in flood. Suddenly, Jiang Wan and the mountain demon zombie ceased their movements, their bodies collapsing to the ground as though struck by a bone-shattering force. What remained of their forms lay like the remnants of a mollusk upon the earth before inexplicably merging into the soil, leaving only Jiang Wan's clothing and the black diamond gem behind. At that moment, the watches of the 3 vibrated, signaling the accumulation of points. Bai Yuehui earned 12 points, Wang Yi 10 points, and Li Guotao 18 points. In a state of urgency, Bai Yuehui suppressed her dread of the liquid that Li Guotao had cast and rushed over. To her dismay, the mountain demon zombie's flesh had completely dissolved, leaving only a crystal on the ground. She plucked a leaf to lift the crystal for inspection, her disappointment unmistakably etched upon her countenance. Chapter 18. The ceiling of Xiangxi in an endless dark void. A tall, slender figure shrouded in a hat murmured to himself. Has the first seal been broken? Humanity must hasten their actions. Otherwise, when those entities arrive, even I will be powerless. In the hollow of Poison Insect Valley, 3 individuals gazed intently at the black gemstone held by Bai Yuehui. Li Guotao, this is your fault. My experimental subject is gone. Now, all that remains is this trinket. I have plenty of gemstones at home. Once we escape, I will seek you out for the blood draw you promised me. That is no problem. But my bodily fluids are a bit peculiar, so do take care when the time comes. This gemstone, I just noticed, emits a glow. Let me examine it closely. With that, Li Guotao took the black crystal and held it up to scrutinize. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Mission: explore the secrets of the Poison Insect Valley in Xiangxi. Reward: 2 lottery tickets. Would you like to draw now? Li Guotao hastily inquired within his mind. Can I draw later? Yes, simply call for me when you wish to draw. When Li Guotao returned to his senses, he found the black crystal had vanished from his hand. The 2 individuals before him were staring intently at him, leaving Li Guotao perplexed. What are you 2 looking at me for? Where's the crystal? Wang Ye's lips twitched slightly. What are you asking us for? You barely held it for a moment before it fused into your palm, and I can faintly see it moving along your meridians to your left wrist tattoo. Who would have thought that the renowned spray god was a magician? Now, that massive black gemstone is all his to consume. Do not insult my idol. His talent is unparalleled. Did you not see that the gemstone was dropped by a zombie? That object is known as a cultivation stone, utilized by practitioners to enhance their abilities. What you just witnessed was absorbed by our spray god. Exactly. Otherwise, why would our spray family army call him the spray god? It's because he is a cultivator. Do you understand? A timid voice interjected. Isn't the title spray god derived from his toxic saliva? Shut up. Li Guotao was also taken aback by Wang Ye's strange remarks and quickly began to feel around his left wrist tattoo, but discovered nothing. He then closed his eyes to examine his attributes. Ancient Rare Treasures Record, Activated Host. Li Guotao Age, 20 Legendary Creatures. Gourmet Growth Level 25, Attributes, Strength, 45. Average Male, 6. Maximum, 20. Speed, 45. Average Male, 6. Maximum, 20. Stamina, 49. Average Male, 6. Maximum, 20. Skill, 24. Styles of Security Fist. Special Ability, Culinary Prodigy, Bloodline of the Dragon. After merging with the venom of the green dragon and its poison sac, immune to most toxins, and the body's fluids possess the ability to expel toxins. Xiangxi's Seal, Completion Level 5, Acquired Black Crystal, 2 lottery tickets. After reading this, Li Guotao was left dumbfounded. What on earth was that crystal just now? Was it used by Xiangxi to seal someone? Or was it utilized by others when sealing Xiangxi? Please clarify. Yet, the system in his mind remained utterly unresponsive. It seems I have begun to comprehend the situation. That object was a seal, now attached to me, though its purpose remains a mystery. Li Guotao shrugged. indicating his own uncertainty. Look at the sky. It seems the mist at the center has dissipated. Could it be that after we vanquished the mountain demon zombie, this forbidden land is no longer perilous? Bai Yuekue pointed to the heavens. Who knows? We can't exactly press a rescue button to test it, Wang Yi lazily remarked while leaning against a nearby tree. At that moment, Li Guotao smacked his forehead in realization. I almost forgot. Look at that pile of clothes on the ground. Isn't that the rich heirs? Do you think his family will assume we killed him? If they come seeking revenge, that could be quite troublesome. I am rather soft-hearted and dislike taking lives. Bai Yuekue and Wang Yi simultaneously rolled their eyes. We didn't ask you to be a murderer. Even the title of the night butcher seems to be a compliment. Bai Yuekue said. I don't mind. If they aren't afraid of my teacher's retaliation, they can come at me, Wang Yi added. I have no idea how much wealth they possess, but it certainly pales in comparison to mine. I forgot to mention. My biological father is the wealthiest man on the Dragon Continent, Wang Tiandao. Is that not an imposing name? Oops, I forgot we're live streaming. Now I've revealed it, he continued. Extra. Long Taoist Wang, in a bid to show off in front of his boyfriend, inadvertently exposed his identity as the heir to a fortune. Rumors in the Jianghu spread that Long Taoist Wang, in a competition for Miss Bai Yuekue's affection against a security guard, admitted to being the wealthy heir. Upon learning that the guard was endowed with a 30-centimeter advantage, he requested the guard to be his boyfriend. You all are absurd. Clearly, it was my husband who intentionally exposed himself to catch my attention. My dear, I've long wished to marry you, even though I too am a man. The comments could no longer bear it. I am the chief critic of the spray brigade. I'll distribute 5 million in red envelopes as a gesture. I beseech everyone to spare my spray god and his boyfriend. Rich and imposing, everyone, be silent. The swift take all, the slow shall have none. The spray brigade is my source of sustenance. Wang Yi currently finds himself in a state of unease, as those he has befriended since childhood have invariably been drawn to him for his wealth. Even strangers, upon learning of his identity, alter their demeanor towards him, which is precisely why he chose the path of a Taoist priest. However, when he gazes at Li Guotao and Bai Yuekue, he realizes they are indifferent to his status. With a sigh of relief, he remarks, aren't you curious as to why I, with a wealthy father, chose to become a Taoist priest? Bai Yuekue dismissively scoffs at him. While Li Guotao responds, Wang Daozhong, your father may be a tycoon, but that does not make you one. Besides, I will soon possess an inexhaustible fortune. Does it truly matter whether one is a billionaire or not? At this, Wang Yi bursts into laughter, genuinely delighted. Li Guotao is his first true friend. At that moment, their watches emit a notification. Due to the restoration of the forbidden area, this program has concluded. Contestants are to remain in place as the production team will soon dispatch a helicopter for your return. Rewards will be distributed based on the completion of the forbidden area exploration tasks. Greetings, I am your host, Li Hong. For reasons unknown, the Xiangxi Venom Valley has reverted to normal, rendering it devoid of challenge for the contestants. Therefore, the production team has decided to conclude the first round of the 31st Forbidden Area exploration early. Contestants will each receive a tax-exempt reward of 100 million yuan provided by the production team. I now announce the list of participants. From the Dragon Continent, Wang Yi, Bai Yuekue, and Li Guotao. From the Tropical Continent, James and Jackson. Congratulations to the following 5 for securing a reward of 100 million federal coins. The contestant with the highest score this round is Li Guotao from the Dragon Continent, who will receive a prize of 3 billion yuan. Regrettably, he must submit 50 as entertainment tax. We hope Mr. Li Guotao will not be disheartened. In 5 days, we will record the second round of the 31st Forbidden Area Exploration Program. All 800 billion residents worldwide aged 16 and above are welcome to register. The 5 participants who completed the exploration today may opt to join the next program directly. Thank you for watching, and now we will pause for advertisements. Chapter 19. The Xianyuan Sword and the Cauldron of Refining Demons in the Azure Sky. 2 suns, one large and one small, shine brightly. At the airport, Li Guotao and the others are bidding farewell. Bai Yuekue states, extend your hand. You promised me. Without hesitation, Li Guotao has 800 milliliters of blood drawn. After placing the blood bag into a small suitcase, Bai Yuekue departs in a fighter jet from the airport, leaving the other 2 in astonishment. Wang Yi remarks, Miss Bai truly lives up to her genius status with an IQ of 220. She can even pilot a fighter jet. Do you have any thoughts on this? Indeed. Should I venture into another forbidden place next time, I shall certainly bring her along, as I am not particularly adept in the realms of machinery and medicine. Wang also rested his forehead on his hand, remarking, I think I've come to understand. You must be without a girlfriend. Li Guotao replied, Did you not already deduce that I lack a girlfriend last time? To be honest, I am uncertain if your calculation was accurate, as I once had a girlfriend, though she favored the affluent. Wang burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. She must be regretting it now, for you have become a wealthy magnate. You possess 6 billion federal coins. By the way, I recall you also have 27 points, if you haven't exchanged them. They can be reserved for your next expedition into the Forbidden Realms, though typically, one would not participate again. Li Guotao shook his head. I haven't exchanged them yet. I inquired with the program staff, and they informed me that I may redeem them at any time. In any case, I am not in a hurry. I shall keep them for now. After exchanging contact information, they each returned home. Li Guotao hurried back to his rented room. And even a battle-hardened warrior could hardly contain his anticipation for the 2 lottery tickets. System, I wish to partake in the lottery. Host, shall both tickets be drawn simultaneously? Yes, draw both. The drawing commenced. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword, no sword spirit. Continuing the draw, congratulations, host. You have drawn the remnants of the alchemical cauldron. At this moment, Li Guotao's hands began to ache as a golden-hued small sword imprinted itself upon his right wrist, while a purplish-red gourd was engraved upon the palm of his left hand. He hurriedly opened the attribute panel. Record of ancient treasures, activated host. Li Guotao age, 20 legendary creatures owned. Taotie, growth length 25, attributes, strength 45, ordinary male, 6, maximum, 20, speed 45, ordinary male, 6. Maximum. 20. Stamina 49. Ordinary male. 6. Maximum. 20. Skills. 24 styles of security fist. Special abilities. Ancestral glutton. Bloodline of the Jiao dragon weapons. Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. No sword spirit, commonly known as the Xianyuan sword, is said to be the unparalleled divine sword granted by the gods of the celestial realm to Emperor Xianyuan for vanquishing Qiyu. It harbors boundless power. A sacred blade for slaying demons and evil spirits. Treasures, remnants of the alchemical cauldron, anciently known as the Jili Cauldron, is one of the ancient rare treasures. It possesses astonishing powers, reputed to create all things, and also harbors tremendous destructive force. Within it lies an extraordinary space, vast enough to seemingly encompass heaven and earth. Xiangxi's seal. Completion 5. Obtained black crystal. Upon reviewing his current attributes, Li Guotao hastily inquired, System, how shall I utilize the 2 items I have drawn? The host need only envision the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword unsheathing, and it shall automatically appear in your right hand. To retract it, simply think of the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword returning to its sheath. Due to the absence of a spirit within the Xianyuan sword you have drawn, its potency has significantly diminished. It is hoped that the host will soon locate the sword spirit. The demon refining pot requires you to direct your left palm towards the item you wish to place inside the gourd. Thus, it can be stored within. To retrieve an item, simply focus your thoughts into the pot, select the desired object, and it will emerge from your palm. However, the demon refining pot in your possession is flawed, rendering it incapable of capturing demonic entities or conducting refinements. It can only serve as a storage vessel. And it is hoped that the host will soon acquire the Kunlun mirror to utilize temporal reversal for its restoration. Upon hearing this, Li Guotao felt disheartened, realizing that he had merely obtained defective artifacts. Truly, the system has its quirks. Nevertheless, he remained elated, for these are ancient relics, and should he have the opportunity to complete them, he would become invincible. Extending his right hand, he envisioned the Xianyuan sword unsheathed, and the small golden sword on his wrist abruptly vanished, replaced by a long, pale golden ancient sword measuring 3 feet in length and 2 inches in width. One side of the blade was inscribed with celestial bodies, while the other depicted mountains and flora. The hilt bore inscriptions on agricultural practices on one side and strategies for unifying the seas on the other. Li Guotao seldom displayed such excitement, for this was the very sword wielded by the Yellow Emperor. He gripped the sword with his right hand and tested it against the table that had been previously shattered. As the sword's edge neared the table leg, a resounding crack echoed, and the wooden leg splintered into 2 pieces upon striking the ground. How exceedingly sharp it was! Even without direct contact, The sheer aura of the blade was utterly formidable. Contemplating the Xianyuan's sword returning to its sheath, his right hand was left empty, and the small golden sword reappeared on his wrist. Li Guotao felt a deep sense of satisfaction, despite the absence of a sword spirit. Curious to test the demon refining pot further, he directed his left palm towards the largest piece of furniture in the room, his bed. In the blink of an eye, the bed vanished from sight. Hastily, Li Guotao focused his thoughts into the pot. Inside, an expansive plane unfolded, seemingly infinite, with a gentle white light illuminating everything without being blinding. In this vast space, his small bed lay on the open ground, appearing even smaller. He directed his palm towards the location where the bed had disappeared, concentrated on retrieving it, and in an instant, the bed had returned to its original position. The demon refining pot proved to be rather convenient. Given his current appetite, if he could utilize the pot as a logistical base for his sustenance, his strength would continuously elevate. Unlike the last day of this expedition, where he had scarcely eaten anything. Just then, an unfamiliar number called. As Li Guotao answered, he heard frantic cries from the other end. "Please save my daughter. Wenwen is your girlfriend." Li Guotao furrowed his brow. As if Wenwen were the former girlfriend of this body, who had already eloped with a wealthy heir named Qian Yuyong. "Your daughter is not my girlfriend. I cannot present the 2 million yuan bride price. You might as well seek out that rich heir willing to spend on her." With that, Li Guotao ended the call. But no sooner had he hung up than the phone rang again. Reluctantly, he answered. "Guotao, we were wrong. We watched you on the show this time and realized your prowess. Wenwen was deceived by Qian Yuyong. We are heavily in debt, and now she has gone missing. We cannot reach her by phone, and the police have informed us that they cannot file a missing person report unless she has been gone for more than 2 days. We have no choice but to seek your help. We do not require a bride price. We ask for nothing if you marry Wenwen. We only plead with you to help us find our daughter." "Whoa. Stop crying, Auntie. I will give it a try, but I shall not marry your daughter again. Consider it a return of the favor from the past." Chapter 20. The terrifying strength of the Spray family army. Li Guotao hung up the phone and stepped onto the balcony to light a cigarette. He still found it impossible to rid himself of this vice, yet he no longer feared the detrimental effects of tar from smoking. For he had become wealthy and could afford an abundance of high-energy foods to enhance his well-being. As he contemplated how to locate Xiao Wenwen, his phone rang once more, this time from an unknown number. "Hello, who is this?" "Ah, Mr. Li, I'm your fan. My name is Xiangxi, the 7 Days and 7 Nights Chi. In the fan group, I am known as Spray Overlord." The voice on the other end was sweet, yet Li Guotao felt a surge of annoyance. He was completely oblivious to this nickname. "You call me Spray God. And you, a girl, refer to yourself as Spray Overlord? I must be mistaken." "Mr. Li, you now have over 300 million fans. I am the leader of your fan club. Today, I finally obtained your number. So I thought to reach out and discuss when you might do a live broadcast for your fans." "Oh, could you please disband the fan club right where it stands? My ex-girlfriend is missing, and I am rather busy." "Oh, we can help you find her. Such a useful fan club. Are you truly willing to disband it? All right. If you can genuinely locate her, I will concede that you all are quite impressive. I can spare some time for a live broadcast, but I'm hanging up now." Li Guotao did not believe the other party at all, and without even mentioning the name of the person he was searching for, he disconnected the call. He was about to leave, ready to confront Qian Yuyong for answers. In a pink room filled with stuffed toys, a 16-year-old girl with twin ponytails placed her phone down, quickly opened her laptop beside her, and launched a software application called Spray Family Army Command. This is a specialized creation by a hacker known as the Spray Emperor within the ranks of the Spray Army. The software accommodates only 50 individuals, all of whom are part of the management team of the Spray Army, with elections based on wealth and status. The reason the young girl, Xiangxi, ascended to the position of leader is due to her father, Xiao Tianming, who ranks second on the Dragon Continent's wealth list, surpassed only by Wang Yeda's father, Wang Tiandao. Young Xiangxi, with her sword poised like a dart, soon began issuing the first combat command of the Spray Army. "Dear members of the Spray Army, I have already spoken with the Spray God and learned that his ex-girlfriend has gone missing, and he is currently in search of her. Thus, I have pledged our assistance in this endeavor. Should we succeed in locating her, the Spray God has promised to host a live broadcast for us. Hold on, Spray Overlord. I will promptly hack into the main computer to send you the photo and information of Xiao Wenwen. Truly, the efficiency of the Spray Emperor is commendable. Remember to distribute more red envelopes next time. After all, you profited 50 million from the last victory of the 3v7 Spray God squad. Shortly thereafter, a photo of a woman, possessing a rather innocent appearance, was shared within the group, accompanied by her information and last known address. Received. I will immediately instruct my subordinates to investigate. Results should emerge swiftly. Shan Hai Jing, indeed, commands a multitude of younger followers. As expected from the second-in-command of the world's largest debt collection company, Tyrannosaurus. I have also received the information. Fortuitously, our Special Operations Unit is near CQ City. Initially, I had planned to take my team for a triathlon by the river, but this opportunity will benefit them. We shall mobilize shortly. This woman is rather ordinary in appearance. Fortunately, she is merely the ex-girlfriend, unworthy of the Spray God. The current boyfriend of this woman, as you mentioned, is the son of the CEO of the Qian Group. Her disappearance may be linked to him. Our inspection bureau has seen a decline in performance lately, so we shall visit the Qian Group to investigate for any misconduct. You two, the flamethrower and the jet fighter, are indeed full of vigor. I, Spray Invincible, cannot remain idle either. Thankfully, I still have several million disciples. Otherwise, it would be quite disgraceful. With the command from these high-ranking members of the Spray Army, a tempest surged throughout CQ City. Li Guotao remained unaware of these developments, having no expectations that the Spray Army's fan club could assist him. In truth, he was not overly anxious about finding Xia11, as she was merely a stranger to him now, burdened only by the memories of the original owner of this body, who had received kindness from her parents. To excel in one's endeavors, one must first sharpen their tools. A general cannot afford to starve. Li Guotao decided to eat first before seeking Qian Yuyong for inquiries. As he dined, the students at the Banzhou Wangbao Martial Arts School in CQ City donned t-shirts emblazoned with the school's name. A middle-aged man stood before 3,000 fully armed Special Forces soldiers and declared, "This time, we are here to assist the hero of Huagua, Mr. Li Guotao, who has liberated us from the perils of the poisonous insects in Xiangxi. He has ensured that our comrades will no longer fall victim to those wretched creatures. Are you capable of accomplishing this mission?" "Yes, we will undoubtedly complete the task." Li Wei, as the head of the CQ City Supervisory Bureau, managed numerous affairs. Not only taxation, but also fire safety and corruption. Recently, the Qian Group had been up to no good, showing signs of tax evasion. And now it was even possibly connected to the disappearance of the ex-girlfriend of the notorious Peng Shun. Today, he intended to stage a dramatic display to deter those unscrupulous enterprises in CQ City. Holding a search warrant and a tax inspection notice, a sinister smile crept across Li Wei's lips. In the office building at the center of CQ City, before a life-size statue of Guan Yu, Zi Xian knelt in reverence. She was none other than the second-in-command of the Bawanglong Global Debt Collection Company, known as Peng Xiang. The entire debt collection operations across the Shunlong continent were under her command, as the company was founded by her father, Zi Tong. Having idolized her father since childhood, she held great admiration for decisive individuals like Li Guotao. At that moment, a man in sunglasses and a suit entered and announced, "Boss, we have found something." A subordinate saw Qian Yuyong with that woman this morning. They were conspiring with a group of mercenaries. The woman was quite affectionate with Qian Yuyong, suggesting there's something amiss. Chapter 21. The prominent Qian Yuyong in the headquarters of the Qian Group, in Qian Yuyong's office. A pair of lovebirds had just finished their passionate encounter. With her hair damp with sweat, Xia Wenwen remarked, "My mother should have called him by now. He has agreed to help. I wonder if he will come here as you suggested." After speaking, she planted a kiss on Qian Yuyong's cheek. With gritted teeth, Qian Yuyong replied, "That little security guard. It's because of him that I lost over 100 billion and nearly faced my father's wrath. Rest assured he, like a toad, revels in the hero saving the damsel in distress trope. First, we will swindle his money, then we shall discard him. When we marry, his expression will surely be delightful." Drawing Xia Wenwen into his embrace, his hands began to wander. He continued, "I have encountered many like him. He merely relies on some skills, and even with a bit of wealth now, I can easily eliminate an ordinary person devoid of power and influence." Xia Wenwen eagerly nodded. "You are right, husband. No matter how rich he is, he cannot compare to your wealth, let alone your power. But what if he goes mad?" As I watched his live broadcast, he appeared remarkably formidable. Once, he had been an ordinary individual, not so impressive at all. He was often bullied, and I find it perplexing that I ever developed feelings for him. Fortunately, our interactions were limited to mere hand-holding, as my first experience is reserved for my husband. Qian Yuyong, emboldened by his resources, boasted, "Fear not, for I have enlisted the master of Sasaki, the illustrious master Xiangxi from the headquarters. Had his apprentice not been slain, I could not have persuaded him to assist. Should that petty security guard dare to act, Master Xiangxi would be there to deal with him. He is indeed renowned as the most formidable master of karate in Fusang." Xia Wenwen let out a soft huff. "Darling, please don't. I am aware of his prowess. You are formidable as well. Spare Wenwen." However, Qian Yuyong did not relent. Instead, he grew even more audacious. Li Guotao arrived before the Qian Group's office building when his phone rang, revealing a call from Xiangxi. "Hello? Did I not instruct you to cease contacting me? It's vital intelligence. O great lord of spitting," she replied. "We have located your ex-girlfriend, though I bear unfortunate news. This morning, she was spotted in a club, cozying up with Qian Yuyong and discussing matters with some mercenaries. It seems they are plotting against you." Li Guotao was taken aback. "You have quite the initiative. In the mere time it takes to consume 20 bowls of ramen, you have gathered such detailed information. Do you possess any further capabilities to showcase?" Xiangxi hastily replied. "Indeed, we have begun mobilizing our forces. At your command, we can ensure the Qian family vanishes from CQ City." Li Guotao was astonished by the fighting spirit of his fans. "If such a feat is achievable, let the Qian family disappear. I am curious to see what tricks Qian Yuyong is up to. After all, having just dined, I must engage in some exercise. If I were to eliminate Qian Yuyong and my ex-girlfriend, would you be able to handle that?" "Absolutely. We can certainly manage that. Oh great lord, please unleash your venom upon them. Enough of this idle chatter. I am heading to their headquarters to see how you perform. Should your efforts be commendable, I might find time to join you for a live broadcast." Upon ending the call, Xiangxi made a V sign of victory and swiftly updated the group with the latest mission titled "Annihilate all assets of the Qian Group in CQ City, while safeguarding our esteemed lord at their headquarters." As for Li Guotao, he pressed the elevator button. Not far behind him lay 5 individuals clad in security uniforms. 2 receptionists, hiding beneath the counter, had already dialed the police. Upon reaching the top floor, Li Guotao headed straight for the vice-chairman's office. Having reviewed the Qian Group's information prior to his arrival, and was aware that Qian Yuyong held the position of vice-chairman. Upon arriving at the door marked with the title of vice-chairman, Li Guotao forcefully kicked it open and stepped inside. However, as soon as he entered, he heard a man's voice. Xia Wenwen, with a hint of exasperation, exclaimed, "Alas, not again." Qian Yuyong furiously demanded, "Who has damaged the door? This has disrupted my performance. I shall have you dismissed." Li Guotao, fully aware of the unfolding situation, realized after receiving a call from Xiangxi that he had been deceived by Xia Wenwen's family. What he did not anticipate was the extent of the repulsiveness displayed by this couple. At that moment, Qian Yuyong and Xia Wenwen also noticed his presence. Qian Yuyong hastily pressed the emergency button beneath the table. Upon seeing Li Guotao, Xia Wenwen burst into tears, rushing towards him while lamenting, "Guotao, you've finally come. This scoundrel is attempting to violate me. If I do not repay him, he demands that I marry him. Thank goodness you arrived in time, otherwise, how could I possibly survive this?" Li Guotao rolled his eyes in disbelief, thinking to himself, "I can see through this. What a pathetic charade." With a hint of sarcasm, he inquired, "How much do you owe him?" With a quivering voice, Xia Wenwen replied, "Not long ago, he tricked me into investing in stocks with leverage, resulting in substantial losses. In the end, he helped me repay the debt, which now totals 1.6 billion. Guotao, you know I still love you. If you help me settle this debt, I will marry you. Haven't you always liked me?" Li Guotao rolled his eyes again, thinking, "Is this woman out of her mind? How could a mere office worker lose 1.6 billion? That figure coincidentally matches my bonus." At this point, Xia Wenwen had approached him, attempting to embrace the man before her. Li Guotao felt a chill run down his spine. While such a description may not be entirely fitting, no man would wish for Xia Wenwen's hands to touch him. He quickly stepped back, but as he noticed her intent to hug him, he finally lost his patience and shouted, "Enough! Do not touch me with those hands that have grasped lollipops. I'm done pretending. I came here to see what tricks this unscrupulous couple is up to." Chapter 22. Hell on Earth. At this point, Xia Wenwen ceased her tears and returned to Qian Yuyong's side. Qian Yuyong wrapped his arm around her waist and declared, "Since you have come and are not yielding, we shall resort to more forceful measures." After a cacophony of hurried footsteps, Reinforcements for Qian Yuyong arrived. 10 men clad in camouflage and wielding firearms entered, immediately encircling Li Guotao with their weapons aimed at him. The leader of the group inquired, "Young Master Qian, is this the one?" Qian Yuyong, with a fistful of Xia Wenwen's ample bosom, replied, "Indeed, it is this brat. However, he appears to possess the ability to deflect bullets. Be cautious, everyone. Master Chaoji is about to arrive. He is the mentor of Sasaki." Just as those words were uttered, an elderly man donned in a conical hat entered the office. As tensions escalated and the prospect of conflict loomed, the phone on Qian Yuyong's desk rang, akin to a referee signaling halftime. All eyes turned to Qian Yuyong. "Hello. This is Qian Yuyong. Unfilial son, have you provoked someone named Li Guotao? Hurry and bow to him in apology." "Dad, are you out of your mind? He is just a lowly security guard. I could make him vanish from this world in an instant." "Apologize for what? You dare to speak of vanishing him? If you do not comply, our Qian family will soon cease to exist in CQ City." Upon hearing his father's words, Qian Yuyong glanced fearfully at Li Guotao and quickly instructed his subordinates, "Put down your weapons. Do not harm this gentleman. Let me finish my call first." "What on earth is happening, Dad? Our family is finished. All because of you, my ungrateful son. Losing over 10 billion in front of that woman is one thing. But now you wish to retaliate against Li Guotao? All our businesses in CQ City are ruined. What? Does he possess such immense power? Dad, aren't you on good terms with Director Wang? Can't you call the police for assistance?" "I have already done so, right from the start. Initially, the trouble was caused by the debt collectors from the Wang Ba Jing Martial Arts School and the Tyrannosaurus. After I called the police, the situation was somewhat contained. But then a host of special forces arrived, fully armed, declaring our establishment a haven for terrorists and driving the police away. Once those individuals had vandalized our shop, the inspection bureau arrived with a search warrant and tax documents, and it seemed those vandals had coordinated. As soon as the inspection bureau showed up, they handed over our accounts. This is no longer a matter of bankruptcy. We are all facing imprisonment. You must plead with Li Guotao to spare us, father and son. Money, we have wealth. Just give him money." Upon hearing his father's words, Qian Yuyong was left in a state of shock. Not only was the Qian family on the verge of collapse, but he and his father also faced incarceration. Gazing at the expressionless man before him, he was filled with dread regarding his impending prison life. In a moment of desperation, Qian Yuyong surprisingly grabbed Xia Wenwen and knelt down. As everyone looked on in astonishment, he pleaded, "Li Guotao, fatherly, I failed to recognize your greatness. I implore you, spare me." With that, he pushed Xia Wenwen forward and declared, "This woman is yours. I relinquish all claim to her. Isn't that sufficient? I beg you, grant me a chance at life." The pushed-out Xia Wenwen was taken aback, wondering if this was merely a cruel jest by Qian Yuyong. The 10 mercenaries exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. Seasoned as they were in the realms of life and death, they understood their precarious situation and prepared to flee. However, they were unaware of Li Guotao's unparalleled cruelty toward evildoers, a harshness beyond their imagination. As the mercenaries readied to abandon their post, a glimmer from the tattoo of a small sword on Li Guotao's wrist materialized into his palm, the blade's sharpness seemingly slicing through the very air. The mercenaries, poised to raise their firearms, found their thoughts abruptly halted. Li Guotao had already returned the Xianyuan sword to his wrist. Countless fragments of flesh littered the ground, indistinguishable from one another, their identities lost in the chaos. At that moment, Li Guotao recalled that among the remnants was perhaps someone significant, Sasaki's mentor. Yet, no matter how robust the ant, it remains but an ant. When trampled, its demise is indistinguishable. Qian Yuyong, gripped by terror, found himself wetting his trousers, desperately pushing Xia Wenwen forward in a futile attempt to shield himself from the approaching demon. As he drew nearer, Xia Wenwen, used as a human shield by the man she loved, felt her heart twist in agony. Had she truly made the wrong choice? How could someone as formidable as Li Guotao possess the capability to erase the Qian group from CQ while masquerading as a mere security guard? Gazing at the innocent visage reflected in the pool of blood, Xia Wenwen resolved to make one final stand. Just as she intended to rise and embrace the man approaching her, wielding the most potent weapon of a woman, her tears, she felt a hand tighten around her neck. Lifting her off the ground, tears streamed down her face, not as a guise to deceive, but in the realization that her end was imminent. Li Guotao regarded her, stating, "In truth, We are not acquainted. From this moment forth, I shall no longer indulge in mercy for the weak. Much like the Western man who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the mountain demon that day, so too was she now. With a crack, Xiao Wenwen's head turned to one side. She left this world with her eyes wide open, perhaps unable to fathom that a man who had once seemed so devoted could truly bring about her demise. Qian Yuyong, witnessing the monster that had just slain Xiao Wenwen, recoiled in panic, his legs scrambling to retreat. Yet, the mingled blood and urine underfoot caused him to slip uncontrollably. Leaning down, Li Guotao whispered, "In truth, I have no interest in you or this woman. Your hostility towards me is what you should have avoided." Regret washed over Qian Yuyong, but it was too late. A powerful kick from Li Guotao struck his vital point, sending him crashing against the wall, dark crimson blood seeping from his lower body as he gasped in silence, the pain rendering him voiceless. Li Guotao remarked with a twisted sense of humor, "I initially wished for your swift demise, but seeing your despicable display has revealed to me the astonishingly diminutive nature of your manhood. In light of this, why not retract it entirely into your abdomen? Let us see if my surgical skills prove effective." He chuckled heartily before turning his back on the money strewn on the ground, departing from that hellish battleground. He was acutely aware of the force he had exerted. The money was of no use if the man could not survive. Upon exiting the headquarters of the Qian group, Li Guotao gazed up at the twin suns suspended in the sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The recent violence had triggered memories of past blood-soaked encounters, igniting a fervent desire within him for such days. Perhaps this thrill could only be found in the depths of forbidden places. Chapter 23. I shall not be a pretty boy. Upon returning to his modest rented accommodation, Li Guotao contemplated the prospect of relocating to a more spacious abode. He had yet to express his gratitude to his fan club for their assistance earlier that day. Thus, he dialed Xiaoqi's number. "Hello. You truly helped me a great deal today. Thank you." "Oh my, I didn't expect you to call me first. I'm so delighted, Qiqi." It was merely a small gesture. As for thanks, how about you don a dress for a live stream? Since you desire nothing in return, I shall simply reiterate my thanks. Goodbye. Xiaoqi was taken aback, and the line went dead. She quickly called back. "I apologize, that was my fault. Just do a regular live stream for us later, okay? Had you said so earlier, I would have obliged. Let us do it tonight. I am currently seeking a larger place to reside. Shall I assist you in finding one? Wait for me. I shall fly over to CQ City immediately." Without waiting for Li Guotao's response, she hung up, her urgency suggesting she was indeed ready to board a plane. Li Guotao abandoned his plans for house hunting, deciding to return home as he awaited the arrival of some fine goods he had ordered online, which were due to arrive in just over 2 hours. Back in his cramped rental, he perused a shopping website filled with delectable culinary delights, realizing he had developed an insatiable craving for gourmet food over time. Just then, his phone buzzed again. "Hello, who is this? You seem a bit impatient, don't you?" "Ah, I recognize your voice, Miss Bai. Have you come seeking my assistance?" "Alas, your blood transfusion was unsuccessful. However, I have placed your sister in cryogenic stasis. We simply cannot afford to wait any longer." "Is your sister's condition grave?" "Indeed. We must devise the perfect angelic serum. It may only be achievable through the acquisition of genes from a truly flawless specimen. I have just received word that the next forbidden place is Treasure Island, where many high-energy ingredients are derived from its diverse flora and fauna. Perhaps I might discover something I desire within, for the native flora and fauna of that environment are undeniably more potent than the semi-finished products cultivated outside. May I extend an invitation for you to join me once again on this adventure? Master Wang has expressed his willingness to participate, should you agree. It seems fortuitous that I find myself hungry, for not only does this place offer abundant nourishing ingredients, but it also allows one to unleash the primal beast within. There is no locale more fitting than the Forbidden Grounds. I am in. Count me in for this expedition. When is the adventure set to commence? Your agreement is splendid. The journey begins in 4 days, and today marks the deadline for registration. Please hurry and sign up. I shall inform Master Wang. Certainly. Let us reconvene in 4 days without fail. After concluding the call and registering for the live broadcast of the Forbidden Ground expedition, the delivery man arrived shortly thereafter. Remarkably, his demeanor was exceptionally amiable this time, even requesting a photograph with me before departing. I did not purchase an abundance of food, merely a selection of each type for reference. However, due to the sheer volume, I ended up with over 10 entire boxes. I remain uncertain if that Xiaoqi truly intends to join, and she has not disclosed when the live stream will commence. Thus I began my culinary evaluation journey. I sought to identify a few delectable items from my purchases that are also high in energy. Presently, I am a man equipped with a storage pouch, nay, a demon crafting pot. I perceive that my consumption speed has accelerated in tandem with my enhanced physique. In just 2 hours, I managed to consume 10 boxes of food, each box towering at half my height. Ultimately, I recognized 2 types of food worthy of my approval. The first was a milk tablet crafted from the flying cow's milk found on the treasure island. Astonishingly, this delicacy boasts a caloric content of 60,000 kilocalories per 100 grams, 3 times that of the 6-legged beast's meat, and tastes delightful. Not only is the flavor rich with a milky essence, but when immersed in fresh water, it can be reconstituted into a delicious cup of flying cow milk. However, the price is 20 times that of the 6-legged beast. Yet, at present, I am indifferent to cost. After all, I am not short of funds. The second delicacy was derived from the rare heart meat of the 2-headed porcupine. Bred on Treasure Island, due to its weakened state, the 2-headed porcupine only possesses high energy in the heart region. This heart meat is not only exquisitely flavorful, but also yields an astonishing 100,000 kilocalories per 100 grams and comes in various flavors, including 5-spice, spicy, cumin, and sweet-sour. However, like the flying cow milk tablets, its price is less than appealing, being 50 times that of the 6-legged beast, but I reiterate, I am not lacking in resources. With 4 days remaining until the competition, I resolve to make further purchases after relocating. There remains ample time. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home? I felt a pang of familiarity with that voice. Coming, I called out, proceeding to open the door. A girl with twin ponytails stood outside, petite in stature and seemingly youthful. However, her large, glistening eyes revealed a hint of uncertainty in their gaze. I am Xiangxi. I arrived quite promptly, didn't I? She introduced herself politely with a bow. Li Guotao, taken aback by her swift arrival, quickly invited her in, saying, "Please come in. The room is a bit disheveled." My apologies. The elegantly dressed girl showed no disdain as she followed him into the cramped space, which made both of them feel a bit uneasy. Li Guotao spoke first. "I truly appreciate your help today. I still have some funds here. I will transfer some to treat your companions to a meal later." Xiangxi covered her mouth and chuckled. Li Guotao, puzzled, inquired, "Did I say something amusing?" She waved her hand dismissively. "No. It's just that I didn't expect the cold-blooded killer, Mr. Shan, to invite us to dinner." Li Guotao scratched his head. "I'm not as remarkable as you claim." Xiangxi was astonished. "I wasn't trying to flatter you." "Oh, there's no need for money. I've already distributed 50,000 yuan red envelopes to each friend participating today. Now, let's get down to business." Her demeanor shifted to seriousness as she continued. "Firstly, I have arranged the house you need. It's not far from here and spacious enough. The servants and guards will be from the Shao family. You can feel secure living there. Secondly, regarding the live stream, you should proceed to the villa I've prepared for you. This room is not suitable." The more Li Guotao listened, the more furrowed his brow became. Finally, he uttered a shocking statement. "Young lady, you are too young, and I am not that type of person. I do not accept sponsorship. I have no desire to be a kept man. Please leave." Xiangxi's face turned a deep shade of red, her finger pointing at Li Guotao as she stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Observing her flustered state, Li Guotao asked, "Could it be that I misunderstood? That seems improbable. You are offering me money and a place to stay." Xiangxi, biting her silver tooth, asked, "Will you stay in the villa I prepared for you?" Li Guotao quickly replied, "Of course. Should I pay you rent?" She chuckled mischievously. "Sure. 1 million a month. What do you say?" He soon noticed that he was rising to usher her out. Xiangxi hastily corrected herself. 1,000 a month. That was a slip of the tongue. "Oh, that's more reasonable. Let us go then. It's not like I have anything to tidy up," he responded, grabbing the machine butler from the bedside and opening the door with a gesture of invitation. As they descended the stairs, Li Guotao was surprised to see a luxurious sports car parked outside. Xiangxi triumphantly declared, "This is a limited edition, with only 5 in existence worldwide. Isn't it stunning?" Without hesitation, she seated herself in the driver's position, evidently intent on taking the wheel. Li Guotao, taken aback, quickly interjected, "With those little legs of yours, can you even reach the brake?" He then opened the driver's door and firmly nudged the girl into the passenger seat, causing Xiangxi to pout in indignation. "Hurry and give directions. Why on earth are you mimicking a toad?" Li Guotao mockingly quipped as he expertly maneuvered the sports car. Xiangxi, choosing silence, retrieved her phone to activate the voice navigation, her earlier pout replaced by a fierce glare directed at Li Guotao. Without turning his head, he remarked, "Toad with big eyes." Initially, she had believed this man would be captivated by her, for she was indeed a rare beauty, as her father had often said. Little did she know, she was on the verge of being exasperated by him. Upon reaching their destination, the navigation announced the end of their journey. They arrived at a standalone villa, likely boasting a construction area of no less than 2,000 square meters. As they exited the vehicle, a worker trimming branches called out, "Miss Xiao, it's been a while since you've come here to vacation." Xiangxi responded, "Uncle Wang, I brought my friend." As he has no place to stay, the man, referred to as Uncle Wang, nearly widened his eyes in surprise. Once they entered the villa, he hurriedly took out his phone to call Xiao Tianming. After showing Li Guotao around the villa, Xiangxi proudly stated, "Isn't it lovely? Charging you only 1,000 a month is a steal." Just then, a servant nearby accidentally dropped a feather duster. Quickly retrieving it and offering them an awkward smile before continuing to tidy the vase. Li Guotao remarked, "It's quite decent. Where can we stream? Let us wrap this up quickly as I have other matters to attend to." Xiangxi, her large eyes sparkling with thought, suggested, "Let us go to my room. It's equipped with streaming gear." Without much hesitation, Li Guotao followed her into her chamber, though he soon regretted his decision upon entry. His assessment of Xiangxi's room could be summed up in 2 words, girlish. The decor was overwhelmingly pink, with an array of dolls of various shapes and sizes strewn about. The most outrageous feature was her bed, which resembled a gigantic Totoro. "Come sit here. I'll set up the stream," Xiangxi instructed. Reluctantly, Li Guotao complied, for he was a man of his word, and his fan base had indeed been a considerable asset. Before commencing the live stream, Xiangxi hurriedly sent a message in her group chat, urging everyone to spread the word about their upcoming broadcast on the Forbidden Exploration streaming platform. Titled Online Flirting with Shan, the broadcast was set to begin in 10 minutes. Before long, the Forbidden Land Exploration Forum erupted with excitement as fans learned that the renowned streamer, Spray God, was set to go live. Those who had perused the forum were now well aware of this event, and even those who had not were inundated with myriad messages from various chat groups. Thus, in the live streaming room titled Spray God Online Flirting, though the host had yet to appear, billions of viewers had already flooded in, with the barrage of comments overwhelming the broadcast. Upon awakening, I was astonished to discover that Spray God was indeed going live. Is this for real? It was rumored to have spread from the Spray Army fan group, where their leader, the affluent Spray Overlord, had engaged Spray God for this live session as a treat for his fans. I wonder what kind of benefit it will be. I am filled with anticipation. Will my husband, Wang Daosheng, be joining as well, considering they are on the same team? And what about my wife, Boss Bai? As they are all part of the same crew too. What do you mean by your wife and her husband? They are all part of our Spray God's harem. Ha ha ha. With just 2 minutes to go, everyone widened their eyes in excitement, urging those who needed to relieve themselves to hurry. In front of a full array of pink computers and streaming equipment, Li Guotao wore an expression of resignation. He turned to the little girl beside him, saying, "Xiangxi, can I avoid showing my face during the live stream? I could use that fake cartoon avatar to conceal it, much like that streamer named Xiao Bailu." Xiangxi, slightly irritated, retorted, "I don't know her. You still have the time to watch female streamers? Get ready, it's about to begin." Li Guotao then realized that, seemingly, there was no such person as Xiao Bailu in this world. He pinched his cheek, took a deep breath, and prepared himself for his inaugural live stream. As for the previous live stream in the poisonous insect valley of Xiangxi that had been captured automatically by his watch, he had not participated in it. But now it was a one-to-many broadcast. Xiangxi began counting down with her fingers. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, go live. She then picked up the microphone and stood in a spot where the camera couldn't capture her, declaring, "Hello everyone, I am Spray Overlord. Today marks the debut live stream of our Spray Army's leader, Spray God. Thank you all for your support. This can be considered a small benefit from Spray God to the devoted members of the Spray Army today. Now, let us welcome Spray God to commence the live broadcast. Who was it that bet against me last time? I said Spray Overlord was a wealthy woman. Is this live room actually Spray Overlord's boudoir? Oh dear, little security guard. You'd better not be sneaking around with Miss Bai. Shush, you fool. Last time, The one who insulted Spray God as a mere security guard, Sasaki, was divided into 4 parts. Not long ago, the CQ Qian family, who had offended Spray God, vanished from CQ, leaving only an elderly man who was subsequently arrested, reportedly for economic crimes. You should be wary, as Spray God might just crawl through the internet to catch you. Wasn't it mentioned on the forum that Spray God would be cross-dressing? Does decorating the room as a feminine space count? I hold a deep affection for Bayukoe. All other women pale in comparison. Management should swiftly eliminate the aforementioned detritus. This live broadcast commenced amidst a lively and harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 25. The 18 Techniques of the Black Dragon Ahem. I believe everyone is familiar with me. I am grateful for your presence in my live stream, and I extend special thanks to my supportive fans. Should you have any inquiries or thoughts to share, please feel free to type them on the screen. I shall respond to those I can upon seeing them. Darling, though I feel somewhat bashful, I must inquire, does it truly measure 30 centimeters? I had always thought I was the only one. Do not entertain that shameless question above. Will you be joining the expedition to the Forbidden Land this time, my love? I echo this inquiry. Additionally, will Bai and Taoist Wang be attending? Does the Spray God know? Li Guotao glanced awkwardly at the girl beside him, lowly, and confessed, well, I haven't measured that length. Beside him, Xiao Qiqi quickly shouted, next question. Li Guotao continued, the location for this Forbidden Land expedition is Treasure Island, and I have already signed up. Bai and Taoist Wang will also participate, and we shall form a team once more. Following this, Li Guotao engaged in profound dialogue with the audience. This live event was remarkably successful, peaking at an astonishing viewership of over 20 billion, rivaling even the excitement of the official expedition to Forbidden Lands. The audience discerned an intriguing revelation. The Spray God is not only a straight man, but also quite the joker. As for the suggestive title of the live stream, it bore no relevance whatsoever. Finally, it was over. This was more exhausting than battling a mountain demon zombie. Li Guotao exhaled a deep sigh. Xiao Qiqi, resting her forehead in dismay, remarked, I never anticipated you to be such a character, so hilariously absurd. Li Guotao retorted, was it not merely answering questions? How have I become the absurd one? Xiao Qiqi exclaimed, answering questions is fine, but not every question warrants a response. Why must you reveal that I am flat-chested? Why must you disclose my height of 1.5 meters? You even mentioned I walk with my feet turned inward. Am I to remain unmarried forever? Woe is me. I despise you. Li Guotao scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, well, should I not speak the truth? Xiao Qiqi's eyes brimmed with tears. I will not let this go. However, her attacks merely inflicted minor damage, a mere reduction of 0.000001. Li Guotao grasped the girl's hand and said, all right. You've vented your frustrations, and I apologize. I promise not to speak of your shortcomings again. I will only mention how adorable you are. Especially those 2 little tiger teeth that appear when you smile, utterly charming. Is that acceptable? At last, Xiao Qiqi ceased her assault, her eyes glistening with tears as she asked, do you truly find me cute? Li Guotao nodded vigorously. In an instant, Xiao Qiqi's demeanor changed like a flick of a switch, and she beamed with joy. Let us release you from this predicament. Did you not mention that you are to partake in the next exploration of the Forbidden Grounds in 4 days? It is perilous. Perhaps it is wiser for you to refrain from attending. I could easily explain the situation to the fan club. Li Guotao shook his head and replied, no need. I have already promised Miss Bai to accompany her, and I am genuinely intrigued by Treasure Island. Upon hearing that Li Guotao was motivated by Bayuehui, Xiao Qiqi smirked with disdain. Li Guotao pondered for a moment before inquiring, by the way, Xiao Qiqi, which neighborhood is your address in? I need to purchase a few items. Xiao Qiqi proudly declared, we reside in Wulong Villa, a property my father specifically constructed for me. Any local from CQ would recognize the name. Simply write Wulong Villa, and it will suffice. At this point, Li Guotao began to grasp the extent of affluence that the wealthy can indulge in. Through Xiao Qiqi's explanation, he learned that the entire mountain belonged to Wulong Villa, not merely the villa itself, and that there were over 50 servants within. Without hesitation, Li Guotao cleared out the entire stock of flying milk tablets and double-headed porcupine meat. He spent an astounding 1 billion to acquire 11 tons of flying milk tablets and an additional 5 billion for 21 tons of various flavors of porcupine meat. Consequently, he found himself with a mere 10 billion remaining. Just as he was lamenting his rapid expenditure, a text message arrived on his phone. Mr. Li Guotao, XX Bank has credited to 5 billion, transfer from company, Forbidden Ground Exploration live platform. Li Guotao was astounded. He had just streamed for an hour and earned 5 billion. What an absurdity. Unbeknownst to him during the broadcast, he had no idea how many viewers were watching. He assumed it was perhaps only a few tens of thousands at most, as the barrage of comments he observed in the background was scant. However, this world differed significantly from his previous life. To ensure that their comments were visible to the streamer, viewers had to be members, 98, premium members, 9888, or super members, price 988888. The streamer could select various tiers, and today, Xiangxi had opted for the streamer to only view comments from super members. Thus, Li Guotao remained oblivious to the fact that he had streamed in front of 300 billion viewers, perfectly embodying the persona of a clueless and humorous male, a label unlikely to be shed in the near future. Feeling a tinge of boredom, Li Guotao noticed that Xiangxi had vanished, and the servants were uncommunicative. Consequently, he ventured outside to practice Bejiquan on the grass. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to employ it, as this body had only mastered the 24-style security fist, which felt rather juvenile to him. There is an old saying, in literature, Tai Chi brings peace to the world. In martial arts, Bejiquan establishes order. As Li Guotao continued to practice, each move he executed resonated with a sound akin to a dragon's roar. After 10 minutes, he concluded his session. At this moment, a man clad in simple garments and shoes stood by, clapping his hands. Li Guotao nodded in acknowledgement, surmising that this individual might be a gardener. After a brief intermission of 1 minute, Li Guotao commenced practicing the martial arts he once mastered, specifically the combat technique known as Black Dragon 18 Hands, which had been permanently banned by the military due to its lethal potential. This name derives from the 18 distinct movements involved, and its prohibition stemmed from the numerous injuries inflicted on training partners, leading to its eventual disallowance. He began with the first movement, Azure Dragon Probe's Claw, and continued until the final motion, riding the dragon into water. Each movement, devoid of any flamboyance, served as a death knell for adversaries. Li Guotao diligently practiced 5 repetitions, rekindling his former prowess. At that moment, the middle-aged man in simple attire again applauded, this time with greater sincerity, wiping away the minimal sweat from his brow. Li Guotao approached and inquired, "Can you comprehend what you see, my friend?" Such was the directness of his inquiry. The grizzled middle-aged man replied, "I have some understanding. I once studied under many boxing masters, and later, I built my career on my own skills." Li Guotao, puzzled, asked, "Are you not the gardener here?" Just then, Xiangxi dashed out, leaping to the side of the middle-aged man, grasping his hand and exclaiming, "Father, you come over without a word, and I am unprepared." She then subtly turned to Li Guotao and winked. Observing this, Li Guotao questioned, "Xiangxi, do you have an issue with your eyes? Why do you keep blinking at me?" Xiangxi gently tapped her forehead and murmured, "It is all my fault. I misjudged the limits of his straightforward nature." At this juncture, the middle-aged man, Xiao Tianming, remarked, "I hear you are called Li Guotao, nicknamed the Spraying God. I wonder if this old man has the privilege to exchange a few moves with you." Chapter 26. Pre-match preparations. Li Guotao disregarded the incessant blinking of Xiangxi and addressed Xiao Tianming, saying, "Very well, uncle, rest assured, I shall show restraint." The veins on Xiao Tianming's forehead bulged as he pushed his daughter aside and approached Li Guotao, who stood at the center of the lawn. "Young man, be cautious," he warned. Without further ado, the two faced off and began to spar. Xiao Tianming had studied various martial arts, yet his most formidable technique was the trembling King's might, which harnessed the quivering of his muscles to enhance his strikes. However, he greatly underestimated his opponent. His attacks had no effect on Li Guotao, who, after 1 minute, abandoned all defensive maneuvers, relying solely on his agility to evade the incoming strikes. At this point, Li Guotao had not yet launched a single attack, having remained in defense, true to his word of exercising restraint. As Xiao Tianming realized that he had exhausted his repertoire of tactics, Li Guotao delivered a powerful Iron Mountain strike, sending his opponent flying. To his astonishment, Xiao Tianming found himself unharmed despite being launched a considerable distance. His internal energy had dissipated before he hit the ground. The man named Li Guotao was formidable, perhaps even stronger than his teacher, the invincible Gua. After regaining his footing, Xiao Tianming chuckled. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Chi-Chi, make sure to treat him well. As for you, Li, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If you need anything, do consult Chi-Chi. With that, he swiftly departed. Once Xiao Tianming had gone, Li Guotao inquired with curiosity, "What was your father here for?" Surely it wasn't merely to spar with me, for he seemed rather underwhelming. Just a short distance away, Xiao Tianming stumbled slightly, but hastened his pace. Xiao Chi-Chi, observing her father's rapid exit, remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, "My father always considers himself a master. He engages in sparring with anyone skilled and has yet to taste defeat. You certainly held nothing back." Li Guotao quickly gestured for her to refrain from exaggerating. "Do not speak so lightly. I exercised considerable restraint. Otherwise, your father would have barely lasted 5 seconds. Xiao Chi-Chi scoffed, thinking he had once again impressed her with his bravado, before turning and returning to the villa. Before long, the distant sound of a large truck could be heard. Li Guotao rushed toward it and managed to flag down a semi-trailer truck. Fortunately, the driver recognized him. As this was a significant delivery, the headquarters had arranged for an early drop-off, and the recipient's details were stored on his phone. The driver was quite enthusiastic, given that the recipient was the renowned god of spraying. After promptly engaging the handbrake and alighting the vehicle, he took a photo with Li Guotao before beginning to unload the cargo. Why unload midway? Because it was Li Guotao's request. The mountain belonged to Wulong Villa, so leaving items on the roadside posed no issue. The trailer was equipped with a small conveyor, facilitating a swift unloading process. Once the truck had departed, Li Guotao took advantage of the absence of onlookers and extended his left hand toward the crates on the ground, contemplating the collection of materials into his magical cauldron. In an instant, goods worth 600 million had vanished into the cauldron's space. When he extended his consciousness into the cauldron to inspect its contents, he found the food still arranged neatly, appearing minuscule amidst the vast expanses of the magical vessel. Li Guotao diligently focused his thoughts, discovering he could manipulate the items within. Consequently, a package of spicy double-headed porcupine meat materialized in his left hand. He munched on it while strolling towards the villa. Time flew by, and today marked the commencement of a new round of explorations in the Forbidden Lands. Xiao Chi-Chi finally bid farewell to the amusingly straightforward Li Guotao. Yet she remained perplexed about how he had conjured those peculiar foods. As he boarded the flight to Jubao Island, Li Guotao closed his eyes to examine his current attributes. Record of ancient treasures, activated host. Li Guotao age, 20 legendary beasts. Gourmand with a length of 35, attributes. Strength, 60, normal male, 6. Maximum, 20, speed, 60, normal male, 6. Maximum, 20, stamina, 65, normal male, 6. Maximum, 20, skills, 24 styles of security fist, 8 extremes fist, 18 hands of the black dragon. Special abilities, ancestor of gluttony, bloodline of the flood dragon weapon, Xian Yuan Summer Yu sword without spirit, magic treasure, remnant of the demon refining pot, Xiangxi's seal, completion 5, acquired black crystal. Upon reviewing his attributes, he entered the demon refining pot. Inside, besides flying milk tablets and the meat of 2-headed porcupines, there were numerous small bottles filled with flying milk. These items had cost Li Guotao 5 billion, leaving him with a fortune of 1 billion once more. As his consciousness returned to the airplane, he noticed Bai Yueqi and Wang Yi boarding together. Bai Yueqi eagerly took a seat beside Li Guotao, while Wang Yi shook his head in the back, yet craned his neck to eavesdrop on their conversation. Bai Yueqi settled in and exclaimed, "I am delighted that you agreed to accompany me to Jubao Island. It feels rather impolite to keep calling you by your name. May I call you Guotao from now on?" Wang Yi whistled from behind. Li Guotao nodded in agreement. "Of course, then I shall call you Xiao Kue. Wang Yi rolled his eyes. Bai Yueqi quickly interjected, "Please just call me Yueqi. Do not use that nickname you just mentioned." Li Guotao promptly replied, "All right, Xiao Kue, I understand." Bai Yueqi's veins throbbed with irritation. Yet she relaxed upon seeing the man's apologetic smile and unclenched fists. Li Guotao hastily explained, "That's the title of a film from my hometown. Perhaps you haven't seen it. I merely intended to lighten the mood." Wang Yi chimed in, "Your hometown must be quite remote. I've watched countless films out of boredom and never encountered one that attempts to enliven the atmosphere like that." Bai Yueqi responded, "I am not so petty. Jubao Island holds many treasures. Perhaps the production team ended the previous competition early to provide this time around-s benefits to the audience. This is a boon for us as well. You still possess points, don't you?" I suggest purchasing some items to maximize our profits. At this moment, Wang Yi added, Miss Bai is correct. The creatures in these forbidden zones always unveil new species with each expedition, particularly at Treasure Island, due to its vast expanse. Each visit unveils a plethora of new species. It serves as an excellent venue for accumulating points, a notion I have discussed with Miss Bai. Each of us possesses at least 10 points, which will suffice for our intended purchase of 30 points. Bai Yueka inquired, Have you both perused the list of participants for this event? Wang interjected, I have never been one to examine such lists, as my daily regimen is devoted to training. Li Guotao remarked, I was preoccupied with dining and thus had no time to glance at it. Bai Yueka, somewhat exasperated, responded, Allow me to introduce the more noteworthy competitors this time. Chapter 27. Treasure Island. Bai Yueka cast a glance at the two and stated, As we three hail from the Dragon Continent, the competitors from other regions are rather lacking in prowess. Following the previous annihilation of the Western Continent, they too have been deprived of formidable contenders, leaving only those of mediocre strength. From the tropical continent, 2 individuals survived the last encounter, yet they chose not to participate again. However, 2 formidable figures have emerged, one named Tyson, reputedly ranking within the top 100 of the tropical continent's elite, and the other known as Black Panther, rumored to be a prince from a mysterious nation within the tropical continent, a realm distinguished by its advanced technology. Both harbor a strong animosity towards our Dragon Continent, as they are adherents of the Kunlun sect. Wang interjected, I am familiar with the Kunlun sect. Its followers are predominantly of African descent, descended from Kunlun slaves. Historically, they were subjugated by our Dragon Continent, fostering a profound hatred towards us. We must remain particularly vigilant, as these two may very well attempt a covert attack against us at Treasure Island. Li Guotao added, Indeed, we must exercise caution, for I may recognize them, though I would need to meet them to confirm. If they are indeed the individuals I am acquainted with, they possess formidable strength. A cinema enthusiast with a passion for combat, Li Guotao is familiar with Tyson and Black Panther, although he has never indulged in animation, as his daily tasks leave little time for such pursuits. Bai Yueka continued, in addition to the tropical continent, it is noteworthy that we have a participant from the ice and snow continent this time, a first since no one from that realm competed previously. There is but one individual from the ice and snow continent, yet he is exceptionally powerful, having participated in 5 competitions. His name is Xiangxi, and it is said that he is not only a master swordsman, but also possesses the ability to manipulate ice at will. Li Guotao remarked, That could be classified as a superpower, is it not? Are such individuals common? His recollections from his past as a security guard yielded no such information. Wang replied, Individuals with special abilities are rare, though not entirely absent. I am one of them, and Miss Bai is, in a sense, half of one, having acquired her abilities through later means. Li Guotao nodded and remarked, According to the information provided by the production team, it will take 30 days to receive the prize for this competition. I have a secret that I might as well share with you in advance to avoid any surprises later. I am, in fact, a special ability user. I possess a small space where I can store inanimate objects. Hence, I have prepared an ample supply of food and drink. Although I am uncertain if this contravenes the rules, which state that only clothing may be brought along. Wang patted Li Guotao on the shoulder and chuckled. Your ability is inherent to you as a contestant, so it will not breach the rules. Just how spacious is that space of yours? Li Guotao replied, It's quite decent. Really? Wang responded, That's splendid. The large tools I discussed earlier with Miss Bai can now be exchanged. Bai Yuehui added, Indeed, that is a remarkable ability. It seems that both Wang Daozhong and I will be fortunate to accompany you. At that moment, the airplane commenced its ascent, heading towards the military base near Treasure Island. During the flight, the trio compiled a list of items they intended to exchange for points. In the control room of the Forbidden Zone exploration broadcast, the host Li Hong greeted the audience. Hello, dear viewers. I am your host, Li Hong. The eagerly anticipated second round of the 31st Forbidden Zone exploration is about to commence. Due to the unexpected events of the first round, we have prepared Treasure Island as the competition venue this time. The prize money has increased from 100 million to 500 million. But the duration of stay has also been extended from 15 to 30 days, with the reward for the top scorer elevated to 5 billion. This round promises to offer our audience a double dose of excitement. Li Hong remains as beautiful as ever. My 40 years of singlehood seems justified, especially since she is still unmarried. Dreams do exist, after all. Who knows what may come to fruition? Upstairs, daydreaming again? Li Hong is my wife. I must commend the production team for their choice. After all, this is Treasure Island. Exactly. Treasure Island is the most intriguing of the forbidden zones. While it may not be the most perilous, the diverse and peculiar flora and fauna within are sure to delight our eyes. Yesterday's roster included Xiangxi, who has participated 5 times, always securing the top score. Surely, this time the top score will also fall into his hands. Not so fast. Our dragon continent has the presence of the spray god. Did you not see the live broadcast a few days ago? This time, the spray god will continue to team up with Wang Daozhong and Miss Bai, while Qingji has always preferred to go solo. We have just received word that all contestants have arrived at the destination. We will now hand over the camera to Teacher He. The camera shifted to a seaside military base. Standing beside the airport runway, Teacher He addressed the camera. Hello everyone, I am your favorite Teacher He. I am currently situated at the military base near Treasure Island. I am sure most of our viewers are aware of the unique characteristics of Treasure Island. But for those who are not, allow me to elaborate. Zhubao Island is unique within the Forbidden Zone, enveloped by a transparent light barrier that prevents helicopters from entering. Consequently, the contestants in this competition are unable to hold down the emergency signal for 10 seconds, nor can they redeem supplies using points during the contest. Soon, the participants will embark on a boat to the island, entering through the sole passageway on the beach. Everyone directs their gaze this way, as the contestants have begun to disembark from the aircraft. I too shall commence distributing camera watches and initial supplies. I wonder what choices they will make to bring into the competition. Chapter 28. The contestants with a sudden change in atmosphere as 3 individuals descended from the plane. Li Guotao and Wang Yi both held bottles of flying milk, their lips adorned with remnants of double-headed porcupine meat, indicating they must have indulged quite a bit during the flight. Bai Yuehui, however, was perpetually on a diet, maintaining a standard figure even now. Just as they exited the plane and had yet to rendezvous with the others from the mainland, the trio sensed 2 overwhelming auras of murderous intent approaching their direction. Li Guodhao immediately turned to face the source of this menace. Among the gathering contestants, 2 African men stood out conspicuously, their murderous intent emanating from them. Bai Yuehui remarked, "Those 2 are from the tropical continent's Kunlun sect. The one with dirty dreadlocks, standing at only 1.4 meters tall, is Tyson. A formidable fighter, do not be deceived by his appearance. Next to him is a massive man weighing at least 400 pounds, known as Black Panther. It is said that the necklace around his neck is made of memory metal, capable of encasing his entire body in battle, rendering him nearly invulnerable. His physique is truly a challenge for memory metal." "Ha ha." Wang Yi interjected with a chuckle. Bai Yuehui turned to Li Guotao and asked, "Come on, Guotao. Are you intimidated by their murderous intent?" Li Guotao, astonished, stared at the 2 men and declared, "I absolutely do not recognize those 2. They bear no resemblance to the Tyson and Black Panther I know." Bai Yuehui responded, "They are not particularly famous. I have researched their profiles and found scan information. We should remain vigilant." At that moment, a chill swept through the air, causing everyone present to shiver. From the last aircraft emerged a middle-aged man nearly 2 meters tall, wielding an ice-blue sword that matched his height. His gaunt face bore 2 small mustaches, and the cold aura emanated from him, dissipating as he stepped away from the plane. "Wow, is that the esteemed Qingji? I thought he hadn't participated in years. He seems much more powerful than before." One exclaimed, "What good is strength? My husband, Taoist Wang, is far more handsome. Just look at this skinny fellow with those 4 lines of eyebrows on his face. Disgusting. Why do I feel like those 2 African men are casting strange glances at our boss?" As I observed the spectacle, it seemed that the 2 participants were quite agitated, their eyes nearly bulging with excitement. The spray god was indeed an impressive sight, measuring a staggering 30 centimeters. At this moment, all contestants had gathered and received their brand new watches. Teacher He addressed the audience, stating that the participants had selected their initial gear for the competition. This time, everyone opted for firearms, as the island of Treasure Island was abundant in food and drink, making firearms the most prudent choice. However, there would be no supplies this time, so contestants must conserve their ammunition. The contestant Akiji, having participated in 5 competitions, astonishingly purchased a bicycle with his points. The audience gasped in disbelief, and someone exclaimed, "Look behind." Li Guotao is driving a jeep, and it appears that Bai Yuehui and Wang Yi are inside. They teamed up last time, and seem to be together again on Treasure Island. The screen was now divided into 60 different live streams for the audience to observe this forbidden land exploration. Following Teacher He's announcement, the main broadcast switched to 60 segments, allowing viewers to choose any stream to watch. It was bewildering that Aokiji opted for a bicycle instead of a motorcycle. Was there a lapse in judgment? A motorcycle would have been more advantageous, yet how would one power it with seawater? In my opinion, the contestant's choice of firearms was indeed the most beneficial this time. Unlike the previous competition in the Venomous Insect Valley, where firearms were of little use, the actions of the Spray God were rather absurd. Did they really have an excess of points? They purchased a Jeep, despite rumors that many areas on Treasure Island were inaccessible to vehicles. Moreover, they would require a considerable amount of gasoline, which seemed like a waste of points. Suddenly, I witnessed something astonishing. When the Spray God reached out, the Jeep vanished. Could it be that the Spray God possesses some form of supernatural ability that had not been revealed previously? Laughter erupted as I recalled my previous wager, asserting that the Spray God had spatial manipulation abilities. After all, how else could one explain the disappearance of the black gem from the mountain gorilla zombie? Now, it seemed I had been proven correct. The vessel transporting the contestants was a large amphibious landing craft, with several helicopters stationed on the deck. Contestants entered through the lower deck and, after everyone had boarded, Li Guotao and his companions arrived leisurely in their jeep, having also selected additional gear. As the jeep ascended onto the ship, the onlookers displayed expressions of greed. Tyson, with a sharp voice, remarked to Black Panther, "Indeed, the people from Dragon Continent are quite foolish. Do they not realize that many areas on the island are impassable for vehicles? Are they planning to carry the car on their backs?" Black Panther, savoring the recently acquired food, replied, "This tastes delightful. Once we reach the island, I must sample the flesh of those creatures and see if it is as delectable as the legends claim." Tyson let out a resigned sigh. He always found himself at a loss when it came to the Black Panther, as if the creature were born solely for the purpose of devouring. At that moment, Li Guotao placed his left hand on the vehicle, and in an instant, it vanished, leaving everyone in the cabin utterly astonished. Tyson murmured, "This lad possesses spatial abilities. What a predicament." The Black Panther, indifferent, continued to consume its food, producing loud crunching sounds. Xiangxi, stroking the long sword in his hand, smiled and remarked, "This little fellow is rather intriguing. He must have a treasure trove hidden within that space of his." Xiangxi's words triggered a wave of greed. As everyone turned their gaze towards Li Guotao, their eyes filled with avarice. Chapter 29. An ambush. Once everyone had assembled, the ship set sail towards Treasure Island. Li Guotao remained blissfully unaware of being viewed as prey. He inexplicably produced a pack of porcupine meat, savoring it while offering some to his two companions nearby. Bai Yuehui declined the proffered food but took a couple of steps closer to Li Guotao, a gesture that spoke volumes. Wang also accepted a pack of spicy marinated porcupine meat, to which Li Guotao inquired, "Aren't you averse to meat?" Wang replied, "I've been expelled from Wudong, so I suppose it's acceptable to indulge now." After receiving the meat, he subtly fiddled with the hilt of his ancient sword, as if ready to draw it at any moment. At that juncture, an elderly man clad in military attire approached, wielding a megaphone. With a stubbled jaw directed towards the device, he shouted, "Youngsters, do not think of causing chaos in my wife's womb. Save your brawling for after we reach Treasure Island." For a fleeting moment, the allure of greed had sparked desire within them, but the old captain's roar extinguished such thoughts, leaving an indelible mark on their hearts. Before long, the ship docked at a temporary harbor. "All right, lads, we've arrived. According to the program's regulations, you will draw lots to determine your descent order," he continued. "Since there is only one exit, a melee upon disembarkation would be quite troublesome." With that, the old captain produced a stainless steel basin filled with numerous small paper balls. After everyone had drawn their lots, he inquired, "Did anyone draw number 1? Silence ensued, as the multitude of paper balls meant that the one marked 1 likely remained in the basin. The old captain pressed on, "How about number 2? A participant from the Dragon Continent raised their hand, and the captain nodded, allowing that individual and their 3 companions to swiftly disembark. "Wait 5 minutes, and then I'll let the next team leave." This selection comprised a total of 21 distinct teams, with only Xiangxi standing alone. Li Guotao and his companions were fortunate enough to draw the number 4 lot, thus entering Treasure Island as the second team. As soon as Li Guotao disembarked, he retrieved the jeep from the magical cauldron, and the 3 swiftly boarded, departing from the tumultuous beach. The beach of Treasure Island is extensive and elongated, resembling a satin ribbon that envelopes the entire isle. Its area is vast, tenfold larger than the previous venue of the Xiangxi Venomous Insect Valley. Thus, any slight deviation in the contestants' direction upon disembarkation may lead to a separation that could persist until the competition concludes. After 15 days of the contest, the wristwatches will activate the GPS navigation for Treasure Island's port, ensuring that contestants can find their way back to the sole exit. Xiangxi had remarkable fortune, being the third to enter Treasure Island. He mounted the bicycle acquired through points and headed directly towards the heart of the island. Neither the thorns obstructing his path nor the uneven terrain could deter his progress. The fourth entrants were Tyson and Black Panther, who vanished as soon as they set foot on the island. Am I imagining things? Why did that enormous, stout figure wrapped in metal disappear while the air in my video continued to shift? He must possess the ability to become invisible. How I wish I could wield such power, especially with so many communal baths around. LSP, may you wither away, wishing you lose an inch each day. Alas, you are not a spray deity, so you might become a eunuch in 3 days. Why is Tyson's video saturated with the color of yellow earth? Can anyone elucidate what transpired? Based on my extensive experience as a detective, it seems they are poised to ambush the contestants trailing behind. Just watch. Amidst the fervent discussions among the spectators, the fifth group entered Treasure Island, comprising the largest team of 8, all hailing from the western continent. Tyson and Black Panther refrained from attacking. They were awaiting the right prey. The next group consisted of 4 contestants from the Dragon Continent. Black Panther's eyes glowed crimson as he gazed upon the smooth sandy beach, declaring, for individuals, all cursed yellow-skinned monkeys are approaching. I can hardly resist the urge to drink their blood. The quartet from the Dragon Continent consisted of 3 men and 1 woman, the latter being strikingly beautiful, with the men orbiting her like planets around a sun. It remained uncertain whether they were exceptionally powerful or simply unsuspecting of the impending ambush. They exhibited no signs of vigilance, their firearms loosely slung over their shoulders as if on a leisurely outing. One young man reassured, "Little you, do not fret. With the 3 of us here, we shall protect you until the very end. We might even bestow our points upon you. And perhaps you will top the leaderboard in this adventure." The woman, affectionately called Little You, was amused, her laughter ringing like chimes. At that moment, the beach beneath their feet suddenly collapsed, causing several individuals to tumble downwards, subsequently burying them under the falling sand. In a brief while, the beach restored its flatness, as though the 4 of them had never existed. Tyson emerged from the sand as if he were swimming, gasping for air upon his exit, and then placed his weapon on the ground beside him as bait. A voice from the air nearby inquired, "All set?" Tyson replied, "Not yet. I won't suffocate that quickly. My ability is remarkable in many aspects, but the necessity to hold my breath for its use is quite bothersome." The Black Panther chuckled. "If you practice for a few more years, you might even compete in an underwater breath-holding contest, considering you can already hold your breath for 10 minutes. Tyson scoffed. "I won't engage in pursuits without monetary reward. I'm heading down, as the next team will soon emerge. Keep an eye out and don't mistakenly kill the wrong person. I'll wait for them in front of the bait. No matter how cautious they are, they won't suspect that the trap lies beyond the bait." Understood. No need to be so verbose. It's merely a matter of prioritizing the elimination of the yellow-skinned monkeys. I'm not suffering from dementia. Chapter 30. The seal of King Solomon. Li Guotao and his companions drove for 20 minutes before finally discovering a more navigable mangrove forest. It was impossible to drive directly into the island. The beach, ribbon-like, was encircled by mangroves. Only by traversing through them could they enter the true Treasure Island, where the real dangers would commence. Li Guotao withdrew the car into the demon refining pot. Wang looked on with envy and remarked, "If only I possessed spatial abilities as well." Li Guotao chuckled as he produced flying milk and 2-headed porcupine meat. Bai Yuehui quickly waved his hands, saying, "I'll ask you when I'm hungry. You need not share when you eat. I'm on a diet." Wang shook his head. "I just ate on the boat. I'm not hungry yet. When I am, I'll ask you. Feel free to eat as you wish without worrying about us." Li Guotao nodded, holding the milk and jerky in one hand while wielding the recently summoned Xianyuan's sword in the other, preparing to forge a path. Wang's eyes suddenly brightened as he gazed at the Xianyuan's sword, which shimmered with blue light, instantly activating the wind rear mystical gate. Both Li Guotao and Bai Yuehui sensed the change in Wang at that moment. Wang's eyes sparkled with blue light as his hands gestured in intricate calculations. When he finally paused, the blue light in his eyes dissipated. With a hint of dejection, Wang remarked, "Alas, this sword is undoubtedly extraordinary. I can feel its uniqueness. Yet it lacks a soul. Although it may sound absurd to claim a sword should possess a soul, I can't shake the feeling that it was inherently meant to have one." Bai Yuehui, puzzled, replied, "I am a scientist and an atheist." Li Guotao understood and replied, "Indeed. Taoist Wang possesses remarkable divination skills. How astute. This sword is none other than the Xianyuan sword wielded by the Yellow Emperor. However, it currently lacks a sword spirit. So your mention of it having no soul must refer to this very fact. The Xianyuan sword, did I hear that correctly? Although the sword in Shun's possession appears quite formidable. Yes, you heard correctly. It is indeed the Xianyuan sword, the very one that vanquished Qiyu. I trust you believe me. You wouldn't mock me, would you? After all, Shun possesses spatial abilities, so acquiring another Xianyuan sword devoid of a sword spirit seems rather reasonable. Congratulations to Shun for obtaining the legendary divine weapon, the Xianyuan sword. I, the mighty Shun, shall distribute a red envelope for everyone to share in the joy. Many thanks to the 1.5-meter rich young lady for her generous 5 million red envelope, though I only managed to seize 1.5 yuan. It perfectly aligns with her height, a delightful twist of fate. Wang Yi, feeling slightly embarrassed after hearing Li Guotao, inquired, "May I take a look at it?" Li Guotao generously handed the sword to Wang Yi. However, just as Wang Yi was about to grasp the hilt, the sword began to tremble and emitted a low hum. Wang Yi quickly retreated, finding it quite peculiar. As Wang Yi's hand distanced itself, the Xianyuan sword returned to its tranquil state. Wang Yi remarked, "It seems the sword lacks spirit, yet its blade possesses intelligence. Brotherly, this sword has acknowledged you as its master. Henceforth, it would be wise to prevent others from touching it. Had I not withdrawn swiftly just now, I might have been harmed by its sword aura." Li Guotao nodded in agreement, saying, "What luck! It was fortunate that you were the first to try. Had it been an ordinary person, I might have committed a grave error." Bai Yuequi rolled her eyes, thinking to herself about the number of people he had slain recently. Wang Yi chuckled and said, "No worries. Being able to witness a legendary weapon is quite an eye-opener for me. Please allow me to conduct a divination before we depart." Without much effort, Wang Yi pointed toward the end of the beach, stating, "I have discovered something intriguing over there. It appears to indicate an opening among the 8 gates, suggesting that there may be valuable items hidden." Bai Yuequi questioned, "Surely there aren't any new species on the outskirts of Jujiao Island?" Li Guotao replied, "It's not far. Let us drive over." With that, he summoned a jeep. Before long, the trio arrived at the location indicated by Taoist Wang. There stood 6 coconut trees, growing at angles that formed a hexagram pattern when connected. Li Guotao beamed and exclaimed, "I recognize this. It is the seal of King Solomon. Could it be that something valuable lies buried at the center of these trees?" Bai Yuequi and Wang Yi both confessed ignorance regarding King Solomon's seal. Li Guotao elaborated. King Solomon possessed a hexagram ring, granting him the ability to command spirits and demons. Even more remarkably, he could control the Prince of Hell, Ashtaroth, along with the 72 demons under the prince's command. However, this is merely a legend, so do not take it to heart. Why don't we dig a little and see? After all, we have just acquired a multifunctional engineering vehicle. Wang also remarked, "That sounds good. You might as well pluck a few coconuts. I have heard that the flora and fauna of Treasure Island are rich in energy, which could be stored in your space. When we venture out, we can still enjoy the fruits of this land." Bai Yuequi's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet upon touching her smooth face, she resolved that maintaining her beauty was of utmost importance. Li Guotao positioned the multifunctional engineering vehicle at the center of 6 trees and swiftly climbed aboard. The vehicle was modest in size, akin to a small pickup truck. He deftly maneuvered the front arm to commence excavation. Bai Yuequi and Wang distanced themselves from the worksite, for the sand being unearthed was scattered by the wind in all directions. Just as they had dug down 2 meters, a creaking sound indicated they had struck an unidentified object. Accompanied by the shattering of glass, the ground began to tremble violently, and a wisp of black smoke wafted up from the 2-meter-deep pit. Chapter 31. The venomous horned beast. Black smoke continuously billowed from the pit, gradually solidifying. In the end, it transformed into a 3-meter-tall creature. It could not entirely be classified as a monster, for aside from its height and the black horn protruding from its forehead, it bore a striking resemblance to a human. Goodness! Just as I heard Shan speak of some phantom demon, They unearthed this thing. How frightening. This creature, composed of the black smoke, was undoubtedly not human. I actually found it rather striking. Just look at its abdominal muscles. Impressive indeed. Have any of you heard of King Solomon's seal? I have searched through all available records and found nothing. Who knows? We live in a world rife with forbidden zones. What is so surprising about encountering more monsters? Once the 3-meter-tall figure fully solidified, it scanned its surroundings and proclaimed, "Ha! I, Andusia, am finally free. What good fortune! This place is indeed the forbidden zone set by that old man. Once the core at the center is destroyed, we shall be one step closer to the return of our infernal legion. Lord Astoros will surely reward me. What are you babbling about over there? I was the one who set you free. Shouldn't you grant me 3 wishes or something?" Li Guotao shouted as he descended from the multifunctional engineering vehicle, holding his head high. Meanwhile, Bai Kuei and Wang had already prepared for battle. At this moment, Andusia glanced down at the diminutive human. A massive glob of saliva was launched toward him. Seeing this, Li Guotao rolled aside just in time. However, his multifunctional engineering vehicle was not as fortunate, having been utterly obliterated by Andusia's spittle. "My dear, I have stumbled upon a terrifying truth. The sprayer seems unable to contend with the monstrous foe before us. The force of this single droplet of saliva is truly formidable. Fortunately, the sprayer possesses remarkable agility, yet this creature's strength is utterly absurd. Are we to face total annihilation? Silence your ominous prophecies, dear critics. Raise your hands and bestow our vitality upon the sprayer. Young dreamers, hasten to your studies. How can we hope to prevail with such disparate power?" As the viewers in the live stream began to mourn for the 3, Wang also took the initiative to retaliate. He unleashed the chaotic Jin Tuo, which decelerated the temporal flow of the Andoja entity. Following this, he hurled 3 successive firefly lights, culminating with a thunderous quake. As the fiery sparks enveloped Andoja, the descending lightning struck him with precision. Andoja was ensnared by starlit flames, with tendrils of lightning dancing around him. Yet, despite the exertion of his attack, Wang's brow furrowed in concern. His offensive seemed to have barely grazed the opponent, merely immobilizing him due to the overwhelming effect of the chaotic Jin Tuo, which placed a significant burden upon him. Bai Kuei hastily consumed a vial of the latest Angel Amplifier X001, crafted from Li Guotao's serum. The moment she imbibed, a shockwave radiated from beneath her, and her power surged beyond 50. With her legs propelling her forward, she left a deep impression on the ground, charging towards Andoja. The latter, now exceedingly vexed, was at a loss as to what sorcery the man in the cap had employed to restrict his temporal flow, rendering his movements agonizingly slow. Although he had sustained minor injuries from the flames and thunder, they were not severe. At that moment, Bai Kuei's assault reached its zenith, delivering a flurry of blows upon the still smoking Andoja, sending the towering 3-meter giant reeling. Li Guotao observed with a furrowed brow, for thus far, the creature displayed not a shred of fear. Bai Kuei's strikes accelerated, and after executing a knee strike, one of Andoja's black horns atop his head shattered. Although Andoja remained under Wang's control, the fury in his eyes was unmistakable. As his rage intensified, Wang found it increasingly difficult to maintain his grip. "Miss Bai, retreat. He is about to break free from the chaotic Jin Tuo," he exclaimed, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Upon hearing Wang's urgent warning, Bai Kuei swiftly distanced herself from Andoja. The enraged Andoja emitted a thunderous roar before collapsing to the ground, only to transform into a colossal steed. The broken black horn sprouted anew, and with a powerful kick of his forelegs, he charged towards Bai Kuei. At this moment, the potency of Bai Kuei's medicine had dwindled considerably, compelling her to retreat with great effort. Li Guotao had been fixated on Andoja, and the instant he witnessed the latter's transformation, he sprang into action, rushing towards his 2 companions. Just then, he arrived in time to block the oncoming attack directed at Bai Kuei with the Xianyuan sword. Andoja, now transformed, had sharpened his horns to an even more formidable hardness, rendering the Xianyuan sword incapable of severing them. The creature, with a voice like thunder, declared, "I shall crush and devour you all." Upon hearing this beast's intent to consume them, Li Guotao, filled with indignation, spat in retaliation. As the creature's horn was engaged in a battle of strength with the Xianyuan sword, Li Guotao's saliva landed squarely on Andoja's neck. The area that was splattered began to redden and bubble, inflicting damage even more severe than that caused by Wang Yi and Bai Kuei. In agony, Andoja howled. I am Duke Andoja, the 67th of the 72 pillar demons under Asteros. How dare you, mere humans, inflict harm upon me? You are doomed. Truly, the prowess of the spitter was evident, for his saliva retained formidable potency. Indeed, while its destructive capacity may not rival that of the beast, the venom was undeniable. Just look at the blisters forming on the monster's neck. Spitter, are you not known for your veracity? Slay it and prepare a roasted steed. What are the 72 pillar demons? Could someone enlighten us? Li Guotao had searched, but found no records. Upon hearing Andoja proclaim himself as the 67th of the 72 pillar demons, Li Guotao finally comprehended why his earlier saliva had inflicted harm. The bloodline of the dragon possessed the ability to repel toxins, and the 67th Andoja was indeed a poisonous beast. Chapter 32. Saliva Showdown. Despite Andoja's furious roars and the stomping of his hooves upon the ground, he was still unable to prevail against the man before him. Not due to a lack of strength, but rather because of the relentless onslaught of Li Guotao's saliva. As he attempted to evade the spittle, Andoja found himself unable to unleash his full power. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If his adversary could spit, so could he. In a swift motion, Andoja launched a glob of saliva, the size of a fist, directly at Li Guotao. However, due to the small target and Li Guotao's agile dodging, their mutual spitting resulted in a stalemate. After yet another exchange of saliva, both Andoja and Li Guotao retreated a few steps to create distance. Now, both were filled with fury. Andoja had just escaped his seal and had yet to wreak havoc upon this sacred ground when he sustained injuries from mere humans. Meanwhile, Li Guotao was enraged at the threat posed to the lives of his companions and the destruction of his multifunctional engineering vehicle, a prized possession for any man, especially one who had invested 5 points of effort into it. Li Guotao grasped the Xianyuan's sword with both hands, his breath deep and steady, channeling saliva from his throat to his cheeks and under his tongue. He then charged towards his adversary. Andoja did not advance, but instead concentrated its energy at the tip of its horn, aptly named the poison horn beast, as it wielded venom. The blackened tip of the horn formed a small orb, which solidified further with the infusion of energy. As Li Guotao approached, Andoja launched the poisonous sphere, albeit not at a swift pace. Observing this, Li Guotao deftly evaded by bending low. Just as he prepared to strike the exhausted poison horn beast, the very poison sphere he had dodged circled back with tenfold speed, striking him squarely in the back, propelling him forward. As Li Guotao passed Andoja, he turned his head and expelled 3 globs of saliva, all of which struck Andoja's torso. When he finally halted, a howl akin to a dying horse erupted from behind, only to be followed moments later by Andoja's maniacal laughter. Ha! Cursed human, you are doomed. Even the renowned ball would not dare to withstand my poison. Yet, instead of cries of anguish and curses, he was met with a radiant blade. Li Guotao stood beside his decapitated foe, remarking, I possess immunity to poison. Do you think I would disclose this to you, fool? Am I not aware of how to sever necks, unlike you? With that, he kicked Andoja's head aside. However, the severed head, rolling away, taunted, Human, you are the true fool. We, the 72 pillars of demon lords, are immortal. I would welcome death, for it would allow me to escape this wretched place and be reborn in the demon lord's hall. Ha ha, what are you doing? Remove your hand. It shrieked as Li Guotao picked up Andoja's head. Uncertain of his own motivations, he felt an insatiable desire emanating from the Taotie tattoo on his left forearm. Mirroring his previous encounter with the green flood dragon, a black vortex surged through his fingertips towards the Taotie, and within moments, Andoja's head disintegrated into dust, while the remaining horse body met the same fate. At that moment, the trio's watches signaled the elimination of an unknown creature, awarding them points of 20, 10, and 10 respectively. Naturally, the 20 points belonged to Li Guotao, for he had exerted the most effort. Wang, still not fully recovered, stood up and remarked, You are indeed formidable. This creature known as Andoja must be the most powerful entity within this forbidden realm. The effects of the White Moon's angel potion have completely dissipated, leaving her in a weakened state. She reached out towards Li Guotao and implored, Please, give me some flying milk and milk tablets. I need to replenish my nutrients. Li Guotao swiftly complied with her request, tossing a towel to Wang Yi to wipe his sweat, while he himself settled down to admire his attribute panel. Poor Wang Daochong, utterly exhausted. Even my wife, who is perpetually on a diet, is so fatigued that she is actively seeking sustenance. Oof, what of the demon god? It was vanquished by my wife's prowess, reduced to mere ashes. Is the most thrilling aspect not their exchange of saliva in their duel? I have recorded it all. Once edited, I will upload it to the video sharing platform, and the view count will surely soar into the hundreds of millions. Grateful for my elder brother's teachings. I have already published my video, unedited and raw. A brief announcement. The Spitting family's 315th Regiment is recruiting. We seek only exquisite girls. Those who meet the criteria should register promptly. Li Guotao opened his attribute panel. Ancient Treasures Chronicle, activated host. Li Guotao age, 20 legendary creature owned. Gluttonous beast. Growth length 50, attributes, strength 90, ordinary males max out at 20, speed 90, ordinary males max out at 20, stamina 100, ordinary males max out at 20, skills 24 style security fist. 8 extremes fist. Black Dragon's 18 techniques. Special abilities. Progenitor of Gluttony. Bloodline of the Dragon. Toxicity enhanced. Weapon. Xianyuan Summer Yu Sword without spirit. Magic treasure. Remnant of the Demon Refining Cauldron. Xiangxi Seal. Completion 5. Acquired Black Crystal. Hell Demon Absorption Rate. 172. Gazing at his significantly enhanced attributes, Li Guotao began to grin foolishly. However, he was perplexed by the meaning of the Hell Demon Absorption Rate. Given the fraction of 172, it seemed he would need to slay 72 demons before discerning its effects, much like Xiangxi's seal. Observing his 2 companions who had already recovered, Li Guotao inquired, "In a few hours, it will be dark. Shall we spend the night here or traverse the mangroves in search of another location?" Wang Yi, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, replied, "I'm utterly drained of energy and cannot calculate. Let us rest here. We shall set out again once we have regained our strength." Chapter 33. Savage Bull. The night on Treasure Gathering Island was abuzz with activity. Various shouts echoing from the mangrove thicket. Both Bai Yuehui and Wang Yi were exceedingly fatigued, prompting Li Guotao to volunteer to keep watch. Due to his absorption of Indusia, he discovered he seemingly required no sleep at all, maintaining an abundance of energy. This revelation brought him immense joy. If this state were to persist, he would effectively live far longer than the average human. As the morning sun filtered through the barrier and illuminated the tent, Bai Yuehui and Wang Yi had already commenced their morning routines, both having fully regained their optimal states. Apart from the lurking dangers on the island, their existence felt akin to a leisurely retreat. Bai Yuehui was applying a facial mask while diligently moisturizing her hands and feet that were exposed. Meanwhile, Wang Yi was enjoying breakfast with Li Guotao, relishing the bountiful coconuts and various flavors of porcupine meat that Ju Bao Island offered. The peculiar washing arrangements they had just utilized, a colossal combination of a water tank and a washstand, were even adequate for bathing. Wang Yi had just arisen, washed his hair, and dried it with a nearby solar-powered hairdryer. This lifestyle could easily be mistaken for a vacation by the seaside. If I were in charge, I would simply place a villa within my space and invite a few beautiful women. Life would be utterly splendid. I never anticipated that Wang Yi would look so striking with his hair cascading down. I might just find myself swayed. Perhaps we should arrange for him to marry Xin on the spot? Miss Bai would be a splendid companion for me. Mind your words. Or I shall have the hackers from the Shan family S group target your computer, came the retort. Shan is indeed the man of Shinba, and there shall be no debate about it. Goodness, Shin Wudi has sent out a red envelope. The keyword is to guess who Shin's wife is. The options were absurd. Aside from Shinba and Bai Yuehui, there were also Wang Yi and Xiangxi. How on earth am I supposed to choose? The elderly Wudi truly has retained a childlike spirit. Perhaps I shall also issue some guessing red envelopes for amusement. While the lively discussions unfolded in the live stream, Li Guotao and his companions had finished their preparations and ventured into the mangroves. The mangroves of Ju Bao Island were peculiar. Even after the trio passed through, they encountered no signs of life within, resembling a cage that confined the island's creatures. They were fortunate, as their entry point led them to a sprawling grassland, dominated by verdant flora reaching over 2 meters in height. Wang Yi remarked, "This appears to be a plain. We can drive through, but we must not exceed a moderate speed." Li Guotao nodded and brought forth the jeep, grateful that they had chosen a military-grade off-road vehicle, a modified version that allowed the driver to sit above the height of the vegetation. The diesel generator bestowed the jeep with formidable power, its thunderous roar echoing as this metallic beast trampled everything in sight. Bai Yukuei furrowed her brow and said, I remember that creature, Indusia. Uttered something when it first emerged yesterday, and I have been pondering it ever since. At that moment, Wang Yi added, I was contemplating that very issue last night. I just wonder if there is any truth to it. Li Guotao was left bemused, questioning what these two were discussing and whether he had missed something significant. Bai Yukuei continued, stating that he had initially claimed to be sealed by an old man, who, by all accounts, should be a benevolent figure and indeed human. Wang also nodded in agreement, affirming his thoughts. He then mentioned the intention to destroy the core at the island's center, which would bring them one step closer to the invasion of their demonic legion. Thus, it was evident that this core was something they needed to protect. Li Guotao finally grasped the situation, his expression transforming into one of bewilderment. The core of the Xiangxi poison insect valley must have been the target of their destruction, and the seal of Xiangxi in his interface was evidently designed to repel the incursion of the demonic legion. At that moment, their jeep seemed to collide with something, fortunately at a slow speed. A tremendous roar echoed as the entire vehicle was abruptly lifted off the ground. As it soared through the air, Wang shouted, Wanjin Tua, we must exit quickly. In the instant he uttered the incantation, the jeep astonishingly hovered in midair, allowing the three of them to leap to safety. Upon seeing the immediate danger averted, Wang ceased the incantation and the jeep accelerated from a standstill, catapulting several dozen meters before coming to a halt. Now reduced to a heap of scrap metal, particularly with two large gaping holes on the hood. At that moment, they finally caught sight of the culprit, which had risen to its feet. Their jeep had evidently collided directly with its head, only to be effortlessly tossed aside. Wang's lips twitched as he remarked, This creature is colossal. How did we fail to notice it? It lay so flat. Bai Yukuei cautioned, Be wary. I sense its intense fury. Observe its mouth closely. This is no ordinary bovine. It likely feasts on flesh. Li Guotao, now brandishing the Xianyuan sword, retorted dismissively, I too consume meat, no matter how large. This beast is merely livestock, a slightly larger steak, if you will. What a pity, that was a military-grade jeep, irreplaceable on the market. That wretched cow. I propose we barbecue it later. Fool, this is no ordinary cow. It is a barbarian bull, came the response from above. Can someone explain? I barely graduated elementary school. The barbarian bull emits a deathly sound wave that instills terror, rendering its opponents incapable of fighting. Its dual horns and sharp fangs are harbingers of doom. Notice the faint green scales on its body. They must surely be delectable when fried. My friend, you are quite the connoisseur. The barbarian bull is a rare delicacy. Only a handful have ever been captured, each fetching an exorbitant price. I've heard of a buyer who fried its scales, claiming the flavor was exquisite. Li Guotao had just finished mocking when the mighty bull opened its enormous maw, emitting a colossal sonic wave. Chapter 34. The sliding tackle was unexpectedly struck by a staff. The roar emanating from the bull was none other than its formidable ability, the death sonic wave. This power allowed the bull to instill fear in the minds of its adversaries through the tremors of the sonic wave, facilitating a calm and unhurried hunting process. However, today, after the bull unleashed its death sonic wave, the three diminutive beings who had disturbed its slumber exhibited no response whatsoever. In that instant, Wang utilized the 8 gates transport before the bull fully opened its mouth, a remarkably potent technique capable of redirecting the enemy's attacks elsewhere. Though a significant portion of the attack was successfully diverted, a fraction of it still reached them. Wang, being a practitioner of several years, was minimally affected. Bai Yukuei, having consumed the angel's elixir, was similarly unfazed by the minor sonic waves, merely finding them grating. As for Li Guotao, his enhanced physical prowess after absorbing Endosia, coupled with the fortitude gained from his past life experiences, rendered him entirely oblivious to the assault. Seeing its ability rendered ineffective, the bull prepared to employ physical means to devour the three small beings. The colossal beast, towering at 35 meters, lowered its head, aiming its spear-like horns at the trio as it charged forward, expelling plumes of vapor from its sizable nostrils and tightening its scales, giving its muscular form a more defined appearance. Li Guotao, exhilarated by the oncoming bull, saw this as the thrill he had sought, venturing into the forbidden grounds for such an exhilarating encounter. He turned to his companions, saying, You two, take a moment to rest. I shall handle this shortly. With that, he grasped the Xianyuan sword and charged toward the bull. As they drew near, Li Guotao suddenly leaned back, executing a sliding tackle close to the ground, thrusting the Xianyuan's sword into the bull's neck. With the momentum of their movements, the bull's demise was sealed. Indeed, as the bull succumbed to the sliding tackle, it collapsed, a long gash extending from its chin to its rear, spilling various innards, leaving the onlookers salivating. Yet, at that moment, Li Guotao roared in fury, his face smeared with a yellowish liquid. "Do you see all that on the ground? I'm about to drool. Hot pot, beef offal, stir-fried liver. I've got to order some takeout." The sliding tackle, a timeless marvel, proved effective against all manner of colossal creatures. Why was the bull so enraged when it hadn't even harmed him? And what was that substance on his face? It certainly didn't resemble blood. "Ha ha ha, you've made me laugh so hard." The speed was so swift that you probably didn't catch it all. Upon slowing it down tenfold, I observed that the bull was male. I have come to understand that the spray deity was struck by the mighty bull, leading to an unfortunate incident. My comrades, I shall temporarily assume the guise of the spray army for a day. I trust no one objects. The spray army has garnered an impressive speed, as the slow-motion footage has already amassed 30 million views. I must extend my gratitude to the spray deity through the creation of his live broadcast videos. I could ascend to the position of CEO and marry a wealthy beauty, thus reaching the pinnacle of success. Just as Bai Yuegawei and Wang Yi believed their teammate was injured and approached to investigate, Li Guotao quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Do not come any closer." He then retrieved a water tank from the demon-summoning pot and poured its contents over his head. In a fit of anger, his trembling hands hastily stripped him bare. "Oh, you rogue," Bai Yuegawei exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she covered her eyes, though she left a small gap between her fingers. Wang Yi quickly turned away, muttering, "I'm going to have needle eyes. I am tainted." At that moment, the live stream's numerous female viewers erupted in outrage. For just as Li Guotao was about to remove his trousers, the signal was abruptly lost. It was not until he had finished his bath and donned fresh attire that the connection was restored. In the director's booth, Director Wang exhaled deeply and remarked to the assistant director beside him, "Thank goodness I was monitoring the spray army. Had that footage been broadcast, I would have been mercilessly scolded by parents." The assistant director quickly complimented, "Indeed, Director Wang, your foresight is remarkable. May I inquire what name you go by in the spray army?" "I joined the 315th Regiment yesterday, and I am called Spray Hongrue." Director Wang's expression shifted as he regarded the assistant director, his right hand moving discreetly behind him as he forced a smile. "Let us not mention names. However, your 315th Regiment is known for only accepting delightful maidens. I presume you were curious to join?" Both shared an awkward chuckle, choosing not to pursue the topic further. After Li Guotao had bathed, he finally shed the earlier embarrassment and looked towards the lifeless bull, the damp strands of his hair emitting wisps of white steam. At this moment, Wang Yi sauntered over with a teasing demeanor. "Brotherly, you certainly do not sweat the small stuff." From a distance, Bai Yuegawei spat in disdain, muttering, "Vile rogue." Li Guotao smiled awkwardly. "Ah, you are unaware. I was nearly knocked unconscious by that thing's blow, and to top it off, I ended up with its urine on my face. Just wait and see how I feast upon it." Chapter 35. The furball monster, the once mighty bull, which had appeared so formidable just 10 minutes prior, was now reduced to numerous portions, all placed into the demon-summoning pot by Li Guotao. While it is true that living beings cannot be placed inside, once deceased, it poses no issue. Moreover, the interior of the demon-summoning furnace possesses a unique attribute. Items placed within do not spoil. They intended to consume the bull later, primarily because they had just finished breakfast. Upon their arrival on the true treasure island, they encountered a formidable boar, rendering their jeep utterly useless. Nevertheless, they resolved to seek a secure location to prepare their meal. Li Guotao effortlessly lifted Wang Yi, granting him a vantage point from which to survey the distant terrain. After careful consideration, they decided to advance toward a nearby hill, where a cave nestled in the slope appeared to be an ideal refuge for the night. With the jeep no longer at their disposal, their pace significantly diminished, and the creatures lurking in the grass became a source of considerable annoyance. Fortunately, Li Guotao's presence ensured that the disturbances were caused solely by non-venomous beings. The most bothersome of these was a type of fruit, akin to the size of a finger, yet covered in vicious barbs that clung to their bodies and hair as they passed. Upon realizing this, the three men hastily wrapped their heads in towels. "My heavens! I merely stepped away for a moment, and they all resemble Indian peasants," Wang Yi exclaimed. Not only did they look disheveled, but their clothing was also adorned with green fuzzballs, reminiscent of the burdock thistles from their homeland, albeit larger in size. As they adjusted their perspective, it seemed as though something encircled them. "Stop eating. You're in danger, and it's driving me mad," Wang Yi warned loudly, his ears twitching. "Something is approaching us in great numbers." The three men quickly huddled together, with Li Guotao tossing 2 blast shields to his companions while he brandished the Xianyuan sword. Strangely, the creatures advancing toward them halted at a distance of 5 meters. Bai Yuegawei inquired with confusion. "Could they be poisonous?" Li Guotao suggested. "Perhaps we should wait a bit longer." The others nodded in agreement, recalling that in previous encounters, waiting had caused the creatures to disperse. It was not out of cowardice. There was simply no need to engage in a bloody confrontation. However, after 10 minutes had elapsed, the creatures showed no signs of retreating. Just as the trio prepared to take action, the grass rustled. Out emerged unknown beings resembling fuzzy balls, their limbs as thin as toothpicks, exuding an oddly endearing quality. Though their facial features remained elusive, Li Guotao remarked in bewilderment, "They appear to be non-venomous. Look, they are still approaching us." Bai Yuegawei's eyes sparkled at the sight of these tiny entities, and she instinctively stepped forward, eager to touch the ping-pong ball-sized creatures on the ground. Yet, as her fingers made contact, the fuzzy ball split open, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Startled, Bai Yuegawei instinctively punched the creature back into the earth. At that moment, her watch vibrated, indicating a successful kill of a new species and awarding her 2 points. Suddenly, the hundreds of other fuzzy balls around them all burst open, emitting hissing sounds. Wang Yi frowned and commented, "This is rather unsettling, albeit they are remarkably feeble." Li Guotao remarked, "I wonder if it is edible. However, I sense it possesses little energy." His left hand, Teotihuacan, displayed no desire for consumption whatsoever. While the trio engaged in discussions about these diminutive fluffballs, a multitude of tiny entities began to converge, rising ever higher. By the time the three realized what was unfolding, a towering figure, crafted entirely from these fluffballs and standing 2 meters tall, manifested before them. We shall refer to this humanoid monstrosity as the Fluff Man. Once the Fluff Man was fully assembled, the fluffballs across its body unfurled to reveal serrated mouths, transforming it into a creature adorned with jagged edges both above and below. "I suffer from a phobia of clusters. What manner of beast is this? It is perilous indeed. Why has the Spray Goddess team encountered such misfortune when other competitors have yet to engage in battle? Who claims there has been no conflict? Are you blind? Xiangxi has already frozen several butterflies that attempted to assault him. Those butterflies merely obstructed his path. I harbor disdain for him. That monster nearly bit my wife. It must perish, perish, perish." As the Fluff Man exhibited a menacing demeanor, a golden longsword swiftly sliced through its waist. Yet, when the Xianyuan sword was withdrawn, the creature remained unchanged, for at the moment the blade made contact, the Fluff Man leaped, cleaving itself into 2 segments at the waist. Li Guotao had struck nothing but air. Unwilling to concede, he swung the Xianyuan sword in rapid succession. However, the Fluff Man moved with swiftness. Even when it occasionally failed to evade, the force of the sword's wind pressure scattered the fluffballs, which then reassembled instantaneously. Wang also interjected, "Cease your assault. This creature is exceedingly lightweight, and your weapon cannot harm it. Allow me a try." Upon hearing this, Li Guotao stepped aside to join Bai Yuegawei. Wang advanced a step, forming hand seals to unleash his modified Firefly Stream of Light. This technique was an enhancement of the original Firefly Stream, tailored according to the principles of the wind rearward Qi Men. The standard version ejects a multitude of sparks, whereas Wang's improved version not only covers a larger area, but also allows him to control the sparks. A cluster of fire points, resembling half-human size and flickering like fireflies, soared towards the Fluff Man. Upon sighting the flames, the Fluff Man turned and fled, beginning to disintegrate in its haste. Nevertheless, their movements could not match the speed of the sparks. At least half of the fluffballs were struck. Those that were hit ignited as if cotton met flame. And when the fire subsided, only a slender, large-lettered stick remained, thin yet impervious to fire, rendered inert without its outer fluff. Li Guotao, emboldened, reached out to pick one up and toy with it. After a brief moment of play, he yanked it forcefully, producing a sharp crack as the stick fractured into several segments. With a furrowed brow, Li Guotao remarked, "This object is merely ordinary wood, fearless of flames, yet possessing a hardness inferior to that of iron. The peculiar object intrigued both Wang and Bai Yuekue as they toyed with it. After a brief moment, Bai Yuekue remarked, "This item is quite strange, exhibiting dual characteristics of both plant and animal. Guotao, please assist me in bringing some back for my research." After Li Guotao stored the wooden stick into the demon summoning jar, the trio resumed their journey toward the cave. For reasons unknown, perhaps the demise of the furry ball monster or other factors, their progress was remarkably smooth, and by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they had reached their destination. Although referred to as a cave, it was more accurately described as a recess in the cliff, extending over 3 meters inward and standing only 7 meters high. Bai Yuekue could enter comfortably, while the two men had to bend slightly. Once they had set up their tent, Li Guotao brought forth the dreaded barbaric bull. Extracting 2 parts, a whole bull leg and the whip that had attacked him earlier that day. Upon seeing the more than a meter-long beast, Bai Yuekue resolutely declined to partake, opting instead for a packet of flying milk candy and a bottle of flying milk before retreating into the tent for rest. However, Taoist Wang was quite eager. They had exchanged numerous points for a variety of items, among which was a barbecue grill and seasonings. Knowing that the creatures of Treasure Island were rich in nutrients, they had prepared thoroughly. The barbaric bull was easy to clean, its entire exterior covered in scales that rinsed off cleanly with water. Even the part that had assaulted Li Guotao was remarkably unique, its surface adorned with fine scales. After scraping and washing it, they coated it in seasoning and began to kindle a fire for roasting. The size of the meat was truly impressive, yet in comparison to the bull's massive form, it resembled a mere toothpick. Though it was said that the creatures of Treasure Island were nutritious, it remained uncertain whether they would yield additional benefits upon consumption. The fellow above seems to harbor unspoken secrets. I have just received a fresh batch of goods, guaranteed to cure ailments and bring forth knightly grandeur. Personally, I found the small furry creature they encountered earlier to be quite adorable. If only they could keep it as a pet. Did Bai Xiangxi not instruct Shen to take it back for research? There could be potential there. Look, it's starting to roast. Oh no, it shrank. Li Guotao and Wang placed the bull leg on the grill, intending to roast it slowly while they enjoyed the process. Given its size made it difficult to cook thoroughly. As for the bull whip, it was skewered on a 1.5-meter iron rod, which Li Guotao held over the flames for convenience in seasoning. However, after just a short while over the fire, bubbles began to form on the surface as moisture rapidly evaporated. Before Li Guotao could remove it, it had already shrunk to a mere 5 centimeters of blackened jerky. The expressions on Li Guotao and Wang's faces darkened considerably. Yet upon glancing at the untouched bull leg on the grill, they released a collective sigh of relief. Discarding a hard object, clearly inedible and measuring 5 centimeters, the two individuals commenced roasting and savoring the beef leg upon the grill. The exterior, with its crispy scales, was delightfully palatable, reminiscent of potato chips, yet imbued with a hint of creaminess. The meat within surpassed even the finest wagyu in tenderness. Just as they were immersed in their feast, a short distance away, by a bonfire, Tyson and Black Panther were sorting through their spoils. All firearms were heaped together, with Tyson claiming only a single handgun, considering the rest useless to them. As for food, merely 3 bags remained, and Black Panther had already devoured most of one. Tyson inquired, "Black Panther, have you kept track of how many contestants we've eliminated?" Black Panther, stuffing the remaining energy bar into his mouth, muttered indistinctly, "My chip records 50 individuals. According to the participant roster, aside from us, there are still Akiji and 7 from Huagua, 4 of whom were among the first wave to land on the island, and 3 who arrived by jeep." Tyson chuckled. "Those 8 are quite fortunate, entering the island ahead of us. The reward this time is a staggering 5 billion. We should seek them out and eliminate them." Black Panther nonchalantly replied, "You know I am not in need of money. I am merely here to eliminate yellow-skinned monkeys. As for their supposed luck, it's not entirely accurate. If we were to encounter Akiji, the outcome would be uncertain." Tyson mocked, "Are you afraid?" Without addressing the notion of fear, Black Panther stated, "We can eliminate those 4 from Huagua tonight. As for the other 3, they are a bit distant, so let them live another night." Tyson licked his parched lips. "The woman among those 3 is mine. It has been a long time since I beheld such a striking beauty." Chapter 37. The Flying Beings Deep Within Treasure Island. An inconspicuous hut constructed of ice blocks emerged. Akiji reclined on a bed within this abode, surrounded by the bones of unknown beasts, suggesting that his existence was not devoid of comfort. As he caressed the long sword in his hand, he recalled the reason for his presence in this place. Akiji was nearing death, his unique abilities having subjected him to a prolonged state of low temperature, leaving him with less than a year to live. However, in his moment of despair, a figure had found him, radiating warmth. Upon their initial encounter, they nearly clashed until the stranger proposed a means to prolong Akiji's life. This figure, enveloped in flames, introduced himself as a demon god named Ami, possessing eternal life. He offered to share a portion of his vitality with Akiji, provided Akiji would assist him in certain tasks. As the blue pheasant approached the twilight of his life, he found himself devoid of choices. Thus, he ventured to Treasure Island. According to Ami, he would soon arrive at the site of his mission. At that moment, all he needed to do was to dismantle the core of Treasure Island. And in return, he could extend his life by an additional 10 years. This bargain left the blue pheasant quite content, and with the hope of living for another decade. He surrendered to slumber. Meanwhile, Li Guotao continued his vigil. Although Wang had intended to relieve him, Li Guotao declined, citing his ability to forego sleep. Aside from the disappointing shrunken beef whip, the flavor of the beef leg was rather delightful. Just as dawn began to break, Bai Yuehui awoke. She tiptoed out of the tent, glancing at Li Guotao seated by the campfire. With a blanket in hand, she approached him gracefully. However, as she draped the blanket over his shoulders, he sprang up, flinging the blanket aside. In the midst of their awkward exchange, Wang emerged from the tent and, upon witnessing their predicament, inquired, "What are you two doing, staring at each other like that? Have you quarreled?" Bai Yuehui shot a glare at Wang, then turned to Li Guotao, stating, "I need to freshen up." Li Guotao promptly retrieved the necessary toiletries from the demon summoning pot. At this juncture, Wang approached Li Guotao and asked, "What is going on between you two? I feel something's off." Li Guotao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, recounted the earlier incident. Wang chuckled knowingly. "Congratulations, brotherly. It seems our Miss Bai is quite considerate of you. However, don't harbor hopes of her becoming your girlfriend. She has sworn not to date until her sister is healed." Letting out a sigh, Li Guotao replied, "I merely worry about disrupting the team's atmosphere." Wang reassured him with a smile, "Miss Bai doesn't harbor any resentment towards you. She's not that petty." After breakfast, "Let us discuss our plans for the next steps." Li Guotao agreed and began to prepare breakfast. After a simple meal of two-headed porcupine meat and flying cow milk, the trio commenced their deliberations for the remaining 27 days. Bai Yuehui declared, "I intend to venture deeper into the island. Logically, the further in we go, the higher the likelihood of encountering new species. I require their genes, which is also the reason for your companionship in this competition." Wang nodded, "No problem. As long as we don't encounter another perverse creature like the one we faced initially." Li Guotao added, "Once we delve deeper, we must be cautious not to disrupt the seal. Did not the venomous horned beast say that the seal serves as a barrier against their infernal army?" Bai Yuehui responded, "Then let us proceed with caution. How about you, Wang Daoshang, cast a fortune?" Wang chuckled, "I just woke up, but let us decide our course. We shall head straight into the mountain. That direction leads to the entrance." After the three had tidied up, they proceeded in the direction indicated by Wang Yi. Several hours later, Wang Yi began to voice his frustrations, saying, "This 8 gates measurement method of the mysterious art seems just as unreliable as it did the day before yesterday." Bai Yuehui rolled her eyes and replied, "You've realized that too. We've been walking for hours now. It's too late to turn back. Let us just keep going." Li Guotao, walking at the forefront, glanced at the thorns beneath his feet and remarked, "These plants are far too sharp. No wonder we haven't encountered any other creatures along the way. How dull. Why are they still trudging through this thicket? I've been observing for hours, and my wife's clothing is remarkably durable. Even now, it hasn't been torn by these thorns. Curse those lecherous thoughts. My dear Wang Daochang's t-shirt is also quite resilient. If it were to get torn, that would be splendid. I've wagered with my best friend that Wang Daochang must possess an 8-pack. Just then, as they were about to exit the realm of thorny, serrated plants, the sight of 2 flying cows in the sky captured their attention. Li Guotao exclaimed, "How marvelous! Those tiny wings are somehow capable of lifting such substantial bodies." Wang Yi shouted, "Those cows are in danger. Look over there." Bai Yuehui and Li Guotao followed Wang Yi's pointing finger and saw a tiger with wings soaring towards the 2 flying cows. Chapter 38. The invisible threat. The airborne tiger was quite large, its wings adorned with stripes resembling those of its feline form. Because the tiger was flying at a considerable height, The two cows remained blissfully unaware until the tiger began its descent. By the time the cows realized the imminent threat, it was too late to escape. The tiger pounced on the larger of the two cows, sinking its teeth into its neck. With the force of the dive, both the tiger and the cow plummeted to the ground. Just before impact, the tiger flapped its wings with great vigor. Upon landing safely, the cow had already perished, and the tiger let out a roar before indulging in its prey. Having exited the thicket of thorns, Li Guotao and his companions found themselves not far from the tiger. Bai Yukuei whispered, "That tiger appears formidable. Do we stand a chance?" Wang Yi proposed, "What if I use my chaotic gold staff to restrain it while you attack?" Li Guotao agreed, "That sounds good. I'll first sever its wings to prevent our cooked duck from flying away." Bai Yukuei chuckled lightly. "Shouldn't it be a cooked tiger? Oh, look. There is something peculiar about the tiger's belly." With Bai Yukuei's observation, they all noticed the oddity. Li Guotao remarked, "It resembles a kangaroo's pouch. And judging by its smooth underbelly, it must be a female tiger." Wang Yi commented, "But this female tiger is far more formidable than others." Bai Yukuei replied with discontent, "Wang Yi, I sense there is more to your words." Wang Yi promptly declared, "I am prepared to use the chaotic golden staff. Are you all ready?" Upon finishing his words, a brilliant blue light flickered in his eyes as he formed a seal with his hands, setting the wind-based formation beneath his feet into motion. The tiger, which had been feasting, suddenly found itself immobilized, just as it was filled with confusion. Li Guotao rushed forward wielding the Xianyuan sword, and with a single stroke, severed the tiger's wing, perhaps due to the presence of arterial blood vessels beneath. A copious amount of blood gushed forth from the wound. The tiger's expression transformed from fury to fear, gradually fading to lifelessness. By the time Bai Yuekue arrived to take action, the tiger had already succumbed. Wang Yi retracted the chaotic golden staff and remarked, "Could it be that it has perished so easily?" Li Guotao, equally perplexed, suggested, "Perhaps its wing was its weakness. Let us examine what lies within its abdomen." Li Guotao turned the tiger onto its back, and the three of them began to investigate the pouch beneath its belly. Just as Li Guotao was about to lift it for a closer look, a red beetle the size of a chicken egg erupted from within, soon followed by a swarm of similar beetles. Fortunately, the trio reacted swiftly. As the first beetle was swatted away by Li Guotao, they retreated with great speed. Bai Yuekue, feeling a shiver run down her spine, remarked, "These creatures resemble ticks, albeit far too large and capable of flight." Wang Yi added, "These must be parasites residing within the tiger's body. Now that the tiger is dead, they will likely seek other hosts." No sooner had Wang Yi spoken than the swarm of insects turned their heads towards the trio. Li Guotao cursed, "Wang Daozhong, your words are ominous. Quickly, incinerate them." As the ticks advanced menacingly, Wang Yi hastened to unleash the firefly flow of the Li character. This technique proved effective, as the ticks shrieked in chaos, engulfed in flames, and soon exploded, splattering the blood they had absorbed everywhere. Bai Yuekue, still shaken, cautioned, "We must remain vigilant of these little creatures. Their threat is no less than that of the tiger." Once the ticks had been vanquished, Wang Yi lamented, "What a pity. It seems the tiger's flesh is no longer edible. Just the thought of it gives me goosebumps." Li Guotao, displaying his distaste, replied, "Though I have an affinity for eating, I would rather not partake in such a meal. Let us continue our journey." With that, Li Guotao surprisingly produced a large piece of spicy roasted porcupine meat, its color eerily reminiscent of the exploded ticks on the ground. Bai Yuekue and Wang Yi were both left feeling nauseated. This insect is utterly repulsive. It is truly a nightmare for those with a fear of clusters, they thought. Remarkably, the spray deity was still eating. One could suspect that had he not had food, he would have had no qualms about consuming the tiger or the flying bovine. I recently checked the live streams of Black Panther and Tyson. It appears they are heading in the direction of the spray deity. They are courting death, believing that eliminating a few novices grants them invincibility. The demon they faced just the other day was certainly beyond their capabilities. I must say, however, that Tyson and Black Panther are formidable, even as novices. They represent 54 living souls. Moreover, their abilities are rather peculiar, and if they were to launch a surprise attack, victory would not be out of reach. Li Guotao and his companions continued their advance towards the door, unaware that they were being trailed not far behind. Tyson perched upon Black Panther's shoulder, his entire form enveloped in memory metal. Tyson, with a hint of envy, remarked, "When will you gift me a set of power armor?" Black Panther retorted with a laugh, You're not my son. Unfazed, Tyson boldly replied, That doesn't matter. I'm not bothered by your size. Black Panther, irritated, warned, Keep it up, and I'll make you walk on your own. Those insects will turn you into a mere husk. Frightened by Black Panther's threat, Tyson fell silent. Black Panther continued, Let us stick to the plan. Once we get close, you ambush while I deliver the finishing blow. Take out the 2 men first. The woman can wait until you've had your fun. Chapter 39. Black Panther transforms into Red Panther. Li Guotao and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Engrossed in a discussion about whether a half-human-sized toad was edible, Bai Yuequi stated, Toads are toxic. See how it flees upon your approach? It must possess considerable venom. Generally, both the skin and internal organs of toads are highly poisonous. Wang also concurred, I agree with Miss Bai. Let us bury it. Just look at those warts on its back. Disgusting. Yet Li Guotao was quite tempted and argued, if the skin and innards are toxic, we can simply skin it and discard the insides, savoring just the meat. Bai Yuequi cautioned, that's not safe. People have attempted that and still succumbed to poisoning. Besides, toad venom is heat-resistant, rendering cooking futile. Reluctantly, Li Guotao released the nearly lifeless toad with a sigh, declaring, Let us forget it then, although I am immune to toxins. It is not absolute. Count yourself fortunate today. At that moment, both Bai Yuequi and Li Guotao sensed something amiss, for Wang had vanished. Bai Yuequi looked around, perplexed, and called out, I just heard him say the toad's back was disgusting. Where has he gone? Wang, where are you? Li Guotao had already grasped the Xianyuan sword. His vigilance heightened as he surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, Bai Yuequi was struck by an unseen force, sending her flying. Li Guotao swung the Xianyuan sword at the empty space where Bai Yuequi had stood, but naturally, he struck nothing. A man's voice resonated through the air, Yellow-skinned monkey. I will slowly toy with you until your demise. Ha ha ha. Li Guotao retorted, Damn it. Although I'd love to challenge you to a duel, I suppose you are too cowardly to show your face. Better to remain a turtle in its shell. While spewing taunts, Li Guotao's eyes darted around, ever vigilant. In the distance, Bai Yuequi staggered after being struck by immense force. After catching her breath for a few seconds, she retrieved a small round ball from her pocket. This was a special purchase she had made with points after researching the capabilities of the Black Panther's memory metal armor online, and she never anticipated she would find an opportunity to use it. Li Guotao continued his verbal onslaught. I presume you are the kind of undead creature who can retract its manhood out of fear, too frightened to face me. The Black Panther, infuriated, refrained from attacking as Li Guotao recklessly swung the Xianyuan sword. At that moment, Bai Yuequi bared her shoulder and asked Li Guotao, Do you think I'm beautiful? Li Guotao was momentarily dumbfounded, only to hear a voice nearby exclaim, Beautiful. Bai Yuequi's eyes sparkled as she threw the small ball. Just before it hit the ground, the ball erupted, splattering red paint everywhere. The Black Panther, believing it to be a grenade, shielded his eyes with his hands. Instead, he was doused in red paint, rendering his optical cloaking device ineffective. As his anger surged, Li Guotao rushed toward him, wielding the Xianyuan sword. From the Black Panther's shoulders, 2 grenade launchers emerged, launching 6 missiles with fiery trails toward Li Guotao. Bai Yuequi shouted, Be careful. She recognized these missiles as the powerful Cobra anti-personnel missiles. Li Guotao, well aware of the danger without her warning, understood he must avoid being hit. Experienced with firearms, he knew these heat-seeking missiles were particularly troublesome. As long as he had body heat, they would relentlessly pursue him until they struck their target. In the past, he would have been resigned to his fate. But now endowed with extraordinary speed and strength, he could choose to confront the threat head-on. Li Guotao plunged the Xianyuan sword into the ground, leaving only the hilt exposed, then forcefully scooped up the earth. With tremendous power, the soil barreled towards the 6 missiles like a decoy. After a thunderous explosion, Li Guotao rose from the ground. At that moment, the now crimson Black Panther had retreated far, shouting frantically for Tyson. The composure he once held had evaporated. The missiles, his last resort, had been thwarted by that man. Yet, despite his desperate cries, his companion Tyson remained unresponsive. Just 3 minutes ago, Tyson and Black Panther had devised a plan. Tyson would first seize the man wearing a cap and drag him underground, after which they would confront the individual possessing spatial abilities together. Tyson's initial move was executed with remarkable ease. The 3 adversaries remained oblivious to his presence, allowing him to effortlessly pull the cap-wearing man into the earth. Once he released his grip, his opponent would be ensnared in the soil. For his ability enabled him to traverse through any earth or stone while holding his breath, akin to swimming. Furthermore, anyone he touched would inherit this peculiar ability. However, should he let go while the individual remained buried, they would ultimately suffocate within their earthen prison. As Tyson descended approximately 5 meters underground, he relinquished his hold on Wang Ye's foot, feeling an overwhelming sense of triumph. Murder could be so uncomplicated, requiring no bloodshed. Yet, his moment of pride was abruptly shattered when a massive hand seized his ankle, and he was propelled downward at a speed exceeding his own swimming by tenfold. Chapter 40. The tremor of the Forbidden Zone. Wang Yi, observing the toad on the ground with disgust, suddenly felt himself plummeting into the earth, surrounded by soil. Unable to discern the source of his predicament, he quickly activated the Jin Earth Dragon swim technique, finding himself approximately 5 meters below the surface, where his assailant had released him. Building upon the foundation of the Earth Dragon swim, Wang Yi formed another seal to invoke the Kuan Earth River Carriage. This time, the Earth River Carriage was not intended for offense, but rather to mobilize the surrounding soil, thereby enhancing his speed through the earth. Not long after his adversary had loosened their grip, Wang Yi found himself behind them, swiftly grasping their ankle and descending rapidly. With the acceleration provided by the Earth River Carriage, his opponent was powerless to escape, being dragged ever deeper by Wang Yi. Tyson's mind was in turmoil. He had never anticipated that his foe would also possess earth manipulation techniques, let alone that they would surpass his own prowess by several tiers. After stealthily navigating for nearly 10 minutes, he realized his time was running out, and yet his opponent showed no signs of respite, leaving him utterly helpless. Sensing his adversary starting to convulse, Wang Yi began to swim upwards, not out of compassion, but out of a desire to uncover the identity of the entity that had assaulted him. When Wang Yi finally emerged from the earth, he discovered he was clutching a diminutive man, none other than Tyson, who had already ceased to breathe. On the surface, a distant, large red figure was frantically sprinting, repeatedly calling out Tyson's name. Li Guotao, wielding the Xinyuan sword, was pursuing closely behind. Bai Yuehui appeared to be unharmed not far away. Wang Yi exhaled in relief, greeting Bai Yuehui to indicate he had dealt with one adversary. As for the individual who had wagered with him moments earlier, an ambush, that was merely a figment of imagination. My husband is incredibly handsome. Look at that, Tyson. He naively believes that dragging him to the ground will secure his victory. Does he not realize that my husband possesses the extraordinary skill of Fenghu Qimen? My esteemed white boss is also a master of foresight, having prepared paint bombs in advance. This resulted in Tyson being drenched in red. Fortunate that it wasn't green. Otherwise, that hefty fellow would have vanished into the jungle. I must admit, that hefty man runs remarkably fast, nearly rivaling a cheetah. No wonder he's called the Black Panther. Even the god of spraying behind could not catch up to him immediately. This is the advantage of the memory alloy armor worn by the Black Panther. It is equipped with an auxiliary propulsion system. Without it, given his weight of over 400 pounds, he would hardly be able to run at all. As he dashed away, he shouted, "Don't come near me. Tyson, hurry and save me. I'll give you 1 billion later. No, I'll offer 10 billion. If I die, you won't have a good outcome either." Li Guotao was pursuing closely behind, but took a moment to glance back, only to see that Tyson had already been dragged out of the ground by Wang Yi, appearing lifeless. Li Guotao rejoiced and began taunting the hefty man ahead. "Stop wailing. Big guy, your little lover has kicked the bucket. Look over there. He is already stiff as a board. Hurry and stop. We still have room for negotiation. Or if I catch you, I will subject you to slow slicing. Do you know what that entails? It involves cutting your flesh piece by piece, totaling 333 cuts." Initially, the Black Panther thought Li Guotao was merely bluffing. However, upon glancing back at the lifeless Tyson sprawled on the ground, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Increasing his speed, although it seemed like he was running, he was merely circling around 2 valleys. If he continued this way, he would soon find himself trapped between Wang Yi and Bai Yuehui, facing a dire predicament. Li Guotao's voice rang out from behind, threatening slow slicing if he didn't stop, causing the Black Panther to hesitate. In that fleeting moment of indecision, his body suddenly became immobile. In the distance, Wang Yi shouted, "I've immobilized him. Go for it." Li Guotao surged forward, thrusting his sword straight for the Black Panther's heart. The piercing sound of the sword entering flesh echoed, and the Black Panther felt a chill as the blade punctured him through. The memory metal on his corpulent body could not withstand this fatal strike. Once the sword was withdrawn, the Black Panther had already breathed his last. The chip in his brain ceased function due to the loss of biological electricity, causing the memory metal to revert to its original form, which was merely the necklace around his neck. Why didn't he, the director, cut the feed this time? My titanium alloy eyes are about to fail me. This hefty fellow was not wearing anything beneath his armor. He was simply too fat. The flesh on his belly nearly drooped to his knees, making it impossible for me to discern his gender based on physiological characteristics. Comrades, now only 4 remain in the live broadcast. I wonder who will be left in the end. The god of spray, in his divine righteousness, has eliminated the 2 fools from the Kunlun sect who mercilessly slaughtered 54 participants. We express our gratitude to the god of spray for ridding the world of such malevolence. Although Li Guotao has lived 2 lives and taken many lives, he finds himself in an unprecedented situation, enduring both physical and mental discomfort. He retrieved the necklace from beneath the fallen Black Panther. However, upon returning to his companions to boast about his spoils, he was met with disdain from Bai Yuequai and Wang Yi. Reluctantly, Li Guotao placed the necklace into the demon refining pot, intending to examine it later when time permitted. At that moment, a distant mountain suddenly collapsed, followed by a series of tremors. Wang Yi remarked, "That is the location I mentioned for the entrance. It is highly likely to be where the forbidden seal, as described by the venomous horned beast, lies." Just then, the voice of the system echoed in Li Guotao's mind. Mission triggered. Explore the secrets of Treasure Island. Mission reward, 2 lottery tickets. Chapter 41. The giant tortoise beneath the collapsed peak. Xiangxi stood behind a curved ice wall, which shielded him from the debris raining down. His hand trembled around the hilt of his sword, as he had exerted all his strength to retrieve the object in his left hand. Little did he expect that the entire mountain would cave in as soon as he extracted it. Gazing at the pulsating heart in his grasp, which was the size of a basketball, a thrill crept across his lips. At that moment, the entire treasure island seemed to come alive, from 6 points around the island. Limbs and heads emerged, and from a distance, the island resembled a colossal tortoise. As the tortoise's head stretched forth and its eyes opened, they turned towards its back, precisely where Xiangxi stood. The amphibious landing craft beside Treasure Island rocked violently due to the massive waves stirred by the awakening sea turtle, prompting the old captain to promptly order a retreat. Just as Xiangxi's sword pierced the heart, the tortoise emitted a mournful wail, and at that moment, Li Guotao and his companions arrived. Wang Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, having just utilized the turtle fly body modification, which amplified the acceleration effect to his teammates, leaving him utterly exhausted. Li Guotao quickly tossed him a bottle of flying milk before stepping forward to confront Xiangxi. Upon seeing the heart in Xiangxi's hand and connecting it to the now transformed Treasure Island, Li Guotao deduced that this heart corresponded to the giant tortoise, much like the black crystal had corresponded to the mountain-dwelling zombie. Hence, this heart must be the key to the forbidden seal. Li Guotao shouted, "Do not allow this scrawny bamboo pole to destroy the heart," in his grasp. Treasure Island is indeed a tortoise, but this is astonishingly immense. Could it be that the heart in Xiangxi's hand belongs to the tortoise? It seems too diminutive. This defies logic. How can one discuss science when the tortoise has grown to such a size? It's absurd. I have always said that the one with 4 eyebrows was not to be trusted. Poor giant tortoise. I wonder how delicious it would be when braised. The taste remains uncertain, yet the quantity of meat is undoubtedly substantial, as evidenced by its imposing size. The affluent proprietor has acquired the flesh of a colossal tortoise for an astonishing price of 1 million per pound. Those in possession of it may contact XXXX. Furious, Xiangxi exclaimed, "You insolent wretch, what did you just call me? Do you seek death?" Li Guotao, realizing that his taunt had interrupted his adversary's actions, continued, "Whoever engages with me shall be addressed as such. You attempt to emulate Lu Xiaofeng, yet Lu Xiaofeng's charm lies in his good looks and well-groomed beard. Perhaps you should consider shaving yours." Xiangxi had always loathed discussions about his appearance, particularly after attaining formidable strength, as few dared to comment. The audacity of this upstart from the Dragon Continent to speak thus incensed him immensely. In a fit of rage, he ruthlessly stabbed the heart in his grasp repeatedly, transforming it into a honeycomb of destruction. The giant tortoise emitted a thunderous roar before closing its eyes for the final time. Li Guotao was taken aback. This individual was defying expectations. Was he not supposed to hurl insults at me before discarding the heart to come after me? Wang Yi shared his surprise. Unable to react in time to employ his magic, Bai Kuei cried out, "We must act swiftly. The seal of the forbidden zone of Jubao Island has been breached by this fiend. The giant tortoise is dead, and the island is likely to submerge into the depths of the ocean." In his fury, Xiangxi felt an unexpected joy, for he had fulfilled Ami's task and would, upon his return, gain an additional 10 years of life. However, as he gazed at the man who had insulted him, a surge of anger threatened to consume him. He resolved to eliminate a few of them before departing, confident in his overwhelming power. Just as Wang Yi prepared to unleash his chaotic incantation to control Xiangxi, an icy chill surged from the ground, instantly encasing him in solid ice. Meanwhile, Bai Kuei, too, was transformed into an ice sculpture during his intoxicated state. Yet, when the same chilling aura approached Li Guotao, it was shredded into fragments by the sharp edge of his sword. Xiangxi was astonished. His once invincible tactic had failed him. Li Guotao, seething with rage at the sight of his two companions now encased in ice, understood the urgency to eliminate his foes swiftly, lest they face dire peril. Damn that slender bamboo pole! How dare he turn my beloved Wang Dao into an ice sculpture? Does he not realize that prolonged exposure to the cold renders a man impotent? I shall be doomed to live in solitude. Even as Bai Kuei became an ice figure, he remained strikingly beautiful, and I had recorded it all, planning to create a replica using a 3D printer. To the gentleman above, if you could craft another, I would gladly pay 100,000 for it. You fairweather fans, have you not seen that Wang Dao is in grave danger? Unlike me, who can only feel heartache for my brother. Truly, the spray deity is formidable. I surmise a flame burns within him that Xiangxi's cold cannot extinguish. That flame is his love for me. Let us cease our distractions. It seems magical attacks have proven ineffective, and thus they are poised to engage in a brutal melee. Akiji brushed his hand across the long sword, and as if enchanted, the blade emanated a chilling aura, its surface cloaked in a layer of frost. Li Guotao spat at Akiji, but the latter deftly evaded the attack. Even if it had landed, the insult would have outweighed any real threat. Both combatants lunged at each other with their swords. Chapter 42. The briefest duel simultaneously. Akiji and Li Guotao struck, but in a single blow, Akiji's sword shattered, and he was sent sprawling by the overwhelming force. His expression shifted to one of shock as he swiftly repaired the broken sword with ice, transforming it into a true ice blade. Had it not been for the chilling atmosphere slowing Li Guotao's pursuit, Akiji might have already met his demise. The frigid air enveloped a 100-meter radius around them, causing nearby flora to begin freezing. Akiji contemplated that directly freezing his adversary was unfeasible. Instead, he thought that lowering the environmental temperature might lead to Li Guotao's demise by hypothermia. He seized the moment to taunt, "Boy, your two companions are about to perish. Aren't you going to save them? I, however, am indifferent. It seems your mission is to protect the seal, but alas, my task is to destroy it. Your enemy is I, and how unfortunate that is for you." Akiji's words were also a tactic to buy time. Li Guotao exhaled a breath of icy air and glanced at his two companions. Remarkably, he refrained from retorting and instead gripped the Xianyuan sword, charging towards Akiji. In his fury, Li Guotao's skin flushed red as his blood surged, raising his surface temperature and counteracting the cold's effects. He swung again, severing Akiji's ice sword, advancing with unrelenting force. Akiji could only retreat desperately, all the while using his abilities to restore the shattered ice blade. Thus, they danced a perilous ballet of pursuit and retreat. Suddenly, Li Guotao wildly swung his left hand, unleashing a barrage of dual-headed porcupine meat and flying milk towards Akiji. Just as Akiji remembered his opponent's spatial abilities, a barbecue grill hurtled towards him, obscured by the flying milk and porcupine meat. Akiji was struck on the head by the grill. Blood streamed from the wound as he instinctively covered his forehead with his hand. In that moment, Li Guotao's Xianyuan sword sliced across his neck. As Akiji felt the world spin and glimpsed his own headless body, indeed resembling a bamboo pole, he managed a helpless smile. He had met his end. Perhaps had he not come to Treasure Island, he might have lived another year. At that moment, a voice echoed in Li Guotao's mind. Task: uncover the secrets of Treasure Island completed. Task reward: 2 lottery tickets. Li Guotao decided to defer the lottery draw for later. Hasten to place the heart that has become a hive into the furnace of demon refining, and with 2 companions in tow, hastened toward the highest peak. The entire island has begun to submerge. Remaining in the low-lying areas would inevitably lead to their entrapment beneath the sea. Li Guotao, having elevated his physical prowess to 90 points, employed his self-developed abilities to thaw his 2 comrades. The surface of his skin turned crimson once more, as the accelerated flow of blood raised his body temperature, melting the thick layer of ice encasing the 2 individuals. By the time Li Guotao reached the mountaintop, the ice near Wang Yi and Bai Yueqi's heads had melted away, yet both had lips tinged with a purplish hue, their teeth chattering incessantly. Li Guotao quickly produced charcoal for grilling and ignited a fire. Before long, the ice on other parts of their bodies had completely melted, and the warmth of the fire allowed the 2 to regain their composure. At that moment, much of Jujiao Island had already sunk beneath the waves. The 3 companions' watches began to vibrate, displaying a message urging them to remain still, as the island's barrier had vanished. Not far from their location, the old captain had dispatched a helicopter for their rescue. A wave of relief washed over the trio, although they stood atop the mountain. The suction caused by the island's descent could still drag them into the depths, a fate even Li Guotao's robust physique could not entirely avert. On the amphibious landing craft, the old captain had already prepared a change of clothes and a cup of hot cocoa for the trio. The elderly gentleman known as Li Weigua had been watching the entire competition, particularly enamored with the trio's dynamic. The underlying reason for his interest stemmed from the ruthless tactics of Black Panther and Tyson, who had eliminated 50 competitors at the outset, leaving limited options. Greetings, dear viewers. I am your host, Li Hong. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Jujiao Island has vanished, necessitating the abrupt conclusion of this competition. However, only 1 team of contestants remains, so we shall proceed to distribute the rewards. First, let us present a thrilling recap of the exploration in the Forbidden Zone. Li Hong felt disheartened. This was her first time hosting the 31st edition of the Forbidden Zone exploration, yet the initial rounds had been fraught with mishaps. As she took the winner's rewards from the director, she began to rehearse her script. When the camera turned to her once more, she smiled and remarked, "I trust everyone found this competition exhilarating. A total of 3 individuals have secured a reward of 500 million, exempt from taxes. As for the highest scorer, Mr. Li Guotao, he has amassed 37 points, earning a grand prize of 5 billion, which, after taxes, leaves him with a net of 2.5 billion. Thank you for tuning into the 31st edition of the second round of Forbidden Zone exploration. The third round will take place in 5 days. Contestants wishing to register may apply for qualification on the official website. The production team owes me for the ticket, as the live broadcast may be free, but I incurred expenses for electricity while watching. This expedition may very well be deemed the briefest adventure into forbidden territory in history. However, it was truly exhilarating. The sight of that colossal tortoise was profoundly awe-inspiring. Alas, the location was a trench, rendering any salvage efforts futile. Perhaps the greatest loss is not the flora and fauna of the island. We ought to advocate against consuming the meat of the 2-headed porcupine to prevent its extinction. With unrivaled prowess, I once again secured the top position in points, and as a gesture of gratitude, I shall distribute a generous red envelope of 6 million. The 1.5-meter tall lady is magnificent. I hope to soon witness her sharing a banana with the hamster. In the control room, Director Wang hurled the ashtray against the wall. The assistant director beside him continually sought to calm him. Once he had regained his composure, Director Wang declared, "This cannot continue. Our next forbidden realm must be of higher peril, or we shall meet our doom." The assistant director embraced Wang gently, reassuring him, "Fear not, Director. I shall choose wisely." Chapter 43, The Nuwa Stone and the Haotian Tower. On board the amphibious landing craft, Bai Yueqi lamented, "We had high hopes of acquiring valuable genes from this forbidden zone. Yet we return empty-handed." Li Guotao suggested, "Why don't we participate in the third round together? This one concluded in merely 3 days, which feels rather brief." Wang, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Brother Li, your carefree nature astounds me. Though this round was only 3 days, it was far more perilous than the last 2 competitions with Miss Bai. Nevertheless, since I must assist her, I cannot miss the third round." Bai Yueqi expressed her gratitude. "You two are truly wonderful. What are your plans for the next few days?" Wang responded, "Yesterday, during barbecue, Brother Li mentioned that his villa is quite spacious. I plan to visit him. After all, he has an abundance of rare beef in his possession." Bai Yueqi initially wished to join them at the villa, but, recalling her sister, She shook her head and said, I shall return to the research institute. Please remember to bring me those symbiotic specimens before I leave, and don't forget to wrap the Black Panther's memory medal in several layers of paper for my study. Upon returning to the villa, Li Guotao informed Xiangxi that Wang would be staying for a few days. To his surprise, Xiangxi was overjoyed and eagerly took Wang on a tour of her grand villa, much like she had done with Li Guotao previously. Seizing the opportunity, Li Guotao retreated to his room, locked the door, and addressed the system in his mind. I wish to draw 2 lottery tickets. As he drew, a message appeared. Congratulations. You have drawn Nuwa stone, not activated. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced his chest as a circular stone mark manifested upon his left breast. Li Guotao instructed the system to continue drawing. As the process continued, another message emerged. Congratulations, you have drawn Haotian Tower, half sealed. This time, the Haotian Tower tattoo appeared just above his right wrist, slightly above the Xianyuan sword. The 2 elongated tattoos seemed to intertwine, leaving an oddly unsettling sensation. Li Guotao hastily inquired of the system regarding the usage of these 2 treasures. The system responded, the Nuwa stone remains in an unactivated state, necessitating the host to explore activation methods independently. The Haotian Tower is in a semi-sealed state. Only the first 2 levels are accessible, while the remaining 3 levels require the seal to be lifted for usage. The initial 2 levels can subdue ordinary monsters and malevolent spirits, and the method of use is akin to that of the Xianyuan sword, materializing it in one's hand and directing it towards the targeted malevolent entity for absorption into the tower. Ultimately, whether it be taming or permanent suppression lies at the host's discretion. Li Guotao sighed in resignation, finding the Nuwa stone utterly ineffective, yet relieved that the Haotian Tower possesses some utility. He mused that it would be splendid if he could acquire the Kunlun mirror one day, allowing him to reverse time for all of them. A day later, on a small hillside not far from Wulong Villa, a pristine barbecue grill bore a beef leg. Wang Yi, adorned with a white chef's hat, was diligently applying seasonings. Beside him, the little girl Xiangxi gazed, wide-eyed and drooling, at the beef leg on the grill. Upon their return to the villa the previous day, the trio had already devoured a beef leg, the flavors indelibly etched in Xiangxi's memory. Overcome with hunger, Xiangxi implored, Brother Wang, how long until we can eat? Wang Yi shook his head in exasperation, replying, we must first crisp the outer scales before indulging. The meat within requires additional time. Perhaps you could entertain yourself with a game and return later. Li Guotao extended a steaming beef head towards Xiangxi, suggesting, if you're hungry, you might try this. It's delectable. Xiangxi fervently shook her head, exclaiming, no, it looks disgusting. Its eyes are still staring at me. Keep it away. Li Guotao muttered, you too lack appreciation. This is the essence. When I finish, do not regret your decision. In unison, they declared, we won't regret it. Restful moments always pass swiftly, and soon it was time for the 3rd round of the Forbidden Land expedition. At this juncture, Li Guotao had expended 3 billion on various supplies, for his demon refining pot had ample space. During this period, he seized the opportunity to host a live stream, earning an additional 4 billion, thus augmenting his assets to 5 billion, an increase rather than a decrease. In recent days, to bolster his strength, Li Guotao had been incessantly consuming food, having procured every high-energy item available. As previously stated, the demon refining pot is exceedingly vast, and items stored within do not spoil. Presently, he lacked neither resources nor funds, allowing him to indulge freely. Before embarking on the journey, Li Guotao glanced once more at his attribute panel. Record of ancient treasures, activation host, Li Guotao age, 20 possessing legendary creature, Taotie, length 50 attributes, strength 100, average male 6, maximum 20, speed 100, average male 6, maximum 20, stamina 110, average male 6, maximum 20, skills, 24 styles of security fist, 8 extremes fist, 18 hands of black dragon. Special abilities, ancestor of Germans, bloodline of the flood dragon, enhanced toxicity. Weapons, Xianyuan summer use sword. No sword spirit, magical treasures, remnants of the refining demon pot. Unactivated Nuwa stone, half-sealed Haotian Tower, Xiangxi's seal, completion level 10, acquired black crystal, acquired giant turtle heart, hell demon absorption level, 172. After reviewing his attribute panel, Li Guotao felt a sense of satisfaction. though the last giant turtle heart from the treasure island had been absorbed into the refining demon pod and ultimately transferred to the body of the Taotie. Hence, Xiangxi's seal has now reached a completion level of 10. Li Guotao fervently hopes that the seal never reaches 100, for that would mean humanity would have to confront the terrifying Hell Legion. Chapter 44. Parachuting Turmoil. Greetings to our esteemed audience. I am your host, Li Hong. Today marks the commencement of the third round of the 31st Forbidden Land Exploration Program. This time, we have prepared the Forbidden Land known as the Sacred Mountain of the West Queen Mother for our contestants. Surviving for 15 days in the Forbidden Land will earn participants a reward of 300 million federal coins, tax-free. Additionally, the contestant with the highest score will receive a grand prize of 3 billion. Is it true that the Sacred Mountain of the West Queen Mother is the chosen venue? Contestants must surely be regretting their participation. Indeed, it is a perilous location, ranking among the top 3 in terms of mortality rates across all Forbidden Lands, with previous expeditions resulting in total annihilation. The issue is not merely death, but the gruesome manner in which it occurs. Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. For those watching the live broadcast, I recommend wearing adult diapers. Otherwise, you might find yourself in quite a predicament from fright. Is it truly as exaggerated as you say? This time, we have the Divine Spraying team participating, and I am filled with confidence in their abilities. Yet, what can 3 individuals accomplish? Most of the other contestants are rather weaklings. I suspect the production team intends for them to meet their demise, thus quelling the audience's ire over the premature endings of the previous 2 competitions. Hello everyone, I am your instructor, Teacher He. For our contestants venturing to the Sacred Mountain of the West Queen Mother, we will adopt a new method of entry. We have arranged parachutes for the participants. The airplane will transport them over the destination, allowing them to parachute down. As for the conclusion of the competition or in case of emergencies, we will dispatch helicopters accordingly. Now, let us turn our cameras to the 60 brave adventurers. The total of 60 contestants will be transported across 3 aircraft. On the aircraft that Li Guotao and his companions occupied, there were 20 individuals. After handing 2 trackers to Bai Yuekue and Wang Yi, Li Guotao remarked, "Once we disembark, seek out the individual among us for a rendezvous. Do not feel guilty. The 3 of us form a team, and our points shall be consolidated, so there is no need to tally separately." Wang Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I cannot tally separately either. My points amount to nothing." And Miss Bai has only 2 points. This time, the items we acquired rely entirely on your score. Bai Yuekue added, "What about that memory medal from Black Panther? Do you truly not want it?" Wang Yi shook his head. "I possess the wind after Mysterious Gate. It suffices for my survival." Li Guotao concurred. "I am currently formidable enough. You should keep it, especially since you are a woman." Although Bai Yuekue felt touched, she was somewhat irritated by Li Guotao's machismo, and thus replied, "This time, let us see how I shall rescue both of you. I am still researching the symbiotic organisms obtained from the Forbidden Area. Experiments require time. According to other researchers' reports, there are still some mycelium remnants on that stick, quite unique." Li Guotao waved his hand dismissively. "These are matters you researchers need to concern yourselves with. What you say is beyond my and Wang Daozhang's comprehension. Let us discuss it when results arise. We are about to commence parachuting. Are you both ready?" Wang Yi affirmed. "I have spells. I am completely fine." Bai Yuekue nodded. "I have watched the videos. It should not pose much of a problem." At that moment, an officer with a loudspeaker declared, "Everyone prepare. We are about to reach the designated position. We have 2 minutes. If we miss it, the plane will need to turn back, so I hope everyone refrains from wasting fuel." In a corner of the aircraft, 5 individuals appeared particularly conspicuous, as they were all black and directed glares filled with animosity towards Li Guotao and his companions. The bald, tattooed leader whispered, "His Majesty has lavishly bribed the program's director this time. We must accomplish our task. You all carry the Divine Authority version 20, and we shall ensure those 3 yellow-skinned monkeys pay for their actions." The other 4 nodded in agreement. The officer shouted, "Now is the time. Jump quickly." Upon finishing his command, he opened the rear door of the plane. Consequently, the crowd began to move towards the back door, preparing to jump in succession. The 5 black individuals pushed past the others and positioned themselves behind Li Guotao and his companions. At that moment, Wang Yi cheerfully leapt out first, just as Bai Yuekue and Li Guotao were about to follow. The black individual behind them severed the pull cord of Bai Yuekue's parachute with a dagger and kicked her out. Li Guotao narrowly evaded another black man's dagger and, witnessing Bai Yuekue's predicament, hastily jumped after her. Bai Yuekue was now in a state of panic, frantically searching for the parachute's pull ring, but alas, it had been cut, leaving her spiraling helplessly through the air. Li Guotao pinpointed Bai Yuekue's position, aligning his body to streamline his descent and accelerate his fall. Just as they approached the critical altitude for deploying their parachute, he finally seized Bai Yuekue. The two embraced tightly, unable to speak amidst their rapid descent. Li Guotao nodded at Bai Yuekue before pulling the parachute's release cord. Once the canopy unfurled, they both exhaled in relief. However, due to their combined weight, their descent remained somewhat swift. Gripping the parachute straps, Li Guotao began to steer their landing, aiming for a tree to provide a sufficient cushion. Ideally, they would suspend themselves from its branches. With hundreds of experiences behind him, Li Guotao skillfully maneuvered them to hang from the tree. Chapter 45. The mantis monster. Li Guotao retrieved a dagger from the demon-suppressing kettle and severed the parachute lines, leaping to the ground with Bai Yuekue in his arms. Those brutes had no honor. They audaciously ambushed the two young ones. Had it not been for the swift reaction of the spray god, they might have been reduced to mere pulp by now. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be from Wakanda, 5 men, all hailing from that nation. Could there be a hidden agenda? Wakanda is the enigmatic, affluent realm on the tropical continent, isn't it? I recall that the corpulent fellow known as Black Panther was a prince from that very land. Could these 5 be seeking revenge? Did they not witness the safe landing of the spray god and his companions? These scoundrels are courting death. Let the warriors of the Spray family accompany me to the official Wakandan forum and make them aware of the consequences of offending the spray god. Oh, how I long to be rescued by him, to nestle in his embrace until the end of time. Bai Yuekue patted her chest and expressed her gratitude. Guotao, thank you. Li Guotao smiled and replied, fortunately, you kept moving, which slowed your descent just enough for me to catch up. I have memorized their faces. I hope I do not encounter them again. Bai Yuekue suggested, we should hasten to reunite with Wang Yi. Li Guotao produced a locator, stating, he is not far from us and should have landed safely, heading in our direction. Pointing in a specific direction, he continued, let us proceed this way. We should meet him shortly. At that moment, Wang Yi was studying his locator, frowning and muttering. These two truly are fortunate to have landed in the same location. I should hurry to join them. The moment I arrived here, I felt a chill run down my spine, as if something were amiss. Xiangxi, a powerful athlete, had come to compete with the aim of earning money to purchase protein powder, given that his profession necessitated consuming 20 meals a day, leading to substantial expenses. Shortly after landing, Xiangxi retrieved his novice gear, selecting a 2-meter-long saber, which could be disassembled and conveniently stored in his backpack. After assembling the guandao, Xiangxi resolved to first seek a refuge, subsequently venturing forth daily to explore various locales, ensuring he would endure the 15 days without succumbing to despondency, thus securing the bounty of 300 million federal coins. Yet, scarcely had he departed when he discerned a rustling sound behind him. Upon glancing back, he found naught but emptiness. However, as he pressed onward, the same sound echoed again from behind. This cycle of walking and pausing repeated over a dozen times, until, overwhelmed by trepidation, he lashed out with the guandao in a sweeping motion. Astonishingly, the blade halted midway, sparks flying from its edge. Just as Xiangxi pondered the enigma, a peculiar creature materialized before him. This being sported in extraordinary form. Its upper body resembled an enlarged mantis, while its lower half bore human legs, adorned with faded denim trousers. Xiangxi's guandao had struck the creature's scythe-like arm, the metallic sheen of the blade suggesting exceptional durability. To his astonishment, this towering figure emitted a shrill scream akin to that of a woman, discarding the guandao and bolting away in a frenzy. Yet, it was futile. The creature unfurled transparent wings from its back, and with rapid vibrations, it swiftly closed the distance, its scythe-like arms reducing Xiangxi to countless fragments. The monster seized a strip of flesh with its scythe and began to consume it with its triangular maw. I feel nauseous. Why does the watch continue to record after death? Why do I feel a chill below? Look at that creature. Does it not resemble that thing? Good eye, my friend. It is indeed that thing. This creature surely must be female. Isn't the most formidable aspect of this monster its ability to become invisible? Can we focus on the crux? If the Queen Mother of the West's sacred mountain is filled with such creatures, we are likely to face annihilation. Annihilation is improbable. As long as there is a divine presence, these monsters will ultimately become mere excrement. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yi reunited with Li Guotao, completing their trio. Li Guotao remarked, "Just now, Yukue nearly fell victim to several black men. They severed the pole cord of her parachute." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi added, "I noticed those individuals as soon as I boarded the aircraft. They were dark as shadows and gathered at the rear. They must belong to the Kunlun sect, perhaps seeking revenge on us for the Black Panther and Tyson?" Li Guotao inquired, "Isn't it the case that the contestants are randomly selected by the production team?" "Those individuals are clearly premeditated," he replied. Bai Yukue elucidated, "Although the production team claims the selection is random, who can truly ascertain the intricacies involved? The Black Panther we defeated hailed from Wakanda. I need not elaborate on the wealth of their nation. Acquiring the means to enter the game should not pose a significant challenge." Li Guotao remarked, "Since they seek their own demise, they cannot blame us. When the opportunity arises, I shall venture to that so-called Wakan to meet their emperor. After all, I have taken the life of his son. It is only fitting that they be reunited." Chapter 46. The Fire Stick or the Haotian Tower within a grand cathedral of the Kingdom of Wakan. King Bill XVII engaged in conversation with an elderly man adorned in resplendent robes. King Bill inquired, "Your Holiness, are there no issues regarding my son's matter with those individuals?" The man referred to as the Pope reassured him, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. Those 5 individuals are masters from our Kunlun sect, equipped with your latest divine authority version 20. They will undoubtedly assist His Highness in avenging his wrongs." Nodding in acknowledgement, Bill XVII settled into a mechanical wheelchair. As a corpulent man exceeding 500 pounds, standing still for just a minute had left him breathless. As the Pope observed the departing King Bill, he remarked, "Your Majesty, tomorrow marks the blessing day for your 380th son. Shall we prepare a maid for him to commemorate his coming of age?" Bill XVII shook his head, stating, "A man must practice restraint. One cannot allow carnal desires to govern him. Simply prepare an abundance of delicacies for him." Watching the man, who boasted 158 wives and 410 offspring, leave, the Pope let out a resigned sigh. As dusk approached, Li Guotao and his companions opted not to camp in tents this time. Instead, they invested 20 points to acquire a state-of-the-art outdoor cabin constructed with cutting-edge global technology. The cabin spanned 60 square meters, featuring 3 rooms, a living area, and a bathroom. The exterior was built with bulletproof titanium alloy, while the roof was adorned with high-efficiency solar panels. Wang, donning his cap backwards, reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a video game on his phone, while Bai Yukue sat by the window, sipping coffee and admiring the lush jungle scenery outside. Li Guotao had set a lavish spread on a custom-made round table, featuring an abundance of culinary delights from the skies, the land, and the seas, most of which he intended to consume himself. Such extravagance. This mobile residence cost 20 points, equivalent to 2 billion in currency, a true display of wealth. Were it me, I would surely have exchanged it for cash. One must consider who the spray god is. A single live stream can generate billions, and his companions are all affluent individuals. Just the other day, Wang revealed that he is the son of Wang Tiandao, and that girl, known as the Spray Tyrant, is the daughter of Xiao Tianming. Their fathers rank among the top 2 on the Dragon Continent's wealth list. One wonders if this house would withstand an encounter with a mantis monster. What a thrilling prospect. You still find excitement in this? Bai Yukue quipped, "Brothers of the Spray clan, let us charge ahead." Approaching the grand table, she sampled coconut jelly and asked, "Guotao, do you think we are safe in this house?" Li Guotao reassured, "Rest assured, the exterior of this house is constructed from titanium alloy. After our meal, take a proper rest, and tomorrow I shall assist you in searching for new species endowed with perfect genes." At this point, Wang Yi, having just finished a game, remarked, "Are we perhaps going too far? What if the production team revokes our qualification to compete?" Li Guotao replied, "No need to worry. I have thoroughly reviewed all the rules regarding the expedition into the forbidden area. We have not violated a single one. This house is also listed in the production team's points exchange catalog. They simply did not anticipate anyone would choose to redeem it." Bai Yukue added, "They merely did not foresee that there would be someone like you, possessing spatial abilities. Had it been anyone else, even if they redeemed it, it would merely serve as a camping tool." Just then, gunfire echoed from a distance. Li Guotao observed, approximately 1 kilometer away, judging by the sound. "It appears to be semi-automatic rifles, and there are at least 2. Wang Yi jested, "You truly are the expert, Li. However, This place is peculiar. Since my arrival, I have been unable to utilize any divination techniques. We must be particularly cautious when assisting Miss by tomorrow. Bai Yuehui concurred. Now that my sister has been placed in the cryogenic chamber, the urgency has diminished. Our safety takes precedence. Li Guotao's ears perked up. The gunfire is drawing closer. It seems to be heading straight towards us. Wang Yi smacked his forehead. I understand now. It's the dead of night, and our house is the only one illuminated. That individual is likely following the light. Li Guotao remained untroubled, confident in their abilities, and reassured by the house's bulletproof nature. The trio continued their meal. Yet their ears remained attuned to the unfolding events outside. After consuming the last morsel on the table, Li Guotao remarked, the last gunshot was 2 minutes ago. There should be 3 individuals. Should we venture outside to investigate? Bai Yuehui cautiously inquired. Could it be a trap, intended to lure us out and seize this house? Wang Yi acknowledged, that possibility cannot be dismissed. However, it seems unnecessary for them to expend all the ammunition from 3 rifles. I suspect they have likely encountered the indigenous people of the Western Queen Mother's spiritual mountain. Li Guotao summoned the Xianyuan sword and Haoyan tower. Gripping the sword in his right hand and the tower in his left, preparing to step outside. Wang Yi, eyeing Li Guotao's new weapon, remarked, brotherly. That peculiar stick in your left hand is quite distinctive. It must be made of special material. Otherwise, such an unsightly object would hardly serve as a weapon. Bai Yuehui nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. Li Guotao cast a glance at the Haoyan tower in his left hand, lost in profound contemplation. Chapter 47. The Western Queen Mother in Yuxiao Palace. Li Guotao rotated the Haoyan tower in his left hand, pointing the sharp end outward. To his companions, he remarked, let me go alone to investigate. I am more accustomed to nocturnal jungle operations. Should anything arise, I will call for you, as the distance is not great. Bai Yuehui responded, exercise utmost caution. Wang also added, alert us if there are any developments. Li Guotao donned his night vision goggles, opened the door, and proceeded towards the last sound of gunfire. To minimize noise, he treaded lightly on his toes, moving in a rather comical manner, yet achieving remarkable results. Stealthily approaching the scene, he concealed himself behind a large tree to assess the situation. The ground was littered with gruesome, indistinguishable remnants of flesh, presumably from other competitors. Alongside 3 rifles that lay on the ground, severed in half by some sharp instrument. As Li Guotao pondered the incongruity between the quantity of flesh and the 3 heads, a sudden rush of air swept past him from behind. He quickly lowered his head and rolled aside. Looking back to his previous position, he found it desolate. Suddenly, 2 footprints appeared, leading directly to his location. Li Guotao scoffed internally at the foolishness of the creature. He thrust his Xianyuan sword towards a spot 5 meters above the footprints. The sound of the blade piercing flesh resonated, and he realized he had struck true. He thrust the sword forward 4 inches and then rapidly stabbed several times, producing a series of muffled thuds. As a heavy thud echoed upon impact with the ground, a half-man, half-insect creature emerged. At this point, the creature had been impaled multiple times and was cleaved in 2. Its upper body resembled a gigantic mantis with an exoskeleton, while its lower half consisted of human legs. Curiously, Li Guotao prodded the fabric between the legs with the tip of his sword. With a gasp of astonishment, he discovered that the creature bore no physiological traits. Instead, a jade pendant fell from its body upon his prodding. Li Guotao picked up the pendant and examined it closely. The pendant depicted a figure with a female upper body and a serpent's lower half, feeling surprisingly weighty in his hand, with minimal signs of craftsmanship, as if it were naturally formed. After surveying the surroundings and concluding that no other beings or creatures were present, he prepared to drag the mantis's scythe-like arm back to the cabin. However, as he tugged, a significant amount of shredded flesh slipped from the mantis's abdomen. At last, Li Guotao understood why the remnants on the ground had seemed inconsistent. It was the creature that had consumed them, judging by the quantity that fell out. It appeared this monster had quite an appetite. He dragged the creature to the cabin and called his companions to witness the bizarre sight, while also allowing Bai Yuehui to extract genetic material. Bai Yuehui retrieved equipment from the cold storage in the room, collected the green liquid from within the creature, and returned it all to the cold storage. She remarked, how wonderful it is to have electricity. At this moment, Li Guotao presented the jade pendant he had just acquired to the 2 individuals. Wang Yi immediately recognized its origin and remarked, I am familiar with this artifact. Let us retreat to a room where I can elaborate. Once inside, Wang Yi held the pendant and addressed them. I have encountered this object in ancient texts. It bears an uncanny resemblance to what I have seen. Was it obtained from that strange creature outside? Upon seeing Li Guotao nod, Wang Yi continued. The ancient scriptures state that the Queen Mother of the West is the sovereign of the sacred Mount Ling, commanding countless warriors, all of whom are hybrids of human and beast. Li Guotao interjected eagerly. The mantis creature I dragged in has a lower half that resembles human legs, albeit lacking the distinctive sexual characteristics of either gender. Wang Yi affirmed, precisely. Although the Queen Mother's army is immensely powerful, they are incapable of procreation, resulting in a dwindling force. However, due to the presence of two exceptionally formidable generals under her command, she has retained her dominion over Mount Ling. This pendant is modeled after one of those generals, Nuwa. Li Guotao was taken aback. Nuwa? Could it possibly be the same Nuwa? He quickly queried, Taoist Wang. Is this Nuwa the one known for mending the heavens? Wang Yi, puzzled, responded, What do you mean by mending the heavens? Nuwa is one of the Queen Mother's generals. It is said that she possesses extraordinary martial prowess and is the sister of another general named Fushi. Li Guotao was utterly bewildered. Yet, since this was not Blue Star and involved forbidden lands, demon gods, and Xiangxi, it seemed plausible that instead of mending the heavens, Nuwa could indeed be a goddess of war. Noticing Li Guotao's silence, Wang Yi continued, This jade pendant has significant provenance. According to records, the Queen Mother of the West resides in the Jade Cloud Palace atop Ling Mountain, rarely engaging with the outside world. Those who have heard of her describe her as a strikingly beautiful noblewoman, yet when enraged, she transforms into a monstrous being with a leopard's tail, tiger's teeth, and disheveled hair. The only companion she has in the Jade Cloud Palace is a demon beast named Jiao. Resembling a large dog adorned with leopard spots and boasting a pair of horns, its voice resounding and regal, akin to a dog-esque bark. This jade pendant serves as a token for entry into the Jade Cloud Palace. Without it, one cannot gain access. However, I cannot ascertain the authenticity of your pendant. Li Guotao smiled. I believe it must be genuine, considering it was obtained from that creature. I find myself quite intrigued by the Jade Cloud Palace. How splendid it would be to visit it. Chapter 48. The ice cream-shaped sacred mountain by Yue Kuei toyed with the jade pendant in her hands and remarked to Wang Yi. As a woman myself, I can only imagine how lonely the Queen Mother of the West must be, having lived for several millennia in solitude. Wang Yi remarked, Indeed. It is said that the Queen Mother of the West possesses the elixir of immortality, and her subordinates are also beings of eternal life. However, due to their inability to reproduce, they have gradually faded away amidst the ravages of numerous wars. Even in the absence of conflict, some avaricious humans seek immortality and hunt down the demon warriors under the Queen Mother. According to records, in the end, the Queen Mother utilized her immense powers to seal the few remaining demon warriors along with the Palace of Cloudy Heights into the void. It is rumored that our forbidden land is situated at the location of the Queen Mother's spiritual mountain. She merely concealed the Palace of Cloudy Heights while leaving the spiritual mountain intact. Li Guotao inquired, So, the demon warrior I just vanquished was one that couldn't be taken away in time? He paused, adding, Yet, it is peculiar that he was clad in jeans. Bai Kuei responded, I believe I can speak to this. Based on my preliminary analysis of the monster's genes, its human genetic makeup exceeds 70%. Therefore, it should not be classified as a true demon warrior of the Queen Mother. If we can indeed locate the Queen Mother's demon soldiers, I might be able to concoct the perfect angelic potion. Upon finishing her statement, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Li Guotao chuckled. Since everyone wishes to venture to the Palace of Cloudy Heights, let us set off to explore the vicinity of the spiritual mountain first thing tomorrow morning. Wang Yi interjected. I never said I wanted to go to the Palace of Cloudy Heights, but since both of you are eager, I shall accompany you. The spiritual mountain is still quite a distance away. We should rest early and rise at dawn to embark. We should be able to reach the foot of the spiritual mountain by noon. After Bai Kuei entrusted the jade pendant to Li Guotao, the three proceeded to wash up and retire for the night, undisturbed by the half-formed monster at their door. When morning arrived and Li Guotao opened the door, the monster's remains had mysteriously vanished. Aware that the creature could become invisible, the trio advanced towards the spiritual mountain at a cautious pace. It was not until the second sun in the sky began its descent that they finally reached the mountain's base. Gazing at the towering mountain, reminiscent of a sweet ice cream cone, Li Guotao nearly drooled. Wang Yi commented. The area above 1,000 meters of this spiritual mountain is perpetually cloaked in ice and snow. Thankfully, we have brought claws and ice skates. Otherwise, our ascent would be akin to climbing to the heavens. As they deliberated on where to commence their climb, a miniature tracking device affixed to Li Guotao's pant leg was transmitting their location to distant foes. 2 kilometers from the spiritual mountain, within a large tent fashioned from parachutes, 5 individuals of African descent were roasting a monster, whose upper body resembled that of a scarab beetle while its lower half was humanoid. A close-cropped African man holding a receiver reported, "Captain Cupid, they have reached the foot of the spiritual mountain. Are they planning to ascend?" The bald, tattooed man referred to as Cupid replied, "It seems so. Do they possess climbing gear? After all, one among them has spatial abilities. This place feels rather unsafe. We shall take turns keeping watch through the night and set off in the morning." The other 4 did not object, as it was their captain speaking. However, the items on the grill instilled a sense of dread in them, were it not for the existence of divine authority too. 0. They might very well have found themselves on that grill instead, though perhaps they wouldn't even need to be cooked. Ultimately, Li Guotao and his companions decided to ascend the mountain by 200 meters and spend the night in a clearing atop it. Upon entering the cabin, Wang Yi immediately picked up the game console on the table and began to play. Bai Yuehui reminded him, "Have you turned off the cameras?" Both Wang Yi and Li Guotao nodded in affirmation. Wang Yi replied, "We agreed to switch them off as soon as we entered. After all, there are many things in this room that should not be exposed, especially since I have a habit of visiting the restroom at midnight. If my appearance in just my underwear were to be revealed, it would be utterly mortifying. But I suppose Brother Li has nothing to fear, being a seasoned veteran." Li Guotao, unfazed, pulled out a can of cola infused with wild honey, took a swig, and burped contentedly. This mountain should be around 2,000 meters high. Logically, there shouldn't be any biological activity up there, so we might end up climbing for nothing. Be prepared for that. Wang Yi shrugged and said, "Let's just consider it a chance to enjoy the snowy scenery." Bai Yuehui, touched, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you all." Li Guotao waved his hand dismissively. "We 3 share a bond akin to life and death. There's no need for formality. As for climbing this sacred mountain, I am indeed curious to see the Jade Flute Palace. I wonder if the Queen Mother of the West and her attendants are still present." Wang Yi remarked, "It's best if they are not. If they are, we might end up as mere meat buns thrown to the dogs, with no return." Bai Yuehui touched the necklace hanging around her neck and said, "If we encounter any insurmountable obstacles, you 2 should leave first. I have ways to buy time." Li Guotao and Wang Yi, seeing the seriousness in her demeanor, felt it inappropriate to argue. Nevertheless, if true danger arose, neither of them would abandon their companion. In the void, a palace crafted from jade floated serenely. A beautiful woman with silvery white hair caressed a large dog adorned with a leopard pattern and sporting a pair of horns. Suddenly, the dog spoke, "Master, 2 newly created demon soldiers have had their presence extinguished. One of them possessed the key to enter the Jade Flute Palace." The woman replied in a voice as gentle as silk, "Jiao, do you not find it exceedingly dull here? It has been thousands of years. Must I continue to linger?" Jiao, displaying a semblance of human emotion, responded, "Master, whatever you wish is what shall be done. I am at your command." Chapter 49. The crystal coffin. By the time the first rays of sunlight broke the horizon, Li Guotao and his companions had completed their morning rituals and were prepared to commence their ascent of the sacred mountain. The structure of Ling Mountain resembles a cone of ice cream, with its slopes steep and daunting. Fortunately, at an elevation of 1,000 meters, there exists what appears to be a man-made platform. This platform divides Ling Mountain into 2 distinct sections. The upper portion is blanketed in pristine snow, while the lower expanse is adorned with lush greenery. The trio reached this platform by noon, and upon witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle, they were filled with wonder. After all, they had just been climbing in light clothing, and the sudden gusts of cold wind, laden with snowflakes, enveloped them, plunging them into a frigid abyss. Li Guotao quickly retrieved his pre-prepared cold weather gear and climbing equipment. Once clad in their gear, the 3 began to search for a path to continue their ascent. However, after circling the platform, they found no suitable place for climbing. Faced with the sheer 90-degree vertical wall, Li Guotao found himself at an impasse. Thus, he employed his pickaxe to clear the snow enveloping the mountainous surface, hoping to ascertain the viability of the underlying rock layers. Yet, as he excavated the snow before him, he was left utterly astonished. He called out to his companions, who were still deliberating on whether to abandon their summit quest. Come quickly. You must see what I've discovered. Wang Yi and Bai Kuei hastened over, intrigued by Li Guotao's exclamation. They too were struck with awe at the sight before them. The upper half of Ling Mountain was entirely composed of ice, and the attire of the figures encased within suggested they had been there for millennia. However, this was not the crux of the matter. There were no complete human forms present. I had earlier constructed a model to estimate that if the upper segment of Ling Mountain were entirely composed of such ice, and assuming the biological density remained constant, there would be at least 100,000 entities entombed within. It is indeed remarkable. The previous competitors had never scaled Ling Mountain, let alone reached this very spot. One cannot deny the beauty of the scenery here. Could this ice be fashioned from diamond? Their pickaxes had all shattered, indicating that retrieving the beings within would prove impossible. My goodness, this substance is not ice at all. Li Guotao discarded the third broken pickaxe and touched the transparent wall. Bai Kuei, also examining the wall, remarked, "This is certainly not cold ice. It appears to be a crystal-like material. Yet, judging by the alloy pickaxe that just broke, its hardness is extraordinarily high." Wang Yi attempted a feeble strike against the wall, but it remained unscathed. At that moment, Li Guotao grasped a long black rod. Smooth to the touch, with 5 protrusions adorning its surface, the sharp tip seemed to conceal a monstrous visage beneath. Wang Yi chuckled. "This wall is peculiar, almost resembling a crystal coffin. Why have you drawn out that fire stick again? You ought to try the Xianyuan sword instead." Li Guotao's brow furrowed in contemplation. Deliberately ignoring Wang Yi and Bai Yuehui, who was stifling a laugh behind her hand. With great force, he thrust the tip of the Haotian tower against the mountainside, as if slicing through butter. The moment the tower made contact, an enveloping layer of black light surrounded its entire structure, causing the crystalline formations of the mountainside to vanish without a trace. Li Guotao felt no resistance whatsoever. It was not that he had obliterated the rocky crystals with the tower, but rather that they were consumed by the outer black light before they could even touch the Haotian tower. He swung the Haotian tower vigorously, and soon a massive cavity appeared in the mountainside, revealing an unknown creature within. This being bore a striking resemblance to a human, yet its skin was a reddish-brown hue, adorned with 2 curved horns atop its head. Bai Yuehui hastily produced a syringe to collect genetic samples. Once completed, she inserted them into a portable testing device to analyze the genetic sequence. Li Guotao and Wang Yi stood by, equally eager to uncover the nature of this being. Before long, as the indicator light on the portable device turned green, a stream of information materialized. After perusing the data, Bai Yuehui exclaimed in astonishment, "This creature is not human. Its DNA exhibits a trifold helical structure." Li Guotao, skeptical, inquired, "Could it be an extraterrestrial?" Wang Yi added, "We humans possess double helical DNA. Is this being of a superior lineage?" Bai Yuehui shook her head in uncertainty and suggested, "Perhaps Guotao should exert himself a bit more and find additional samples." Without further ado, Li Guotao grasped the Haotian tower. No, it resembled more of a fire poker, and commenced his excavation. The tool in his hand was rather distinctive, akin to a security baton, a relic from his past as a security guard. Just observe the uneven patterns along its length. It surely possesses extraordinary capabilities elsewhere. That horned creature from earlier must undoubtedly be an alien. It seems our planet's forbidden zones are the handiwork of extraterrestrial beings. Look, we have unearthed several more creatures, each one distinct from the last. The trio arranged all 5 corpses in a line. Bai Yuehui began extracting their genetic material sequentially. Before long, having completed her analysis, she stated, "Let me summarize them in order. The first creature, with the upper body of a cheetah and the lower body of a human, closely resembles us, exhibiting an 80 similarity in double helical genes. The following 3 are identical to our initial discovery, possessing trifold helical DNA. The last one is quite peculiar. It shows no physiological differences from us, with a 100 genetic match, indicating he is an entirely human being." Chapter 50. A microcosm of the ancient battlefield. Gazing at the 5 corpses before them, the trio fell into deep contemplation. Bai Kuei was the first to speak, observing, "It appears they were instantaneously encased in crystal while still alive, preserving their forms impeccably and preventing the loss of bodily fluids. Look, they have only just emerged from the crystal and already show signs of decay." At that moment, the eyes of the first corpse unearthed had fallen to the ground, its reddish-brown skin beginning to rot. Wang also remarked, Miss Bai is correct. Observe closely the figures within the crystal. They were engaged in battle prior to their entrapment. Seemingly a conflict between humans and half-beast entities, united against a horned creature. Li Guotao inquired, Yukue, should I excavate more? Bai Yukue replied, the samples are sufficient. The scene within the crystal may merely be a microcosm of the war that transpired. It is hard to fathom what our ancestors truly endured. At that moment, Li Guotao's ears twitched, and he whispered, something is approaching, everyone be cautious. Just then, footprints began to form in the snow beneath them, left by an unseen presence. Li Guotao scoffed, step forward, vermin of the Wakan nation. You have revealed yourselves. Those large footprints must belong to someone wearing size 50 shoes. Almost as if in response to Li Guotao's taunt, 5 humanoid silver mechanical beings, reminiscent of science fiction, materialized before the trio. The leader of these automatons retracted his helmet, unveiling the bald, tattooed visage of a man resembling Cupid. Bai Yukue gritted her teeth, exclaiming, it is them. They severed the pole cord of my parachute. Wang swiftly restrained the impulsive Li Guotao, cautioning, I sense their armor is more formidable than that of the Black Panther. Tread carefully. Li Guotao nodded, gripping the Xianyuan sword and the Haotian tower. The Haotian tower had, unbeknownst to him, become his close combat weapon. Wang activated the wind after Odd Gate's technique, employing the Qian character's illusionary arts, which allowed him to create numerous holographic duplicates of himself. Though the main body could manipulate these phantoms, they were non-corporeal. Suddenly, dozens of Wang, donned in ski masks, launched an assault on the 5 figures. However, the quintet, led by Cupid, remained unmoved. For their screens indicated that the duplicates were mere illusions. Even if struck, they bore no offensive power. Wang shouted, Sun character's sandalwood merit. And from the 5 duplicates, sharp sandalwood spikes were unleashed. The sandalwood summoned was intended for exorcism and toxin resistance, but due to its high hardness, it also proved effective as a physical weapon. Yet, what Wang did not anticipate was that the silver armor of the 5 figures was even more resilient than that worn by the Black Panther. The sharp sandalwood spikes could not inflict a single scratch upon them. At this moment, Bai Yukue had already consumed the Angel Amplifier X012, and the necklace around her neck transformed into armor that enveloped her entire body. The armor's close integration with her physique rendered Bai Yukue's form strikingly evident. It was certainly worth it. Taking the day off to watch the live stream at home was undeniably rewarding. Boss Bai was truly exceptional, and I had already taken screenshots for eternal preservation. One cannot compare individuals. The disparity between the armor worn by Black Panther and that adorned by Miss Bai is simply staggering. I am merely curious about how many skills Taoist Wang possesses. This cloning technique is remarkably extravagant. Furthermore, those sandalwood materials I recall being quite precious. He should employ that skill more often, as it could lead to an endless supply of treasures and fortune. Upstairs, someone wisely remarked that Wang is indeed the son of the heavenly Tao, and your perspective is rather limited. You ought to contemplate the sheer delight of simultaneously courting hundreds of Taoist Wang. The thought of whether he is still in need of a boyfriend remains uncertain. As Bai Yukue and Li Guotao charged towards their adversaries, Wang mysteriously vanished. It was unclear whether he deemed Bai Yukue unworthy, as only one opponent faced her while the remaining 4 surrounded Li Guotao. The expression concealed beneath Bai Yukue's metallic mask darkened considerably. She had originally hoped that the combination of the Angel Amplifier X012 and the memory metal armor would safeguard her companions, yet she found herself the weakest among them. As she glared at her technologically formidable opponent, her frustration intensified, particularly recalling the near-fatal incident during the parachute jump. With iron fists raised, she lunged at her foe. The young man named Francis, with a buzz cut, was already displeased with Cupid's arrangements, finding himself pitted against a woman. At that moment, the woman launched an attack, and beneath Francis's mask, disdain was evident. A long fissure opened behind him, and before he could be struck, he expelled a substantial amount of gas, propelling himself into the air and hovering mid-flight. Francis taunted, "You can't possibly think that your archaic powers can harm someone utilizing the Divine Authority 20, can you?" After Wang employed the Sun character's sandalwood merit without inflicting damage upon his opponent, he swiftly descended into the earth using the Jin character technique, recalling Tyson. It was not due to a peculiar inclination on Wang's part, but rather the fact that he could replicate Tyson's methods and potentially execute them with greater finesse. Wang navigated toward the 2 enemies who were clustered together. Chapter 51. Small fists sever limbs. Li Guotao found himself encircled by 4 adversaries from 3 directions. And just as combat was about to ensue, 2 individuals from one direction suddenly sank into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Cupid was taken aback, as the captain. He had made a grave error. They were aware of Wang's ability to tunnel, and he had just conveniently disappeared. Cupid shouted, "Freddy, ascend like Francis and be cautious of that ground-dwelling adversary." As the conversation unfolded, Cupid had already soared 2 meters into the air. Bai Yuekuei's iron fist missed its target, while the opponent mockingly declared that his armor was a relic of the past. Determined to demonstrate the true power of this old relic, Bai Yuekuei, empowered by the Angel Amplifier X012 and bolstered by the Memory Metal Exoskeleton, had nearly matched the strength and speed of the current Li Guotao. Although Francis taunted his adversary, the rockets at both ends of his arms were primed for launch. At the moment Bai Yuekuei unleashed his power, 6 rockets erupted from Francis's arms. Yet, due to his reliance on data from the original Divine Authority model, Francis misjudged Bai Yuekuei's explosive force. Bai Yuekuei deftly evaded the 6 rockets, ascending to a position directly above Francis. Just as Francis prepared to counter, Bai Yuekuei's fist struck his face with tremendous force. Despite the protection of the Divine Authority 20 armor, the impact left Francis reeling, attempting to utilize his flight to gain altitude and evade the onslaught. Francis was unprepared for Bai Yuekuei's serpentine grip, which ensnared him in a classic barefoot submission hold. For an ordinary individual, such a hold would induce unconsciousness within 5 seconds due to insufficient blood flow to the carotid artery. However, Francis, shielded by the Divine Authority 20, remained largely unaffected, though Bai Yuekuei had effectively blocked his thrusters, causing both to plummet to the ground. Seeing that his opponent had not succumbed, Bai Yuekuei swiftly seized one of Francis's arms and executed a ground cross hold. Francis, clearly taken aback by the swiftness of Bai Yuekuei's movements, realized too late that the Divine Authority 20, while formidable, had its limits. With a firm foot pressing down on Francis's right hand, Bai Yuekuei twisted it backward until a resounding crack echoed through the air. Though gritting his teeth, Francis attempted to rise, but Bai Yuekuei's relentless assault continued. After shattering Francis's right hand, he formed an iron bridge to swiftly maneuver to the other side, seizing the resisting left hand and delivering a knee strike to the back of the forearm joint. The sharp sound of bone fracturing filled the air. At this point, Francis could only kick the ground futilely, his contorted arms rendered incapable of further combat. Bai Yuekuei showed no mercy, systematically breaking Francis's flailing legs as well. With his face smeared in mucus and blood, Francis's limbs shattered, yet his body continued to writhe like a caterpillar. Bai Yuekuei began to rain down punches upon his opponent's chest, the sound echoing like a relentless drumbeat, until the energy of the Divine Authority 20 was exhausted, reverting it to its necklace form, at which point Bai Yuekuei finally withdrew his fists, holding the necklace around Francis's neck, and casting a glance at the enemy reduced to a mere pulp. Bai Yuekuei murmured softly, "The side effects of this enhancer are rather severe. Just now, I was utterly unable to control my murderous intent. This white boss is excessively violent. Truly, one must not judge by appearances, nor can the vastness of the sea be measured. As long as white boss can torment me thus, I would willingly embrace death. That bodysuit, TSK. I have always maintained that these 5 individuals are courting death. What is this Kunlun divine sect compared to the might of our white boss's fists? Oh, I cannot see what is transpiring over at Wang Daolong's side, nor do I know the state of the battle. That set of armor should possess a breathing system. I wonder how Wang Daolong will manage." Just moments ago, while Bai Yuekuei unleashed her fury, Wang had already dragged 2 opponents down to a depth of 3,000 meters underground. When Wang released his grip, the 2 men clad in Divine Authority 20 were instantly crushed into oblivion by the overwhelming pressure. At this moment, Li Guotao was engaged in combat with Cupid and Freddy, yet he felt immensely frustrated as the 2 adversaries flitted about him like flies, occasionally unleashing a few missiles. Although Li Guotao possessed remarkable physical prowess, it was akin to using a cannon to swat flies, yielding no results. Finally, seizing a momentary visual opening as Freddy ascended, Li exerted force beneath him, launching himself skyward like a cannonball. His left hand thrust the Haotian tower directly upward. Due to his incredible speed and strength, coupled with the sharpness of the tower's apex, Freddy was cleaved in 2 from an indescribable position, Even the memory metal couldn't withstand it. Thus, the divine authority 20 was rendered inoperative. Cupid cried out, "Freddie, my dear brother, I shall avenge you." Yet, as Cupid surveyed his surroundings, his heart seized in an instant. For he found himself facing 3 opponents, while he was left as the solitary warrior. Chapter 52. The invitation of the Queen Mother of the West. Li Guotao observed as his 2 companions dispatched the remaining foes, while the one suspended in midair still dared to threaten him. Adopting a brash demeanor, he declared, "If you possess the audacity, come down. You know, in our homeland, only the most heinous criminals bear tattoos upon their faces when exiled. Given how your visage is nearly covered in ink, I surmise you must be a seasoned felon." Cupid's ire surged, yet he dared not descend to confront them directly, leaving aside the man who had vanquished Freddie. Even the one in a duckbill cap, who could burrow underground, posed a considerable challenge. Just as Cupid pondered whether to stay or flee, a portal to the void opened behind him, and a dog-headed creature with horns emerged, biting down on the airborne Cupid. With a swift extension of its neck, it swallowed him whole. The great beast then stepped forth from the portal, revealing a young maiden seated upon its back, a breathtakingly beautiful girl clad in imperial attire. Only after the magnificent leopard-spotted dog exited through the grand door did the portal slowly close. This extraordinary canine let out a most human-like belch, subsequently ejecting a metallic pendant at Li Guotao's feet, reminiscent of a human spitting. It was utterly amusing. Cupid truly believed himself to be the deity of love, soaring through the skies, yet he would likely become the dog's excrement by tomorrow. The size of this dog was astonishing. Adorned with horns upon its head and an innate leopard pattern on its body, could it be the formidable boss of the Western Queen Mother's celestial mountain? To the gentleman above, if you could zoom in your camera a tad, you might notice that atop this dog sits a breathtakingly beautiful woman. I have not encountered her before. She is not one of the contestants. Is it possible that someone resides within the Western Queen Mother's celestial mountain? Perched upon the dog's back, she might indeed be its owner. After all, how many ordinary people possess such a colossal dog? Surely, she must be a celestial fairy. No need for speculation. I have consulted the ancient texts and discovered that this dog is named Jiao, a cherished pet of the Western Queen Mother. Thus, the woman seated above must undoubtedly be the Queen Mother herself. After more than 4 millennia, she remains remarkably youthful and stunning. It appears that the legends of her immortality hold true. Those seeking the favor of wealthy patrons pale in comparison. I shall promptly seek the favor of the fairy sister, who may also bestow upon me the secret to eternal life. Upon sighting this grand dog, Li Guotao and his companions immediately sensed the impending danger. Not long ago, Wang Yi had recounted the details concerning the Western Queen Mother. In a hushed tone, Li Guotao remarked to Yu Kuei, "Let us rendezvous with Taoist Wang. Should any peril arise, we shall rely on him." The final words were directed toward Wang Yi, who responded affirmatively, "No worries. The creature above must indeed be Jiao, and I trust you can guess who rides upon its back." Bai Yu Kuei, with envy, remarked, "After all these years, she has not aged but appears even more youthful, seemingly a maiden of merely 15 or 16. Once the trio gathered, Li Guotao boldly called out, "Might I inquire if you are the Western Queen Mother?" The woman clad in palace attire languidly stretched, casting a sidelong glance at the 3 below, and inquired towards the front, "Are you certain the key to the Yuxiao Palace lies nearby?" Jiao, speaking human words, responded, "The key is likely among the 3 individuals below, though I sense the presence of an old friend, Taotie." At this moment, the palace-clad maiden turned her gaze squarely upon the trio, but her expression shifted dramatically upon spotting the sword in Li Guotao's hand. Was that not the sword of her former acquaintance? In a swift motion, the palace-clad maiden appeared before the 3, while Jiao hurriedly dashed towards the ground, gradually shrinking in size until it landed as a medium-sized dog. Li Guotao and his companions stood in awe, gripping Wang Yi's arm in astonishment. At this moment, Wang Yi felt an overwhelming tension. He hesitated to unleash the earthly dragon of the Gen character. Given the girl's instantaneous speed and the formidable power of the dog, it was likely that before they could even descend underground, they would have already met their demise. The girl covered her mouth and chuckled, remarking, "Your trio shares a rather peculiar bond." It was then that Wang Yi noticed he was encircled by his 2 companions. After quickly extricating himself and performing a customary greeting, he inquired, "Might you be the esteemed West Queen Mother?" The girl lowered her hand and replied, "Indeed, I am. And this lad here, drenched in entrails, Does your hand bear the weapon of the Yellow Emperor? Li Guotao suddenly recalled the moment he had slain Freddy, resulting in a splattering of innards across his face. He hastily removed his outer garment and wiped his face. He then responded, "Do you recognize this sword, or its master, the Yellow Emperor?" At this moment, the crafty one interjected, "Master, I wondered why there was a hint of Taotie. It turns out it's on his left forearm." "Look closely." The West Queen Mother nodded, stating, "You are quite remarkable. His sword is not something just anyone can wield. Your chest tattoo is also quite intriguing. Follow me. Let us visit my abode." With that, the West Queen Mother opened a portal in the ground, and one man along with the dog stepped inside. The portal, however, remained ajar, clearly awaiting the trio. Li Guotao exchanged glances with his companions for a moment before saying, "I wish to see what lies beyond. You need not accompany me." Yet, judging by her demeanor, she is at least not an enemy. Bai Yue Kuai added, "If she is indeed the West Queen Mother, she must possess secrets to immortality. I yearn to uncover them." Wang Yi sighed, "Alas, what choice do we have, being a team? I shall accompany you at the risk of my life." Thus, after Li Guotao donned a fresh set of clothes, the three stepped through the portal. Chapter 53. The appointment at Yuxiao Palace. A multitude of billions of viewers worldwide were glued to the live broadcast from the Forbidden Zone. Just as Li Guotao and his companions stepped into the portal, their signal abruptly cut off. This provoked an uproar among the eagerly awaiting audience. The hotlines of various exploration programs across the globe were nearly overwhelmed with calls. In a pink-hued inn, Director Wang was awakened by the incessant ringing of the phone beside him. Upon answering, he realized another crisis had emerged and promptly roused his assistant director. The two began deliberating on crisis management strategies. In Li Guotao's live streaming room, although the screen had succumbed to darkness, the comments continued to flood in. What transpired? "I just stepped away for a moment. Did that tattooed brute engage in a mass assault on 3 young men? Brother, you missed a fortune. That large dog had a rather impressive companion on its back. The invitation from the West Queen Mother. Could it be that the Taoist Wang is trapped inside, never to emerge? I might just be left in mourning. What if the Queen Mother of the West takes an interest in the White Boss? Yet, it seems rather inconvenient for both women. I wonder what the Queen Mother's phone number and address are. I could have it delivered to my home." As a serious physicist, I believe that the girl just now has opened a time-space tunnel, and the three of them must have been transported to another dimension, so we naturally cannot receive their signals. This is clearly an ancient spell, a portal, indeed. Do not feign ignorance. Have you ever encountered a dog that can both enlarge and shrink while sporting horns? That is indeed a manifestation of heavenly prowess. We, the Spray Army, must believe in the light. The Spray God shall never vanish. He will forever reside in our hearts. Rip, you upstairs are a traitor to our Spray Army. I firmly believe the Spray God is safe, perhaps reveling in leisure with that lovely young lady. I, the Spray Overlord, bestow wealth. I pray for the safety of Taoist Wang. Thanks to the 1.5-meter-tall rich lady for her discovery. But why pray for Wang instead of the Spray God? When Li Guotao and the others passed through the spatial gate, they merely felt an instantaneous shift in gravity, and they found themselves in another world. The voice of the system echoed in Li Guotao's mind. Explore the origins of the Forbidden Land. Reward the soul of Xingtian. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered everything was enveloped in a lush green hue. Both the ground and the furniture were sculpted from jade, seamless and perfectly natural, reminiscent of the jade pendant he had previously found, which depicted a human with a serpent's tail. The trio looked around but saw no sign of the Queen Mother. Just then, Jiao suddenly appeared before them. Why use the term suddenly? Because there had been nothing in the place where Jiao had appeared, clearly indicating that he could also become invisible. Jiao said, "The master is waiting for you in the main hall. You must cleanse yourselves before proceeding." Though Li Guotao was rather reckless, he remained a traditional Chinese man and understood the etiquette of visiting someone else's abode, especially when it was the Queen Mother. Bai Yuehui was eager to explore this beautiful place. At first glance, it resembled a small island floating in the void, with the source of light remaining a mystery. Wang Yi always adopted a go-with-the-flow attitude, sensing no threat. This place simply evoked a sense of comfort akin to a desire for eternal rest. Jiao led them to a brook, where water flowed seemingly from the air itself. He instructed the three, "First, cleanse your bodies. Normally, you would need to change clothes. But the master finds it troublesome. You may wear your own garments. Once clean, proceed to the jade flowers nearby to receive incense, and your purification will be complete." After speaking, Zhao gestured with his forepaw toward the flowers emitting white smoke not far away. Li Guotao took out his toiletries and began to wash off the remnants of filth from his body. Wang Yi, filled with curiosity, continually dipped his hands into the flowing brook, until Bai Yuekue reminded them they had ceased their actions. Once the three had cleansed their bodies, they began to partake in the incense, which, though termed as purification, merely involved washing their hands and faces. The sly one, squatting nearby, kept one eye open and one closed. Only when the jade-like flower ceased to emit white smoke did he speak. The cleansing is complete. Follow me to meet the master. And stay close, do not wander. We are in the void world, and straying beyond the confines of the Yuxiao Palace would result in being torn apart by the void storms. Wang also hastily withdrew his hand, which had been reaching out to explore. Bai Yuekue stifled a chuckle behind him, relishing the rare sight of Wang at a disadvantage. Li Guotao, filled with curiosity, inquired, "May I call you Jiao?" The guide, Jiao, responded amicably, "As the master of the Taotie, you are certainly entitled to do so. Moreover, you bear the insignia of the Grand General upon your chest." Bai Yuekue and Wang were left bewildered by Jiao's words. Li Guotao further questioned, "Is the Grand General you mentioned Yuan?" Jiao sighed, "Indeed, but alas, both she and General Fushi are no longer among us." Li Guotao felt a pang of sadness. Having greatly admired these two deities in his previous life, approaching the grandest palace, presumably the main hall, Li Guotao asked, "Jiao, could you divulge why your master has invited us as guests?" Jiao displayed a cunning expression reminiscent of humanity, implying, "Guess." Li Guotao tilted his mouth to one side, adopting a playful expression of "You guess, I won't guess." He then led his two companions into the hall to accept the invitation. Chapter 54. The ancient war. The exterior of the main hall of Yuxiao Palace appeared quite resplendent. Upon entering, however, one would discover its simplicity. The West Queen Mother sat upon a golden phoenix chair at the head, the only object in the entire Yuxiao Palace that was not green. Beneath her were arranged over 100 jade tables resembling notebook desks. The West Queen Mother gestured to one spot, saying, "You may sit there. It has been a long time since any guests have visited my Yuxiao Palace." As soon as they settled, Li Guotao directly asked, "May I inquire about the purpose of your invitation, West Queen Mother?" The West Queen Mother smiled. "You are quite the straightforward little fellow. I have an old acquaintance with the Yellow Emperor. It was I who bestowed upon him the true talisman that helped him defeat Qiyu. The fact that you possess his sword suggests that it recognizes you. Perhaps you are his descendant." Li Guotao, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Indeed. I am a pure-blood descendant of Yan and Huang. No doubt about it, my friend." Realizing he had spoken too casually, he quickly offered an apology. Though the West Queen Mother did not comprehend the meaning of "my friend," she found Li Guotao increasingly likable. After a brief pause, she continued, "I have summoned you to convey an important matter, one that dates back 400 years. The three, upon realizing that the West Queen Mother was about to unveil a hidden secret of the past, promptly sat upright and attentively listened. The Queen Mother of the West continued, "We, the deities you speak of, have actually fled from war to this planet. Upon our arrival, we imparted various forms of knowledge to humanity, who subsequently revered us as gods. However, we did not anticipate that our enemies would pursue us here. Upon their arrival, they commenced a massacre of humanity, seemingly deriving satisfaction solely from slaughter. My kin and I found ourselves with no avenue of escape left, and thus we chose to confront them head-on. In the beginning, their numbers were few, and we gained the upper hand. Yet, while we were celebrating our victory at the third sun, reinforcements arrived. An individual named Astaroth brought with him 72 formidable demonic beings, each possessing immense power, far beyond what our warriors and synthetic soldiers could withstand. As the Infernal Legion prepared to annihilate our people, we had already formed bonds with humanity. Should they perish, humanity would also face doom. Consequently, the remaining members of my kin sacrificed their lives to enable Xiangxi to employ a forbidden technique, at the cost of the third sun, to create a barrier beyond the realm of humanity's planet. This act succeeded in repelling the Infernal Legion. However, at the moment the barrier was activated, Xiangxi was drawn into the chaotic void and vanished. I, alongside the Cunning One, remained within the Jade Sky Palace and thus narrowly escaped calamity. The core of the barrier Xiangxi conjured comprises 20 forbidden lands, each core capable of randomly altering the ecological environment of its location. As long as the core remains intact, the barrier shall endure indefinitely. Nevertheless, recently one of the cores has vanished, allowing certain uniquely powerful demons from the Infernal Legion to infiltrate our domain. Li Guotao expressed some embarrassment. The first core you mentioned may have been inadvertently caused by me. Now both cores have been consumed by my gluttonous creature. The Queen Mother of the West rejoiced. As long as the core is not completely destroyed, there remains a possibility of restoring the barrier. Alas, I cannot stray far from the Jade Sky Palace. Otherwise, I would retrieve the cores from the other forbidden lands myself. When the 20 cores gather, not only can they repair one another, but the barrier beyond the planet can be fully restored. The downside is that shortly thereafter, 20 new forbidden lands will emerge. The Queen Mother contemplated for a moment and then suggested, perhaps you could assist me in retrieving the cores? Should you encounter any intruding remnants of the Infernal Legion, tear them to shreds. Li Guotao replied, naturally, we shall undertake this duty without hesitation. However, you are the legendary Queen Mother. Might you grant us some elixir of immortality or the like? The Queen Mother reflected for a moment and responded, I possess none of those. For my kin are inherently long-lived. To enhance combat capability, one might consider taking the cunning creature outside. With your possession of the Haotian Tower, you can place the creature inside and carry it along, as its strength is likely to assist you. Outside the Grand Hall, the creature, with its ears perked, became despondent upon overhearing that it was to be sent away like a mere dog. In Chapter 55, The Soul of Xingtian, the creature, with its head drooping outside the door, suddenly heard the Queen Mother of the West calling for it, prompting an excited wag of its tail as it scurried inside. Master, did you call for me? The creature thought perhaps its master had had a change of heart. However, the Queen Mother of the West said, I shall soon enter a period of dormancy, and I imagine you will find yourself quite bored. It would be best for you to accompany them in search of the core. Once you have gathered all the cores, return to me, for you and they possess the keys to enter the Jade Sky Palace. The creature prostrated itself on the ground, resting its head upon its forelegs, and replied, very well. Master. The Queen Mother then turned to Li Guotao and remarked, you can utilize the Haotian Tower to contain the creature. Its combat prowess is indeed reliable. Li Guotao promptly summoned the Haotian Tower, aiming its base at the creature's head and threw it with force, exclaiming, capture. Yet, apart from eliciting a pained yelp from the creature, nothing transpired. The Queen Mother of the West examined the Haotian Tower closely and inquired, who has sealed this tower? Li Guotao replied, I am uncertain. It was in this state when I acquired it. The Queen Mother responded, your Haotian Tower can currently only suppress incorporeal malevolence. It is ineffective against tangible beings like this creature. However, I can assist in unbinding part of the seal, allowing the Haotian Tower to also suppress corporeal entities. This will, however, consume a significant portion of my energy, and once you depart, I shall need to enter dormancy immediately. Li Guotao sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Queen Mother. We shall exert ourselves to gather the cores to ensure the barrier continues to protect this planet. After a nod from the Queen Mother, she placed the Haotian Tower upon the golden phoenix chair where she sat, squatting beside it, her eyes emitting a red glow that illuminated the tower. As streams of data flowed along the red light into the Haotian Tower. As the red light dissipated, the Queen Mother returned the Haotian Tower to Li Guotao, stating, it has been mostly restored. When you use it, simply align the base with the entity you wish to subdue and gently toss the tower towards it. Li Guotao grasped the Haotian Tower and glanced at the creature. The creature, now covering its head with its front paws, exclaimed, Master said to gently throw it. Li Guotao lightly propelled the Haotian Tower from his palm, initially fearing it might fall to the ground. To his astonishment, the tower, upon leaving his hand, floated gracefully in the air, gliding towards the creature. The speed of flight was astonishing. As the Haotian Tower ascended above the cunning creature, a tremendous force of suction emanated from its base, pulling the creature away from the ground and toward the tower's foundation. As it drew closer, the creature diminished in size, ultimately shrinking to the size of a mung bean before entering the interior of the Haotian Tower. At that moment, the tower leisurely returned to Li Guotao's grasp. He endeavored to revert the Haotian Tower back to its tattooed form, subsequently extracting it and releasing the creature within. After repeating this process twice, he paused, exclaiming, Stop, stop. You have already mastered it. There is no need to continue. This time, please draw me inside and do not release me. It is rather pleasant in here. I must say, the creature, having been summoned and released thrice, hastily remarked. Li Guotao ceased his playful antics and promptly transformed the Haoyan Tower back into its tattooed state. At this juncture, the Queen Mother of the West prepared to bid farewell, stating, with the creature's assistance, I trust you will gather the sealing cores more swiftly. Young one, that human snake jade pendant in your possession is the key to entering this place. Do not misplace it. Once you collect the cores, the creature will guide you to me. Do you have any further inquiries? Both Li Guotao and Wang shook their heads, while Taoist Wang remained in a state of astonishment from the ancient battle. Bai Yuekue, feeling somewhat bashful, inquired, May I collect a sample of your genetic material? The Queen Mother nodded, extending a finger to release a droplet of blood, which miraculously hovered before Bai Yuekue. After swiftly securing the genetic sample, Bai Yuekue posed her final question. You mentioned you would enter a state of dormancy. Will this forbidden land still exist after we depart? And where is the core? The Queen Mother chuckled, rest assured. The core is well hidden by the creature in a secure location. It often enjoys imitating me to create synthetic warriors, though the results are rather clumsy imitations. It dawned upon the trio that the mantis monsters they encountered had indeed been conjured by the creature. The Queen Mother then opened a portal of void within the Grand Hall, facilitating the departure of the three individuals, before returning alone to her phoenix throne. As she settled into it, the golden throne enveloped her like liquid. Look, they have emerged. I thought I would never see the white goddess again. Taoist Wang, why have you returned so late? I just promised Wang Dachui to marry him. What shall I do? Exclaimed a petite lady, who stood at 1.5 meters tall. Hurry and give me 1 million as a hush fee, or I shall inform the spray god about your earlier blessings to Taoist Wang. After their preceding battle, the trio bore no marks upon their bodies. Was the opposite side of the spatial portal a bathhouse? Perhaps, just perhaps. As Li Guotao set foot on the sacred mountain soil, a voice resonated in his mind. The origins of the forbidden land have been revealed. Reward, the soul of Xingtian. Would you like to claim it immediately? Chapter 56. Departing from the Jade Sky Palace, Li Guotao blinked at his two companions thrice, dug his nose twice, and finally placed his hand in his mouth. Bai Yuehui and Wang Yi turned off the freshly activated recording device once again. When they first entered the Yuxiao Palace, they had shut off the equipment, yet even without doing so, the production team would have been unable to receive any signals. Bai Yuehui expressed her disdain, stating, We ought to establish a new signal for turning off the cameras. Your nose picking is one thing, but to then put your finger in your mouth is quite another. Li Guotao replied, Well, you could use a hand that hasn't been digging for gold. And don't worry, I can comprehend. Wang Yi interjected, Miss Bai, save your breath. This straight man can't grasp any of it. Li, what is your reason for asking us to turn off the recording device? Li Guotao replied mysteriously, I have something splendid to show you. Just wait a moment. With that, he commanded the system to summon the soul of Xingtian. Before them appeared a headless giant, towering at 5 meters, with breasts for eyes and a navel for a mouth. Upon materializing, it spat on the ground with a remarkable force. Li Guotao turned to his companions, only to find their expressions devoid of any reaction. He inquired, Can you not see this colossal figure? Bai Yuehui and Wang Yi shook their heads, indicating they saw nothing. Turning back, Li Guotao observed the giant, which was now using its thumb to groom the massive teeth within its navel, and quickly asked the system, Are you certain this creature is Xingtian? I recall the text stating that Xingtian is a god of war. The system retorted, Who says a god of war cannot be unkempt? Even a wealthy landlord can lounge in shorts and slippers. Li Guotao was taken aback by the system's boldness and quickly responded, All right, since this is indeed Xingtian, he must now be in a spiritual form. If my friends cannot see him, what purpose does he serve? The system replied, Take out your Xianyuan sword and bring it close to Xingtian. He will become the sword's spirit, although the appearance of the Xianyuan sword will also change. Upon hearing this, Li Guotao hastily summoned the Xianyuan sword, raising it to meet Xingtian's knee. The knee felt as if touched by a black hole, and the entire spirit was absorbed into the sword. Subsequently, the golden Xianyuan sword began to glow red and heat up. The engravings of the sun, moon, stars, and mountains on the blade began to melt away. The sword transformed, becoming shorter and wider. When the changes ceased, Li Guotao held the newly awakened Xianyuan sword, his eyes ablaze with excitement, on the verge of channeling the spirit of a renowned figure from Zuan. Bai Yuehui stifled her laughter behind her hand. Wang Yi, astonished, remarked, Is this what you wanted us to see? Transforming the divine Xianyuan sword into something resembling a kitchen knife? Li Guotao, eyes aflame, stared at the now short and wide blade, reciting the three-character classic of Zuan. To his astonishment, two eyes and a mouth emerged on the surface of the blade. Before he could finish his incantation, Xing Tian began to curse. Damn it. No wonder this feels so familiar. It's the Xianyuan sword that beheaded my grandfather. And now you want to make me a spirit? Let us see how the Yellow Emperor wields it now. Li Guotao, astonished, stammered back the three-character classic and inquired. Can you speak? Xing Tian, unabashed, cursed vehemently. Do you lack ears? If you have heard me, why do you ask? Have you no brain? Li Guotao, momentarily bewildered by the tirade, nonetheless pressed on. The Yellow Emperor has long since passed. I am now the master of this sword. Can you revert to your original form? Upon hearing Li Guotao's words, Xing Tian was taken aback, and after a brief pause, roared, Old man Huang, must you drag me down even in death? Truly cursed Ba? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Guotao conceded. If it cannot be reverted, then so be it. As long as its power remains, that suffices. Only then did Xing Tian respond. Why do I feel you are my master? What have you done to me? As Xing Tian appeared ready to shout, Li Guotao quickly interjected, silence. We wouldn't want the snow from the mountain to come crashing down. Obediently, Xing Tian fell silent. Li Guotao tested the blade against the crystalline wall, discovering it to be even more effective than the Haotian Tower. You may speak, he permitted. Yes, master. From now on, please call me Xing Tian, came the reply. Xing Tian, unable to resist, was perplexed by the sudden master-servant dynamic that had formed between them. With a smile, Li Guotao returned Xing Tian to his forearm, but it was no longer a mere dagger. It had transformed into a simple yet robust broad-bladed short knife. Wang also remarked, though it may lack beauty, at least it is a weapon with a spirit. Bai Kuei added, can we go live now? I bet the viewers are in an uproar. Li Guotao nodded, and the three activated the live stream button on their watches. At last, a signal emerged. Viewers clamored. What are they doing? I even wore adult diapers to watch their competition. One audacious viewer inquired, which brand did you buy? Mine keeps sticking. They hoped the production team wouldn't lose the signal again. Fools. I just saw them turn it off themselves. They must be hiding something. The anticipation grew. 3 individuals, 2 men and a woman. What secrets could they possibly harbor? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Hey, why are the sprayers coming down the mountain? Didn't they go up to watch the sunrise? The trio neglected to address the fallen foes and monsters on Lingshan platform, and instead returned to their campsite from the previous night, preparing to rest there once more. As the second sun dipped below the horizon, Li Guotao and his companions had finished their dinner. They gathered around a large round table to discuss their next steps. Accompanied by a dog clad in leopard print and adorned with horns, Li Guotao declared, I have resolved to participate in every forbidden ground henceforth. It concerns the fate of humanity. Wang Yi remarked, should we inform the Federation and all other humans? After all, we deactivated the cameras upon entering the Void Gate, and they remain oblivious to the secrets of the Forbidden Land. Bai Kuei promptly interjected, I vehemently disagree. I know the Federation all too well. They would undoubtedly arrest us to preserve the existing order, and who knows, perhaps even execute us. Wang Yi sighed. Ultimately, the greed of humanity will lead to their demise. It seems I must assume the role of protector of this planet alongside Brotherly. Bai Kuei banged the table and declared, Count me in. You two cannot do this without my assistance. The 3 shared a hearty laugh. At that moment, Zhao spoke up, I just heard that you defeated a sealed demon god. Andujia? Li Guotao replied, Indeed, he was a poison-horned beast, and my bodily fluids counteract toxins. Zhao remarked, that is quite fortunate. The reason the 72 demon gods are formidable is not only due to their immense power, but also because they can be resurrected through the demon god temple after death. Their infernal legions inhabit a unique world, relying on magic rather than technology. Li Guotao directly inquired, Zhao, I heard from Shi Wanmu that you are quite formidable. Can you contend with monsters of the strength of the 72 demon gods? Zhao narrowed his eyes and stated, I can take on 10. Bai Kuei added, but defeating them is futile. They can simply revive. Zhao, feeling disheartened, said, I do not know how you managed to slay it. Perhaps you truly are their nemesis. Li Guotao did not conceal his own possession of a Taotie, eliciting envy from both. Wang Yi envied Li Guotao's combat prowess, while Bai Kuei envied his ability to indulge in food without gaining weight. Zhao remarked, Please don't summon me unnecessarily. It is far too comfortable inside your Haotian Tower. Li Guotao responded, What about the synthetic monsters you created? And what shall we do about the core here? Zhao replied, that was merely a jest. If you find them bothersome, feel free to dispose of them. As for the core, I have placed it in a very secure location. Once we have collected the other cores, we can directly fuse them with the core here, for at least one must remain operational. Otherwise, the barrier will collapse. Now, please take me back to the Haotian Tower. Li Guotao wasted no time in retrieving Jiao into the Haotian Tower and addressed his two teammates. Since the core is secure, let us clear out the synthetic monsters here to prevent any unnecessary loss of life. We shall do what is within our capabilities. Wang Yi concurred. I share the same sentiment. Bai Yu Kuei added, I shall accompany you, though it is unfortunate that they are merely toys for small dogs, devoid of any research value. After finalizing their discussion, Bai Yu Kuei and Wang Yi proceeded to freshen up and rest. Li Guotao reclined on the sofa, contemplating his current attribute panel. Chronicles of Ancient Wonders, Activation Host, Li Guotao Age, 20 Possessing Legendary Creature, Gourmand Length 60 Attributes, Strength 115, Average Male 6, Maximum 20, Speed 115, Average Male 6. Maximum 20, Endurance 125, Average Male 6, Maximum 20, Skills, 24 Styles of Security Fist, 8 Extremes Fist, Black Dragon 18 Hands, Tai Chi. Special Abilities, Progenitor of Gluttony, Bloodline of the Flood Dragon, Enhanced Toxicity, Weapon, Xuanwu Blade, Spirit of the Weapon, Xing Tian, Magical Treasures, Remnant of the Demon Refining Pot, Unactivated Nuwa Stone, Haotian Tower, about to unlock the seal, Xiangxi's Seal, Completion 10, Acquired Black Crystal, Acquired Heart of the Giant Turtle, upon reviewing his own attributes. Li Guotao felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, the Tai Chi he practiced under Wang's guidance was now manifesting in his abilities, significantly enhanced by his own consumption. However, confusion arose regarding the Xuanwu blade, as his once revered artifact, the Xuanwu sword, had not only altered in appearance, but had also undergone a change in nomenclature. Contemplating the Xuanwu blade, Li Guotao extended his hand, summoning it effortlessly into his grasp. He whispered, Xing Tian, are you present? The eyes and mouth of Xing Tian materialized upon the blade's surface, his expression one of reluctant annoyance as he replied, What commands do you have for me, master? Li Guotao chose to disregard the spirit's impatience and inquired, as the spirit of this Xuanwu blade, what abilities do you possess? The mere mention of the name Xuanwu caused Li Guotao's lips to twitch with irritation. Xing Tian responded, While I harbor no fondness for the name Xuanwu, it is of little consequence. As for my abilities, there are two. The first is the enhancement of the blade to make it indestructible. The second is the materialization of my spiritual form, enabling me to engage in combat. However, the latter requires a substantial expenditure of your energy, and my prowess will be contingent upon the energy you provide. Intrigued by Xing Tian's words, Li Guotao urged, Let us test it at once. Xing Tian suggested, If it is truly indestructible, simply strike other objects. As long as I am present, the blade remains invulnerable. To test my second ability, you must channel the energy from your dantian into the hilt of the blade. Li Guotao grasped the hilt firmly and exerted himself, only to yield a rather unimpressive outcome. Xing Tian remarked, Fortunately, I lack a nose, but the thought of breathing through my mouth makes me want to retch. Master, you need to extract the qi from beneath your dantian, referred to as true qi by Taoists, spiritual energy by immortals, and qigong by humans. In essence, it is a form of energy. Once extracted from the dantian, simply infuse it into the hilt. Chapter 58. The Charging Station for Kitchen Knives. After listening to Xing Tian's explanation, Li Guotao began to attune himself to the flow of energy within his body. He discovered that the cycle of all energy was intricately linked to the Taotie on his left arm. He attempted to communicate with the Taotie through sheer will, much like he had done with the Xianyuan sword and Haotian Tower. However, the Taotie remained unresponsive, as it always had. Li Guotao pondered to himself whether the Taotie might also be incomplete, despite the absence of such notation on the attribute panel. After numerous futile attempts to infuse energy into the hilt of the sword, Li Guotao pressed the hilt against the Taotie tattoo on his left arm. Remarkably, a blue rune emerged from the mouth of the Taotie and subsequently entered the hilt of the sword. The eyes and mouth on the blade of Xing Tian began to fade, and a large hand emerged from the hilt, pushing Li Guotao's hand aside. Soon, an arm materialized, followed by a towering figure, a giant standing at 2 meters tall. who grasped the Xianyuan sword and settled upon Li Guotao's waist. Without hesitation, Li Guotao executed a mischievous kick, propelling Xingtian into the air before he flipped and stood upright. As Xingtian landed, he spat out a mouthful of saliva, showing no inclination to retaliate after the earlier assault. Li Guotao inquired, "In the future, it would be best if you kept your distance from me. Also, why have you diminished in size?" Xingtian's mouth opened wide at his waist. "Isn't it due to the insufficient energy bestowed by the master? Do not let my appearance fool you. The master may not necessarily be my match." Although Xingtian referred to him as master, his dual eyes fixated on the ceiling, casting a sidelong glance at Li Guotao. Li Guotao internally scoffed at this haughty demeanor but was too disinterested to engage in a contest of wills. After all, no matter how formidable, Xingtian was still his subordinate. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Is your current state a physical form? How long can you maintain it?" Xingtian replied, "Did you not just kick me?" Although the attack was feeble, the placement was indeed cunning. As for the duration, in a non-combat state, I should be able to sustain this for several days. In a combat state, approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. However, you can recharge the hilt with energy once more. Li Guotao assessed his own condition after transferring energy to Xingtian and realized he could provide several more charges before feeling fatigued, though food would likely replenish his strength. Acting on impulse, he quickly retrieved the last remaining piece of bull hindquarters, thankful that no one else had consumed it, allowing it to last until now. Li Guotao, disinterested in cooking, instructed Xingtian to revert to his non-physical state, grabbed the Xianyuan sword, and began slicing the meat to eat. For the first time, he recognized that this sword was quite practical. After finishing the 2 pieces of bull hindquarters, Li Guotao had fully replenished the energy he had expended. Yet, he found himself utterly bored, as he no longer required sleep. During his night watch, he would typically practice his punches, and recently, he had been learning to coordinate his hands independently. In that moment, Li Guotao stumbled upon Wang Ye's gaming console, which had surprisingly not been taken back to the bedroom. Driven by curiosity, he decided to indulge in a game. The operational interface of the gaming console bore a striking resemblance to that of a mobile phone, replete with an array of games. Li Guotao's eyes grew weary from searching until he stumbled upon a folder labeled Learning Materials. To his surprise, it seemed that Taoist Wang also had an affinity for study. Intrigued, Li Guotao decided to take a look, only to find videos titled The Diamond Gourd Baby and The Gourd Baby vs. Snake Demon. Upon clicking, he was utterly astonished. Who would have imagined that the elegant and refined Taoist Wang had such tastes? Thus, Li Guotao had discovered yet another delightful pastime to occupy his time. However, it was of no concern to him when Taoist Wang would inevitably lament the loss of his gaming console the following day. After all, this was for the Taoist's own good. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight peeked over the horizon, Li Guotao heard gunfire in the distance, growing ever closer. He had long ceased to fear bullets under 127 millimeters in caliber. In situations where he faced no peril, he remained willing to lend his assistance. Yet, should the individual prove ungrateful, he was no saint. Severed limbs would be the least of their worries. Without rousing his 2 companions, he ventured alone towards the sound of gunfire. Scarlett Johansson, a renowned action star celebrated for her striking beauty and remarkable physique, was a dedicated actress. In preparation for her upcoming film Forbidden Land Diva 5, she resolved to personally experience the dangers of the Forbidden Zone. Disregarding her management, she registered for the adventure, and to her astonishment, was selected. The moment the production team announced the contestants, she fled her residence to evade those searching for her, quietly joining the Forbidden Exploration program. However, she now regretted her decision, for the reality of the Forbidden Zone was far more terrifying than she had anticipated. With only 2 bullets remaining in her firearm, she realized that an ordinary person might have perished at the hands of the monsters lurking within. Yet Scarlett was no ordinary individual. Her years of rigorous training had enabled her to survive thus far. Trailing behind her was a creature with the upper body of a gigantic fish head, its eyes gazing skyward as if searching for a delicacy from Y country, while its lower half was adorned in a floral skirt and high-heeled legs that could scarcely keep pace with Scarlett. Observing the scene, Li Guotao believed the situation manageable. He drew his Xianyuan sword, pressing the hilt against the mouth of the fish-headed monster, as if charging an electric vehicle. Chapter 59. Scarlett Johansson as Xingtian emerged. He spat a glob of phlegm that pierced a nearby sapling. Gazing skyward, he inquired, What are your commands, master? Li Guotao had grown accustomed to Xing Tian's demeanor. Regardless of his pride, he remained under Li Guotao's control. Thus, he instructed, dismember that fish-headed monster below. Xing Tian's chest illuminated with a gleam, for it had been quite some time since he had engaged in the art of slaughter. With his powerful legs, he charged towards the fish-headed creature, stirring up a tumult of dust and stones in his wake. Scarlet, upon hearing the commotion, turned to behold the scene, her face draining of color as her speed intensified. Golly, why did you disregard my advice and venture into that infernal forbidden zone? If you were to perish, do you have any idea how much compensation the agency would owe for the Forbidden Zone diva? This new monstrosity is quite peculiar. It has no head, yet can still run. Look closely. Its eyes are astonishingly situated on its chest, with its mouth positioned at its navel. Truly, this is akin to a calf's mother opening the door for her offspring. Such audacity. It seems this little starlet is destined for doom, which is truly a pity. The figure above is clearly an insufferable loser. Even if I were to perish in this cursed place, I would deny you anything, unless you were to drive a BMW. My goddess is indeed exceptional. Perhaps my love for her has swayed the heavens. Behold, the two creatures have engaged in combat. Xing Tian moved with remarkable speed, quickly closing the distance to the fish-headed monstrosity. The dead eyes flanking the fish head erupted with green liquid, which, upon touching the ground, corroded it into deep pits. Xing Tian remained unfazed, for his body was composed of energy, rendering physical damage merely a means of exhausting energy. Suddenly, the Xianyuan knife in his grasp expanded threefold, its massive blade cleaving through, severing the fish head from its legs. Xing Tian then approached the twitching legs, wielding his knife with fervor, his hands leaving shadows in their wake, until naught remained but a puddle of flesh. The eyes of the fish head continued to spray green liquid in all directions. Starting from the chin of the fish, Xing Tian sliced it cleanly in half. Then, as the Xianyuan knife diminished in size, he commenced his performance. Goodness! This creature wields a weapon. It must be a divine artifact, capable of altering its size, and when enlarged, it looks remarkably splendid. Indeed, if only that inept man of hers could do the same. Madam, please maintain your decorum. Should you require assistance, kindly contact XXXXXX. The speed of this headless entity is astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the monster's lower half was reduced to a slurry. I was curious to discern whether its owner was male or female. Such a pervert, surely a girl in a skirt. Unless they are one of those oversized, cute girls from the 315th Spray Painting Squad. I suspect this creature with eyes on its chest hails from the culinary training camp of Huagua and is undoubtedly a model student. Xing Tian gazed upon his handiwork with satisfaction and then sprinted towards Li Guotao. In the distance, Scarlet, hidden among the trees, witnessed the entire spectacle. Her overwhelming curiosity eclipsed her fear, prompting her to slip off her shoes and stealthily follow. Upon reaching Li Guotao, Xing Tian proclaimed, "Master, the enemy has been thoroughly dispatched. The lower half is minced meat, while the upper half can be enhanced with chopped chili for a delightful fish head stew." Li Guotao, having observed Xing Tian's actions, was left utterly astounded, and upon hearing his words, he found himself salivating. As Li Guotao contemplated whether the fish head or sweet and sour dish was more delectable, Xing Tian bellowed, "Who is it? Show yourself, or beware of my wrath." Following this proclamation, he spat, creating a significant dent in a nearby tree. Li Guotao, ever vigilant, gripped the firewood stick. No, it should be the Haoyan Tower, defensively against his chest. At that moment, a striking woman with chestnut hair emerged from behind the tree. She was none other than Scarlet, whom Xing Tian had just rescued from the clutches of the fish-headed monster. Trembling slightly, she inquired, "Are you the god of spray? And that creature beside you?" Clearly, Scarlet's mind was muddled. She could not fathom why this man, who had twice topped the leaderboard of the Forbidden Zone, would be seen in such close proximity to a monster, appearing almost amicable. "I think I just spotted our leader, the god of spray. Is this a case of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress?" One bystander remarked. "Fool, can't you see that headless man next to the god of spray? This is insanity. The god of spray has been captured by a monster. What could the creature possibly want with human reproduction?" Another chimed in, "While it's grotesque, I must admit I'm intrigued, though I wouldn't dare voice it. Do you think that headless man might be the god of spray's summoned creature? After all, he has spatial abilities, doesn't he? That seems plausible." Someone speculated. "Whether that headless figure is a summoned beast or not is of no concern to me. I merely wish to be the summoned creature of the enchanting mist to be molded by her iron fist, another declared, revealing a rather twisted desire. Li Guotao shouted, "Drop your weapon and cover your head with both hands, or I shall send you to the afterlife." Scarlet, bewildered, questioned, "What do you want me to do?" Li Guotao reiterated, "Hurry and drop your weapon, turn around, and cover your head with both hands. Otherwise, be wary of my empty magazine." Realizing he did not possess a firearm, Li Guotao raised the Haotian tower and commanded, "Follow my orders without question." Chapter 60. The invitation of Gua Taekwon. Scarlet felt a sense of injustice. No one had ever dared to shout at her like that throughout her life. However, the man across from her had eyes wide enough to rival the monstrous pair on the creature beside him. It was peculiar that he threatened to empty his magazine while wielding a mere stick. Without hesitation, Scarlet discarded her handgun, turned her back to the man, and squatted down to cover her head. Unfortunately, as a Westerner unfamiliar with the squatting customs of the Dragon Continent, she ended up toppling over. Li Guotao observed her fall with a shake of his head, thinking her utterly inept, before turning to leave with Xing Tian. After her tumble, Scarlet, too intimidated to look back, pushed herself up and knelt on the ground. Yet, after a prolonged silence, she dared to ask, "God of Spray, are you still there?" When no response came after waiting, she glanced back, only to find emptiness. Hastily, she retrieved her handgun from the ground and climbed a nearby tree. She resolved to remain there until dawn before daring to leave, though the image of that man lingered hauntingly in her mind. When Li Guotao and Xing Tian returned to the small cabin, Bai Kuei and Wang Yi had already risen and completed their morning routines. Noticing Li Guotao's absence, they decided to wait nearby. Little did they know, Li Guotao had brought along a peculiar creature. Upon seeing it, Wang Yi grasped his ancient sword, forming a hand sign as he inquired, "Brotherly, shall I restrain that creature?" Meanwhile, Bai Kuei had activated her newly acquired Sovereign Power 20, her silver armor accentuating her exquisite figure. Li Guotao quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, "This is my summoned being. I shall return it to its original form." He then instructed Xing Tian to revert to a non-corporeal state and retracted the Xianyuan sword to his wrist. Li Guotao elaborated, "This is the spirit of the Xianyuan sword. It can manifest as a tangible entity and possesses considerable strength. I heard gunfire earlier and went to investigate, rescuing a weakling in the process." Bai Kuei, having removed her Sovereign Power 20 armor, questioned, "What about the weakling you mentioned?" Li Guotao shook his head and replied, "I judged her to pose no threat, so I returned. I've already saved her life. Do I also need to provide her with sustenance?" Wang Yi chuckled. "Who would have thought Brother Li would be the first to don the mantle of a savior? Did we not agree yesterday to clear out the toys crafted by the Cunning One together?" Li Guotao responded, "It was still dark, and I feared waking you. After breakfast, we shall embark on our heroic endeavor, though we must exercise caution, for human hearts are inscrutable." After finishing their meal, the trio began to meander through the Forbidden Zone, where the most perilous entities were the toys created by the Cunning One. While they posed no threat to Li Guotao and his companions, they remained a nightmarish presence for other competitors. Gua Taekwon was engaged in fierce combat with 3 dog-headed monsters, accompanied by 4 individuals from the Dragon Continent. Remarkably, Gua Taekwon was holding his own against 2 of the creatures, gaining the upper hand, while the other 4 struggled against a third, each in perilous straits. These dog-headed monsters bore a resemblance to werewolves, yet retained human lower bodies. The creature battling the 4 was exceedingly swift, soon inflicting a deep gash on a woman's arm. She screamed in agony, "Brother Gua, save me." Gua Tietuan's arms sprang into action like springs, employing the powerful technique he had honed since childhood. He unleashed a barrage of punches that sent the 2 dog-headed monsters flying. He then leaped to the girl's side, using his shoulder to shield her from the creature's claws, though he sustained 3 deep wounds in the process. Enduring the pain, Gua Taekwon sent the monster reeling. Now, the 5 of them were clustered together, the searing agony in his shoulder combined with the proximity of his companions hampering Gua Tietuan's movements. The 3 injured dog-headed monsters encircled them menacingly. Li Guotao and his companions observed the situation from a distance, refraining from intervening as Gua Taekwon maintained the upper hand. The opposing group was devoid of firearms, or their weapons were rendered useless due to lack of ammunition. It seemed that only Gua Taekwon possessed any real skill in the recent skirmish, while the other 4 were merely slightly stronger than ordinary individuals. At present, Gua Taekwon is injured, and thus they pose no threat. Consequently, Li Guotao prepares to assist his companions. As he runs, he remarks, Wang Daolong, observe. Women merely hinder your combat. That man could have single-handedly taken on 3 opponents. Wang casts a glance at the stern-faced Bai Yuekue without responding. As they approach the trio of dog-headed monsters, Li Guotao bellows, 3 little pups. Would you like uncle to trim your nails? At this outcry, the 3 dog-headed creatures turn their heads in unison. Li Guotao then declares, engage. The 2 on my left, Yuekue to the right, Wang Daolong, commence. Upon hearing this, Wang immediately gestures, chanting, disorderly golden bell, freeze. With the incantation, the 3 dog-headed monsters find themselves immobilized. By this time, Li Guotao and Bai Yuekue have arrived. Bai Yuekue has transformed into a steel-clad warrior, channeling a significant portion of her divine power into her fists. She strikes the immobilized dog-headed monster with a punch so forceful that half its head is driven into its skull, its crimson brain matter spewing from the other ear and splattering the ground. Fearing the applause, her divine power swiftly reverts to a pendant, exuding elegance. Li Guotao is equally swift, positioning himself between the 2 dog-headed monsters, wielding both the Xianyuan sword and the Haotian tower. Employing a technique of dual focus, he thrusts the Haotian tower into one monster's forehead while executing a horizontal slash with the Xianyuan sword, severing the head of another dog-headed foe. His movements are seamless, executed with precision and without hesitation. I cannot shake the feeling that my wife is becoming increasingly ferocious. I almost wish she would give me a good kick. Wang Daolong, the eternal guardian deity. Do you see how the spraying deity employs a technique akin to ambidextrous combat? It seems his right hand is somewhat more robust than his left. Could it be the legendary Qilin arm? My heart aches for Guotaikuan. Unlike that wretched woman, if she hadn't called out to Brother Gua, he would not have sustained injuries. Why did the spraying deity and his companions depart without seeking any reward after their rescue? You see, they are affluent and capable. Their venture into the Forbidden Lands is merely for amusement. Having displayed their prowess, Li Guotao and Bai Yuekue depart without looking back, leaving the remaining 5 in astonishment. What is this? At least allow us a moment of pleasantry. Just then, the injured Guotaikuan calls out, I recognize you. You have sparred with Uncle Xiao. My grandfather is your fan. He is known as Spray Invincible. Li Guotao pauses and turns back, inquiring, is he from the Danzhou Wang Baji martial arts school? Guotaikuan responds gleefully, indeed. My grandfather arranged for me to come here. Firstly, to hone my skills, and secondly, to see just how formidable you truly are. Li Guotao replies, please convey my gratitude to your grandfather for the previous matter. Guotaikuan smiles and says, it's a trivial matter. When we exit, it will coincide with my grandfather's grand birthday celebration. You must come, Spray deity. Li Guotao nods in agreement, leaving behind some provisions and bandages before departing. He simply failed to notice the admiration in Gua Tietuan's gaze. Chapter 61. Smoke rising from the chest, Xiangxi, Li Guotao and their companions navigated the treacherous terrain of the Forbidden Zone atop their rugged motorcycles, swiftly dispatching any synthetic monsters they encountered. Only those that could render themselves invisible and refrain from initiating an attack were fortunate enough to escape their wrath. During their journey, they rescued several contestants who found themselves in peril. Remarkably, 10 days into the competition, the Western Queen Mother's sacred mountain was nearly devoid of synthetic creatures. With no cunning entities left to utilize the core for the creation of new monsters, the Forbidden Zone had transformed into an ordinary jungle. The dwindling number of remaining contestants needed only to endure an additional 20 days of wilderness survival to effortlessly claim the reward of 300 million Federation coins. On the final day, the trio returned to the central platform of the sacred mountain, as Bai Yuekue wished to bring back additional crystals for study. Wang Yi glanced at his watch and inquired about their current points. Bai Yuekue replied, in total, we have 12 points. We received 10 before entering the Yuxiao Palace, claiming it was for discovering an unknown teleportation portal. Li Guotao added, I initially had 37 points, but after purchasing a small house and some miscellaneous items, I was left with 7. However, finding the massive crystal on the mountain awarded me 10 points, along with another 10 from the Yuxiao Palace, bringing my total to 27. Wang Yi remarked, then I have the least, with only 10 points. It's quite peculiar that, despite slaying so many synthetic monsters, I received none. Bai Yuekue speculated. Perhaps it is due to the close genetic sequences of those creatures. The trio gazed at the setting sun, a reflection of their imminent departure from the Forbidden Zone. Yet, countless adventures awaited them in the future. 20 days later, in the live broadcast room for the Forbidden Zone exploration, welcome, everyone, to the program Forbidden Zone Exploration. I am your host, Li Hong. After 30 days, our journey through the Forbidden Zone has finally concluded, marking the highest survival rate in our broadcast history. A total of 23 contestants persevered until the end of the competition, each set to receive 300 million Federation coins, tax-exempt. Moreover, the contestant with the highest score is Mr. Li Guotao, who amassed a remarkable 20 points, far surpassing his peers. He has achieved the highest score for 3 consecutive sessions and will receive a bonus of 3 billion Federation coins, though personal income tax will still apply. Given the extensive duration of this competition, we have scheduled the 4th round of the 31st session to take place in 10 days to allow participants ample rest. Now, everyone is encouraged to sign up eagerly. Do you seek excitement, wealth, and fame? They await you in the Forbidden Zone exploration. Join us. The previous round was the fastest in history, and this one promises to be the least intense, with 23 survivors, which is quite absurd. The latter 20 days felt akin to a survival in the wilderness, which was indeed remarkable. However, the initial days were captivating, with daily spectacles of the divine battling lesser monsters, because that is the spraying god, and others would be fortunate not to be struck by the minions. I am uncertain whether the Queen Mother of the West they encountered at Ling Mountain platform is genuine. I dream of her every night, and upon waking, my trousers often feel oddly sticky. How peculiar. I have taken a liking to the summoned beast of the spraying god. Although it lacks a head, its proud, large mouth and robust physique are unforgettable. I wonder if the trio of the spraying god will participate in the next round of the competition. I truly hope they continue, as I have become quite addicted to their performances. I have heard that Guotaikwan has invited the spraying god to the Elder Guo's birthday celebration, to which the spraying god has agreed. It is bound to be quite lively. Whether it will be lively or not remains uncertain, but it certainly won't be peaceful. Have you heard of the Hunyuan Widgety Lightning Hand? Master Ma is preparing to stir things up at the Elder Guo's birthday celebration. Unfortunately, I do not have the qualifications to attend. If any brothers possess the qualifications, please consider live streaming. I shall send you gifts. I, Spraying Dahua, will host a live stream. Remember to visit my streaming room. I have already secured an invitation through connections. I, Spraying Ba, will also seize the opportunity to stream. You may keep an eye on the Spraying God's online teasing channel. Many thanks to the generous patron of 1.5 meters. May your chest size rise from B to A. Love you dearly. As soon as the competition concluded, Bai Yuegawei and the other 2 hastily departed with a thermal box, confident that she could develop the perfect angel potion this time. Wang Yi, having nowhere else to go and unwilling to seek out his father, accompanied Li Guotao back to Xiao Qiqi's villa. At that moment, Xiao Qiqi was furiously tugging at her small vest, cursing wildly. Whoever says I will rise from B to A shall never grow tall. It infuriates me. Do they not know that B is larger than A? Just then, Xiao Qiqi's phone rang. Dad, what is it? Qiqi is quite vexed right now. My good daughter, do not forget about what I mentioned last time. You must bring it along. Your invincible grandfather has been looking forward to it for quite some time. Understood, so nagging. I think I see them coming. I'm hanging up. After ending the call, Xiao Qiqi affixed several heat packs to her vest and donned a thin outer garment. She glanced in the mirror, satisfied, and stepped out to greet her 2 friends. As she reached the door, she encountered Li Guotao and Wang Yi coming to meet her. Wang Yi glanced at the girl and exclaimed, Qiqi, you seem a bit different today, though I cannot quite place it. Xiao Qiqi blushed slightly and replied, well, I've grown up. Hearing their conversation, Li Guotao began to assess Xiao Qiqi as well, and after a moment, he remarked, oh, I see. Xiao Qiqi, feeling a bit anxious, said, You, what do you know? Go to the backyard and grill some meat. It will soon be dinner time. Don't leave me and Wang Daochong starving. Li Guotao responded, I wondered why there was a scent. Qiqi, smoke is rising from your chest. Chapter 62. Prince Asteros. Upon hearing Li Guotao's words, Xiao Qiqi quickly looked down, and indeed, faint wisps of white smoke were emerging through her thin garment. Xiao Qiqi's face instantly transitioned from crimson to pale, and with a cry, she dashed back to her room. Wang Yi turned to Li Guotao with a sly smile, saying, You truly are mischievous. One ought not to speak so bluntly. Li Guotao, realizing the implication, exclaimed, No wonder you gasped earlier. It seems you had already discerned the truth. Wang Yi replied, girls are rather delicate. It is often preferable to be more tactful. Li Guotao shook his head. Have you forgotten our encounter with that Guowudi's grandson? Women merely detract from our combat effectiveness. Wang Yi squinted his eyes in query, and what of Miss Bai? Li Guotao, somewhat awkwardly, responded, she is different. She does not require my protection. To be frank, witnessing her in battle makes me feel somewhat inadequate. Wang Yi rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, during your battles, you are either dismembering foes or reducing them to pulp, and you show no awareness of it whatsoever. At that moment, Xiangxi emerged in a change of nightwear. Though her chest appeared somewhat lacking, she announced, congratulations on completing the expedition into the Forbidden Grounds. I have prepared a celebratory feast for you. Li Guotao, salivating, inquired. What have you prepared? Xiangxi explained, tomorrow marks my father's master's birthday, the venerable Guowudi of the Titan Fist Martial Arts Academy. It will be the perfect occasion for your celebration. Li Guotao chuckled, aren't you the little heiress? You intend to offer flowers and homage? I have already promised Guo's grandson that I will attend tomorrow. Wang Yi interjected with mockery, you plan to go tomorrow? Do you even know where the banquet is being held? Li Guotao was taken aback, realizing he had no idea where the celebration would take place. He hadn't even inquired about Guo Tietuan's name at that time. Xiangxi pointed her thumb at herself. But you have me. Tomorrow we can take the toy my father bought for me. Li Guotao replied with relief, then I am at ease. I shall head to the garden to prepare some barbecue. One cannot have a delightful life without a daily serving of it. Wang Yi chimed in. I will assist as well. I grew weary of a vegetarian diet while following my teacher. Li, your grilling skills are exemplary. I shall lend a hand. Xiangxi halted the two. I will fetch your custom outfits. We must not be lacking in decorum for Grandpa Guo's grand birthday. Moments later, she added, remember to save some barbecue for me. You two have been away for 30 days. I am utterly craving it, and my own attempts at grilling lack that special touch. Li Guotao waved his hand dismissively. No worries. I shall roast some papaya for you. You won't be disappointed. In a martial arts academy adorned with the sign of the Hunyuan Wujil lightning hand, Ma Guobao was engaged in conversation with a mysterious hooded figure exuding a faint glow of fire. Ma Guobao appeared somewhat agitated, his words laced with humility. My lord, I have confirmed the identity of the young man you wish to deal with. He will attend the old man's birthday banquet tomorrow. I will ensure your plans come to fruition and eliminate him. Ma Guobao rubbed his hands together as he spoke. The hooded figure replied, no need for further probing. Should you succeed, I shall grant you an extension of your life. If, in the future, our Hell Legion conquers this planet, it is not impossible for you to become its ruler. Ma Guobao quickly stated, I am deeply grateful, Lord Ami. You may rest here undisturbed while I attend to the necessary preparations. With that, Ma Guobao departed, and a radiant beam of golden light emanated from Ami's eyes. Casting a projection upon the wall, a creature, adorned with a pair of crimson horns, materialized in the shadow. Although deemed a monster by human standards, it would certainly be perceived as rather handsome by the demon race. Kneeling on one knee, Ami proclaimed, Master, I have discovered the previously sealed Andoja. However, he was slain by a young human. Is he to return to the demon temple? The one addressed as Master was none other than Prince Astaroth, the lord of the 72 pillars of demonkind. Astaroth responded, the demon temple has already communicated that the shrine of the 67th demon is now vacant. The Council of Elders is in search of a successor for his position. This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. Focus solely on your own tasks, and I shall arrange for further assistance. Ami promptly replied, as you wish, my lord. After severing communication with his master, Ami was left in a state of profound shock. Although the 72 pillars of demons can be resurrected, they have truly perished in countless wars over millennia. He had ascended to replace the former 58th demon. Yet he had not anticipated that a native of this planet could vanquish Andoja. This realization instilled a modicum of trepidation regarding the forthcoming actions. However, recalling that Andoja succumbed to the opponent's restraint, and considering his own superiority over Andoja, after all, he ranked 58th, Ami found renewed confidence. In the Guo family courtyard, Guo Taikuan sat upon a stool as Guowudi personally unwrapped the bandages from his grandson's shoulder, inspecting the wound. Guowudi remarked, fortunately, you avoided critical areas and did not damage the aorta. Your recovery ability rivals that of my youth, though the physician's suturing skills leave much to be desired. Guo Taikuan, slightly blushing, replied, I stitched it myself with one hand. None of my teammates were skilled in sewing. Though Guo Taikuan spoke lightly of it, Guowudi understood that his grandson had endured considerable hardship. He then advised, this expedition into the Forbidden Grounds was relatively successful, but you must refrain from such ventures in the future. Guo Taekwon chuckled, I will heed my grandfather's words. I have recognized my shortcomings this time, and shall strive to cultivate further. The individual you mentioned is exceptionally strong, and I have resolved to take him as my mentor. Guowudi smacked his grandson on the shoulder, exclaiming, I forbid it, unless he surpasses me. Chapter 63. The birthday banquet. In days devoid of combat, time passed swiftly. Xiangxi incessantly urged the two gentlemen to hasten their pace. Wang Yi, feeling helpless, remarked, they invited brotherly. Why must I accompany them? I need to tend to the house. The last time during the Forbidden Grounds game, I lost my game console, and I must download games for the new one. Li Guotao struggled to contain his laughter, nearly choking in the process. Xiangxi, undeterred by their protests, shouted, I don't care. I already bought you clothes. Seeing Wang Ye's evasive expression, he pondered for a moment, and then his eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, Brother Wang, you must not wish to encounter Uncle Wang Tiandao, right? Rest assured, he is preoccupied with urgent matters today and will not be able to attend. He has entrusted my father to convey his birthday wishes. Wang Yi chuckled. Let us hurry. What are we still doing standing here? Let us go. The three of them climbed aboard Xiangxi's toy, which, intriguingly, was an armed helicopter. In Guo Family Manor, located in the outskirts of CD City, a city in the dragon continent of Huagua, Guowudi sat at the entrance of the old residence, sipping tea while donning a vibrant red tang suit. Guo Taekwon, in a state of urgency, anxiously exclaimed, Grandfather, the guests will soon arrive at the manor. We must set off at once. Guowudi took a sip of his tea and inquired, Have you communicated everything to Miss Yixuan? Guo Taekwon replied, That crazy woman has everything arranged, but the people from Director Li's side are difficult to mobilize. Guowudi chuckled, That will suffice. Thanks to the senior members of the Penjia army, today's birthday banquet shall undoubtedly be splendid. Guo Taekwon smiled in agreement. Grandfather, you promised me that if the Pen God truly surpasses you, I shall be allowed to take him as my master. Guowudi's expression instantly soured. You little rascal. Quickly help me up. We must be on our way. Guo Taekwon, having grown accustomed to his grandfather's temperament, promptly assisted the vigorous elder as they made their way to Guo Family Manor. At this moment, the Guo Family Manor, situated far from the city center, was bustling with activity. The exterior was adorned with a plethora of limited-edition sports cars, alongside several imposing and powerful SUVs. Surprisingly, there were even a few high-end minivans, presumably the vehicles of beauty-conscious ladies, as the spacious minivans could serve as both dressing rooms and makeup areas. A burly man clad in a muscle tank descended from an SUV, casually spitting a cigarette but onto the ground, followed by a crude gesture of wiping his nose. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoed from behind, succeeded by a man's furious roar. Wang Laohu, you weren't invited here today, nor are your Hunyuan Wuji lightning hand people. Apologize to this young lady immediately and leave. The man addressed as Wang Laohu was a senior disciple of Ma Guobao. Turning to face a man in a martial arts uniform, who was a head shorter than him, he spat disdainfully onto the ground and laughed heartily. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just the old man's disciple. Why should I apologize? Her presence has merely blocked my snot from hitting the ground. I haven't even caused her trouble yet. After saying this, he glared menacingly at the tearful woman. Seeing this, the woman ceased her crying and tugged at the man in the martial arts uniform. The man, now even more enraged, retorted, Wang Laohu, how dare you glare at my woman? You're courting death. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch imbued with the energy of his martial arts training, clearly indicating he was no ordinary adversary. However, Wang Laohu merely scoffed. As a direct disciple of Ma Guobao, he was far from a common fighter. He effortlessly caught the man's fist and neutralized the force of his strike using his Hunyuan Wuji technique, then retaliated with a swift lightning-fast slap, sending the martial artist flying several meters, blood spewing from his mouth, utterly defeated and unable to continue. At that moment, Guo Taekwon approached, supporting Guowudi. Guowudi's temper flared instantly. He shook off his grandson's hand, eager to personally reprimand the audacious individual before him. Guo Taekwon promptly grasped his grandfather's hand, preparing to take matters into his own hands. Just then, an armed helicopter descended, capturing the attention of everyone present. Unable to locate a helipad, Li Guotao leapt down from nearly 20 meters without rolling to absorb the impact, landing directly beside Guowudi. Following him, Wang Yi jumped down, cradling Xiangxi in his arms. Just before touching the ground, he abruptly halted, causing dust to scatter beneath him. The surrounding guests gasped in astonishment, exclaiming about the young hero's remarkable lightness of foot. Wang Yi, during his descent, had activated his tortoise fly technique, accelerating his descent. And with the aid of the Chaos Gold Bell, he hastened his own temporal flow, allowing him to defy the constraints of gravity. Upon landing, Xiangxi bounced over to Guowudi, grinning as she exclaimed, "Happy birthday, Grandpa Gua! Chi-Chi has brought friends to celebrate with you." Guowudi, initially stern-faced, felt his mood lighten at the sight of the adorable Chi-Chi. He replied, "Chi-Chi, why don't you wait inside for the feast? Today, Grandpa has asked the kitchen to prepare many of your favorite dishes. I expect your father will arrive soon." At that moment, Wang Laohu interjected, "Old man, this girl is your disciple Xiao Tianming's daughter, isn't she? Quite a charming little thing, though a bit short and slow to develop." Wang Laohu's words dripped with lewdness. Infuriated, Xiangxi hurled her handbag at him, only for it to be swatted away by Wang Laohu's punch. Wang Yi restrained the incensed Li Guotao, who had also descended due to the unfolding situation. Wang Yi quietly said to Li Guotao, "Leave this riffraff to me." Li Guotao nodded and joined Guowudi's side. Chapter 64. The Taoists move. Demons approach. Wang Laohu's mission today was to incite chaos. His initial actions were designed to draw attention, ideally luring Guowudi and Gua Taiquan into the fray, or at the very least, provoking Xiao Tianming. This would allow him to escalate the situation, and if he received a beating, the hidden observers would erupt into pandemonium. However, now there stood a striking young man before him. Although the display of lightness earlier had been impressive, Wang Laohu did not perceive him as a threat. He sneered, "Kid, mind your own business and stay where it's comfortable. Otherwise, my fist will not discriminate." Xiangxi peeked out from behind Li Guotao, smirking. Wang Yi declared, "Enough chatter. Shall we begin? Do you want me to fight with one hand behind my back?" With that, he surprisingly tucked his left hand behind him, causing Xiangxi's eyes to sparkle with excitement. Unbeknownst to whom, a voice exclaimed, "That is Taoist Wang. Goodness, he is even more handsome in person than on the live stream. Over there is the legendary Shun, who has truly arrived. Brothers, I have not let you down, have I? It took great effort to obtain this invitation from my father." As one gazes, next to Elder Gui stands Shun, while Taoist Wang is preparing to duel with that imbecile. "My comrades, let's show some support." The commotion nearby did not disturb the two combatants on the battlefield. Wang Laohu, realizing his opponent was genuinely inclined to fight, and hearing the name Wang Yi, felt a surge of foreboding. He typically refrained from watching live streams, but his master had cautioned him before coming today. The target was Li Guotao, and he was also to be wary of his companions, Bai Yuekue and Wang Yi. If this individual is Wang Yi, then the other man must be Li Guotao. Regrettably, he had not yet spotted the woman named Bai Yuekue. Wang Laohu pondered whether he should first eliminate this Wang Yi fellow, for such a feat might earn him his master's praise. Resolute in his intention, Wang Laohu decided to launch an offensive from the left, given that his opponent had relinquished his left hand. As the foremost disciple of Ma Guabao, Wang Laohu was indeed formidable, yet he found himself facing Wang Yi. After a relentless assault for 1 minute, despair began to set in for Wang Laohu. Regardless of whether he unleashed his Hunyuan Wujijin or his lightning hands, he could not even graze the opponent's garments. His adversary glided like a specter, evading his strikes as if teleporting away just as he was about to connect. As Wang Laohu's anxiety mounted, he was preparing to retreat when Wang Yi remarked, "You truly are pitiful, merely preying on women and children. Now that you have finished your attempts, it is my turn." With that, Wang Yi formed a hand seal and unleashed the Ruanjin Toa, immobilizing Wang Laohu, followed by a swift kick aimed between Wang Laohu's legs. Every man present instinctively clasped their legs together. Wang Yi struck only once, then declared, "In that case, you shall experience being a woman." In truth, Wang Yi was quite measured, for Wang Laohu would only be incapacitated for a few months, suffering slight functional loss. In excruciating pain, Wang Laohu shouted, "Brothers, it's time to act." Suddenly, from the woods surrounding the Gua family estate emerged thousands clad in Hunyuan Wujijin and lightning hands training attire. Some were barehanded, while others wielded controlled weapons. The guests surrounding them were thrown into a state of panic, prompting Elder Gua to bellow, "Everyone, remain calm." Please retreat to the estate. I shall handle this. The guests complied, for today was Guo Wudi's birthday, and the elder's long-standing prestige remained intact. Guo Wudi quietly spoke to his companion, Xiangxi. Your father should be arriving shortly. Will you wait inside or remain here? With a glint in her eye, Xiangxi replied, I see. I shall stay outside to enjoy the spectacle. Before long, the disciples of the Ma Guibao martial arts school had encircled the entrance of the estate, creating an impenetrable barrier. Yet they did not rush inside. The crowd suddenly parted, and Ma Guibao, clad in a Zhongshan suit and puffing on a cigar, strode through the opening into the estate, followed closely by a tall man in a hood. Upon entering, Ma Guibao bellowed, So, you think you're invincible, Guo Wudi? My disciple dares to confront you. And today I, Ma Guibao, demand an explanation. At that moment, Wang Laohu approached Ma Guibao with an awkward gait, suggesting that certain parts of his body were still resilient. As he reached his master, tears streamed down his face as he cried, Father, that Wang is resorting to underhanded tactics. You must avenge me. We cannot allow your daughter to remain a widow. Ma Guibao reassured him, Son-in-law, worry not. The martial arts school may lack many things, but it certainly has no shortage of students who will lend a hand. Wang Laohu appeared bewildered, while the surrounding students erupted in excitement, chanting, Long live the teacher. After instructing a few students to carry Wang Laohu aside for rest, Ma Guibao and the hooded man advanced towards their target. Guo Taiquan stood defiantly in front of Guo Wudi, his fists clenched tightly. Unexpectedly, however, Ma Guibao directed his attention to Li Guotao. The hooded man pointed at Li Guotao and proclaimed, I only seek his death. I care not for the others. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall meet the same fate. With that, he tore off his hoodie, unleashing a torrent of energy that ignited him in flames. Chapter 65. The demon god Ami was engulfed in flames, appearing as though he were composed entirely of magma, forcing those nearby to retreat in fear. His liquid-like eyes shone with golden brilliance as they fixated on Li Guotao. While everyone else was captivated by this fiery figure, Xiangxi stealthily slipped away to the side. Elder Guo stepped forward and said, Young brother Li Guotao was invited by me to the birthday celebration. I implore this extraordinary brother to spare him. Despite the fiery being before him, Elder Guo remained cautious. Ma Guibao quickly interjected, Guo Wudi, we have yet to settle our scores. This lad is as good as dead today. If you know what's wise, let him perish alone. Should you utter a word against it, I shall raze this place to the ground. Just as Guo Wudi was preparing to act, Li Guotao declared, Elder Guo, they seek me. I owe you my gratitude for the previous incident. Today, as you celebrate your birthday, please take a moment to rest. I will handle this myself. Ma Guibao laughed and said, At least this lad understands. Let him die alone without dragging others down with him. Ami retorted, So, you dared to kill Endoja. But you cannot kill me. What manner of death do you desire? Li Guotao was taken aback, realizing that this non-carbon-based entity was somewhat unhinged. He quickly gestured to Wang Yi. I wish to die of old age, without pain or disease. Just a natural death, he replied. Ami, enraged, shouted, You dare to mock me. With that, he plunged his hand into his chest and withdrew a massive flaming sword. The onlookers gasped, initially believing the fiery being was about to take his own life, only to reveal an enormous flame-wreathed sword. As the crowd held their breath in anticipation, a bag of flour was hurled from a distance. Xiangxi shouted, Everyone, keep your distance. The flour I scattered could provoke a dust explosion. Yet, nothing transpired. Wang also shook his head, remarking, Anything disregarding its weight is mere folly. This bag of flour is insufficient. Covered in flour, Ami glared at Xiangxi. Although the flour was incinerated by flames before reaching him, his pride as a demon compelled him to eliminate this girl first. He raised his fiery sword and charged towards Xiangxi with blinding speed. Wang hastily employed his chaotic gold staff, but it proved futile. Just as the sword was about to claim blood, a wall of earth intercepted the lethal blow. In a crucial moment, Wang utilized the Kuan character's Earth River technique to save Xiangxi. Fortuitously, earth conquers fire. At that moment, Li Guotao rushed over, positioning himself before Xiangxi. Ami withdrew his flaming sword and shattered the charred earthen wall with a kick, then aimed a strike at Li Guotao. After pushing Xiangxi aside, Li Guotao blocked the attack with his Xianyuan sword, yet the searing heat scorched his arm. Meanwhile, Wang continued to wield his chaotic gold staff, still without effect. Ami laughed, Fool, I am a master of time manipulation. Can you control life, little one? Ha ha ha. Amidst his laughter, Ami's colossal fire sword incinerated Li Guotao's outer garment. Strangely, despite his skin turning red, Li Guotao remained uninjured. At that moment, Li Guotao flipped the Haotian tower with his other hand, launching it towards Ami. Initially, Li Guotao intended to collaborate with Wang to vanquish this demon from the Hellish Legion. Who could have anticipated that the opponent would be impervious to the chaotic gold staff? Now he could only hope that the Haotian tower would subdue him. Fortunately, the Haotian tower was not the purple gold red gourd or the jade bottle. If Ami were to respond, there would be no resolution. The Haotian tower swiftly ascended above Ami, and with a tremendous suction force, he was drawn into the air, gradually shrinking until he was reduced to the size of a soybean and contained within the tower. Li Guotao exhaled in relief, grasping the returning Haotian tower. However, a sudden realization struck him. Jiao was still inside. He quickly summoned Jiao back using his mind. Upon his release, Jiao impatiently exclaimed, "Why did you let me out? I was just playing with the toy you tossed in." Li Guotao hurriedly replied, My apologies." He swiftly retracted Jiao. By the time Li Guotao completed his actions, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Except for Wang, everyone was left pondering what just transpired. Within the Guo family estate, the chubby boy who had initially been live streaming was filming with his phone, exclaiming excitedly into the camera, "Did you see that? My goodness, the sprayer is simply extraordinary. Pindahua, truly, your sprayer brigade is impressive, managing to infiltrate. I'll send you a rocket shortly." As the dawn of a new school day approaches, the atmosphere is charged with excitement. The remarkable achievements of Peng Dehua have amassed an audience of over 1 million viewers during his live broadcast. Witnessing the astonishing feats performed by the divine figure holding the fiery staff is utterly surreal. It is beyond belief that he has even managed to ensnare that flame-wielding adept. Could it be that the creature soaring from the staff is none other than the mount of the Queen Mother of the West? How perplexing it is that it emerged from a mere staff. Could it possibly function as a beast-taming rod? It must be, for you fools insist on calling it a fire stick, which is not entirely accurate. That very rod did indeed capture the flame adept, leaving me utterly bewildered. My concern lies not with the staff itself, but rather with the implication that Peng Dehua has captured the mount of the Queen Mother of the West. Does this mean she has been? I cannot bear to contemplate such a sordid thought. The first to react was Ma Guobao, who swiftly distanced himself from Li Guotao, exclaiming, "Young man, I do not know what sorcery you have employed to make Lord Ami vanish, but I warn you to release him at once. I have over 10,000 brothers at my back." At that moment, the air was filled with the blaring of car horns. Chapter 66. One-on-one or group brawl. At the outermost perimeter of the Guo family estate, an array of vans appeared. Subsequently, 2 distinct groups surrounded Ma Guobao's subordinates. On one side stood members of the Tundra King Martial Arts Academy, led by Xiao Tianming, all clad in uniform attire and devoid of weapons, presenting a stark contrast to those from the Hunyuan Wujidian Lightning Hand Academy. On the opposite side were employees of the Tyrannosaurus Global Debt Collection Company, led by Zixuan. Their garish clothing and eclectic array of weapons, including even a toilet plunger, illustrating a chaotic scene. Ma Guobao, taken aback by the turn of events, could scarcely believe his misstep, fearing that he might meet a dire fate. The venerable Guo Wudi stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "Master Ma, do you still wish to eliminate young Li Guotao?" Ma Guobao stammered, unable to articulate a response, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At that moment, both Li Guotao and Wang Yi understood that this was a trap set by old Master Guo, and that the unexpected appearance of Ami had nearly jeopardized their plans. Xiao Qiqi, seemingly out of nowhere, had procured a handful of sunflower seeds and perched herself on the flower bed, munching away while her petite legs dangled, unable to touch the ground due to her 1.5-meter height. With a determined grit, Ma Guobao shouted, "You only know how to bully the fewer with your numbers, despicable. Have the courage to face me one-on-one. That is what a true man should do, not cower like a coward." His voice echoed loudly, directed at all present, for he held a steadfast confidence in his Hunyuan Wujidian Lightning Hand. Although Li Guotao had inexplicably made Lord Ami vanish into that staff, he was no deity. Surely, he could manage. Just as Guo Wudi was about to respond, his grandson Guo Taixian tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Grandfather, it is your birthday today. Allow me to be his opponent." But as Guo Taixian took a couple of steps forward, Li Guotao leapt into action. With a scornful exclamation, he exclaimed, How dare you think that a hairstyle styled to support the central authority can conceal the glaring truth of your baldness? Just moments ago, you were brazenly proclaiming my impending doom. I am eager to witness whether your resilience rivals the weight of my fist. Following this declaration, he sheathed both the Xianyuan sword and the Haotian tower, striking a classic pose reminiscent of Bruce Lee. Ma Guobao, seething with rage, felt as if he were being transported to a realm of divine retribution. His baldness had always been a taboo for him, and as he surveyed the crowd, it seemed as though every gaze was mocking him. Determined to unleash his fury upon the audacious youth before him, he acted swiftly, channeling the immense power of his accumulated Hunyuan Wujigong into his limbs. In an explosive motion, he propelled himself towards Li Guotao, his hand striking out like lightning. The onlookers were taken aback. Even the venerable Guowudi could not deny Ma Guobao's formidable prowess, a strength that instilled doubt in his own ability to triumph. However, to Li Guotao, Ma Guobao's movements appeared sluggish, his techniques feeble and easily countered. As Li Guotao seized Ma Guobao's lightning-fast hands, he adeptly redirected the force, sending Ma Guobao crashing into a flowerbed. When Ma Guobao emerged, his hair was disheveled, revealing the bare patch atop his head. Flustered, he hastily attempted to arrange his scattered locks, letting out a fierce roar as he charged at Li Guotao once more. This time, he was wiser, refraining from expending all his strength, remaining poised to adapt his strategy. Yet, no matter how much force or speed he employed, his opponent effortlessly deflected his attacks, some even rebounding upon himself. Before long, Ma Guobao had struck himself several times, leaving one eye swollen. Observing the youth's fluctuating defensive rhythm, Ma Guobao quickly retreated. Realizing he was being toyed with, glancing around, he shouted to his subordinates behind him, "They intend to eliminate us. Everyone, scatter immediately." The 10,000 followers guarding the estate were already on edge, encircled by two groups outside. After all, they were merely students who had paid to learn at Ma Guobao's martial arts academy. Upon hearing their master declare that they were in peril, they dispersed in a frenzy. The encircling adversaries, however, did not impede their escape, instead parting to create several paths for their flight, for their objective was solely Ma Guobao, while the others were mere fleeting shadows. Yet, as Wang Laohu limped away, he was intercepted by Xiao Tianming. Faced with the impeccably dressed middle-aged man, Wang Laohu felt tears welling. Even uninjured, he knew he stood no chance against his opponent. Xiao Tianming remarked, "The listening device I placed nearby captured everything clearly. How dare you mock my daughter? Choose between a duel or a brawl." Wang Laohu hastily replied, "I choose a duel. I shall face you alone." Xiao Tianming, with a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, remarked, "My brothers, he dares to challenge our entire group single-handedly. I believe it is best he does not see the light of tomorrow." The individuals beside Xiao, clad in their formidable training attire, gradually encircled Wang Laohu. Ma Guobao had initially hoped that his earlier shout would incite chaos, allowing him to escape. With a substantial amount of tuition fees in his bank account, he believed he could flee anywhere and live freely. Little did he know that his adversary's true objective was none other than himself. Chapter 67. Ma Guobao's self-resolution now. Ma Guobao found himself with no avenue for escape. The sole exit, which he had thought was guarded by his own men, had now been taken over by his opponents. With Xiao Tianming and Zishuan standing guard at either side, Ma Guobao never anticipated that Guowudi would conspire with the Tyrannosaurus Company against him. Casting a glance at the wall, he impulsively attempted to scale it, only to feel the prick of barbed wire as he reached the top. The subsequent hissing sound rendered him motionless, and before long, he began to ignite. Wang remarked, "This old gentleman is quite considerate, taking care of his own affairs." Li Guotao lamented, "What a pity. I wanted to test the skills I just learned from Taoist Wang on him. I heard from Chi-Chi that he and Old Gua are among the top experts in Huagua, yet he turns out to be so feeble." Nearby, Guowudi's ears perked up, and he quickly interjected, "Li, he may be weak, but I am not the same." Li Guotao hastily agreed, "Indeed, indeed. After all, today is your birthday. You are the most formidable, the most formidable." Under normal circumstances, Guowudi would have dueled his opponent, but after witnessing their methods, he felt utterly outmatched. Thus, he cleared his throat and said, "Yes, precisely. Since the matter is resolved, let us proceed to feast. Tianming, ensure that the brothers outside are well taken care of at the hotel. Zishuan, please convey my regards to your father, Zitong." Xiao Tianming glanced at his daughter, only to find her gazing dreamily at Wang. who was fixated on Li Guotao, who in turn was intently watching Ma Guobao's burning corpse. Shaking his head, Xiao Tianming urged, "Brothers, let us head to the finest establishment in the city, heaven on earth, to celebrate." Zixuan, seeing Li Guotao transfixed by the corpse's flames, covered her forehead and departed with her subordinates to join the celebration. Why was Li Guotao so absorbed in watching Ma Guobao's remains? He was merely distracted, engaged in a conversation with Jiao from the Haoyin Tower. Li Guotao inquired, "What do you want?" Jiao replied, "This fellow has been reduced to the size of a peanut by me. He will perish shortly, as you understand." Li Guotao responded, "Then I must quickly feed the Taotie. You ensure his safety, for if he dies, he will resurrect in the demon god temple." The peanut-sized Ami hopped on the ground, attempting to scorch Jiao's leg hair with its flames. Li Guotao swiftly aligned the base of the Haoyin Tower with the Taotie tattoo, and from it emerged a minuscule Ami, no larger than a peanut, who desperately flailed its limbs. However, upon making contact with Li Guotao's Taotie tattoo, it dissolved like mud flowing into the sea. Li Guotao quickly glanced at his attribute panel. Ancient treasures record, activated host, Li Guotao age, 20 legendary creatures owned. Taotie, growth length, 65, attributes, strength, 125, normal male, 6, maximum, 20, speed, 125, normal male, 6, maximum, 20, stamina, 133, normal male, 6, maximum, 20, skills, 24 style security fist, Baji Quan, Black Dragon 18 techniques, Tai Chi, mutual combat technique. Special abilities, progenitor of gluttony, bloodline of the flood dragon, toxicity enhanced. Weapons, Xianyuan sword, spirit of Xingtian magical artifacts, remnants of the alchemy cauldron, unactivated Nuwa stone, Haoyin Tower, seal to be unlocked, Xiangxi's seal, completion rate, 10, acquired black crystal, acquired giant turtle heart, hell demon absorption rate. 2 out of 72 not bad. The mutual combat technique practiced in the forbidden area has also appeared on the attribute panel, and my physical values have improved. However, I still need to collect 70 more demons to reach the full 72. When will that ever be completed? When Li Guotao came to his senses, he noticed Wang Yi was looking at him, asking, "Why are you staring at me?" Wang Yi replied, "I didn't expect you to execute the Tai Chi I taught you with such prowess, surpassing my own." Guotai Jin chimed in, "Indeed, you are truly impressive. I wish to become your disciple and learn that skill you just demonstrated." With that, Guotai Jin surprisingly knelt down. Pin Dehua addressed his phone, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? Brother Tai Jian actually wants to become a disciple. Look at Guo Wudi. His face is turning green with envy. Pen Shun is truly formidable." That Ma Guobao was no match for him, ultimately electrocuting himself while trying to touch a high-voltage line, a complete lack of common sense. I wonder what martial art Pen Shun used. I have never seen anything like it. His movements alternated between swift and slow, resembling a leisurely stroll, clearly on an entirely different level. Look, Pen Shun has actually agreed. If only I could also become his disciple, countless girls would be infatuated with me. Humph. Have you ever seen Pen Shun with a girlfriend? Do you think you could possess what even the master lacks? Solidify your resolve, do not cease. Li Guotao helped Guotai Jian to his feet, saying, "No need for master. If you wish to learn Tai Chi, I can teach you, although I learned from Wang Daren as well." Guotai Jian quickly clasped his fists, expressing gratitude. "Then I thank you, brotherly." At that moment, Guo Wudi's expression returned to normal, and he smiled, saying, "Everyone, let us hurry inside for the feast. Today, I am quite pleased. Feel free to indulge." At this moment, several servants from various estates were using fire extinguishers to cool down Ma Guobao. Guo Wudi's grand 70th birthday celebration had concluded splendidly, and the matter of Ma Guobao's boxing gym being absorbed by the esteemed Elder Guo would be discussed later. Time flew swiftly, and the 4th round of the Forbidden Land adventure was about to commence. One could not help but wonder what perilous domain awaited them this time. An exhilarating anticipation indeed. Chapter 68. The Reverse World. 8 days after the Elder Guo's birthday banquet, Li Guotao and Wang Yi boarded a plane destined for the Forbidden Land. In an underground laboratory, Bai Yuehui handed a vial of serum to a bald middle-aged man, stating, "This medication has a high likelihood of success. However, it requires 3 phases of clinical trials before it can be administered to my sister. I entrust this to Uncle Gu." The man, referred to as Uncle Gu, accepted the serum and replied, We will exercise utmost caution in its application, ensuring that those upper echelons remain oblivious. I estimate we should have results in approximately 3 months. Be careful in the Forbidden Land. With the Angel Amplifier XL01 and the Angel Exoskeleton, you should remain safe. Bai Yuehui nodded and exited the laboratory, piloting a fighter jet toward the venue of the upcoming competition. Greetings, audience. I am your host, Li Hong. I wonder if you have missed me over the past 10 days, or rather, have you been eager to watch Forbidden Land exploration? Based on the satisfaction survey results from the previous round, we have specially arranged for the most perilous Forbidden Land, the Reverse World. Although it has only been held once, it is a domain from which no one has returned, for it is extraordinarily unique. We have prepared a new type of camera watch for the contestants, rumored to utilize quantum entanglement technology for its high-tech fabrication. Due to the inherent dangers of this competition, the rewards are exceptionally generous. The survival duration is set at 10 days, with a reward of 2 billion for mere survival. The contestant with the highest score will receive a staggering 20 billion. First, let us watch a brief advertisement. Following this, teacher he will report live from the scene. The Reverse World. Could it be that terrifying realm where time and space unpredictably shift once one enters? Beyond mere temporal displacement, various monstrous entities emerge within, instilling a chilling dread. Is my wife, the stunning Bai, in peril? My friend, Taoist Wang, is at risk as well. I sincerely hope he will grant me 5 minutes to leave a legacy before entering, lest the Wang family dwindle to extinction. Fear not, for with the presence of the Spray God, what is there to dread? The Spray army will sweep through, leaving naught but barren ground in their wake. Greetings, everyone. I am your teacher he. Observe the towering walls. Behind them lies the forbidden land of the Reverse World. Due to its extreme danger, the military has constructed this colossal barrier to encase it. Upon finishing his statement, teacher he pointed to an entrance, saying, "This is the sole point of entry and exit, heavily fortified with substantial firepower. Similar to the previous event on Treasure Island, rescue is impossible. The last recorded fatality rate was a staggering 100. Let us hope the contestants can create a miracle this time." At that moment, among the 60 contestants standing at the threshold of the Reverse World, a middle-aged man suddenly broke down, crying out to return home and leave this place. Teacher he quickly remarked, "This individual appears to have succumbed to emotional distress. However, it is of no concern, as our production team has anticipated such occurrences." Teacher he demonstrated remarkable quickness in response and exceptional adaptability. Shortly thereafter, the distressed man was escorted away, and a new contestant entered, a towering figure cloaked in mystery, standing at 2 meters tall. Teacher he continued, "This gentleman is the victor of the life and death arena, originally intended to participate as a special guest. Since we have a vacancy, let him take the place." The contestants had begun to enter the Reverse World, and the camera was about to switch to 60 feeds, allowing everyone to enter the live streams of their preferred contestants. In the director's room, Director Wang took a sip of the almond milk fed to him by the assistant director and remarked, "We owe you our gratitude this time. Otherwise, that fool would have created more trouble." The assistant director playfully retorted, "This is all thanks to your guidance, Director Wang. This individual is named Asmodeus. I am unsure of his origins, but he has astonishingly participated in 30 bouts in the life and death arena within just 5 days, emerging victorious each time. He even contacted me directly, so I readily agreed. I initially intended for him to be a surprise element, but he conveniently fills the gap." Director Wang wrapped his arm around the assistant director's waist, laughing, "Having you by my side is truly a blessing, ha ha ha." Once the 60 contestants entered the Forbidden Realm, they immediately formed groups and dispersed in different directions. Previous rounds had seen instances of murder right from the outset, so they were all on high alert regarding their fellow competitors. The towering figure cloaked in the cape was the last to enter the Reverse World. He glanced in the direction where Li Guotao and the others had departed before heading in the opposite direction. Li Guotao inquired, "Is this Reverse World truly as you described?" Bai Yuegue replied, "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Li Guotao continued, "Is there a film called Silent Hill in your realm?" Bai Yuegue shook her head. "I have no time for films. That Taoist Wang is familiar with it." Wang also stated, "In any case, I have not seen a film by that name. The last time we competed, the transition to the Reverse World rendered our photographic watches inoperative, leaving us oblivious to the circumstances within. Furthermore, the military's entry did not disclose any footage, so for us, this forbidden realm remains entirely unknown." Li Guotao speculated. I surmise that we are currently within the surface world of the reverse world, which is the real world, where we are safe. Soon, we will enter the inner world, the perilous realm where those individuals likely met their demise. Wang confirmed, indeed, I just consulted an oracle. The core should be located in the area following the transition, which you referred to as the inner world. We are merely uncertain of its temporal patterns. Li Guotao remarked, let us hope we do not encounter that triangular-headed creature. However, it seems that even if we do, it would not be able to overpower me. Let us find a place to rest and await the arrival of the inner world. Chapter 69. The swarm approaches this forbidden zone is rather peculiar. Unlike previous times spent in jungles or on small islands, this time we find ourselves in an abandoned city. Li Guotao and his companions did not set up their camping shelter, but instead sought refuge in a seemingly well-preserved two-story building. Bai Yuekue expressed her joy, stating, thanks to the genetic samples provided by the West Queen Mother, I have formulated a remedy for my sister. It will be ready for use following 3 months of clinical trials. Li Guotao and Wang also rejoiced at Bai Yuekue's news. Wang then suggested, we cannot simply wait idly. Can we? To which Li Guotao proposed, shall we head to the rooftop for some light barbecuing? Bai Yuekue inquired, do we have any vegetables or tofu? Li Guotao nodded affirmatively. Not only do I have vegetables and tofu, but I also possess papaya, lobster, and abalone. It was absurd that Xiangxi and the others were indulging in barbecues in a place where the mortality rate was supposedly 100%. Was it not still too early? Once the transformation begins, there would certainly be a spectacle to behold, although it remained uncertain whether those monsters could escape this forbidden zone. I recently consulted some information, which indicated that the monsters would not venture beyond the confines of this city. Originally, over 50,000 residents inhabited this area until a forbidden zone was inadvertently created by the participants, transforming it into a new danger. The moment this forbidden zone emerged, it instantly drew all residents into the reverse world. Thus, 50,000 people vanished in an instant. Thanks to our knowledgeable companion, it was noted that the military stationed outside the forbidden zone was merely a precautionary measure. Unless there was a mission, the military would not suffer any losses since the creatures within the forbidden zone rarely ventured out, akin to animals kept in captivity. I sensed that the transformation of worlds was about to commence. Observe the ground and sky. Fortuitously, I possess a new watch. Last time, we were oblivious to how the participants met their demise. Today, I hope to witness the unfolding events with clarity, wishing that this batch of participants could endure a few more days. As Li Guotao prepared the first batch of food without yet tasting it, the entire environment began to shift. The once azure sky gradually morphed into a chilling grayish-white, casting an eerie darkness, with white ash swirling in the air. The surfaces of the ground and walls began to shed like peeling skin, revealing a muscular tissue beneath. As the three stood on this ground, it seemed to subtly writhe beneath their feet, taking them several minutes to acclimate. Wang commented, this inner world is quite repulsive. I wonder if these entities are alive. Upon finishing his statement, he drew his sword to prod at the vein-like structures on the muscular tissue. Bai Yuekue produced an extractor, intending to collect some samples. Li Guotao shouted in frustration, for heaven's sake, let us finish our meal before entering the inner world. All this exquisite food is going to waste. Before their eyes, the food on the grill rapidly decayed, rendering it inedible. Bai Yuekue, after much deliberation, concluded that the surface musculature of the ground belonged to inorganic matter. She carefully scraped some samples with a test tube, intending to analyze them later. Wang Yi, wielding an ancient sword, sliced through a structure resembling blood vessels, only to discover it was hollow within. As he withdrew the sword, the nearby muscle tissue began to writhe violently. Li Guotao urged, quickly retreat. I sense something is approaching. Wang Yi added, I just performed a divination. This place is rife with perilous gates, and I cannot discern the location of the core. Bai Yuekue activated her angelic exoskeleton, a sophisticated apparatus forged from the initial generation of the Black Panther's divine authority, fused with the subsequent divine authority 20. Compared to her previous armors, this suit boasted significantly enhanced strength and attributes. Li Guotao drew the Xianyuan sword, pressing the hilt against the mouth of the left-handed Taotie. As Xing Tian emerged, he remained unchanged, spitting a mouthful of saliva that shattered the barbecue grill into smithereens. Master, do you have any commands? He inquired. Li Guotao, glancing at the wreckage of the grill after retrieving the Haotian tower, helplessly instructed Xing Tian, protect the three of us. If anything emerges, shatter it first. Xing Tian nodded. Yes, master. However, this environment is saturated with the essence of death. Nothing here should be consumable. Li Guotao retorted, fool. Do you possess a nose? It's not about the essence of death. I've said I want to eat unless the flavor is exquisite. At that moment, a creature resembling an oversized cockroach emerged from the incision made by Wang Yi, its most notable feature being its massive mouth lined with 5 rows of sharp teeth. Reminiscent of a shark's. It was obliterated in an instant by Xing Tian's saliva, reducing it to a cloud of gray dust. Just as Xing Tian uttered the word rubbish, a swarm of insects surged forth from the breach. Chapter 70, Asmodeus. In an instant, a deluge of insects charged towards the four. Xing Tian, positioned at the forefront, wielded the Xianyuan sword, now 5 times its original size, creating an impenetrable barrier. The initial wave of insects could not breach his defenses. However, the sheer number of subsequent insects overwhelmed him. As others attempted to slip past his line, Xing Tian retreated a few steps, leaning back as his cavernous mouth bulged. Then, an ear-piercing cacophony erupted, followed by a torrent of mist-like saliva that sprayed forth, resembling a relentless hail of bullets that annihilated every insect in its path. Such formidable prowess from this spitting creature. Its abilities mirrored those of the spitting deity. Yet it felt even more potent. Though, in terms of toxicity, the spitting deity likely held the upper hand. I suffer from a fear of clusters. The sheer number of those insects is overwhelming. What would happen if others encountered this? Others? Do you presume everyone possesses the same prowess as Wang Daozhong to pierce the ground with a weapon? This is a testament to the boldness of the skilled. Has this not been resolved with ease? My goodness, the addition of that towering figure is indeed formidable. He too commenced tearing at the garage floor. And those insects seemed to cower in fear, scurrying away. Could it be that such a creature truly exists? Is this not reminiscent of the dragons from cinematic lore? Its size almost suffocating the garage. Moreover, it emanated a cerulean flame, far surpassing the summoned entities of the divine. Oh, why has he deactivated the camera? Is it merely to tear away the surface for a moment of privacy? I fear he intends to eliminate any evidence left by the summoned dragon. But how he plans to do so remains a mystery. Repulsive. Asmodeus ranks as the 32nd among the 72 pillars of demonhood. Upon learning of Andosia's demise, Prince Astaroth expended a significant amount of energy to transport himself from the void of the barrier to this planet. His sole objective is clear, to render all cores inoperative, thereby nullifying the barrier surrounding the planet. Though Asmodeus occupies the 32nd position, his power is not to be underestimated, and his unique ability allows him to carry a hellish dragon. His current guise serves merely to conceal his identity, facilitating his stealthy entrance into the various forbidden zones. After the indigenous people vanquished Andosia, Prince Astaroth had little choice but to advise him to exercise caution. By manipulating a deputy director of a production team, he secured a coveted spot as a special guest contestant, needing only to triumph in 30 consecutive life-or-death battles. In this world, apart from exploring forbidden sites, there exists the perilous arena where one wagers their life. The Planetary Federation relies on such thrilling activities to alleviate the violent tendencies of its populace. Asmodeus stowed his immense cloak and watch into a backpack, placing it in a recently exposed corner. Once he has dismantled the core of this forbidden zone, he intends to return for it, to maintain his disguise. There was another reason for shedding his cloak. He was about to reveal his true form. A pair of enormous hands emerged from the crown of his head, rending the exterior in two. The authentic Asmodeus emerged from within. Upon standing, he towered nearly 5 meters tall, with 3 heads adorning his neck, that of a bull, a human, and a ram, complemented by a serpentine tail. A spear appeared in his grasp, its origin unknown. The central head inquired, "Elder brother, do you sense the core's location?" The ram-headed figure replied, "I sense it to the southwest, but the energy readings there are peculiar. I cannot accurately pinpoint the core's position. And the current environment is even more hostile than our homeland." The bull-headed figure suggested, "Shall we separate to search?" The human head cautioned, "If we split up, our power will be diluted, and we can only bring one hellish dragon. The others cannot be summoned here. 10 days remain. That should suffice." After Asmod rode the infernal dragon in the direction indicated by the goat-headed being, the dragon, despite its wings, was rendered flightless due to numerous holes, forcing it to traverse the ground at a sluggish pace. The name Asmod is, in fact, a concatenation of the names of the three heads, the foremost, a human head named As, the second, a bull-headed creature named Mo, and the last, a goat-headed entity named Da. They inhabit a planet characterized by harsh conditions, populated entirely by their kind, the three-headed race. While the three heads share a single body, they possess the ability to separate their form into three distinct entities, albeit at the cost of diminishing each body as combat prowess, with such a division limited to a duration of 1 day, lest they face death. At that moment, in the garage where Asmod had recently lingered, a shadow abruptly materialized, seizing a backpack containing Asmod's cloak and watch. As the ashes in the air began to dissipate, the muscles writhing on the ground gradually receded, and the shadow clutching the backpack vanished. The inverted world reverted to the safer surface realm, yet only 48 competitors remained. Chapter 71. The mysterious little girl. When the Forbidden Realm returned to the azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds, Wang Yi and Bai Yuque were crouched on the ground, poking at the now half-meter-tall Xing Tian. Though Xing Tian did not resist, his eyes rolled back in exasperation. The Xianyuan's sword in his hand had diminished to a diminutive size. This reduction stemmed from his earlier exertion of immense energy, causing his form to shrink. He found himself powerless to retaliate against the two fools prodding him. Bai Yuque's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the miniature Xing Tian, exclaiming to Li Guotao, "May I hold him?" In an instant, Xing Tian's eyes rolled back, and he swiftly retreated into the hilt of the sword. Li Guotao hurriedly called out, "Little Xing Tian, come out." Reluctantly, Xing Tian emerged from the sword's hilt, his once proud gaze now transformed into one of pitiable innocence. Li Guotao reassured him, "These two are my friends. You must not harm them. Look at this lovely lady. Being embraced by her is the dream of countless men. Remember, you cannot defy my words." He then turned to Yuque. "It's perfectly fine. Go ahead and hold him. The surface realm is quite safe now, so I want to recharge him for the time being. He will maintain this form." Bai Yuque, displaying a rare sweetness akin to that of a typical woman, said, "Then I shall hold him for now. We can discuss matters further once we transition back to the inner world." With that, she enveloped Xing Tian in her arms, and his pouty expression was irresistibly adorable. Unable to harm Bai Yuque, Xing Tian retracted the Xianyuan's sword into his body. As he felt the soft embrace, it was reminiscent of returning to his mother's comforting hold, a sensation of profound comfort. This, perhaps, is the essence of the true fragrance principle. Li Guotao and Wang Yi glanced at the shattered barbecue grill on the ground, realizing that their 10-day sojourn in the Forbidden Realm would not permit a daily feast of barbecue. Wang Yi remarked, "At present, we are at a loss. We cannot flounder about like headless flies. Perhaps we should first venture towards the heart of the city. Typically, the core should reside at the center of the Forbidden Zone." Li Guotao concurred. "I share the same sentiment. Although danger only lurks within the inner world of the Forbidden Zone, we must remain vigilant against other competitors in the outer realm." At that moment, a disheveled little girl, around 10 years old, peeked out from the hallway. Wang Yi spotted her and shouted, "There's someone over there." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, both he and Li Guotao had already reached the door, catching the little girl in the act. She initially attempted to flee, but Li Guotao seized her wrist. The girl was filthy, and in her struggle, she smeared Li Guotao with dirt, yet he did not release his grip. Upon realizing that the onlooker was not a competitor, the three were momentarily stunned. Wang Yi commented, "Such occurrences have arisen in past competitions, but this is the inverse world. How has this little girl managed to survive here?" Bai Yuehui, suddenly overwhelmed by maternal instinct, rushed over while cradling Xing Tian. However, upon seeing Xing Tian, the little girl was so frightened that she burst into tears and fainted to the ground. After setting Xing Tian down, Bai Yuehui began to assess the girl's condition. After a while, she stated, "It seems she has endured considerable hardship. She is severely malnourished, and due to prolonged neglect of hygiene, she bears several wounds that are likely infected." Guotao quickly released the small cabin. "I need to clean her and tend to her injuries." Li Guotao hastily brought forth the outdoor cabin, grateful for its ample space on the rooftop. Bai Yuehui carried the little girl inside, then disabled the camera functions and locked the door behind her. At that moment, Xing Tian spat out a small amount of phlegm and said, "Master, may I be recalled now?" Li Guotao was about to retrieve Xing Tian when Wang Yi interjected, "Your summoned creature certainly possesses a unique personality. Allow me to examine it as well." Thus, The formidable Xingtian was once again cradled in Wang Ye's arms as he began to inspect its anatomical structure. Shortly thereafter, Bai Yuehui emerged alone and addressed her two teammates, stating, "This girl's survival is a mystery." Oddly enough, despite her severe malnutrition, all her bodily functions appear normal. I have just cleaned her, and to my surprise, the minor wounds I expected to be infected show no signs of infection whatsoever. As a physician, such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare. Meanwhile, Wang Yi amused himself with Xingtian, casually remarking, "You are a specialist in brain science." Li Guotao inquired, "Aren't we all medical practitioners? Is there a difference?" Bai Yuehui responded, "While I may not excel in surgery, I manage well enough." Wang Daolong, "You should focus more on your divination skills. If you keep faltering, others may mistake you for a charlatan." Wang Yi, unfazed, replied, "Whether others believe or not is of little concern to me. I wonder if this little one is a boy or a girl." As Wang contemplated, he yearned to remove the trousers of Xingtian. However, Xingtian, unable to harm Wang, swiftly retreated into the Xianyuan sword, resolutely deciding not to emerge unless commanded by Li Guotao. With a sidelong glance at Wang, Li Guotao returned the sword to his wrist, remarking, "He is male." Wang Daozhang's curiosity is rather excessive. The production team of this forbidden zone cannot intervene to rescue anyone. Should we leave some provisions for her and return to find her later? Bai Yuehui frowned and replied, "Absolutely not. She is merely in her early teens, comparable to my sister. Moreover, she is currently extremely weak. If something unexpected were to occur in the inner world later, I would be plagued by unease for a lifetime." Wang interjected, "This time, I support Miss Bai. After all, I have not sensed any malevolence from her." Li Guotao, resigned, raised his hands in surrender, 2-1. "Then we shall take her along. However, we must remain vigilant. There is a saying in my hometown, extraordinary events are often accompanied by malevolent forces." Chapter 72, Guan Xiaoxue and the Pearl Xiangxi was a down-and-out gambler, his every hope pinned on the adventure within the Forbidden Zone. Fortuitously, he was selected as a participant, yet unfortunately, this Forbidden Zone lay in the reverse world. Upon learning of his selection, Xiangxi felt elated. For the survival rate of the previous competition had been remarkably high, largely due to the intervention of the Spray God, who was also on the list this time. Strangely, however, apart from the 3 members of the Spray Goddess team, none of the previous survivors were participating, and the other contestants were all, like him, decidedly unremarkable. Initially, Xiangxi was bewildered, but after experiencing the terror of the inner world, he found himself envious of the man who had fled just before the contest began. Though he had lost face, he had preserved his life. As for Xiangxi, he felt certain he would perish here. Perhaps it was for the best, as death would erase his debts. At that moment, a thunderous sound of something colossal striking the ground echoed nearby, causing Xiangxi's previously relaxed nerves to tense once more. Peering through the slats of the blinds, he quickly covered his mouth, fearful that his terror would escape in a cry. Outside loomed a western dragon, measuring 10 meters in length and 3 meters in height, its wings riddled with holes, suggesting it could not fly and was thus crawling on the ground. Xiangxi leaned out further, examining the creature. Remarkably, blue flames flickered upon its scales, and most absurdly, a being stood atop the dragon, a creature that could hardly be described as human. This entity stood at least 5 meters tall, its body fearfully robust and disproportionately wide, resembling a square, its height and girth both measuring 15 feet. Only such a form could accommodate 3 heads upon its shoulders, Xiangxi mused. The dragon's speed was lackluster. Given its size, it could be considered sluggish. Xiangxi muttered to himself, "Wasn't it said that the outer world was devoid of monsters? Is this thing merely a figment of the air? Truly, what a deceptive predicament." As the 2 monstrous beings departed, Xiangxi polished a pearl the size of a ping-pong ball with his garment. He resolved to endure the forthcoming 10 days, intending to sell this evidently valuable pearl to settle his debts, and, ideally, to secure a sum for his later years. This pearl was discovered by Xiangxi in the reverse world, originally encased in a dilapidated box, which vanished upon his return to the real world, leaving the pearl behind. After polishing the pearl, Xiangxi contemplated, and ultimately decided to take a risk. He concealed the pearl within his own rear, ensuring that unless he met his demise, no one would be able to claim it. At this juncture, Xiangxi reopened the camera, took a few steps, and feeling no adverse effects, commenced his search for edible provisions amidst the concrete and steel surroundings. He had previously stumbled upon several cans, though past their expiration date by several years. As long as the cans remained sealed, they were still consumable. Asmodeus, somewhat disheartened, inquired, "Old 3, do you truly feel it or not?" De responded, "Initially. In that grotesque world, I sensed the precise location, yet upon returning to the real world, I could only perceive an approximate vicinity. It should be around here." Emo asked, "What shall we do now?" Asmodeus replied, "It has been ages since we last hunted. Shall we seek out other competitors for some amusement?" The three heads eagerly licked their lips, while the hellish dragon beneath them emitted a thunderous bah, instilling fear. Meanwhile, on Li Guotao's side, the little girl had regained consciousness. However, her gaze towards Li Guotao and Wang Yi was fraught with terror. Her fear of Wang stemmed from witnessing him clutching a small monster prior to her fainting, while her apprehension of Li Guotao arose from his demeanor, which simply did not exude kindness. The girl wore Li Guotao's oversized t-shirt, and Bai Yuekue had fashioned it into a dress by cinching her waist with a rope. After the girl consumed some food, Bai Yuekue gently asked, "Little sister, what is your name?" The girl timidly responded, I am called Xiaoxue, Guan Xiaoxue, Guan from Guanyu, Xia from the morning breeze and the waning moon, and Xue from snow in a frozen world." Li Guotao, astonished, remarked, "Guan Yu's Guan. This little one possesses quite the literary flair." Initially, Guan Xiaoxue was quite fearful of this man, but after enjoying the delightful food he conjured, her fear diminished. After all, while the strange uncle was off-putting, his food was not. Guan Xiaoxue then stated, "This is what my mother taught me." At this point, she clasped her forehead with both hands, anguished, exclaiming, "Why can't I remember who my mother is? I only recall my name, Guan Xiaoxue, and nothing else. My head hurts terribly." Bai Yuekue quickly embraced Guan Xiaoxue, reassuring her, "It's all right, little Xue, you'll gradually remember, and your sister is here." Under Bai Yuekue's comforting words, Guan Xiaoxue regained her composure. Li Guotao observed, "Given her condition, it is unlikely she can provide any information. We should proceed to the center of the reverse world." Bai Yuekue remarked, "Let me carry Xiaoxue. You two gentlemen can clear the path ahead." With that, she effortlessly lifted Guan Xiaoxue with one hand and placed her upon her shoulder, her demeanor suggesting that it required no exertion whatsoever. Wang Yi smirked slightly, muttering under his breath, "A strong woman indeed." After Li Guotao retracted the small dwelling into the demon summoning pot, the trio commenced their journey toward the heart of the inverted world. Chapter 73. The Trap of the Starved Ghost. The inverted world, a realm of peculiar enchantment, possessed an unpredictable temporal flow. Should the participants be fortunate, they might find themselves in the surface world for a continuous span of 10 days, allowing them to gather sustenance and effortlessly claim rewards as high as 2 billion. Jason, a henchman of the mafia, had assembled a cohort of 15 desperate souls at the airplane and the entrance to the inverted world, all of whom had unanimously opted for conventional weaponry. Regrettably, none had discovered any food thus far. Did they truly have to venture outside in search of wild greens? Jason, certainly unwilling to accept such a fate, found himself amidst a discussion among the 15 regarding whether to engage in a game of Russian roulette to determine who would become the scapegoat. "Look over there," shouted a scar-faced man. Following the direction of his pointing finger, they beheld 4 figures traversing the nearby road, one of whom was a woman with a child perched upon her shoulder, while the remaining 3 indulged in food. A man sporting a mohawk remarked, "I recognize them. They hail from the Dragon Continent. I've heard they are skilled veterans who have experienced 3 forbidden zones. They won't be easy to deal with." A short man with a mustache from the same continent added, "The leading man is Li Guotao, and he is formidable. The other couple is no weaklings either. And that little girl is unfamiliar to me. Did any of you see her while entering the forbidden zone?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. Jason declared, "Regardless, I've heard that Li Guotao possesses spatial abilities. Look at them, their mouths covered in grease. It stands to reason his space is stocked with food. I'm going for it. Are you in?" The group exchanged glances, and just then, the scar-faced man's stomach growled, serving as an unspoken signal that prompted the others to express their agreement. Ultimately, everyone voted in favor of executing this plan. A tall man with thinning hair stated, "Since you all have elected me to devise a strategy, I shall be succinct, considering our collective hunger. We are all outlaws, and with the limited information at hand, it appears the leading man has spatial capabilities, possesses formidable combat strength, and is accompanied by a summoned creature. The second man is adept at burrowing underground, which poses a significant challenge. while the third woman dons armor originating from Wakanda, and the little girl remains an unknown factor. There were no objections from the group, and the tall man continued, "We currently number 15, armed with 10 semi-automatic rifles, 3 newly developed electric net projectors, and 2 electromagnetic interference lassos. In a short while, we shall ambush them, ideally capturing the young girl as leverage." With a sinister chuckle, the tall man concluded his statement, eliciting lewd laughter from the others. Li Guotao and Wang Yi walked ahead, their hands perpetually occupied with snacks. Wang Yi, after letting out a hearty belch, remarked, "I reckon I won't need dinner." At that moment, a hand reached out from behind, saying, "Mister, may I have another pack of that delicious jerky?" Bai Yuehui looked at the girl on her shoulder with a twinge of sympathy, realizing she must be famished, having consumed at least 2 pounds of jerky. Li Guotao was equally perplexed. The girl had devoured 4 times as much as Wang Yi. If one were unaware, they might think she was his biological daughter. Such was the hereditary influence. He retrieved a pack of jerky and a bottle of milk, handing them to her. "Drink some milk. Don't choke, and take your time eating. I've got plenty more." Guan Xiaoxua happily accepted the food, nodding gratefully. Bai Yuehui inquired, "Wang Daochong, how much further do we have to go?" Wang Yi glanced ahead and calculated, "Based on the city map and our pace, we should have about 5 hours left." Li Guotao teased, "I assume your math skills are quite impressive, Wang Daochong." Wang Yi chuckled, "I completed graduate-level mathematics in elementary school. By middle school, there was no one left to teach me. I had to delve into the mysterious arts my teacher provided. But trust me, you wouldn't grasp the intricacies of such knowledge." Li Guotao found Wang Yi's humble brag infuriating. Bai Yuehui chimed in, "Actually, I excelled in mathematics as well, finishing university courses in elementary school. However, I lost interest and chose not to pursue it further." Li Guotao, weary of the conversation, reflected on his own dismal academic performance that had driven him to enlist. To his surprise, this underachiever found himself teamed up with 2 academic prodigies. In terms of combat prowess, it seemed he, the so-called academic failure, might even surpass them. The earlier outburst had revealed the truth. This girl was unmistakably of his lineage, having consumed a staggering 2 pounds of jerky. Foolishness. Clearly, you are new here. That girl was scavenged from the reverse world, and one wonders how she has survived. What if, just what if, this little girl were to transform like the white-boned demon from the tale? What would one do then? Naturally, one would dispatch her with the golden cudgel, but the method would depend on her beauty. Moments ago, I caught a glimpse of another contestant's screen. A fellow named Jason had rallied a group to ambush our comrade, even setting traps ahead. What nonsense. Each member of our team is a seasoned expert. It isn't as simple as that. They have prepared 2 electromagnetic interference snares specifically targeting Bai Yuehui's armor, along with 3 electric net launchers. Should one become ensnared, a jolt of 100,000 volts would instantly turn a person into a roasted pig. As the live stream continued its discussions, Li Guotao and his companions unwittingly stepped into the trap that Jason had meticulously prepared for them. Jason was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Chapter 74, Wang Yi's competitive spirit. The confrontation commenced with a cliched phrase, as a tall man with thinning hair bellowed, "Do not move. You 4 ahead. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass, you must pay the toll." Li Guotao and his companions were bewildered. Could this be the legendary act of robbery? Wang Yi retorted, "Do you dare to rob us alone?" The tall man replied, "I naturally have my brothers." Li Guotao, "I hear you are called the spewing god. Hand over the food from your space, and we will allow you and this young Taoist to leave." Li Guotao narrowed his eyes, questioning, "What about the other 2? The tall man raised his left hand and, with a series of gunshots, bang, 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 3 bullets struck the ground before them. A blatant threat. Observing their silence, the tall man assumed they were frightened and declared, "If you do not comply, the next bullet will be aimed at your heads." Li Guotao whispered to Yukue, "Can you protect both yourself and Xiaoxua?" Bai Yukue assured him, "No problem." Wang Yi stated, "There must be an ambush. Who will take the lead?" Li Guotao suggested, "Since you asked, why don't you show us what you've got?" Wang Yi chuckled, "Then you must ensure the safety of the 2 ladies." With that, he charged at the tall man. Realizing negotiations had collapsed, the tall man hastily raised his weapon and shouted, "Initiate Plan B, BBB, Plan B." At that moment, a total of 10 semi-automatic rifles were aimed at Wang Yi, and their accuracy suggested that the gunmen were far from inept. Wang Yi employed the Qian character's illusion technique, creating dozens of clones that would not vanish when struck by bullets, as they were mere phantoms. Meanwhile, his true self utilized the Gen character's Earth Dragon technique to burrow into the ground. The tall man, seeing mini Wang Yes bouncing around, thought he had narrowly escaped danger, only to be dragged down by a hand emerging from beneath. Soon, Wang Yes head surfaced as he surveyed the positions of the gunmen. On Li Guotao's side, the moment the tall man uttered Plan B, they were already under attack, as 5 assailants emerged from beneath the bridge. 2 hurled spherical iron balls towards Bai Yukuei. As Bai Yukuei assured Li Guotao of her safety, she was already enveloped in an angelic exoskeleton, preparing to soar with Guan Xiaoxue into the sky, deftly evading the iron ball's assault. Bai Yukuei had escaped the enemy's line of fire, her propulsion system allowing her to remain airborne for an extended period. Observing the 2 iron balls approaching, Li Guotao quickly dropped to the ground, fearing they were grenades. However, the iron balls showed no reaction, and instead, he was ensnared by 3 electric nets that tightly bound him to the bridge's surface. The nets activated with a staggering 100,000 volts of electricity. For an ordinary person, this might have ignited a fiery demise. Yet Li Guotao remained unscathed, as the gluttonous tattoo on his left hand began to glow, absorbing all the electricity into its gaping maw. A powerless power grid resembles a mosquito net. Li Guotao tore through the 3 layers enveloping him, lunging towards the trio wielding spray devices. The 3 men were momentarily stunned. How could one withstand a 300,000 volt shock and remain vigorous? Yet, before their astonishment could fully register, Li Guotao was upon them, his Xianyuan sword dancing deftly in his grasp. In mere moments, 3 heaps of flesh lay scattered across the ground. One man, having discarded 2 spherical devices, fled towards the bridge, seeking escape through the water. The terror he felt was palpable. They must have been out of their minds to attempt to rob him. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Li Guotao picked up 2 stones from the ground and hurled them at the 2 remaining men. With his current strength and speed, the stones flew like bullets, resulting in their skulls bursting open. The scar-faced man was now drenched in sweat. This individual possessed the ability to create duplicates, and the bullets in his gun were nearly exhausted, with dozens of phantoms still bouncing in the distance. At that moment, someone beside him remarked, "I truly do not wish to take lives. Do not hold it against me." With that, Wang also struck the scar-faced man's temple with his palm. Instantly, the man slipped into an infant-like slumber, though this sleep would be everlasting. Wang silently approached the ambushed gunmen, allowing them to transition into a painless eternal sleep. Their faces still adorned with smiles, though their brains had been reduced to mush from the sheer force of his assault. The last time he taught Li Guotao Tai Chi, he discovered that although the latter had practiced for a short while, he surpassed Wang in skill. Previously, Wang had no rivals, but now he had a worthy competitor. He ceased indulging in games and films, dedicating himself to rigorous training. His latest technique was a fusion of Tai Chi and the DUI hexagram from the Wind and Hazy Gate, which he called the DUI character Tai Chi Shock Palm. Having completed his task, Wang rushed to the edge of the bridge and exchanged a knowing smile with Li Guotao, inquiring, "How many did you handle?" Li Guotao replied, 3 who threw the electric net, and 2 who tossed iron balls. I'm still unsure of their purpose." Wang responded, "I eliminated 9 gunmen and the tall man who was shouting." He chuckled softly and hurried over to examine the iron balls mentioned by Li Guotao. Upon seeing them, Wang shouted to Bai Yuekuei, "Miss Bai, do not approach. These are electromagnetic interference snares. Thankfully, you took to the air earlier, otherwise, this device would have activated upon contact with electronic equipment, damaging its chip." Bai Yuekuei, undeterred by Wang's warning, descended and declared, "My angelic exoskeleton is already equipped to counter such devices. They are ineffective against my armor. Nonetheless, it's a valuable item. I shall keep it, as it may prove useful." She then bent down to retrieve the 2 small spheres and placed them into her waist pouch. Chapter 75. The Unusual Beast. Just as Li Guotao and his companions concluded their battle, the sky began to darken. The ground and the surfaces of the buildings began to shed, replaced entirely by red muscular tissue. The spots where the deceased had fallen swelled with lumps, writhing furiously. Bai Yuekuei remarked, "It has begun again." Wang Yi suggested, "Should we leave this place first? Those lumps appear rather unsettling." Li Guotao pondered for a moment, then swiftly drew the Xianyuan sword, charging it before summoning Xingtian. As Xingtian emerged, he terrified Guan Xiaoxue, who covered her eyes and clung to Bai Yuekuei's neck, peeking through her fingers. Yet, A faint crimson glow emanated from the depths of her gaze. Xingtian had regained his towering height of 2 meters, and, sensing a surge of power, spat towards one of the lumps beneath the bridge, harboring a strong aversion to the bizarre formations that had abruptly appeared on the flat ground. He spat repeatedly, obliterating the other 2 lumps as well. Li Guotao exclaimed, "What on earth did that thing do to you? Could you refrain from being so disgusting? You come out acting like a llama." Wang Yi glanced at the clothing that had been in contact with Xingtian, pondering whether it was still usable. Bai Yuekue sighed, remarking that he had been quite adorable when smaller, but his current form was rather off-putting. Xingtian declared, "That thing is just standing there, twisting about. It's clearly about to explode. I can sense the malevolence. Hence, I shall eradicate this evil." Li Guotao replied, "All right then, since you've dealt with them. Should we find a place to rest, or continue on?" Wang Daozhong, perhaps you could consult your divination. Wang Yi had already been calculating and, after a moment's contemplation, stated, "From my previous divination, the core should be at the center of the inner world, yet it lies 5 hours away from us. However, if we do not seize this opportunity to venture forth, we may not know when the next reversal of time will occur. I fear that if the time arrives and we have not secured the core, it could spell trouble." Li Guotao responded, "What is there to fear? Can't they come in? We'll just find it and exit later." Bai Yuekue concurred. "Indeed, Guotao is correct. If we lose the prize, so be it. It's not as if we care." Wang Yi nodded, as he had never been short of funds. Li Guotao also agreed, noting that he could earn more from casual live streaming than by being here. After instructing Xingtian to eliminate the 2 lumps beneath the bridge, Li Guotao summoned a small shelter, suggesting, "Since there is no rush, why don't we rest in the small house for a while? We can continue our journey once we return to the surface world." Wang Yi frowned, expressing, "I'm somewhat uneasy about the 10 individuals I killed earlier. Perhaps I should check on them." Bai Yuekue inquired, "Are you worried they might transform into those lumps?" Li Guotao offered, "Would you like me to accompany you?" Wang Yi replied, "No need, just wait for me here. I'll be back shortly." Li Guotao stationed Xingtian outside while he reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. Bai Yuekue took the little girl to her room, claiming she was going to alter her clothing. Wang Yi first approached the scarred man he had slain, and indeed, he had turned into a lump, writhing as if it possessed life. Wang Yi, intrigued, stood by to observe what this entity might evolve into. Xiangxi clutched his heart and mouth, hoping to muffle the sound of his heartbeat and the breaths escaping his lips. He is currently hiding inside the wardrobe, while outside, a dozen monsters clad in nurse uniforms and suits roam about. These creatures possess human-like bodies, yet their faces are devoid of features, save for a colossal maw capable of splitting their heads in 2. When their mouths unhinge, a long tongue slithers forth, reminiscent of a venomous snake flicking its forked tongue. Xiangxi is fortunate to be swift, having concealed himself in the wardrobe beforehand. The monsters appear to possess limited intelligence, merely wandering aimlessly outside. Xiangxi counts himself lucky, unlike others who are not so fortunate. 3 individuals of African descent from the tropical continent find themselves encircled by a horde of such monsters. Just as they brace themselves to be torn apart by the creature's gaping maws, the monsters cease their assault and instead attack with venomous barbs from their tongues. This toxin, infused with digestive fluid, renders the 3 men helpless within moments, collapsing to the ground like mere puddles of mud, their insides dissolved into liquid. The monsters then pierce their skin with their tongues, beginning to siphon away their essence, until only the outer layer of skin remains. However, not all monsters are so fortunate. Asmod, unable to locate the core, finds himself encircled by hundreds of creatures. The monsters attempt to strike the hell dragon with their barbed tongues, but the dragon's tough exterior proves impenetrable. Consequently, some monsters begin to regard Asmod as prey. Frustrated, Asmod shouts at the dragon beneath him, urging, "Devour these wretches." The dragon promptly obeys, lunging toward the nearest monster, only to spit it out upon biting down. The crushed creature is devoid of bodily fluids and organs, resembling nothing more than the inorganic muscle tissue found on urban streets. Asmod is taken aback. The monsters created by this core are not organic beings. Chapter 76. The disappearance of Bai Yuekue having fought alongside Prince Astaroth across countless worlds. This marks Asmod's first encounter with such unique inorganic life forms. Although mechanical beings can also be classified as inorganic, these creatures bear little resemblance to any form of machine life. Witnessing the already crushed monsters slowly reconstitute themselves, Asmod furrows his brow and remarks, "These beings seem to counter my abilities. I leave this to you, second brother." De replies, "I find myself equally at a loss. It is best you handle this." Mo chuckles, "No worries, Hell Dragon. Gather them together, and I shall deal with them all at once." The Hell Dragon, evidently more intelligent than the monsters, skillfully corrals them, akin to a player luring enemies in a game, as the creatures mindlessly pursue their prey. At that moment, the monster previously bitten has also begun to restore itself. As the 100 or so monsters congregate, Mo opens his great maw and unleashes a torrent of orange flames, which cling to the monsters like tar, rendering them incapable of escape. In no time, the majority of the creatures are reduced to ashes. As Mo opened his mouth once more, a tangible chill emanated forth, and upon contacting the remaining monsters, they were instantly transformed into ice sculptures. At that moment, the Hell Dragon struck with its foreclaw, shattering the frozen creatures into powder. The fragments, now reduced to mere debris, did not revert to their original forms. Likely due to the cold annihilating their inherent characteristics, or perhaps due to their minuscule size, Wang Yi remained beside the pulsating mass. Undeterred by the old adage that curiosity killed the cat, for another saying suggests that great skill begets great courage, he was not intimidated. Rather, he was intrigued to discover what this entity would yield, which was precisely the intent behind his participation in the Forbidden Land exploration program. Just then, the writhing mass split open, revealing a dry orifice, devoid of the splattering juices one might expect from a cinematic portrayal. From within emerged a grayish-white hand, followed by a woman clad in a nurse's uniform, her features devoid of discernible facial traits. She was unmistakably a woman, as her bosom was notably ample. Wang Yi's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. This was not merely a creature donning a new guise, but one that had seemingly undergone a gender transformation. If one were to disregard her head, one might consider the transformation a remarkable success, yet her visage was utterly grotesque. The head of this nurse split in two, a long tongue extending forth, emitting a cacophony of clucking sounds from her throat. Simultaneously, the 8 other newly birthed monsters echoed the same eerie sounds. While the fate of the tall male creature that Wang Yi had dragged underground remained uncertain. Were these entities zombies? They exhibited a predatory nature akin to that of spiders, liquefying their prey and consuming it as one would sip a beverage. The man within the wardrobe was indeed fortunate. The intellectual capacity of these monsters was questionable, meriting a poor evaluation. Wang Daoshang appeared remarkably composed. Did he not harbor any fear? What was that little girl doing, and why had she deactivated my wife's camera? Surely, it could not be as I feared. The physiques of these monsters were indeed impressive, though it was unfortunate they possessed such heads. One might argue that physique is paramount. I have concluded my thoughts, and you all may continue. Wang Yi stealthily approached the monster, which was lost in a stupor, and in an instant, drew his sword, cleaving it into fragments. Observing the still wriggling pieces, his brow furrowed in concern. These entities lacked blood and internal organs, resembling figures sculpted from white clay. Yet the crucial detail was that the fragments were reassembling. Astonishingly, the remaining half of a head continued to emit clucking sounds, even more pronounced than before. Subsequently, the 8 surrounding monsters joined in this chorus, and mere moments later, a distant response echoed back with the same clucking sounds, sending a shiver down Wang Yi's spine. How many monsters are there? It seems that physical attacks will be ineffective against them. It appears that elemental assaults are the only viable option. However, Wang Yi, in his urgency, quickly employed the Earth Dragon's agility and the Earth River's acceleration to swiftly burrow underground towards the direction of his companions. Fortunately, they had not ventured into the central area. Had they found themselves ensnared by thousands of monsters there, it would have been dire. Li Guotao heard a tremendous clattering sound emanating from the direction Wang Yi had taken and immediately reacted. He hurried to knock on by Yuekui's door, but after a prolonged wait with no response, he forcefully kicked it open, only to find the room empty. A cold sweat dripped down his back as he hastily opened other doors, confirming his fears. There was no one in sight. He suspected that Guan Xiaoxue was in trouble. Such benevolence could be perilous. Li Guotao dashed out of the small dwelling, yet there was no trace of Bai Yuekui or Guan Xiaoxue outside either. He turned to Xing Tian at the entrance and inquired, "Have you seen anyone leave this house?" Xing Tian, fixated on the direction from which the cries had come, replied, "No one has exited. I have been stationed here. However, There was a peculiar disturbance within the house not long ago. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Li Guotao shouted a curse and stowed away the small dwelling along with Xing Tian. Navigating through the urban ruins was exceedingly challenging without transportation, so he set off towards Wang Ye's location. Shortly thereafter, he heard someone calling his name from behind. It was indeed Wang Yi. Li Guotao quickly asked, "What on earth is over there? Have you seen Bai Yuekue and Guan Xiaoxue?" Wang Yi, puzzled, responded, "Weren't they with you?" The two exchanged glances, each sensing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Chapter 77. The triangular-headed swordsman. The roars from afar grew increasingly closer, igniting a sense of excitement in Li Guotao as he brandished the Haotian Tower and the Xianyuan sword. Wang Yi urged, "We must find a place to hide and figure out how to locate Miss Bai and Sister Guan. Those monsters are immune to physical attacks." With a sigh, Li Guotao truly wished to witness the creature capable of producing such roars, but Wang Ye's final comment about physical immunity made him hesitate. He glanced at the Haotian Tower and then at the Taotie tattoo on his left hand, shaking his head in resignation. Perhaps it was best to avoid confrontation. Though he could consume anything, he was no Hannibal. Both were swift in their escape, Li Guotao due to his exceptional physical prowess, and Wang Yi through the use of the chaotic Jin Tuo for self-acceleration. He discovered that while the Jin Tuo could slow others, it could only accelerate himself, and the effect was fleeting, necessitating continual practice. As for the acceleration provided by the turtle fly body, it was wise to use it sparingly, given the toll it took on one's life force. They ran a considerable distance and took refuge in a 4-story building, finally daring to look out towards the distance. A swarm of grotesque creatures erupted from the heart of the city, revealing 3 distinct types upon closer inspection. Among them was the nurse monster previously encountered by Wang Yi, along with a male creature clad in a suit. Most peculiar was a colossal being, towering at 3 meters, wielding a broad-bladed sword. Its head, unlike the others, was not a gaping maw with vacant facial features, but rather an iron triangular visage. Li Guotao was taken aback and quickly remarked to Wang Yi, "I told you this was Silent Hill. Astonishingly, there truly is a triangular head." Wang Yi inquired, "Do you know its weakness?" Li Guotao replied, "I have no idea. It seems to possess no vulnerabilities. If it is like the other monsters you mentioned, physical attacks should prove ineffective." Wang Yi responded, "The absence of weaknesses complicates matters. However, I suspect these creatures are born of malevolent thoughts. When I shattered one, I discovered it lacked flesh and organs, as if sculpted from clay." Li Guotao pondered and suggested, "Perhaps my Haotian Tower can contain them, given its ability to suppress evil spirits." Wang Yi said, "We shall see when the time comes. But for now, let's discuss the disappearance of Miss Bai." Li Guotao recounted, "After you left, I stationed Xing Tian outside while I, Yu Kuei, and Guan Xiaoxue took a moment to rest indoors. I was on the sofa, lost in thought, not playing games since I lacked a console." Wang Yi shot an irritated glare at Li Guotao for his slip. Unfazed, Li Guotao continued, "Suddenly, I heard a tremendous roar in the distance and prepared to alert the two of them. Yet, after knocking on the door for ages without response, I realized they were no longer inside." Xing Tian outside confirmed he had not seen anyone leave, only mentioning a strange energy fluctuation within the room. "I deduced that Guan Xiaoxue must be involved." Wang Yi retorted, "We cannot ascertain that it is Guan Xiaoxue's fault just yet. Our immediate priority is to locate Miss Bai. Where do you think they might be?" Li Guotao shook his head, "I have no idea. If Guan Xiaoxue has transformed into a monster, she would likely be at the epicenter. Nonetheless, she still consumes food, devouring an unusual amount." This truly was perplexing, invoking the most improbable of possibilities. "Do you recall the film called Silent Hill?" Li Guotao asked. Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Li Guotao continued, "It was only when I considered that Guan Xiaoxue might be a monster that I remembered the film's ultimate antagonist is a little girl. All those creatures are birthed from her malevolence, so it is quite possible she resides in the densest concentration of these monsters, which could be the core. We must devise a means to infiltrate and investigate. Look at that tallest building over there. It might very well be the location, as the film often portrays." Wang Yi concurred, "You are correct. Reaching the core and rescuing Miss Bai are both of paramount importance, and they may indeed lie in the same vicinity. Since that is the case, I can utilize the character Jin to guide us beneath the ground, but my energy is limited. If we travel together, our consumption will double. Yet we should be able to reach our destination. However, I will be significantly weakened due to the depletion of my energy." Just as Li Guotao was about to suggest that he would take care of things later, the writhing red muscles began to dissipate, and the sky resumed its bright, sunny disposition, returning the inverted world to a state of safety. Li Guotao remarked, "I wonder when we will enter the inner world again. Let us hasten to our destination. After all, Yu Kuei is human. He should still be in the outer world, and we might find him directly upon our arrival." Wang Yi concurred, "Then let's move quickly. First, I need a bottle of flying milk to replenish myself, as I've just sweated quite a bit." After Li Guotao tossed Wang Yi a bottle of flying milk, he retrieved 2 for himself, and the 2 hurried towards the tallest building in the city center. Chapter 78. Personality split. Xiangxi was indeed fortunate. Once again, he had narrowly escaped a calamity. However, when he opened the wardrobe door to exit, he was met with the sight of a young girl, around 10 years old, clad in an ill-fitting t-shirt, munching on something resembling jerky. Xiangxi was exceedingly hungry and did not pause to ponder why there was a young girl here. He rushed towards her, albeit with a somewhat awkward gait, for it is not easy to run smoothly with a ping-pong ball placed in such a position. The girl, however, was quite unperturbed. Upon seeing Xiangxi approach, she broke into a smile. As Xiangxi's surroundings began to shift into the state of the inner world, he was promptly swallowed by a muscular ground. The girl, still smiling, vanished in the same manner. In the heart of the inverted world, within a towering building, Guan Xiaoxue gazed at the slumbering Bai Yukuei. She had stowed all of Bai Yukuei's equipment into a backpack, which also contained a massive cloak and a watch. Not far from Bai Yukuei was a man bound, none other than Xiangxi. The girl regarded Xiangxi with a look of disgust and revulsion. Suddenly, her red eyes returned to a brown hue as she looked at Bai Yukuei, gently shaking his hand. When he did not respond, she called out several times, yet to no avail. Spotting a man nearby with a slit throat, his face riddled with pockmarks, she was consumed by fear and clung to Bai Yukuei, weeping. However, exhausted from her ordeal, she soon fell asleep. As for Az, he was quite disheartened. He had scoured the area as instructed by Da, yet found no core. Just moments ago, Da had pointed to a distant skyscraper, claiming, "The core has been relocated to that position. I suspect it resides within that building." Mo, feeling equally frustrated, lamented, "All the magical energy I expended earlier was in vain." As nodded in agreement, surveying the chaotic surroundings. Initially, they encountered merely commonplace monsters, but their plight deepened upon confronting the triangular-headed creatures, plunging them into a fierce struggle. Although the bodies of these triangular-headed monsters could be vanquished by elemental attacks like any other creature, the triangular heads themselves proved impervious to all forms of damage, rendering brute force futile. Shortly after Mo dispatched the bodies of the triangular heads with elemental attacks, they would resurrect on the spot, akin to an unwavering belief in spring. Their inability to kill or escape became their greatest torment, while the Hell Dragon boasted formidable defense and attack power. Its sluggish speed and a 5-day summoning cooldown rendered it ineffective. Leaving it behind posed a risk of being slain by the relentless triangular-headed monsters wielding their colossal swords, as even high defenses have their limits. Thus, they were compelled to rely on Mo's relentless efforts to eliminate the triangular head's corporeal forms. By this time, Mo was utterly exhausted, and merely 2 days had elapsed since their arrival. Ultimately, it was Az, the leader, who made the decision, "Let us rest in an open area with fewer houses today. Once Mo has recuperated, we shall proceed to the central skyscraper." The Hell Dragon nodded vigorously, having endured countless strikes from the triangular head's massive blades, causing cracks in several of its scales from the repeated assaults. Li Guotao and Wang Yi finally reached their destination, having encountered no other competitors along the way. Exchanging glances, Wang Yi inquired, "Shall we split up the search?" Li Guotao replied, "This building appears to be at least 100 stories tall and quite expansive. If we do not divide our efforts, we may end up searching for the entire day." Wang Yi chuckled, "I recall from horror films that splitting up invariably leads to danger." Li Guotao responded, "Not to worry, we will commence on the first floor, merely separating to search within the same level. When we finish searching, we'll ascend to the second floor. This way, should anything arise, we can call out and hear one another, allowing for timely assistance." Wang Yi concurred, "Let us do that. How about summoning that alpaca to aid in our search?" Li Guotao clarified, "His name is Xianyuan Daohan, but you may also refer to him as Xingtian. Are you familiar with him?" "He is an ancient deity," Wang Yi remarked. "He does seem somewhat familiar. He's the one whose head was severed by the Xianyuan sword." At that moment, Li Guotao summoned Xingtian. Upon his arrival, Xingtian overheard Wang Yi mentioning his unfortunate past and, intending to spit, directed his action toward Wang Yi instead. Fortunately, Wang Yi reacted swiftly, employing the Kuan character's Earth River technique to intercept Xingtian's attack. Li Guotao hastily admonished, Xingtian, you are forbidden from attacking Taoist Wang, otherwise, you will be punished by being shrunk and made to warm his bed. Xingtian promptly sealed his lips. Wang Yi quickly added, I never expected Xingtian to exhibit such a vile attitude. After all, I once cradled him as a child. Li Guotao interjected, enough of that. Let us focus on finding the others. Xingtian, we will split up shortly to search for the 2 women who are with us. If you sense or encounter the same fluctuations as when they last disappeared, call for us. They must be in this building. Let us search layer by layer. Do you understand? After holding back for a while, Xingtian finally found the opportunity to speak, exclaiming, Understood. No more disparaging that pretty boy. And let us go find that voluptuous beauty, shall we? Li Guotao exchanged glances with Wang and remarked, That's quite vivid. Let us hasten. With that, the 3 commenced their search. Chapter 79. A perfect miss by Yuehui awoke from her slumber. Her groggy mind instantly sharpened upon sighting the corpse in the distance. She roused Guan Xiaoxue, who was sprawled atop her, and inquired, What have you done to me? Where are we? Guan Xiaoxue shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, Please don't be angry with me. I don't know. I can't remember. Bai Yuehui furrowed her brow and began scanning their surroundings. She approached a large backpack to don her belongings and then examined the corpse marred with pockmarks. A pearl, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, caught her eye, though it was obscured by grime and yellow-black filth. After a moment's contemplation, she wrapped the pearl in her cloak from the backpack and stowed it away. Turning to Guan Xiaoxue, she asked, You truly remember nothing? Guan Xiaoxue wiped her tears and nodded. I only recall entering the room with you, and then everything went blank. I woke up to find you here. No matter how I called, you wouldn't awaken. Then, upon seeing the corpse, I cried myself to sleep. Bai Yuehui observed the dried tear stains on her chest and chose to trust Guan Xiaoxue. However, as a brain science expert, she began to harbor suspicions, not about her current companion, but rather a different aspect of Guan Xiaoxue, whom she referred to as the secondary persona. Bai Yuehui stated, We are uncertain of our location, but judging by the direction, they should be to the west. We must proceed swiftly. They may already be searching for us. Perhaps we shall encounter them en route. With that, she cradled Guan Xiaoxue and soared from the window. Meanwhile, Li Guotao and his companions had reached the 56th floor when suddenly, Xingtian shouted, I see them. They are flying above. Li Guotao and Wang hurried over to witness Bai Yuehui and Guan Xiaoxue already soaring into the distance, heading back along the path they had taken. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Li Guotao's mind. He had nearly forgotten he even had a system. Mission issued. Acquire the core of the reverse world. Mission reward. 3 lottery tickets. Li Guotao realized the timing of the mission was undoubtedly linked to the item, and perhaps the core was in Bai Yuehui's possession. Prompting a surge of urgency within him, he hastily hurled a table towards the glass, hoping to catch Bai Yuehui's attention from afar. However, it was evident she had already flown too far to hear him. Wang suddenly struck his forehead and exclaimed, The communicator! We must use the communicator at once. Li Guotao gazed at Wang Yi with an expression of incredulity, saying, If the communicator were functional, I would have utilized it yesterday. Her communicator is in the bedroom, and yours is not even on your person. Wang Yi glanced at Li Guotao's waist, which was equally devoid of any device. Li Guotao hastily replied, I have a space to store it. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. We must hurry after her. It is possible she noticed our absence and may return, and we might encounter her. Xingtian interjected at an inopportune moment. Perhaps when you arrive, she will have gone in another direction, and we will be left in endless pursuit. In unison, Li Guotao and Wang Yi shouted, Silence. Xingtian rolled his eyes and ceased speaking. The trio then began to make their way towards Bai Yuehui. Asmod and the Hell Dragon were resting by a small stream. Fortunately, the stream was fed by underground water, allowing fish to thrive. Otherwise, the catch would scarcely suffice for their hunger, as the Hell Dragon drew energy from the magic core within its chest. De munched on some grass nearby, commenting, This grass has a rather decayed aroma, but it is not entirely unpalatable. Mo also sampled the grass, affirming that it was acceptable in flavor. As for Az, he feasted on fish. Despite having a human head, his teeth were remarkably sharp, allowing him to consume a fish in just a few bites. Why could the three of them eat simultaneously? Because they had now divided into three entities, each standing at a modest height of 166 meters, precisely 5 feet, as resembled a shorter, yet ordinary man, albeit with notably sharp teeth. Mo took on the visage of a bull-headed man, with hands akin to a human's and feet resembling hooves. De lay on the ground, his hands and feet sharpened into claws. Just as Bai Yuekue departed, De paused his grazing, declaring, "I sense the core has shifted, moving in that direction." At this, as inquired, "You don't mean that little figure flying in the sky, do you?" Mo urgently shouted, "Brothers, let us merge and pursue." Thus, Asmod and the others embraced one another, fusing together like clay. They leaped onto the Hell Dragon and gave chase. However, by the time Bai Yuekue reached the location of the previous cabin, nothing remained. Guan Xiaoxue asked, "Could they have left on their own?" Bai Yuekue replied, "I surmise they must be searching for us, likely towards the building we came from. It is truly vexing to have missed them. Let us rest for a while. We shall depart once our armor's energy is somewhat restored." Half an hour later, a resonant thud echoed in the distance. Bai Yuekue activated her armor's long-range vision. Startled by what she beheld, swiftly, she scooped up Guan Xiaoxue and soared towards the central tower. In the sky, the two could clearly see the Hell Dragon. The dragon, along with Asmod upon its back, also spotted the ascending Bai Yuekue, and the Hell Dragon emitted a tremendous bleating sound, prompting Bai Yuekue to accelerate her flight. Chapter 80. Sudden mutation. Upon noticing the monstrous entity pursuing her, Bai Yuekue quickened her pace. The creature's roar was unmistakably directed at her. Guan Xiaoxue, obediently perched on Bai Yuekue's shoulder, remained still, though a faint crimson glimmer flickered within her pupils. Deep within Guan Xiaoxue's mind, another identical version of herself gazed upon an immense tableau, one that mirrored the sights witnessed by the exterior Guan Xiaoxue. This version's eyes shone with a blood-red hue, and her smile appeared eerily sinister. At that moment, Bai Yuekue, utilizing the telescopic feature of her helmet, finally spotted Li Guotao and Wang Yi hastening toward her. The two on the ground had also discerned Bai Yuekue and the resting Guan Xiaoxue in the sky. Bai Yuekue swiftly glanced back at the pursuing monster, her expression shifting to one of intrigue. The creature's speed was alarmingly sluggish, now reduced to a mere speck in the distance. Without delay, she veered downward toward her companions. Upon their reunion, Li Guotao inquired, "Yuekue, what on earth is happening?" Bai Yuekue replied hastily, "We must depart at once. A monster is in pursuit, seemingly a colossal dragon." Wang Yi interjected, "But we are in the outer world, and aren't dragons capable of flight?" Bai Yuekue shot him an exasperated glance, stating, "Let South leave this place first. That dragon cannot fly and is quite slow." The trio began to race toward the direction from which Li Guotao and Wang Yi had arrived. Thus, they found themselves at the towering center of the reverse world. Upon reaching the rooftop, the three barricaded the entrance with debris and relaxed, reassured by Bai Yuekue's assertion that the large dragon could not ascend or damage the building. It was then that Li Guotao seized the opportunity to ask, "Yuekue, please explain what has transpired. Both Wang and I are quite concerned." Bai Yuekue responded, "When I regained consciousness, I was already in this location. The man with the pockmarked face we discarded earlier was hanging by the wall, and Guan Xiaoxue was asleep on my shoulder, likely having cried beforehand, as my clothing was dampened by her tears. However, when I questioned her, she seemed unaware of anything." At this juncture, all three turned their gazes toward Guan Xiaoxue, who was munching on snacks nearby. Bai Yuekue continued, "Based on my experience, she does not appear to be suffering from amnesia. Rather, she seems to have dissociative identity disorder. When one of her alternate personalities controls her body, her current persona lacks recollection of those moments. Perhaps her other persona possesses extraordinary abilities, akin to those of you and Wang Yi, and it is possible that her powers are formidable. The duration of the transitions between her personalities, however, remains unknown." Wang Yi sighed. "This is indeed a challenging predicament. The young girl is rather endearing. If her alternate persona were to turn against us, I would find it difficult to act." Li Guotao interjected, "Let us set that aside for now. Yuekue, have you encountered any peculiar objects or items? They could potentially be the key to our situation." Bai Yuekue's eyes sparkled as she remarked, "Indeed, there is something. It is near the pockmarked face where I discovered a pearl the size of a ping-pong ball. Nestled within that backpack Just as the three turned their gaze, the backpack was already in the hands of Guan Xiaoshui. However, the current Guan Xiaoshui appeared peculiar. Her eyes bloodshot and an eerie smile gracing her face, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. Goodness, she has indeed morphed, Li Guotao exclaimed. Wang Yi interjected, is this the malevolent spirit you spoke of, the one that has possessed Guan Xiaoshui? Bai Yukuei hastily replied, it must be her second personality. Li Guotao quickly interrupted, let us refrain from discussing irrelevant matters. What she holds could very well be the core of the Forbidden Zone, and it is likely the cause of her transformation. Bai Yukuei nodded towards the girl, saying, Xiaoshui, do you remember your sister? Would you kindly hand over the backpack to her? I'll arrange for the kind uncle to treat you to something delicious. Upon hearing Bai Yukuei's words, Guan Xiaoshui made no move, her smile becoming increasingly grotesque. Li Guotao stated, it appears that verbal communication has failed. Wang Daozhong, prepare yourself. I shall proceed in 3 seconds. Wang Yi nodded in agreement. As soon as Wang Yi completed his incantation, Li Guotao dashed forward. Seizing the backpack the moment Guan Xiaoshui was momentarily immobilized by the chaotic golden staff. Returning to his companions, Li Guotao proclaimed, I've secured it. I will soon absorb the core into the Taotie. Perhaps Guan Xiaoshui will revert to her former self. Wang Daozhong, you may cease your efforts. Wang Yi halted his ritual, and though Guan Xiaoshui did not attack them, her smile grew even more sinister. Li Guotao swiftly opened the backpack, discovering nothing but a large, soiled cloak and a watch. Chapter 81. The battle for the core won by Yukuei, perplexed, questioned, the pearl was covered in filth. I couldn't grasp it directly, so I wrapped it in this garment. Where has it vanished? Li Guotao swiftly discarded the cloak down the stairs, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands. At that moment, Guan Xiaoshui erupted into a series of cackles, and with an inhuman stretch of her jaw, the pearl was visibly lodged in her mouth, now astonishingly clean. Bai Yukuei and Wang Yi began to retch. Wang Yi remarked, I can hardly endure this. Bai Yukuei shouted, Xiaoshui, quickly spit it out. That thing is filthy. Guan Xiaoshui merely closed her mouth, then extended her neck, and, astonishingly, swallowed it whole. Li Guotao, enraged, bellowed, Guan Xiaoshui, spit it out this instant. He charged forward, but as he took his first step, the world began to invert. Red muscle tissue enveloped everything, and Guan Xiaoshui was consumed. By the time they fully transitioned to the inner world, she had vanished entirely. Wang Yi observed, it seems that is how Miss Bai disappeared. Guan Xiaoshui's power is indeed formidable. Capable of controlling the world's transformation, it must be the ability bestowed upon her by the core. Bai Yuehui remarked, this is her second personality, not a malevolent spirit. The one currently controlling the body is not Guan Xiaoshui. As for the abilities, I concur with Taoist Wang. They likely stem from the core. Akin to the mountain demon zombies of yore. Li Guotao felt a deep sense of frustration, just as the core was within reach. They were now tasked with seeking the elusive Guan Xiaoshui. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed from below, the sound of ba ba ba. The three turned to gaze out the window, and there they beheld the colossal dragon Bai Yuehui had mentioned, now besieged by an army of grotesque creatures. Clinging to the dragon was a square-shaped monster, notable for its dimensions, standing 15 feet tall and equally wide, with 3 heads perched upon its shoulders. One of the bull-headed entities began to spew fire, incinerating everything it touched to ash. They were horrified to discover that the creature had seized the trench coat Li Guotao had discarded earlier, seemingly intending to wear it. The monster then raised its gaze to the trio, its eyes brimming with fury. Asmodeus indeed had every reason to be enraged. After a long pursuit, he found himself surrounded by a horde of inorganic monstrosities. Fortunately, the triangular-headed beings had yet to appear, otherwise they would be embroiled in an endless battle. Asmodeus looked up at the 3 humans on the top floor, his rage simmering within. He stated, the core is nearby, likely in the possession of that armored woman, though I do not see the other girl. As he spoke, he added, the dragon cannot ascend. You remain behind to eliminate these inorganic creatures, while I and the third shall ascend to capture those 3 humans. Mo replied, go ahead, I shall join you shortly. Once Mo finished speaking, the trio began to split. As the division commenced, Asmodeus began to diminish in height and width, soon transforming into 3 distinct forms. Upon separating, Mo unleashed a torrent of wind blades at the entrance of the skyscraper, clearing a path, while As-Enda sprinted swiftly towards the building. Is this a sign that the Spray God team is doomed? Indeed, I mentioned that the little girl was problematic. It seems her power is formidable enough to instigate a world transformation. Setting aside the girl, that monster with the splits is already a formidable challenge. Not to mention the dragon, an actual dragon. The beast can even divide further. If this continues, we risk facing a million-strong army seizing the planet. Fool. Do you think a multitude of ants would be of any use? Did you not notice how it shrank after splitting? Do you understand the law of conservation of mass? You are the fool. Anyone who has witnessed the spray god dine would never utter such words. My goodness, so many triangular heads, an overwhelming number. The spray god and his team are finished. Observing the creature divide into three, with two ascending the staircase, Li Guitao remarked, "This monster, as Yuehui indicated, is pursuing her in the outer world. It should not be a product of the forbidden land, right?" Bai Yuehui responded, "It likely is not. Did not the Queen Mother of the West mention that the demonic legions of hell would emerge to disrupt the core? Perhaps he belongs to the Legion of Hell. Given his relentless pursuit of me, the likelihood seems quite high." Li Guitao found it somewhat amusing that one could encounter members of the Legion of Hell anywhere, and it appeared his attributes might soon elevate from 72 out of 2. He then remarked, "I will handle the two approaching us. You two should devise a way to locate the core." Chapter 82. The battle for the core. Tu Wang glanced at the chaotic melee on the ground floor and said, "There are many triangular-headed beings below. Look over there at the rooftop of the 4th floor. Xiaoxue is there." Bai Yuekue replied, "Guitao, I leave this to you. I will take Daoist Wang over there to rescue Xiaoxue." Wang responded, "Then I must rely on you, Miss Bai. Where should I grab?" Bai Yuekue, observing her sleek armor, realized that Wang could not hold her like he would Xiaoxue, so she said, "Once I ascend, you can grasp my ankles." Thus, the two ascended in an unusual manner towards the distant rooftop where Gu Xiaoxue awaited. Meanwhile, Li Guitao summoned Xingtian and addressed the cunning creature within the Haotian Tower, saying, "You can emerge now. Our adversaries are likely members of the Legion of Hell." Li Guitao then summoned the cunning creature, which, despite its diminutive size akin to that of a puppy, appeared without any semblance of intimidation. Xingtian glanced at it and remarked, "Long time no see." The cunning creature retorted, "I am not familiar with you. You have lost your head, yet still look askance at others. It's high time for a change." Xingtian, vexed, spat and shattered the window beside the cunning creature. The creature roared, "Do you wish to fight?" Li Guitao quickly interjected, "Xingtian, refrain from antagonizing the cunning creature. We are all allies. Cunning, Xingtian is my summoned beast. Let us not have internal strife as the enemy approaches." The cunning creature squinted and chuckled, "Summoned beasts are fine. I will not stoop to his level." This remark only further incensed Xingtian, causing him to tremble with frustration, yet he could not defy Li Guitao's command. At that moment, Azanda had already smashed through the debris obstructing their path and ascended to the top floor. Xingtian, lacking an outlet for his agitation, intended to attack the approaching monsters. However, Li Guitao restrained him, suddenly recalling the name of the creature. This was Asmodeus. Dealing with him would be troublesome. A strategy must be devised. Upon their arrival, Azanda noticed that only one of the three previously present remained, and the most crucial woman was missing. However, they were now confronted by a headless man and a dog. Az inquired, "Where is that woman?" "I merely require the core, an object unique to those forbidden lands. If you surrender it willingly, I may spare your lives." Li Guitao responded, "If I am not mistaken, you must be called Asmodeus, am I correct?" Both Az and Do were taken aback, and Az asked, "How do you know our names?" Li Guitao replied, "That is of no concern to you. I also know how to kill you, but I believe there may be a simpler method. Would you like to try?" Do warned, "Human, boasting can lead to a most dreadful demise." Li Guitao declared, "Is it not simply a matter of killing all three of you at once? If merely slaying one cannot entirely extinguish your existence, the departed will resurrect from the remnants of the corporeal form. The most troublesome aspect is that simultaneously eliminating all three of you will, due to the influence of the demon temple, allow for your rebirth." ASD chuckled with pride, "Human, I admire your erudition. Since you are aware of our trio's capabilities, surrender the core, and I shall let you live." Li Guitao responded with a wry smile. "What a pity. We possess no core. It lies over there." He gestured towards a little girl not far away. ASD's gaze fell upon her, his fury igniting within. "How dare you deceive me?" At that moment, he utilized his ability, time manipulation, akin to Wang Ye's chaotic golden cudgel. However, he could only control the flow of his own time, albeit briefly, Even so, it sufficed to eliminate any adversary. In an instant, it dashed before Xing Tian, whom he deemed the greatest threat among the trio. With his razor-sharp claws, he relentlessly slashed at Xing Tian. By the time to return to ASD's side, Xing Tian had been reduced to mere fragments, the Xianyuan sword clattering to the ground. Li Guotao felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. Had he directed his assault at him, he would have perished. Although Li Guotao was aware of ASD's overall prowess, he had overlooked the unique abilities of each individual after their division. At that moment, Li Guotao's gaze towards ASD shifted. Who could fathom what this creature, resembling a human yet bearing sharp fangs, was capable of? Just then, Xing Tian emerged from the hilt of the Xianyuan sword, spitting a glob of phlegm aimed squarely at ASD. With a swift flick of his wrist, ASD brandished a spear, deflecting the projectile with ease. "I shall handle this swift-headed goat," he declared to Li Guotao. Xing Tian retorted, "I will confront the one wielding the spear. While I too wish to eliminate the goat, he seems swifter than I." Li Guotao replied, "Very well, I shall wait for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. I will test my theory to see if I can prevent their rebirth. If that proves futile, I shall endeavor to annihilate all three simultaneously, sending them back to the demon temple." The battle was on the verge of erupting, as Bai Yuekue had already led Wang Yi to Guanxiaoxue. Chapter 83. The emergence of evil spirits. When Bai Yuekue and Wang Yi approached Guanxiaoxue, she had reverted to her adorable form with brown eyes. Upon seeing them, she rushed towards Bai Yuekue in tears, exclaiming, "Sister, I am so frightened. There are monsters all around." Wang Yi stopped a teammate who attempted to embrace Guanxiaoxue, saying, "Xiaoxue, do you recall what transpired moments ago? How did you come to be on this rooftop?" Guanxiaoxue shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Wang Yi remarked, "Though I still do not sense any malevolence within her, something feels amiss." Bai Yuekue asserted, "I am clad in armor. It should be manageable. Since she is currently in her primary personality state, I wish to test my method. You shall immobilize her, and I will take the lead." Wang Yi nodded in understanding. Bai Yuehui consoled Guanxiaoxue with soothing words, her hand already reaching towards her lower back, where her armor had split open to reveal the pouch within. As Bai Yuehui approached Guanxiaoxue, Wang Yi utilized a chaotic golden rod to immobilize her. Hastily, Bai Yuehui injected a tranquilizer into Guanxiaoxue, and upon seeing her gaze grow hazy, she pried open Guanxiaoxue's mouth. The memory metal on her shoulder extended, entering Guanxiaoxue's abdomen through her mouth with the intent of extracting the pearl. Initially, Bai Yuehui anticipated some complications, considering the multitude of unforeseen events that day. However, the extraction of the pearl proceeded smoothly. The mechanical arm tossed the pearl to Wang Yi, who caught it effortlessly. Recalling the pearl's tumultuous journey, he quickly retrieved a handkerchief to wrap it before stowing it away in his pocket. At that moment, Guanxiaoxue, now bereft of the pearl, began to tremble, black gas erupting from her mouth, each wisp taking the form of different human faces. Wang Yi remarked, "I told you it wasn't a case of dual personalities. Rather, it is the essence of evil entering her body. The souls of the deceased in this city must be trapped within her, birthing a monstrosity." Thus, it became evident that the pearl was indeed the core, as the creature within her had a peculiar connection to it. Bai Yuehui anxiously inquired, "What can we do now?" "Look at her. She is continuously spewing black smoke, which you mentioned are the souls." Wang Yi responded, "Let me try something." He then invoked a long-studied technique. The divination of the wind after strange gates is divided into yin and yang hexagrams. Yin comprises the Kun, Sun, Li, and Dui hexagrams, while yang includes the Qian, Zhen, Can, and Zhen hexagrams. To combat malevolent spirits, one naturally employs yang hexagrams. Wang Yi synthesized the yang hexagrams into a unique technique he named ghost-slaying art, utilizing the powers of Qian, Zhen, Can, and Zhen to counteract the essence of evil. Positioning himself as the focal point, everything around him began to shift according to his will. Once the four directions of Qian, Zhen, Can, and Zhen converged, he directed a warm stream of energy into Guanxiaoxue's body. Her tremors intensified as black smoke continued to pour from her mouth. When the black smoke finally subsided, it coalesced in the air, revealing a pair of enormous red eyes amidst the swirling darkness. Wang Yi declared, "The evil spirit has been forced out. You must protect Xiaoxue and prevent the malevolence from re-entering her body. I shall confront it." Bai Yuehui positioned Guanxiaoxue behind her, her armor morphing to encase and secure her. Yet, Bai Yuehui did not retreat, for the area was swarming with monsters clad in suits and nurse uniforms, many sporting triangular heads, relentlessly advancing toward them. She could not abandon her companions to flee alone. Wang Yi instructed, "You should check on Li Guotao first. Your technological weaponry will have no effect on him." Bai Yuehui gritted her teeth and replied, "Be careful. We'll join you as soon as we handle our end." Upon concluding her words, she soared toward Li Guotao, unaware that below, the triangular-headed creatures began seizing other female nurses and suited men to hurl at her. Bai Yuehui evaded their attacks, her flight speed significantly diminished. Meanwhile, Wang Yi faced a barrage of monstrous foes. He unsheathed his ancient sword, imbuing it with the thunderous might of the character Zhan, and struck at the nurse-like monsters with exceptional efficacy, reducing them to mere dust. He relentlessly cleared the oncoming creatures. Yet his peripheral gaze remained fixated on the dark mist above, which steadily coalesced, gradually taking on a humanoid form strikingly reminiscent of Guan Xiaoxue. The battle on Li Guotao's front was equally intense. Xingtian, naturally formidable in martial prowess and impervious to physical attacks, found his match in As Long's spear, which proved equally formidable, leading to a fierce stalemate. Their exchanges were grand and sweeping, leaving Li Guotao with little opportunity for a stealthy strike. As Xingtian and as engaged in a fierce back and forth, Zhao dominated his own confrontation. They continuously accelerated his speed, yet Zhao's inherent swiftness surpassed him. The skirmish unfolded at such velocity that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Li Guotao was at a loss, until a resounding crash reverberated as the goat-headed creature was flung against the wall, its sharp claws shattered and blood spilling from its mouth, its chest cavity visibly caved in. Teetering on the brink of death, hurriedly, Li Guotao rushed to the creature, biting down on its arm, while using his left hand, infused with the essence of Taotie, to strike at its abdomen. Uncertain whether it was he or Taotie that was consuming the creature, he soon received his answer. The previously still tattoos animated with the glow of Taotie's eyes, as the goat-headed being transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished into Taotie's maw, leaving not even a trace behind. As, engaged in conflict with Xingtian, cried out in distress, "What have you done to our third?" Xingtian seized the opportunity, delivering a series of strikes that reduced as to mere remnants. Li Guotao, quick to act, mirrored his previous actions and sent as into Taotie's mouth, pondering whether his method would yield success. Looking below, he saw the Minotaur besieged by countless monsters, now kneeling atop the infernal dragon, which was valiantly battling the relentless tide of foes. Without the Minotaur's offensive support, the situation appeared increasingly dire. Li Guotao inquired, "Zhao, I see you possess remarkable speed. Is there a way for me to descend and consume that Minotaur? I am merely one away from success." Zhao replied, "It is possible, but I intend to use that dragon as a plaything. Once you have secured it within the Haotian Tower, I wish to train it, as such creatures are pivotal to the Hell Legion's might." Li Guotao protested, "But I cannot fly. How am I to descend?" Zhao retorted, "You can ride me. No, better yet, sit upon my back." With that, Zhao transformed into a steed of considerable size. Li Guotao mounted, gripping Zhao's horns tightly, and commanded, "Let us go onward." Zhao cast a sidelong glance at Li Guotao and, astonishingly, began to run downwards as if treading upon the very air, reminiscent of the ethereal movements atop Ling Mountain. At that moment, the triangular-headed throwers, including the nurses and the suited man, also lent their assistance. However, Zhao's speed was remarkable, rendering the incoming monstrous projectiles inconsequential. In no time, Zhao reached the back of the Hell Dragon, where the Minotaur remained crouched on the ground. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted a man astride the back of a colossal hound with long horns, who immediately opened his mouth to unleash an elemental attack. Yet, Zhao's speed was swifter. He pierced his adversary with the horn, hoisting him aloft. Li Guotao hastily directed the Taotie towards the Minotaur, completing the absorption in an instant. He chuckled at last. The three brothers are reunited, truly an act of immense virtue. Zhao urged, "Quickly, contain this dragon. The number of monstrous projectiles is increasing." Li Guotao acknowledged the concern and retrieved the Haotian Tower, casting it towards the beleaguered Hell Dragon below. The dragon was in despair. Its master had perished, not merely returning to the Demon God Hall, but experiencing true death, as the pact with Asmodeus had been severed. Now, it found itself encircled by countless undead creatures. with the enemy responsible for its master's demise perched upon its back. Although it yearned for vengeance, it was powerless to act. At that moment, an adversary above hurled a black rod, which emanated a tremendous pulling force from its thicker base. The Hell Dragon felt the two riders upon its back begin to grow larger, and the rod also expanded. It soon realized that it was not the riders who were enlarging, but rather itself diminishing, until it was fully absorbed into the Haotian Tower. At that juncture, the dragon remained unaware of the trials that awaited it. Perhaps its recent death had been the better choice. Li Guotao soared upwards upon Jiao, fortuitously encountering Bai Yuekue, who bore a noticeable bulge upon her back. Li Guotao promptly inquired, "Are you injured? Why does your back appear swollen? Could it be? No, that cannot be right." Bai Yuekue, exasperated, replied, "The bulge is Xiaoxue. I secured her with my armor. Do not gawk, my chest is still in front." Upon reaching the rooftop, Bai Yuekue gently placed Guan Xiaoxue on the ground and stated, "Wang Daolong and I have extracted the malevolent entity from within her. That pearl should be the core, which we have now removed and is currently with Wang Daolong. Is your task complete?" Li Guotao responded, "Yes, the Asmodeus and his dragon have been dealt with." "Are you certain Guan Xiaoxue is unharmed?" Bai Yuekue affirmed, "Absolutely. Look over there at the cloud of black smoke above Bai Daolong. That should be the manifestation created by the core, likely the final boss of this forbidden area." Chapter 85. The Gathering of Triangular Heads. Wang Yi continued to slay the monsters hurled his way. The ground accumulating a thick layer of powder formed from the creatures felled by his ancient sword. The malevolent spirits in the air grew increasingly tangible. At last, the evil entity coalesced into the likeness of Guan Xiaoxue, though her eyes glowed a haunting red devoid of whites. The malevolent spirit spoke in a voice that straddled the line between masculine and feminine. "You wretches, how dare you take my vessel? My treasure still resides within you. Return it to me at once." Wang Yi, while striking at the creature, replied, "Demon, I advise you to dissipate swiftly. You are already dead, and yet you still torment an innocent girl." The demon let out a hearty laugh. "In that case, how about I make you my vessel instead?" With that, the demon lunged towards Wang Yi. In an instant, Wang Yi unleashed his chaotic golden staff and the tortoise fly body technique, anticipating the demon's advance. With a dual acceleration, his speed far surpassed that of his opponent. He swiftly moved to the side of the demon, forming hand seals. The wind behind the mysterious gates began to whirl, as his left hand conjured the thunder of the Jin character, while his right hand executed the Taiji shockwave palm of the Dui character, aimed directly at the demon. The demon had no time to react before Wang Yi's attack struck true, causing its corporeal form to begin to dissolve into nothingness. Wounded, the demon hastily descended. As it passed through the ranks of suited men and nurse-like figures, its body gradually began to mend. However, those it traversed lay motionless upon the ground. Wang Yi murmured, "This demon relies on the creatures it has summoned to restore itself. There must be at least several thousand down below. If this continues, my energy will surely be depleted first." At that moment, Li Guotao and Bai Yuekue arrived. Li Guotao summoned Xing Tian and Jiao, instructing Xing Tian, "Handle the flying creatures. You should be able to bring them down from the air." Xing Tian remained silent, yet his spittle flew forth like a machine gun, accurately intercepting the suited men and nurse-like figures midair. Li Guotao inquired of Wang Yi, "How formidable is that creature?" Wang Yi replied, "I can inflict damage upon it, but it can recover by absorbing those monsters below. Just look at the sheer number, at least several thousand. This is quite troublesome." At this juncture, Jiao interjected, "To deal with it, we must employ the Haotian Tower. It can suppress it effectively, especially against evil spirits." Without delay, Li Guotao hurled the Haotian Tower towards the demon's head. The demon, not lacking in cunning, seized a nurse-like creature from the ground and flung it upwards. The Haotian Tower, undeterred, absorbed the flying creature and promptly returned to Li Guotao's hand. His forehead creased with veins. He thought, this creature used a decoy to attack. How are we to counter this? Just then, the door to the rooftop was kicked open. Emerging from beyond was a figure bearing a massive blade, a triangular-headed creature, not one, nor a mere group, but an unending stream of them. As their numbers grew, they occupied half of the rooftop area without initiating an attack. Meanwhile, the demon had soared above the triangular-headed beings. Li Guotao ceased to hurl the Haotian Tower at the demon. Bai Yuekue queried, "I wonder how difficult it is to contend with these monsters." Li Guotao responded, "They should be quite challenging." Wang Yi asserted, capture the leader first. I will hold these creatures at bay while you devise a plan to deal with the demon. Bai Yuekue declared, my attacks may not be effective against the malevolent entity, so I shall remain here to assist you in confronting the triangular head. Li Guotao added, Xingtian, you are impervious to physical attacks. Lend your strength to them. Let me ride on Jiao for a moment as we tackle that evil spirit. Xingtian promptly replied, hold on, I need to recharge first. Li Guotao extended his left hand, and Xingtian placed the hilt of his weapon into the gaping maw of the Taotie. This time, the charging took a bit longer. Xingtian's height surged to 3 meters, likely a result of Li Guotao absorbing the power of Asmodeus. Xingtian enlarged the Xianyuan sword, which had now transformed into a colossal blade measuring 5 meters in length and 2 meters in width, no longer spewing forth saliva. As it was of little use against the massive triangular head, Xingtian brandished the Xianyuan sword and charged into the fray, engaging in fierce combat. Although the triangular head was formidable in size, with high attack and defense capabilities, its agility was lacking, rendering it incapable of inflicting harm upon Xingtian, who managed to carve out a significant chunk from it. Bai Yuekue unleashed a barrage of missiles from her arsenal, resulting in a significant explosion that eradicated a considerable number of triangular heads. At that moment, the ground was littered with numerous triangular helmets. Just as everyone was filled with joy, those helmets began to levitate, and soon after, a fully intact triangular head monster resurrected, brandishing its massive sword to assault the group. Meanwhile, Li Guotao rode Jiao in pursuit of the malevolent spirit, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Guanxiaoxue. Due to its non-corporeal nature, it flew with great speed, making it difficult for Jiao to catch up. Chapter 86. Suppressing the malevolent spirit. The resurrection of the triangular head monsters trapped Xingtian amidst a horde of creatures. Bai Yuekue, with Guanxiaoxue behind her, could only maneuver and attack from a distance. She shouted, attempt to strike their helmets. Otherwise, even if we damage their bodies, they will simply regenerate endlessly. Why had Bai Yuekue and Xingtian been engaged in combat for so long, while Wang had yet to intervene? It was because Wang was calculating the weakness of the triangular heads. Although Li Guotao claimed ignorance of their vulnerabilities, every entity possesses a weakness. Wang finally opened his eyes, having discovered the answer. He combined the merits of the Sun character's sandalwood technique with the thunderous force of the Jin character, harnessing the power of lightning upon the sandalwood to exploit the triangular head monster's sluggish movements. In an instant, hundreds of sharp sandalwood stakes pierced through the gaps in the triangular head monster's helmet, and the force of thunder began to act within the helmet. The flesh of the triangular head monster disintegrated instantly. However, the sandalwood stakes remained lodged within the helmet, with the lightning power continuing to surge chaotically inside, thus preventing its resurrection. Bai Yuekue remarked, excellent strategy. Let us see how we can assist Guotao in dealing with that malevolent spirit. Wang shook himself and steadied his stance, saying, I feel a bit drained. The consumption of qi has been substantial. I need to recover. You go help him. After all, you can fly. Xingtian, could you assist me in clearing the monsters that have been thrown my way? Observing Xingtian moving to protect Wang, Bai Yuekue felt reassured and took flight to aid Li Guotao. Xingtian scratched his head and remarked, look at you, finally displaying a semblance of courtesy this time. Allow me to safeguard your well-being. Wang, feeling helpless, offered a faint smile and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. He had overexerted himself with his skills, depleting the vital energy within him. If he did not recover swiftly, he would find himself unable to flee when the time came. Li Guotao was plagued by frustration. It was not that his speed was lacking, but rather that the malevolent entity before him moved with astonishing swiftness, often transcending physical barriers and traversing various structures, rendering him and his companion utterly powerless. At that moment, Bai Yuekue arrived, inquiring, have you not yet caught up with it? Any clever strategies? Li Guotao replied, there is no feasible plan. It lacks a physical form and can pass through walls, making it impossible to corner. If only we could force it to pause for just a few seconds. After contemplating for a moment, Bai Yuekue suggested, I believe I have an idea. When I signal, you must act. The malevolent entity, noticing the absence of pursuers, halted and erupted into mocking laughter, declaring, you shall all perish. You have offended me. Even if you return my vessel and core, I shall ensure you become a part of me. Li Guotao retorted, who wishes to become a part of you? Soon, you shall learn the extent of my prowess. The entity, unfazed, responded, my energy is limitless. As long as I dwell in this inner world, I possess an inexhaustible army and infinite time. You cannot escape. I shall not dissolve this realm, and you shall never return to the outside world, ultimately becoming a part of me. Bai Yuekue retrieved 2 iron balls from her pouch, the electromagnetic interference lasso, and set them to activate in 1 second. Once prepared, she informed Li Guotao, I am ready. Pursue it for 2 minutes before I take action. Li Guotao nodded, and with a burst of speed, he surged forward. The malevolent entity, noticing its pursuers closing in, hurriedly passed through a building, emerging from the other side, only to find Bai Yuekue waiting. She launched a rocket at it, startling the entity, which soon realized the attack had no effect. It then mimicked Guan Xiaoshua's voice, saying, Big sister, how could you treat me this way? What if I get hurt? Bai Yuekue felt the presence of the girl behind her, her veins bulging in response, yet she refrained from acting impulsively, continuing to collaborate with Li Guotao to corner the malevolent entity. Sensing that Bai Yuekue posed no threat, the entity grew increasingly reckless. This was precisely the moment Bai Yuekue had been anticipating. In an instant when there were no structures for the entity to hide, she hurled the electromagnetic interference lasso, creating a parabolic trajectory from 2 directions to seal off its escape route. The entity was not overly concerned, as prior attacks had proven ineffective. However, as the 2 iron balls approached, they split in half, connected by a rope, and in their rotation, ensnared the entity. It had never anticipated that any tangible object could bind it. At that moment, Li Guotao had already launched the Haotian Tower, having called out the signal as Bai Yuekue through the electromagnetic interference lasso. At this moment, the malevolent entity was ensnared by the interference of the lasso, rendering it immobile. Although the duration was brief, it sufficed for the Haotian Tower to ascend above it, whereupon an immense force of attraction was felt. The entity attempted to plead for mercy using Guan Xiaoshua's voice, yet the 2 showed no compassion, and thus it was subdued within the confines of the Haotian Tower. They hurried back to the top floor, where Xingtian and Wang Yi were engaged in combat with the creatures that had been thrown up. Li Guotao called out, Hand me the core, I shall bring this to an end. Chapter 87. Devouring the heavens. Upon seeing Li Guotao and his companions arrive, Wang Yi inquired, What has become of the malevolent entity? Li Guotao replied, It has been confined within the Haotian Tower. Now, give me the core, I shall conclude this inverted world. Wang Yi retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and tossed it to Li Guotao. The latter accepted the pearl, feeling a twinge of trepidation, yet swiftly placed it into the gaping maw of the Taotie. The pearl successfully entered the creature's belly, and Li Guotao discovered that as long as the core was within the Taotie's stomach, the ability to create the Forbidden Realm would be nullified. He had previously consulted the Queen Mother of the West, who had informed him that she would have a means to extract the core from the Taotie's belly when the time came. As the core entered the Taotie's body, the inverted world began to collapse. All the red flesh and blood disintegrated into dust, and the ashes in the air dissipated. The 2 suns in the sky shone down with an extraordinary warmth. The monsters that pervaded the city vanished, and the Forbidden Realm returned to the reality, destined to forever remain within the surface world. Li Guotao's mind resonated with the message, Mission accomplished, acquire the core of the inverted world. Mission reward, 3 lottery tickets. Would the host like to draw now? Li Guotao responded, I will draw later, there is no rush. Meanwhile, Wang Yi muttered to himself in a corner, leading everyone to believe he was praying for the souls of the 50,000. However, the truth was far from it. Wang Yi felt utterly dejected. Having shattered his game console of the Calabash Brothers after days of downloading it during the recent battle, he now struggled to articulate his thoughts. Bai Yuekue remarked, We have a few days until the program concludes. Shall we wait? Li Guotao replied, This is unavoidable. It is not merely about the small sum of money. But if we leave now, we will lose the opportunity for consecutive participation. I am curious about the plans for the little girl behind you. Bai Yuekue responded, What else can we do? We will send her to a welfare center once we exit. I am not in need of money. I will donate some to the welfare center, and she should fare well, especially since I contribute to local charities annually. Li Guotao nodded. Then let us take some time to relax. While we cannot indulge in barbecues, there are still many delightful items in my space. Bai Yuekue suggested, Let us first set up the small cabin. I will clean Xiaoxua and take a bath myself, as I am soaked through. Wang Yi continued his murmurs, and Li Guotao disregarded him, addressing Xingtian, Thank you for your efforts today. Will you remain outside or return to the Xianyuan sword? Xingtian was somewhat taken aback by Li Guotao's demeanor, and thus remarked, "I shall take a stroll outside and keep a watch for you." Li Guotao then inquired of Jiao, "What are your intentions?" Jiao, filled with impatience, replied, "The hell dragon is within and on the second floor of the Haotian Tower. There lies an evil creature. Both promise me endless amusement." Li Guotao questioned, "Do you intend to torment the hell dragon or to experiment with those grotesque synthetic creatures of yours?" Jiao, realizing that Li Guotao had discerned his intentions, hastily responded, "The synthetic beings are the finest. Hurry and send me in. Once I have crafted formidable entities, you shall reap the benefits." Li Guotao promptly replied, "You have my gratitude for your efforts. I shall send you in right away." With that, he utilized the Haotian Tower to transport Jiao back to the vicinity of the dragon, indifferent to how Jiao would transform it. With arrangements in place, Li Guotao prepared for the most exhilarating lottery draw. Originally intending to conduct the draw indoors, he was thwarted when Bai Yuekue locked the door to take a bath. Thus, he retrieved a sun lounger and parasol set from the alchemy cauldron, reclined, and addressed the system. Commenced the reward draw. As the draw commenced, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have drawn the divine beast, alpaca. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the divine beast, Pishio. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the divine weapon, Daxiao Longke, without blade soul." Upon hearing the first draw, Li Guotao fell into a daze, though he found solace in the subsequent 2 rewards. At that moment, an adorably clumsy alpaca appeared before him. Resembling one from a zoo, its head reminiscent of Elvis Presley's iconic hairstyle. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of pain in the tattoo on his left forearm. And a beast, resembling a fusion of a tiger and leopard yet with the head and tail of a dragon, emerged, its shoulders adorned with wings that could not unfurl, crowned with a single horn. Consequently, the tattoo on his forearm morphed into a hybrid of the Taotie and Pishio. Li Guotao felt disheartened. The Taotie was famed for its insatiable appetite, while the Pishio was reputed to consume without excretion. Observing the tattoo, he resolved to name it Swallowing Heaven. At that moment, Swallowing Heaven transmitted a message, "I require another divine beast to awaken." Li Guotao was elated, eagerly attempting to communicate with Swallowing Heaven, yet the entity fell back into slumber. It appeared that another divine beast was indeed necessary, though Li Guotao felt a profound skepticism when he glanced at the alpaca. Chapter 88. The Blade of Heaven's Severance. The alpaca remained motionless beside him, its flowing Elvis-like hairstyle quite fashionable, and its gaze imbued with wisdom. This was, after all, Li Guotao's first true summoned creature, though it appeared rather feeble. He called Xing Tian over, retracted the Xianyuan blade into his forearm, and began to examine his final reward. The Daxiao Longke was now etched on the inner side of his right shoulder, perfectly aligning with the Haotian Tower and Xianyuan blade on his forearm. The Daxiao Longke was indeed renowned. The blade measured 3 feet and 9 inches, its spine engraved with ancient weaponry. So it is said, Wu and Chu es Zhanlu, Daxiao Longke. Both renowned in the capital. Li Guotao skillfully grasped the newly acquired weapon, feeling its considerable weight of at least 80 jin. Had it not been for his exceptional physical prowess, he might have struggled to maintain his grip. Regrettably, it lacked a weapon soul. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If the devouring beasts, such as the Tintan, Taotie, and Pishu, could be combined, could the Daxiao dragon sparrow and the Xianyuan sword not also merge, thus creating a weapon soul? Without hesitation, he inquired of the system, is it possible to fuse the Daxiao dragon sparrow with the Xianyuan sword? The system responded, indeed. The Xianyuan sword possesses a weapon soul, whereas the Daxiao dragon sparrow does not. Both weapons once harbored weapon souls, and when only one weapon soul is present, a multi-threaded binding fusion can occur, allowing a single weapon soul to control both divine artifacts. The drawback is that these 2 artifacts cannot be separated. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Considering this, Li Guotao decided to go ahead with the fusion, as the Xianyuan sword's resemblance to a kitchen knife was rather unappealing. The system announced, fusion commencing. Upon completion, both the shape and name of the sword will transform, allowing it to be wielded as a single entity or separated for individual use. He observed as the tattoo on his arm began to shift. The Daxiao dragon sparrow on his upper arm glided down to merge with the Xianyuan sword on his forearm. The resulting weapon bore a striking resemblance to a legendary dragon-slaying sword. Upon retrieving the newly fused weapon, Li Guotao noted its weight had increased to at least 100 jin. Adorned with engravings of the sun, moon, and stars, the hilt bore the words Zhantian. At that moment, The visage of Xingtian appeared upon the blade, inquiring, "Master, why do I feel significantly stronger, as though my very form has altered?" Li Guotao positioned the hilt of the Zhantian sword against the mouth of the Dintan for a recharge and instructed Xingtian, "Step out and observe the changes." Xingtian adeptly emerged from the hilt, now towering at 4 meters, resembling a small giant, with the Zhantian sword growing in size to match his stature. Li Guotao queried, "How does it feel? The system mentioned that the Zhantian sword could be divided. Would you care to try?" Xingtian raised the Zhantian sword, gripping it with both hands, and to Li Guotao's astonishment, pulled it apart, revealing 2 blades. In his left hand, the Xianyuan sword, and in his right, the Daxia dragon sparrow. Remarkably, their appearances remained unchanged. Filled with excitement, Li Guotao asked, "Aren't you supposed to be bound to the sword? Now that there are 2, can one be released for my use?" Xingtian replied, "Certainly, I only require 1 as my attachment." With that, he tossed the Xianyuan sword to Li Guotao. Li Guotao wielded the Xianyuan sword and pondered whether it could grow larger. To his delight, it indeed expanded in size. Xingtian remarked, "The weapon soul and the divine artifact share a mental connection. As your summoned weapon soul, I naturally resonate with your thoughts." Li Guotao, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, "Who the hell wants to share a mental connection with you?" After experimenting with the miraculous artifact that allowed for size alteration, Li Guotao returned the celestial beast, Xingtian, to its resting place. He then contemplated the placement of the alpaca. It wouldn't do to carry it around. Reflecting on this, Li Guotao inquired of the cunning creature tormenting the hell dragon within the Haotian tower. The creature assured him that it would look after the alpaca without issue. Thus, Li Guotao prepared to entrust the alpaca to the Haotian tower, only for an unexpected occurrence to unfold. The tower proved ineffective against the alpaca. At that moment, the alpaca spoke in a deep voice akin to that of a middle-aged man. It said, "Little one, you dare to use the Haotian tower to contain me? Are you not aware of my true nature?" Li Guotao was taken aback and quickly shook his head. The alpaca continued, "The Haotian tower is only capable of suppressing malevolent beings, while I am a revered ancient divine beast. How could I possibly be confined within?" Li Guotao questioned. "But the Mount of the West Queen Mother, the cunning creature, was able to be contained. Is it not a divine beast?" The alpaca replied, "Are you referring to that little dog? It is a synthetic creature, not a true divine beast." At last, Li Guotao understood why the cunning creature was so obsessed with creating synthetic monsters. It was, in fact, a synthetic being itself. Chapter 89. A shocking conspiracy. Intrigued by the alpaca's remarkable nature, Li Guotao asked, "If you are indeed a divine beast, what do you do when it is inconvenient to carry you around?" The alpaca replied, "That is quite simple. I can become invisible." Upon finishing its sentence, it flicked its mane and vanished. Li Guotao reached out in that direction, only to find nothing at all. Then, from the air, the alpaca's voice resonated. "My invisibility is not merely about vanishing. My entire being enters the void world, rendering you unable to touch my physical form. Furthermore, I can traverse the void to any location in existence." Li Guotao exclaimed with delight, "Could this ability extend to others?" The alpaca responded, "Not at this time." "Are you not aware of the limitations inherent in your own possessions?" Li Guotao queried, "Are you suggesting that the items I draw from the lottery are flawed?" The alpaca affirmed, "Precisely. I am a manifestation of human thought, not a genuinely existing divine beast. My shortcomings lie in the fact that my skills lack lethality and serve only to provoke." Li Guotao reassured, "That is acceptable, as long as you can protect yourself. You may remain in the void. When I call for you, you can emerge." The alpaca agreed, "No problem. I will lock my coordinates onto you. When you summon me, I shall appear." Li Guotao felt a warmth on his back as his mark imprinted itself upon his neck. After finalizing everything, Li Guotao reclined back onto his sun lounger and began to examine his attributes. Record of ancient treasures. Host activation. Li Guotao age 20 possesses legendary creature, Gourmand Taotie. Length 80. Attributes. Strength 150. Average male 6. Maximum 20. Speed 150. Average male 6. Maximum 20. Stamina 165. Average male 6. Maximum 20. Skills 24 styles of security fist. 8 extremes fist. 18 hands of the black dragon. Tai Chi. Left-right dual combat technique. Special abilities. Progenitor of gluttony Taotie. Gluttonous Pitio. Bloodline of the flood dragon. Enhanced toxicity. Summoned beast, alpaca. Weapon, heaven-slaying blade. Weapon soul Xingtian, can separate into Xianyuan sword and Daxia dragon sparrow. Magical artifacts. Remnants of the demon refining pot. Unactivated Nuwa stone, Haotian tower, soon to unlock seal. Xiangxi's seal. Completion 15. Acquired black crystal. Acquired giant turtle heart. Pearl, held demon god absorption rate. 3 out of 72. Upon reviewing his attributes, Li Guotao felt the arduousness of his mission, having only achieved a completion of 15, and with the core from the West Queen Mother still needed. He realized he required an additional 80, necessitating visits to 16 forbidden zones. Casting a glance at the open door, it was evident that Bai Yuekue had finished her bath, and Wang had long since retired for the night. After stowing away his sunbathing attire, he too prepared to rest, for the recent battle had drained everyone's energy significantly. As Li Guotao and his companions recuperated within the forbidden zone, a colossal conspiracy was brewing outside. In the conference room of the federal government, the current federal leader, Joseph, was engaged in conversation with a frail-looking elder. Joseph remarked, "Lord Agareth, I have commenced actions as per your instructions. Your kin shall not have sacrificed in vain. This planet will ultimately belong to His Highness Prince Astalos." The elder, referred to as Agareth, replied, "You shall summon all high-ranking officials for a meeting. I will disseminate the prince's glory, transforming all into servants of hell." Joseph, trembling slightly, responded, "Yes, my lord, I will arrange it immediately." Unbeknownst to them, a surveillance device in the corner of the conference room recorded their every word. Today, Scorpion, feeling bored, had hacked into Joseph's office surveillance and overheard their entire plot. Particularly after Joseph departed, the elder began to transform into the monstrous form reminiscent of the creature from yesterday's battle, a towering figure with 3 heads, human, bovine, and ovine. Scorpion, a senior member of the Spraying family army, immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and shared the video in their group chat. The senior members were astounded. This was not merely an assault on Li Guotao and his associates, but a treacherous deal to surrender their planet to foreign entities. It was evident that if realized, the fate of humanity would be tragically dire. However, most members of the group were merchants. While affluent, their wealth paled in comparison to the needs of an entire planet. As for the military, they possessed only a small special operations team led by a mere captain armed with flamethrowers. In the group, the indomitable Pin Wudi inquired, "Pin Emperor, can this video material be trusted?" The individual known as Pin Emperor, a scorpion, reassured, "Rest assured, my esteemed elder, I have just recorded it, and it bears no signs of alteration. Moreover, I secretly infiltrated to capture this footage, and the other party remains oblivious to the exposure of their actions." Chapter 90. The traitor Joseph Pin Xiang promptly interjected, "I am well aware of the repugnant dealings of these high-ranking officials. My father has previously undertaken numerous tasks for them. This matter cannot be directly revealed. They will undoubtedly attempt to cover it up and label us as terrorists instead." Pin Huachang remarked, "I have already received the mobilization order, targeting the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Continent, Wang Tiandao. As for the other members of the Pin family army, they are not yet on the list of targets." Pin Ba quickly added, "Uncle Wang is the father of Wang Yi. I will call him immediately." Pin Xiang advised, "Sister Xiao, you and your father should not get involved. I will send someone, as I am accustomed to conducting underground dealings." Pin Ba responded, "Thank you, sister. However, they have likely dispatched personnel to intercept Brother Li at the entrance of the reverse world. Caught off guard, Brother Li and his companions will undoubtedly suffer significant losses." Pin Huachang stated, "The reverse world is currently quite secure. I will send an old comrade to blend in. He will notify Pin Shun in advance. Our priority now is to contact other humans, ensuring that the foreign entities do not perceive us as easy prey. Pin Emperor, preserve the audiovisual material. It is vital evidence for persuading others." Pin Wudi concurred, "I believe Commander Wu's assertions hold merit. Once Li emerges, we shall reassess our strategy, gauging the foreign entities' regard for them. Surely, Li harbors many secrets." Pin Xiang remarked, "Brother Li must be a stumbling block against the foreign invasion. Yet we remain unaware of how many outsiders have arrived on our planet. The Federation has already fallen under their control. Our actions must be executed with utmost caution, and only those we can fully trust should be privy to the truth." Upon concluding her statement, the group expressed their commitment to exercising caution. Yet the shadow of unease lingered in their hearts, for the betrayal involved the president of the entire planet. How could they possibly save their mother planet? At night, near the entrance to the reverse world, a diminutive figure clad in optical camouflage stealthily infiltrated the area. Currently, a significant number of military troops were amassing around the periphery of the reverse world. The individual who ventured into the forbidden zone of the reverse world was named Russell. His purpose was to inform Pen Shun of external affairs. He was a comrade of Wu Tianqi, dispatched here for combat, with a mission to eliminate anything emerging from within. Upon learning the circumstances, he did not hesitate to comply with Wu Tianqi's request, believing his comrade would not deceive him. For the love of his planet and his loved ones, he was willing to sacrifice himself. Now, he held a mobile phone displaying the coordinates provided by Pen Emperor, pinpointing the location where Li Guotao and his companions had last paused, as they spent a considerable portion of their day with their cameras turned off. Li Guotao and the others remained stationary, currently roasting sweet potatoes in a freshly dug pit. At the bottom of the pit, place some crushed charcoal, followed by a layer of aluminum foil. Lay the sweet potatoes atop the foil, and then cover them with another layer of foil. Once covered with soil, all that remains is to wait a while to savor the delicious roasted sweet potatoes. At this moment, Guan Xiaoxue had already regained her health, while Bai Yuegawei was diligently grooming her hair. Wang Yi was joyfully engaged with a gaming console, a prized possession he had managed to reclaim from Li Guotao, under the condition that he would receive a new console replicating the contents after they stepped outside. Meanwhile, Li Guotao was chatting with the alpacas, having become acquainted with this new companion over the past few days. In the distance, Xing Tian gazed at the sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous shout. "Who is it? Show yourself." This time, he refrained from spitting, for the individual approached them, arms raised in surrender, clad in optical camouflage that rendered him somewhat ethereal in the sunlight. Russell hurried over, saying, "I urgently need to speak with the spray god." Li Guotao approached and inquired, "Are you a contestant? Do you have business with me?" Russell glanced at Li Guotao's watch, his expression complex, his eyes blinking rapidly. Li Guotao promptly disabled the watch's camera function, turned to his companions, and with a series of gestures, signaled them to do the same. Once assured that the cameras were off, Li Guotao asked, "All set. What do you need to say?" Russell quickly replied, "After the spray god hacked into the federal government's conference room, it was discovered that Federal President Joseph has been taken control of by the monstrous aliens you killed a couple of days ago. They have already begun to act against Wang Tiandao, and a considerable number of troops have been ambushed outside the Forbidden Zone." Wang Yi urgently asked, "They have targeted my father? What is his condition?" Russell responded, "Miss Yishuan has already dispatched someone to assist him. He should be able to escape." Li Guotao remarked, "I never anticipated that the federal president would be a traitor." Chapter 91. Nuclear weapon attack. Russell continued, "It is thanks to the followers of the spray god that we humans still have a chance to unite against this threat. Unfortunately, our adversary is the federal government, which wields the power of public discourse. Those outside who do not wish to be enslaved by aliens have begun to organize, and they regard you as pivotal, their primary target. Thankfully, they have not launched nuclear weapons at us. Otherwise, escape would be impossible." Just then, Bai Yuegawei's armor alarm system began to sound. Before long, she stated, "This friend was indeed correct. We will be attacked by missiles in 10 minutes. And there is a high probability that they will be armed with nuclear weapons." Everyone was taken aback. This was truly a case of foretelling disaster. Russell exclaimed, "This is it. We cannot outrun the blast wave. It's too late. Is humanity truly doomed?" At that moment, the alpaca spoke, startling Russell. The alpaca said, "The nuclear weapon is indeed on that object flying over there, correct?" As the crowd nodded in agreement, the alpaca declared, "This is easily accomplished. Leave it to me." With that, the alpaca vanished in an instant, reappearing above the missile, and began to spit. Miraculously, the guided missile altered its course, now targeting the alpaca itself. The alpaca continuously teleported, leading the missile into the stratosphere and subsequently into outer space, where the propulsion system was nearly out of fuel. The alpaca maintained its guidance until the missile ran out of fuel, becoming an inert piece of space debris, destined to drift into the cosmos forever. In a flash, the alpaca returned to the group. The expressions of those present had shifted dramatically. It was astonishing. Li Guotao inquired, "You mentioned your saliva possesses a mocking ability. I never imagined it could affect machinery as well." The alpaca replied, "I am a mythical creature. My abilities are beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Now that the crisis has been averted, we should make haste." If they launch multiple missiles simultaneously, it will become problematic. Li Guotao urged. Indeed, we must leave quickly. We should gather the core components as soon as possible. Yukue, can you take Wan Xiaoxue and Wang with you? Bai Yukue nodded. That should not be an issue. The armor's power is nearly restored. Li Guotao quickly summoned Jiao, disregarding Jiao's complaints, and said, this is a matter of life and death. We must depart from this place immediately. Oh, I almost forgot. Jiao, you can enlarge yourself. Jiao, enlarge yourself, and we will all ride on your back. Take us away at the fastest speed. Initially, Li Guotao had intended for Jiao and Bai Yukue to take 2 people each, forgetting that Jiao could indeed grow in size. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Jiao transformed to the size it had assumed when it first appeared as the Queen Mother of the West, accommodating everyone on its back. With its fur expanding to a colossal size, Jiao announced, hold on to my fur tightly. I shall run at full speed. The group clutched onto the yellow and white strands of Jiao's fur. Jiao moved swiftly, and soon they reached the perimeter wall of the forbidden zone. Without hesitation, Jiao leaped over the high wall, which was unguarded, likely due to the impending nuclear threat prompting the military's retreat, or perhaps because this was not the main entrance. Regardless of the reason, Li Guotao and the others had successfully exited the forbidden realm of the reverse world. Jiao's pace slowed, as it could not maintain maximum speed indefinitely. Li Guotao asked, what shall we do next? Bai Yukue responded, since the Federation intends to take action against us, they will surely not spare our loved ones. I must check on my sister. Wang added, I too must ascertain the safety of my father. Observing the situation, Li Guotao suggested, how about we contact Wang's father while we check on Yukue's sister? He then addressed Russell. As for Guan Xiaoxue, let us entrust her to you, Russell, to be cared for by Xiao Qi. I will inform her. Does that sound agreeable? Russell nodded. No problem. However, I suggest entrusting this matter to Miss Zixuan. My involvement in this operation is bound to be exposed, and my family is also under her care. Her influence in the underground is substantial, and even the federal government may struggle to rein her in. Li Guotao pondered for a moment. He had indeed met Zixuan, and thus replied, if she is willing, please extend my gratitude to her. Do you have a phone? Let Master Wang get in touch with his father. Russell promptly handed the phone to Wang Yi. After expressing his thanks, he dialed his father, Wang Tiandao. Hello, Dad, are you well? A robust voice responded from the other end. I am already in the bunker. What is there to be concerned about? You just need to be cautious. Chapter 92. By Yuekue's resolution, Wang Yi replied, your son is not so easily perished. As long as you are unharmed, I can rest easy. With mother gone, I cannot bear to lose you as well. Wang Tiandao sighed, alas. My business empire, built over decades, has crumbled. Fortunately, I managed to transfer all my assets in time. Those spineless cowards in the Federation, since I, Wang Tiandao, have not perished. My wealth shall ultimately become the bullets that obliterate them. Son, what are your plans moving forward? Wang Yi responded, we will first head to Miss Bai's location, then proceed to the other forbidden grounds to collect the core. We absolutely cannot allow the Hell Legion to breach the barrier. If they do, humanity is finished. Wang Tiandao inquired, the Hell Legion? The barrier? What exactly do you know? Wang Yi then disclosed everything he knew to his father, urging him to relay this information to the members of the Pen family army. At that moment, Bai Yuekue interjected, it's below. My sister's cryogenic chamber is in the lab beneath us. She immediately dashed to the lab's entrance, a small facility crowned with a white dome. The lab's door stood ajar, and the exterior glass windows had been shattered. Bai Yuekue hurriedly donned her angelic exoskeleton and rushed toward the lab, anxiety gnawing at her heart. Li Guotao, however, had more to consider. He instructed others to remain behind while he and Kaonama ventured in. Having witnessed Kaonama's extraordinary capabilities, he felt prepared for any formidable weapon they might encounter. Upon entering the lab, they saw that Bai Yuekue had already departed in an elevator. Li Guotao sighed in resignation, aware of her urgency. After observing Bai Yuekue reach the -10 floor, he too pressed the elevator button to descend, drawing out the sky-slaying blade, ready for combat. However, upon arriving at the -10 floor, he found Bai Yuekue weeping, cradling a girl in her arms. The surrounding instruments lay in ruins, and the flickering lights mirrored the turmoil within Bai Yuekue's heart. Without needing to see, Li Guotao understood that Bai Yuekue's sister had likely perished. Unsure how to console his friend, he could only wait silently. Bai Yuekue gently laid down the lifeless body of the girl and picked up a nearby phone. dialing with trembling hands. Hello, Uncle Gu, my sister is gone. Xiaoya Kuei, we find ourselves powerless. They have seized all the potions you developed and confined us within the laboratory. Has Xiaoya Xing truly perished? There is no breath left in her. They forcibly thawed her from the cryogenic chamber and extracted her bone marrow cells. Xiaoya Kuei, please refrain from using that substance. Do not act impulsively. Let us fully comprehend the situation before proceeding. Revenge can wait. Uncle Gu, I am already left with nothing. I wish to try. Yet I have two dear friends whose absence I would lament. I must end this call now. Farewell, Uncle Gu. As the call ended, chaos erupted on Gu Wenwu's side. The four scientists imprisoned in the laboratory furrowed their brows. Gu Wenwu remarked, the extract from that symbiotic organism is inherently unstable and has yet to undergo testing. Xiaoya Kuei seems to be courting death. A diminutive woman lamented, we have failed. Unable to protect her most precious sister. Such unfortunate sisters. The four sighed for Bai Yu Kuei, yet as scientists, they found themselves powerless. Li Guotao, overhearing Bai Yu Kuei's words, interjected, Yu Kuei, what do you mean by wanting to try? We will assist you in avenging your sister. Do not act recklessly. Bai Yu Kuei replied, it has been a pleasure to know you and Taoist Wang. Adventuring with you has been the happiest time of my life. But I have made my decision. I hope you will not hinder me. You must leave quickly, for I will not depart. Li Guotao, enraged, exclaimed, how can I stand by and watch my friend throw herself into danger? Come with me. We shall devise a plan to avenge your sister. First and foremost, we must ensure she receives a proper burial. Bai Yu Kuei pressed a surgical knife against her throat, declaring, you must leave now. Do you remember the small furry stick we obtained last time? I have discovered its extraordinary power, and I intend to use it. If you do not depart, I will take my life before your eyes. Bai Yu Kuei, do not be so selfish. Your sister would not wish to see you in this state. Li Guotao shouted. Bai Yu Kuei responded only with action, a trickle of blood sliding down her neck. In resignation, Li Guotao smashed his fist into a nearby table and said to the side, let us go. Yu Kuei, know that we are worried about you. With that, Li Guotao and the other departed in the elevator. Bai Yu Kuei remained silent, fearing she might succumb to despair. Casting a glance at her sister on the floor, she whispered, Yu Xing, we shall be together from now on, never depart. Chapter 93. The six-legged lizard. After Li Guotao and the other exited the experimental building, they swiftly climbed onto the back of the cunning creature. Li Guotao stated, let us depart the western continent. We will return to Huagua first. I will contact the spray army to find a secure location. Wang inquired, perplexed, what about Miss Bai and her sister? Li Guotao replied with a hint of resignation. Her sister was brutally murdered, and the circumstances were quite tragic. Bai Yu Kuei cannot accept this and is contemplating extreme measures. I cannot dissuade her. Wang Yi suggested. Perhaps I should go and persuade her. Li Guotao replied. It would be futile. She is using her very life to threaten my departure. I can sense her resolve. I can only hope her research proves beneficial. Let us depart. With a resigned sigh, Wang Yi settled back down. Zhao swiftly darted towards the forest. Despite being in the suburbs, there were still residents nearby, and exposure would be unwise. Bai Yuehui retrieved a silver box, one she had kept close to her heart, hidden within her garments. Upon opening it, she revealed a syringe, and upon closer inspection, the liquid within was astonishingly alive. She bent down, embracing her sister, saying, when we were young and food was scarce, you always claimed to be unbothered by hunger. Now, I possess ample means, yet you are unable to indulge in the delicacies. I once had the chance to save you, but those repugnant aristocrats are to blame. With that, Bai Yuehui injected the syringe into her arm. The genes of the symbiotic flora and fauna began to merge with the mutated genes altered by the angelic serum within her. Her skin grew fervently hot, even producing steam, until the entire room was enveloped in mist. When the haze dissipated, Bai Yuehui had vanished, and in the center of the laboratory stood a magnificent flower. At its heart a crystal resembling amber, within which Bai Yuehui curled up. The flower bloomed with an enchanting red hue, and from beneath its petals, a vine-like tendril extended, culminating in a sharp thorn. The thorn seemed to be searching for something, and, at last, it found the lifeless body of Bai Yuexing on the ground. Swiftly, it plunged down, infusing the corpse with red energy. As Bai Yuexing's body lacked any life force, the colossal flower sacrificed its own vitality to revive her. Gradually, her form expanded until a monstrous creature erupted forth. The creature bore a resemblance to a lizard, yet it possessed 6 limbs, a slender tail, and a head akin to that of a turtle, adorned with numerous tentacles. These tentacles occasionally emitted a blue glow, and the monster's neck could retract into its body. Much like a turtle, instantly aware of its purpose, the newly birthed creature used its clawed forelimbs to pry open the elevator doors, riding it down to the first floor of the laboratory. Its singular thought was to seize anything teeming with life and return it to the giant flower. As this six-legged lizard-like monstrosity emerged from the laboratory, it encountered a passing vehicle. Sensing the life force within, it disregarded the speed of the oncoming car and charged directly into its path. With a resounding crash, both the vehicle and the six-legged lizard were sent flying. The vehicle tumbled end over end, while the creature suffered the loss of 2 limbs and a gaping wound in its abdomen, its innards spilling forth. At that moment, the colossal flowers beneath the laboratory emanated a radiant blue light, echoing the illumination from the six-legged lizard by the roadside. Miraculously, the 2 missing limbs began to regenerate, and the other wounds on its body healed instantaneously. When it opened its eyes, it appeared as if it had been revitalized, embodying an almost mythical essence. The six-legged creature swiftly approached the overturned vehicle, extracting the bloodied and barely breathing individuals within. Grasping them, it hurried towards the massive flower in the laboratory, reaching its destination just before the 3 souls departed this world. This trio comprised a family of 3. The gigantic flower extended its tendrils, piercing their bodies, yet this time, it infused them not with a red energy, but merely a single droplet of blue liquid. Gradually, the bodies of the family began to swell, and as they ballooned to a remarkable size, 3 six-legged lizards emerged from within them. However, these new creatures differed from those formed from the corpse of Bai Yuexing. They bore no antennae and were slightly smaller, appearing less intelligent. The lizard with antennae roared at its newly arrived comrades, who responded in kind. Subsequently, the 4 six-legged lizards entered the elevator, continuing their quest for life energy. Fortunately, the laboratory's elevator was spacious and remained operational. In the center of the colossal flower lay Bai Yuexing, akin to a slumbering beauty, unaware that her actions could potentially herald the extinction of humanity. Another breed of immortal beings, sustained by life energy, was poised to engulf the globe. Chapter 94. The Savior's Plan. Li Guotao and his companions spent half a day returning to Huagua. Their first destination was the Xiangxi family's Wulong Villa, where they entrusted Guan Xiaoxue and Luo Su to a middle-aged woman. Subsequently, Li Guotao and Wang Yi resumed their journey, their goal set on a supply point near another forbidden area prepared by Xiao Tianming. Senior members of the Spray Army awaited their arrival there. Xiao Tianming remarked, "I trust that everyone is already aware of the information shared by Brother Wang Tiandao." The attendees nodded in acknowledgement. He continued, "They are on the verge of approaching us. Given the current circumstances, we cannot directly confront the federal government. We must devise alternative strategies. I invite everyone to share their thoughts." Captain Wu Tianxi, known as the Flamethrower, interjected, "I have been in contact with many former comrades, and we have persuaded the military commander in Huagua to hold their position. When the time is ripe, we will seize Longzhidalu from the federal grasp. After all, we are humans, not mere dogs of the alien races." Guo Wudi added, "Indeed, it is our Huagua that possesses the spirit. The federal government, with its spineless leaders from the Western continent, are nothing but traitors to humanity. I have also reached out to my most trusted disciples, and they too have begun to mobilize various factions." At that moment, a nearly 2-meter-tall, strikingly handsome middle-aged man spoke. "I have mobilized my global subordinates to Huagua. When we strike, we shall undoubtedly seize control of Longzhidalu." Xiao Tianming remarked, "It is still Brother Zitong who remains composed. Only after we secure the Dragon Continent can we contend with the federal government. Fortunately, of the remaining 16 forbidden zones, only 4 are situated in the Western continent, with the rest located in our Dragon Continent. To prevent them from compromising the cores within these forbidden zones, I believe we should prioritize seizing those 4 cores." Zitong responded, "I have already dispatched individuals to monitor those forbidden zones. Thus far, they have made no moves. My current concern lies with the matter of nuclear weapons. If, after we capture the Dragon Continent, they engage us with nuclear strikes, we would face extinction long before any foreign invasion." Wu Tianxi interjected, "There is no need for concern on that front. The federal government has long since developed laser interception devices, and we in Huagua have installed 4 of them, providing defense for the entire Dragon Continent. I assume the other 3 continents have similar installations, so nuclear weapons do not pose a significant threat." Xiao Tianming stated. Then let us await the arrival of our young brother Li Guotao before devising a concrete plan. They have just reached my Wulong villa and should be here shortly. No sooner had he spoken than the communicator beside him chimed. President Xiao, the targets have arrived. I am guiding them to the bunker. They will be here in 2 minutes. Xiao Tianming pressed the call button and said, We shall have braised pork today. The other party replied, I prefer sweet dishes. Xiao Tianming then informed everyone, the code is correct, they are coming. Before long, a man in a black suit entered, accompanied by Li Guotao and Wang Yi, followed by a dog and an alpaca. Upon meeting, Xiao Tianming inquired, Has Miss Bai not come? Li Guotao replied, She has her own matters to attend to and will likely not join us in the future. Xiao Tianming pointed at the 2 animals, saying, I recognize this dog. It must be the mount of the West Queen Mother. And this alpaca? The alpaca raised its head and said, I am called Alpaca, and you, human, should not point at me. The people in the bunker were taken aback, and Xiao Tianming quickly lowered his hand, exclaiming, This alpaca has quite the personality. I like it. At that moment, Jiao interjected, Let us get to the point. I have traveled quite a distance without rest. Let us not waste time. The group was astonished that the mount of the West Queen Mother could speak, and its tone indicated a notable intelligence. Xiao Tianming promptly said, Let me address the matter at hand. We have conferred, and while the federal government possesses formidable strength, our Huagua stands as a distinct entity. At the appropriate moment, we shall unite all our forces to unify the Dragon Continent and expel the influence of the federal government. Li Guotao added, This would only provide a temporary counter to them. Once the seal is broken and the demons of the Hell Legion invade, the future of humanity would be in jeopardy. Currently, only a limited number of demons can enter, and we merely need to gather the cores to restore the barrier and eliminate the remaining demons to ensure our safety. Xiao Tianming concluded, We understand. There are currently 4 forbidden zones in the Western continent, while the remaining 12 are in the Dragon Continent. According to previous circumstances, once a forbidden zone is violated, a new one will only emerge after a year. This implies that if they destroy all forbidden zones within a year, the barrier will become ineffective. Li Guotao nodded and remarked that they must have already dispatched a significant number of personnel to breach the core of the 4 forbidden zones. We should prioritize securing the 12 cores of the Dragon Continent and retrieve the 4 cores once they reappear. Chapter 95. Zombie Paradise. Li Guotao was not overly anxious, as the core at the Queen Mother of the West location was the most concealed. As long as that core remained, there would be no problem. He quickly added that once the Dragon Continent was secured, they must allocate additional personnel to safeguard the sacred Mount Ling of the Queen Mother, for it is our most crucial forbidden zone. Xiao Tianming inquired whether that place was no longer a forbidden zone, given that the monsters had vanished and the external military had recently withdrawn. Li Guotao contemplated and responded that since they had retreated, it could be considered that there was no core remaining there, which would be best. Do we have a forbidden zone nearby? Yes, we need to accelerate our efforts. So Captain Wu will arrange for his subordinates to accompany you, enabling us to obtain the core more swiftly. Li Guotao asked if the Forbidden Zone exploration program had been cancelled. Xiao Tianming explained that it was unavoidable. They could not expose their actions. They would enhance regulation and increase the broadcast frequency of shows like the Death Arena to compensate. Li Guotao glanced at Wang Yi and asked if Uncle Xiao was prepared, as they could act immediately. Xiao Tianming replied to follow him, leading them to view the equipment prepared for them. Since you possess spatial abilities, take as much as you can carry inside. Xiao Tianming brought them to a warehouse not far behind the bunker. Upon entering, Li Guotao was astonished by the abundance of supplies. In a manner that left Xiao Tianming and others astounded, Li Guotao swiftly stored everything into the refining demon jar. Xiao Tianming asked, I am genuinely curious, just how vast is your space? Li Guotao did not conceal the truth, stating he was unsure of the exact size. But these items only constituted a tiny fraction. This was indeed a startling revelation. The warehouse contained not only individual combat gear, but also various vehicles, including a main battle tank and an armed helicopter. Li Guotao queried Wang Yi if he could operate a tank and an aircraft, assuming that if Bai Yuequai could, Wang Yi could too. Wang Yi rolled his eyes and replied, I can only pilot planes, not drive them, and I cannot operate tanks either. Li Guotao, disappointed, turned to Xiao Tianming and asked if he hadn't mentioned that soldiers would accompany them into the Forbidden Zone, and they would be capable drivers. Xiao Tianming affirmed that there would be, as they were all elite members of Captain Wu's team. He cautioned Li Guotao to be vigilant. for if they returned with fewer personnel, Captain Wu might become enraged. Li Guotao remarked, I shall do my utmost, for they are merely ordinary individuals. The perils of the Forbidden Zone need not be elaborated upon. By the way, what precisely is this Forbidden Zone? Xiao Tianming replied. This Forbidden Zone is akin to the reverse world, yet it is even more expansive and intricate. Within its confines, the inhabitants have transformed into mere shells of their former selves, numbering an astounding 2 million at the very least, according to our estimates. Li Guotao inquired, are they akin to zombies, sluggish and lacking in combat prowess? Commander Wu shook his head, saying, those creatures are remarkably agile, akin to parkour athletes. They possess an insatiable thirst for flesh and blood, remaining motionless in the absence of prey. However, upon encountering anything with blood, they will pursue it with frenzied zeal and devour it whole. Li Guotao asked, so, they are just faster zombies, with their weakness still being the cranium, correct? Commander Wu nodded, then shook his head. Their situation is quite peculiar. While the head is indeed a critical vulnerability, it is exceptionally fortified. Even standard 7.62mm bullets fail to penetrate. Long ago, we captured a few for research and discovered that their scalp is encased in metal, which continues to thicken. Their brains also contain a blue energy source. Only by extracting this energy can they be utterly eliminated. Moreover, their mechanization is progressively spreading. It is likely that their upper bodies are now entirely encased in metal. This is why the area known as the zombie paradise has remained off limits. Li Guotao exclaimed, mechanical zombies. How many individuals will accompany us inside? Given the dire conditions within, I believe a smaller, more elite team would be most effective, and I require complete command. Commander Wu affirmed, that is entirely agreeable. Our operations have always revolved around you. This time, a trio of elite individuals will accompany you, each a rare gem among thousands. Once you enter, we will gradually initiate the process of liberating the Dragon Continent from the Federation's control, and it should be resolved before your return. Li Guotao replied, then let us commence. I can hardly wait to encounter those zombies. Daoist Wang, I wonder if you share my exhilaration, mechanical zombies. Wang Yi frowned at present. We are engaged in the salvation of humanity. Could you possibly exhibit a bit more seriousness? Chapter 96. The ecosphere of giant flowers. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone, Li Guotao and Wang Yi were met by 3 fully armed soldiers. The trio consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. The tall, crew-cut man was named Zhang Lu, while the shorter, round-headed one was Zhang Bing. According to Commander Wu, they were fraternal twins, and their synergy was greater than that of 4 ordinary individuals. Both were laden with individual combat equipment, weighing at least 40 pounds. The final soldier was a woman with a buzz cut, standing even taller than the 2 men, at least 9 meters. Her taut camouflage uniform hinted at the impressive musculature concealed beneath, yet her visage bore the innocence of a doll, rendering her a veritable Barbie of steel. Her name was Lin Xuemei, and she bore an even greater array of equipment, including a massive 5-foot-long broad-bladed sword strapped to her back. Commander Wu remarked, these 3 individuals are my most elite soldiers. I hope they can be of assistance to you. After expressing his gratitude with a nod, Li Guotao inquired, which of you is proficient in piloting a helicopter? All 3 men raised their right hands. After retrieving the helicopter from the cauldron of refinement, Li Guotao stated, Uncle Xiao, the matters outside will be entrusted to you. We shall handle the affairs of the Forbidden Zone. Daoist Wang, please join us. We require your calculations regarding our destination. As Li Guotao and his companions ventured into the Forbidden Zone, at the entrance of the Forbidden Realm on the northern and southern battlefronts of the Western continent, Agars, assuming the guise of an elder, prepared to breach the core with several thousand fully armed elite soldiers. Meanwhile, President Joseph of the Federation stood by, attending to him like a servant. At that moment, a communication soldier rushed over to the president and reported, Your Excellency, according to reports from the north, a city near the frozen laboratory has been attacked by unidentified creatures, resulting in millions of casualties. We hope you will mobilize the military to suppress the situation. Before Joseph could respond, Agars interjected, You handle that. I will lead my men to destroy the core. Joseph quickly departed with the messenger. Fully aware that the fall of a city housing millions was no trivial matter, he pondered whether it was the re-emergence of the vanished core that caused this calamity, noting that the core had only recently disappeared less than a year ago. However, Joseph was not overly concerned. as the damage inflicted by the core would remain contained within a certain perimeter. The gigantic flower, no longer confined to the laboratory, now bloomed on the surface, surrounded by tens of thousands of monsters, each varying in form. The nearest was still the original six-legged lizard, which had now grown to the size of a small building, transformed by the moonlight star. At that moment, a reconnaissance aircraft soared overhead, prompting several monstrous creatures resembling bison to rise. Their small forelimbs began to vigorously rub their chins, which gradually turned blue and began to glow. With a sudden burst, a blue energy orb erupted from one creature's mouth, aimed directly at the passing reconnaissance aircraft. The orb, seemingly animated, emitted a jet of airflow from its tail as it sped toward the aircraft. Upon impact, a stunning display of red and blue fireworks blossomed in the sky. The colossal flower had now expanded to the size of a 5-story building, its branches numbering in the hundreds. These branches radiated from the giant bloom, while six-legged lizards incessantly expelled blue energy for the branches to absorb. Additionally, some robust humans had been brought forth and transformed into new monstrosities. As for the others who had not been captured, they had likely succumbed to the same blue energy. On the aircraft, Li Guotao and his companions communicated through their headsets. Wang remarked, "I have calculated that the entrance to the Du Gate lies 10 kilometers to the left, presumably within that mountain. The Du Gate signifies that what we seek is concealed." As the diminutive Zhang Bing piloted the aircraft, he remarked, "Received, but there is no helipad in sight. I can only land at the nearest possible location." Li Guotao responded, "You must act swiftly. I have noticed that those zombies seem particularly sensitive to sound. Look how fervently they are pursuing us below." Wang Yi interjected, "I can't shake this ominous feeling, young brother Zhang. Hasten to find a place to land the plane." Li Guotao echoed, "Heed Wang Daozhang's advice, find a suitable location to alight." Gazing down at the swarm of zombies, Zhang Bing felt an internal conflict. Although he was reluctant to land the aircraft at this moment, obeying orders was an instinct ingrained in them as soldiers. Thus, he maneuvered the helicopter to settle atop a building. At that moment, several large branches hurtled from their flight path with remarkable speed. Fortunately, they had ceased their advance in that direction, or else the helicopter would have faced a high probability of being struck. As the trio of soldiers disembarked from the helicopter, they barricaded the stairwell with debris, while Li Guotao and Wang Yi commenced a discussion. Li Guotao noted, "It appears those zombies possess not only keen hearing but also sharp eyesight. Look below, they are fixated on us, which jeopardizes our stealthy plan, for they will surely follow." Wang Yi added, "Their speed is astonishing, akin to that of Bolt. Have you noticed how they seem organized and disciplined?" Zhang Lu interjected, "I observed from the helicopter that there is an odd figure on the building with a spear. Each time it moves, the zombies alter their course." Lin Xuemei spoke for the first time, her voice unexpectedly melodious. "Shall we ride your large dog and charge through?" Li Guotao replied, "Let us give it a try." He then called out to Jiao, who exclaimed, "I'm exhausted. Do I have to run again?" Li Guotao reminded him, "This is a mission to collect the core. You promised the Queen Mother of the West." Reluctantly, Jiao transformed into his larger form, allowing everyone to mount his back, preparing to charge towards the location Wang Yi had calculated. Wang Yi cautioned, "Be careful, something was just thrown at us from that direction. There may be more projectiles aimed your way." Jiao reassured, "I will be cautious." With that, he set off, treading upon the air towards the mountains. Yet, before reaching the mountain's border, numerous branches were launched in his direction. Jiao's speed was such that the projectiles could not impede him in the slightest. At that moment, Jiao exclaimed, "I think I'm going to fall. My cloud treading technique has failed." He plummeted like a plane devoid of power, but fortunately, he landed on the rooftop of an 8-story building. Aside from some jostling, none were harmed. After shrinking back down, Jiao remarked, "It seems something is restricting the airspace, meaning nothing can operate in the sky." Li Guotao, undeterred by superstition, produced a military-grade drone complete with a specialized controller. He handed the controller to Zhang Bing, who commenced operation. As the drone ascended to a height of 2 meters, it abruptly lost power and plummeted to the ground, seemingly confirming the cunning predictions made earlier. Though their destination lay still far ahead, a horde of zombies began to gather beneath their building. Unlike the chaotic screams and erratic movements depicted in films, these zombies remained stationary at the base, sending a portion of their ranks charging upwards. The peculiar behavior of the undead was matched by an unsettling vitality reflected in their expressions. They appeared neither decayed nor dehydrated. resembling humans more than the typical portrayal of zombies. Suddenly, Wang Yi pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "Look over there." The group followed his gesture, revealing a cluster of naked children, their bodies emanating a faint blue glow. Zhang Lu remarked, "It is said that this blue energy is stored in their brains. To eliminate them, one must eradicate that blue energy. These children must be their descendants." Zhang Bing added, "But the restricted area cannot last long. Those children seem to be over 10 years old." Li Guotao replied, "With this airspace restriction in place, I still possess my summoned beasts. Rapid growth is not particularly remarkable, as long as their numbers remain few." Just as he finished speaking, a multitude of children emerged from the distance. The most chilling aspect being that all of them turned their gazes toward the group. As they congregated, the blue light within their bodies began to intertwine, ultimately forming a vast ocean of blue. Zhao remarked, "This is the energy that has limited my cloud-treading technique." Li Guotao asserted, "If we cannot fly, we shall advance directly. We will drive through with the tank." Zhang Bing interjected, "You may be disappointed. The tank is unlikely to traverse the path ahead, as it is riddled with numerous pitfalls, rendering it unusable." At that moment, the rooftop door was unexpectedly flung open by the zombies, who pushed aside the heavy debris that had been barricading it. They had never anticipated that zombies could operate locks, exhibiting extraordinary strength as they easily sent the obstacles flying. The zombies that reached the top floor did not immediately attack. Instead, they encircled the group. Li Guotao summoned Xingtian, and the group stood in a tense standoff with the undead. Wang Yi observed, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would not have been able to discern whether they were human or zombie. There is no trace of death about them, and their skin appears vibrant." Chapter 98. The granddaughter of the sword god. As Li Guotao's side faced the zombies in a stalemate, a distinctive zombie wielding a spear let out a thunderous roar. In eerie unison, all the zombies echoed the same chilling cry, the sound waves reverberating throughout the entire restricted area, nearly deafening Li Guotao and his companions at the epicenter. As the echoes of the sound faded, the onslaught of the undead commenced. However, Li Guotao had already readied his weapon amidst the zombies' eerie howls. Armed with a 127mm new model rotary machine gun, boasting a staggering firing rate of 3,000 rounds per minute, no creature within a 1,500-meter radius could survive the onslaught. Under the might of the 127mm projectiles, the notion of mere injury was rendered moot. Zhang Lu and Zhang Bing each operated a machine gun, unleashing a barrage of fire. According to Commander Wu's intelligence, the zombies bore a metallic covering beneath their skin, rendering them formidable adversaries. Yet, as the bullets struck, it was akin to harvesting wheat. The zombies before them, from the neck down, were unencumbered by metal. Any grazed limb would result in gruesome mutilation, and a direct hit would create a gaping wound the size of a basketball. The bullets were not only potent, but possessed an impressive penetrating power. However, the metallic encasement of the zombies' skulls thwarted even the devastating 127mm rounds from cracking them open. After a wave of fire, though many zombies lay prone, the actual number of those vanquished was alarmingly low, as the maimed undead continued to writhe, yearning to close the distance to Li Guotao and his companions. At that moment, the assault ceased, and Wang also remarked, "Their skulls are remarkably resilient. Allow me to test my skills." With that, he brandished an ancient sword and advanced, imbuing it with the power of thunder as he approached. He aimed at the nearest zombie, which was reduced to a mere head, and thrust the sword forward. To his astonishment, a light clink resonated. The blade failed to penetrate. Undeterred, Wang struck again, this time driving the sword into the zombie's eye socket, and with ease. It pierced through to the creature's brain. A faint azure energy oozed from the blade, and the zombie fell still. Wang then sliced open the zombie's skull, revealing a silvery metal within. The puncture wound from earlier was utterly unmarked, suggesting a material even harder than titanium. Lin Xuemei observed, "The metal on these zombies has changed. Previously, the 127mm rounds could pierce it, yet now, not even a trace remains. If they are entirely composed of such metal, we shall face a dire challenge." Wang countered, "It is not insurmountable. Aim for their eyes, ears, mouths, and nostrils. These are their vulnerabilities." Zhang Bing added, "This cannon is challenging to aim. An automatic rifle would suffice." Lin Xuemei remarked, "If it is merely the skulls that possess metal, I can sever their heads with my great sword." Zhang Lu chuckled miserly. "Lin Xuemei is the granddaughter of the sword god. She has merely joined us for training. The lineage of the sword god has always been scarce and discreet. At that moment, Li Guotao and Wang turned to Lin Xuemei, who bashfully stomped her foot, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Li Guotao's eyes widened in astonishment, for it was evident that Lin Xuemei had not exerted her full strength. Even that display was formidable, possessing at least 100 units of force, surpassing human limitations. Though he himself was not far behind at 150. Li Guotao declared, "In light of this, let us devise a new plan." Given the overwhelming number of zombies, a direct confrontation was clearly not the preferred choice. The individual posing dramatically over there must surely be their leader. "Lin Xuemei, could you toss me over?" Lin Xuemei glanced at the distance and nodded in agreement. Li Guotao continued, "You all stay vigilant here. If I eliminate their leader, they may descend into chaos." Wang Yi inquired, "How will you return?" Li Guotao did not respond to Wang Yi but instead approached the squirming zombies on the ground, addressing Xing Tian. "Hand me the Daxiao Longke." Xing Tian obediently threw the Daxiao Longke knife to Li Guotao. With the knife firmly grasped in his hand, Li Guotao unleashed the 8 Gates golden lock blade technique he had mastered in his past life. The blade sliced effortlessly through the zombies' skulls, their metallic underlayers proving utterly inadequate against the Daxiao Long's razor-sharp edge. He returned the knife to Xing Tian, stating, "I should be fine for self-defense. I am aware of my own toxicity, and these zombies may possess infectious capabilities. You all remain here. Once I have dispatched their leader, I will return. If necessary, Daoist Wang can use the Earth Dragon to come and retrieve me." After finishing this discourse with Xing Tian, he left behind a considerable cache of ammunition and firearms. Turning to Lin Xuemei, he cautioned, "Make sure to throw accurately." Lin Xuemei replied confidently, "Rest assured, I was quite adept at tossing cow dung with the children from the neighboring village." With that, she grasped Li Guotao's ankle and began to spin, releasing him at the opportune moment, sending him soaring towards the zombie leader with remarkable precision, just as she had claimed. Chapter 99. Blue energy can also feed in midair. Li Guotao clearly spotted the zombie leader, who bore a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Before he could fully grasp the situation, an immense force struck him from behind, causing him to plummet rapidly towards the ground, turning his gaze towards the distant children emanating blue light. Li Guotao comprehended the truth. It was not an anti-gravity effect, but rather those children employing a form of telekinetic ability to force him down. Now descending from a height of several dozen meters, he continuously adjusted his posture to roll upon landing, thereby dissipating the impact. Wang Yi and the others were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, yet they found themselves powerless. Wang Ye's chaotic golden drum merely slowed his descent temporarily, failing to address the underlying issue. As they worried for Li Guotao, zombies began to pour into the rooftop exit, and a fierce battle with the undead was imminent. At last, Li Guotao managed to align his body just as he touched the ground, executing a roll to absorb the shock. Thanks to his extraordinary physical prowess, he emerged unscathed. Meanwhile, the zombies around him had already charged forth. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the building housing the zombie leader. In no time, Li Guotao reached the top floor where the leader awaited, having left the pursuing zombies far behind. With no time for idle chatter, he brandished the Zhantian knife and charged at the zombie leader. With just a few strikes, the adversary was reduced to mere fragments. Upon inspection, it became evident that beneath the surface of this zombie, metal encased its form. From the severed brain, a liquid-like blue energy flowed forth. Li Guotao hastily surveyed the zombies in the city, only to find them devoid of any chaos. Just as he pondered this perplexity, zombies armed with spears emerged from the rooftops, akin to the unique one he had just vanquished. What the hell is this? Li Guotao seethed with anger, realizing his misjudgment. He quickly turned his gaze toward the high-rise where his companions were, where the sound of a rotating machine gun echoed, indicating a fierce exchange of fire with the undead. After a moment of contemplation, Li Guotao retrieved his walkie-talkie and spoke. "Wang Yi, can you hear me?" Wang Yi, who was beside Zhang Bing and Zhang Lu in the midst of shooting, felt his walkie-talkie vibrate and promptly distanced himself from the battlefield, responding, "This is Wang Yi. Is everything settled on your end?" Li Guotao replied, "The creature I dispatched is not the leader. I intend to eliminate those glowing little zombies, enabling our escape from the air." Wang Yi inquired, "Do you need me to assist?" Li Guotao asked, "Can the 3 of them manage?" Wang Yi replied, "I inquired earlier. They should be able to hold out for a few hours." Li Guotao pondered for a moment before stating, Then instruct them to conserve ammunition. Once we deal with those little zombies, we will retrieve them. Wang Yi acknowledged and proceeded to inform the trio, who agreed to the plan. Lin Shumei even remarked that she could fight with her sword, even in the absence of ammunition. After Wang Yi had relayed the instructions, he leapt from the rooftop, utilizing the technique of Jin to burrow into the ground like a diver, propelling himself toward the direction of the zombie children. Meanwhile, Li Guotao began his sprint from the rooftop. Arriving at the edge, he leapt with great force, soaring through the air. Suddenly, he felt a pressure from behind. However, Li Guotao was prepared. He launched a grappling hook that latched onto the rooftop of another building. As his feet landed on the exterior wall, the pressure dissipated. He wondered, could the zombies' abilities be conditional? Must they be airborne to exert their power? Li Guotao swiftly ascended to the rooftop, where he encountered another spear-wielding zombie. This one managed to endure for a mere 2 seconds longer than its predecessor. Just as Li Guotao was about to depart, he felt a reaction from the devourer beast on his left forearm, reminiscent of the earlier encounter. He paused and extended his hand to touch the blue energy flowing from the zombie's brain. The energy seemed to recognize its master and instantly flowed into the mouth of the devourer beast through his fingers, eliciting a sense of contentment from the slumbering creature. Li Guotao was elated. This phenomenon could indeed induce transformations in both the Taotie and the Pixiu. He resolved to seize any opportunity to acquire more of this energy. Li Guotao swiftly maneuvered towards the small, luminous zombies using the method he had just employed. In this urban landscape, characterized by towering skyscrapers, his approach proved remarkably efficient. Before long, he found himself in close proximity to the glowing creatures, having dispatched several spear-wielding zombies along the way, their blue energy consumed by the devourer beast. At that moment, Li Guotao spotted Wang Yi beckoning to him from behind a small building. Rather than continuing to leap, he opted to descend along the wall, utilizing the window sills as a buffer with each few floors he dropped. Yet, upon reaching the ground, he found himself encircled by zombies. As millions of them converged upon their location,